Chapter 154. Yang Kai really couldn't get angry and simply sat down in front of Su Yan and sighed. Su Yan, you really don't have the demeanor of a senior sister. You're already calling me by my name, so why should I act like a senior sister? Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He had never thought that this icy woman could actually be so eloquent. A woman's nature? However, after a few words of bickering, the relationship between the two of them had become much closer. Even when Yang Kai had saved her that day, it had not had such an effect. Smiling bitterly, Yang Kai raised his hand and surrendered. Fine, I was wrong. Seeing his glib tongue, Su Yan became serious and said, since you've decided to accept it, let's begin. It could be seen that she was still a little nervous, but she was much better than before. What do I do? Yang Kai asked seriously. Circulate your Yang attribute secret art. Su Yan closed her eyes and began circulating her ice heart secret art, a bone-chilling cold slowly spreading out. Yang Kai also quickly circulated his true Yang secret art, causing his burning true Yang Yuan Qi to flow through his meridians. As soon as the two diametrically opposed secret arts began circulating, the entire hall began to show some unusual reactions and a series of rumbling sounds rang out incessantly. Hearing this, Su Yan's face lit up with joy, knowing that her previous deduction was not wrong. Relying on either her or Yang Kai alone, it would be impossible to obtain the inheritance here. Only by circulating their secret arts at the same time would there be a possibility of success. As time passed, the energy ball suspended above the two of them gradually began to react, as if it was being guided by a hand, and slowly began to descend. The dragon and phoenix seals inside the energy ball shuttled back and forth, constantly changing images and flashing images that were too much for the eyes to take in. After a full half an hour, the several dozen meter high energy ball fell between the two of them, the dragon and phoenix seals flashing more and more violently as red and white light flowed endlessly, creating a dense light. Accompanied by a resounding dragon roar and phoenix cry, the ball of energy suddenly burst into two, transforming into a fire dragon and an ice phoenix, each of which then rushed into Yang Kai and Su Yan's bodies. Both of their bodies trembled as a painful and struggling expression appeared between their brows. On Yang Kai's side, when the fire dragon rushed into his body, he suddenly felt a majestic and vigorous Yang attribute energy in his meridians. At the same time, some information flowed into his mind. Not daring to be negligent, Yang Kai crazily revolved his true Yang secret art, wanting to convert this energy into Yang liquid. But what shocked him was that his true Yang secret art was unable to convert this energy. No matter how hard he tried, it would not turn into Yang liquid and sink into the dantian as usual. Along with this surge of energy, Yang Kai's meridians and physique felt as if they were on fire, and an inexplicable feeling welled up in his heart. His five senses had become quite sharp, and Yang Kai could clearly smell a faint fragrance coming from not far in front of him. This fragrance was Su Yan's body fragrance, and when it entered his nose, it seemed to carry with it an inexplicable energy that tugged at his heartstrings, made his heart beat faster, and blended into his blood, causing it to boil and flow faster. This was a primal impulse. How could this be? Yang Kai's heart shook as he quickly checked the information that had just entered his mind along with the fire dragon. After a moment, Yang Kai's expression became strange. Opening his eyes, he happened to see Su Yan staring at him. Unlike Yang Kai's hot body, Su Yan's face was pale and her delicate body was trembling uncontrollably, her teeth chattering. She was frozen. After cultivating the ice heart secret art, cold was her best companion, but now this cold had exceeded the limit of what she could bear, causing her to have this kind of reaction. Just like how the heat had also exceeded the limit of what Yang Kai could bear. However, Yang Kai could clearly see that Su Yan's pale face had a faint blush, her breathing was slightly heavy, and her stars-like eyes were surging with lust. Their four eyes met, and Yang Kai knew that she should be feeling the same as him right now, endlessly thirsting for the other party's energy. Yang Kai longed for her cold to soothe his heat, and she longed for Yang Kai's heat to warm her cold. This kind of desire was instinctive, an instinct that had emerged from her body after absorbing the fire dragon and ice phoenix. However, this kind of instinct had not yet destroyed each other's consciousness, allowing them to think and resist. Su Yan, the inheritance we obtained. Yang Kai slowly opened his mouth, licking his lips. He felt like his throat was on fire as he stared at Su Yan with bloodshot eyes. I know. Su Yan clenched her teeth, her face revealing a trace of bitterness. Although she knew that the inheritance would be obtained by the two of them together, after obtaining it, her relationship with Kai Yang wouldn't be as strange as before. However, she never expected that the inheritance would turn out to be like this. The art of yin-yang joyous unification. This was a kind of secret art, and as soon as one heard the name, one would know how to cultivate it. The grade of this secret art was unknown, but it was definitely not low, because Su Yan's Ice Heart secret art was a profound grade secret art that had been passed down since ancient times, but even Ice Heart secret art was unable to resist the cold, so the quality of the art of yin-yang joyous unification could be imagined. This is a dual cultivation secret art, right? When Yang Kai asked this question, his heart could not help but beat faster. Su Yan's answer made one's imagination run wild and fanciful. The tone that came from the tip of her nose was like a low moan, teasing Yang Kai's mind. Then isn't it an evil secret art? Yang Kai was depressed. Although he was very happy to be able to obtain this kind of inheritance with Su Yan, if it was an evil secret art, then it would be a big problem. Su Yan could not help but bitterly smile at his shallow knowledge. Unconsciously twisting her body, she said in a trembling voice, "Dual cultivation is not an evil secret art. Plucking yin to nourish yang, plucking yang to nourish yin is an evil secret art." Normally, Su Yan would not discuss such a shameful topic with a man, but at this moment, she could only patiently explain to Yang Kai. Even so, her heart was very embarrassed, and her face was blushing. Oh! Yang Kai could not help but feel relieved. He looked up at Su Yan and saw that she was looking at him softly. Her pair of eyes contained a hint of lust, and in an instant, Yang Kai's psychological defenses collapsed. From the time he met Su Yan until now, Su Yan had always been aloof, pure and cold. He had never seen her show such a weak expression, and he could not help but want to protect and comfort her. Right now, she was not the proud daughter of High Heaven Pavilion, nor was she the goddess worshipped by the disciples of the three sects. She was just a woman who longed for the hot yuan qi in her body. At certain times, men were always more easily swayed than women. Every woman was born with unswerving determination. Su Yan. Yang Kai looked at her anxiously. No. Su Yan's eyebrows were filled with a painful struggle, but she still slowly shook her head. Yang Kai sighed, and his expression became firm as he said, "Then let's try and see if we can dissolve the energy in our bodies." Hearing him say this, Su Yan looked at him with gratitude and nodded slightly. If at this time Yang Kai had insisted, she did not know if she could have resisted the temptation. Yang Kai's understanding and patience were enough to earn her gratitude. The two closed their eyes again and began circulating their secret arts in an attempt to dissolve the cold and heat in their bodies. But as time passed, Yang Kai found that the more he tried to dissolve the cold, the more ferocious the heat and desire became. The desire to move was like a monstrous wave that swept through his heart and body, causing his mind to ring out in fanciful whispers. The tip of his nose was filled with the fragrance of a woman, and the air that his hands touched seemed to become soft and smooth. All of this was enough to cause a person with a weak mind to instantly fall into depravity. The fire dragon that had drilled into his body roared angrily, as if it was impatient because it had not been able to fuse with the cold. Yang Kai's skin became red, like a hot iron. His whole body was steaming hot, but he still gritted his teeth and persisted. Unyielding and perseverance were his greatest strengths. Even if the temptation in front of him was enough to move any man, as long as Su Yan did not nod her head, he would not do anything. The fire dragon roared, as if it was interrogating and urging him. Yang Kai's resistance had angered it greatly. As this roar entered his soul, Yang Kai's consciousness began to fade bit by bit, his eyes turning red like a bull in heat. His heartbeat reached an unprecedented rate, like the beating of a war drum, powerful and clear. Every time he breathed, a wave of heat would roll up his body. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to embrace Su Yan in front of him and use her coldness to dissolve his own heat. This was not his desire for her, but rather the attraction of her coldness to his own heat. This kind of attraction was stronger than any kind of aphrodisiac in the world. Yang Kai was like this, and so was Su Yan. Under the interference of their respective energies, the two of them were slowly losing their minds. Just as his consciousness was about to disappear, Yang Kai quickly released the unyielding will he had been suppressing for a long time. Unyielding will. Not yielding to any kind of pressure was also a kind of pride. A warmth seeped out of his bones, and his divine sense, which was about to disappear, suddenly recovered a lot. At this moment, he heard a moan that caused his mind to ripple. It was coming from Su Yan's throat, and when this sound entered his ears, he almost lost himself again. Hurriedly opening his eyes, he saw Su Yan's pale face with an alluring blush, her teeth biting her ruby-red lips, her long eyelashes trembling, and her body convulsing. The air was filled with an indescribable fragrance, one that was even more intoxicating than Su Yan's body fragrance. Su Yan, Su Yan. Yang Kai's voice thundered as he shouted at her twice. Su Yan's body trembled, her fan-like long eyelashes trembled slightly. Opening her hazy eyes, she looked at Kai Yang and gritted her teeth. I can still do it, you also, hold on a little longer. Yang Kai nodded slightly, closing his eyes and continuing to dissolve the tyrannical yuan qi in his body. Just like before, the violent heat attacked Yang Kai's body and mind again and again, making it impossible for him to think properly, leaving him with only his instinctive impulses. But at the most critical moment, the unyielding golden skeleton would always play a role, allowing Yang Kai to regain consciousness for a moment. Chapter 155. With the help of the unyielding golden skeleton, Yang Kai resisted again and again, resisting again and again, but his meridians and flesh were still burning painfully. He didn't know how long he could last, but he was certain that if he continued like this for a long time, he would definitely be burned to death because the hot energy in his body was becoming more and more intense, to the point where he was faintly unable to bear it. Just thinking about it made him feel ridiculous. A person who cultivated the true Yang secret art could actually be burned to death by Yang attribute energy. This was a legend that no one would believe. Compared to Yang Kai, Su Yan's situation was even worse. If it weren't for Yang Kai waking her up every time her mind was clear, she wouldn't have been able to hold on. Even so, Su Yan's situation was getting worse and worse. Waking up again, before Kai Yang could even open his mouth to call out Su Yan's name, he was surprised to find that she had at some point moved half a foot in front of him, half knelt in front of him, breathing heavily, her eyes blurred. Zheng stretched out her hand to touch his cheek. It could be seen that her movements were involuntary. She was still struggling and resisting. The soft hand that touched him carried a dense chill. Even her fingernails were covered with a layer of snow-white frost. Her small hand was trembling violently. From time to time, her movements would pause, and a pained expression would appear on her face. Every time this happened, a faint moan would escape from her throat. Su Yan. Yang Kai called out as usual, but his voice was much softer than before. He didn't know if this was his own doing or not, but he felt a little guilty and guilty. Even so, Su Yan's beautiful eyes still regained some clarity. Seeing her own movements, she also saw the pity and tenderness in Yang Kai's eyes. I don't think I can hold on. For the first time, Su Yan was able to speak a complete sentence. Yang Kai looked at her and smiled, then reached out and grasped Su Yan's hand. The moment the two touched, the fire dragon and ice phoenix in their bodies once again let out a dragon roar and phoenix cry, their bodies trembling as their divine senses quickly recovered. Looking at each other, Yang Kai didn't let go, and neither did Su Yan, their 10 fingers intertwined. They both knew that once they let go of each other, they would continue to struggle in pain like before. A strange feeling welled up in their hearts, causing both of them to feel warm. "Won't you regret it?" Yang Kai asked with a light smile, holding Su Yan's hand. Her small hand was cold, but very smooth and soft, giving him a comfortable feeling. Su Yan's face blushed as she lowered her eyes and whispered, "We've already done our best." Su Yan lightly pushed, with one hand, Yang Kai held Yang's hands, with the other hand, Yang's Yang. One body was as hot as fire, while the other was as cold as ice. They were tightly huddled together, but it was as if they had fused together. An indescribable feeling sublimated in their hearts. Although their divine senses had recovered, the abnormalities in their bodies were still the same as before, a sign of their expectations and needs for each other. "Su Yan," Yang Kai whispered, his voice trembling slightly. After all, this was the first time he had experienced such a thing, so he didn't know what to do. Su Yan didn't speak, simply burying her head in Yang Kai's shoulder. The two remained in a daze for a long time before Yang Kai stretched out an arm, wrapped it around her neck, and slowly lowered her. Lying down, Su Yan closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling, her expression extremely nervous, her hands tightly clenched together on her lower abdomen. "Don't be nervous." Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. Seeing her like this, he felt a lot more relaxed. As he spoke, he took a deep breath and pressed his lips against Su Yan's. As their lips met, Su Yan's body suddenly straightened. Yang Kai gently patted her hand, conveying his comfort. After a while, she gradually relaxed. Yang Kai then pried open her mouth and began teasing her. An uncontrollable whimper echoed in the hall, and Su Yan finally stretched out her hands, wrapping them around Yang Kai's neck, responding fiercely. At this moment, she had completely subverted the pure and innocent image in Yang Kai's mind. Her thirst for heat had made it impossible for her to maintain her natural instincts. Her clothes were undone layer by layer before being casually tossed aside by Yang Kai, the two of them in a state of chaos. When the last piece of clothing was removed, Su Yan's face was red to the point of turning purple, one hand covering her chest and the other covering her lower abdomen, trembling once again. Yang Kai's eyes blazed as he stared at her, secretly praising the generosity and benevolence of the Creator. Su Yan seemed to have gathered the best of the best in the world, perfect without the slightest flaw. Every inch of her skin exuded an attractive luster like porcelain, the jade peaks that were being protected by her hands were neither too big nor too small, just right. Her flat lower abdomen didn't have a trace of excess flesh, smooth and tender like the most exquisite silk, making one unable to part with it. At this very moment, her body was suffused with a strange red light that was surging with amorous feelings. Yang Kai reached out and removed the arm that was covering her chest. Su Yan resisted slightly before accepting her fate, but her eyelashes trembled even more violently. Although the whole process was short, it gave Yang Kai a kind of sacrilege. If he hadn't obtained the dual cultivation inheritance with her this time, how could he have had the opportunity to get close to such a noble and arrogant woman? But now, not only could he get close to her, he could even possess her. With this thought in mind, Yang Kai could no longer suppress his emotions. A beast-like roar came from his throat as he hugged Su Yan's body, sitting up and placing her on his lap. "Bear with it, I heard it's a little painful." Yang Kai didn't forget to remind her. Su Yan nodded slightly, not daring to open her eyes from beginning to end. Under the guidance of Yang Kai, her body slowly fell. Her body felt like it was being slowly pierced by a long spear, and a numbing feeling instantly spread throughout her body. Su Yan's footing became unstable and she directly sat down. This time, Su Yan cried out in pain, but she immediately clenched her teeth and held back. She wrapped her arms around Yang Kai's neck, her body convulsing and trembling as 2 drops of tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. At this moment, she couldn't wait to beat Yang Kai up. What did he mean by a little painful? It was clearly a heart-wrenching pain. She didn't move, and Yang Kai didn't dare to either, so the two of them maintained this posture. After a long time, the pain gradually faded, replaced by a strange emptiness in her body. This was an unprecedented feeling, one that made her want to twist her body, but she was too embarrassed to do so. Circulate the joyous unification art. Yang Kai's faint voice entered Su Yan's ears, causing her to panic and quickly open her eyes to look at him. She found that although the man in front of her had a beastly look in his eyes, there was still a trace of calmness, mixed with a lot of heartache and pity. She couldn't help feeling relieved. Su Yan nodded slightly and together with Yang Kai circulated the dual cultivation method they had just obtained. As soon as the secret art was circulated, Yang Kai and Su Yan both involuntarily let out a groan. The roaring fire dragon and the impatient ice phoenix in their bodies suddenly calmed down at this moment, causing the exhaustion in their bodies and minds to disappear in an instant, replaced by a comfortable feeling. The two of them were closely joined together, and the vigorous yuan qi flowed back and forth between their bodies, blending with each other. Although their posture was intimate, the expressions on their faces were solemn at this moment, as they carefully guided the yuan qi without the slightest thought. Through the union of their bodies, Yang Kai could clearly feel Su Yan's strength. The amount of ice qi in her body was more than 100 times more than what was stored in his meridians. Compared to her, he was like a toddler learning how to walk, so fragile that he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Su Yan must have noticed this, so when she circulated the secret art, she didn't dare to move too quickly, letting Yang Kai's will take the lead, for fear that he wouldn't be able to handle it. The circulation of the secret art not only allowed the two of them to feel the condition of each other's bodies, but also allowed their spirits to merge. The original feeling of unfamiliarity disappeared in an instant, and both of them felt like the other was the most important person in their lives. This feeling was very natural, without the slightest abrupt. After circulating one cycle after another, the fire dragon in Yang Kai's body and the ice phoenix in Su Yan's body gradually disappeared. The two huge energies didn't remain in their meridians, nor did they enter the dantian. No one knew where they had gone. Their purpose seemed to be to force Yang Kai and Su Yan to cultivate the yin-yang joyous unification art. At this moment, the two of them were already cultivating, so they had completed their respective missions. However, Yang Kai felt that they shouldn't disappear, he just didn't know where they were hiding. The joyous unification art continued to circulate, and Yang Kai's true Yang Yuan Qi and Su Yan's ice-cold Qi replaced the fire dragon and ice phoenix, flowing and fusing in their meridians. However, because the difference in strength between the two of them was too great, Yang Kai's Yuan Qi couldn't cause any waves after it entered Su Yan's body. It was like a stone sinking into the sea, disappearing without a trace. This discovery made Yang Kai feel a little embarrassed. "Take your time, don't worry." Su Yan's gentle voice sounded in his mind. She seemed to understand Yang Kai's thoughts and comforted him. Yang Kai didn't say anything and directly ignited the 10 drops of Yang liquid in the dantian. The true Yang Yuan Qi in his meridians suddenly surged and rushed into Su Yan's body. Ah! Su Yan couldn't help but cry out in alarm. She didn't know how Yang Kai could suddenly erupt with such a huge amount of Yuan Qi. With his initial element boundary 8th stage, it was impossible for him to have so much energy. Just as she cried out in surprise, another energy not inferior to the previous one poured into her body. Then, another one. With the eruption of 30 drops of Yang liquid, Yang Kai's meridians had reached their limit. Bursts of soreness and pain came, he was afraid that if there was a little more, his meridians would burst. If it weren't for the joyous unification art, Yang Kai wouldn't have dared to be so reckless. Each drop of Yang liquid was the crystallization of his Yuan Qi. If one were to explode, it would fill up his meridians. Normally, if 3 drops of Yang liquid were to explode at the same time, there would be problems with his meridians. But now, all the Yuan Qi was coexisting in his and Su Yan's body. With her strength, she could naturally withstand the influx of 30 drops of yang liquid. Chapter 156. Opening her eyes, she saw Yang Kai smiling proudly at her. Su Yan's beautiful eyes flashed as she lowered her head and gently bit his shoulder. "It tickles," Yang Kai said as he shook his shoulder. "I found that you have a secret." Su Yan smiled. "Has anyone ever told you that your smile can make the heavens and earth lose their color?" Yang Kai looked at her with a dazed expression. Su Yan's face reddened as she reached out and tucked a few strands of hair behind her head, whispering, "From now on, I will only smile for one person." Yang Kai felt that this happiness was heavy. "Cultivate first." Yang Kai calmed himself down and said. Su Yan nodded slightly. The 30 drops of yang liquid were quickly swallowed up by Su Yan's ice attribute qi, and when they returned to Yang Kai's body, they were directly absorbed by the unyielding golden skeleton. This discovery made Yang Kai happy. Yang liquid was very important to him, but the unyielding golden skeleton was no less important. This kind of transformation between yuan qi and energy was something that Yang Kai was happy to see. Just like before, Yang Kai once again exploded 30 drops of yang liquid, but the swelling sensation he was supposed to feel didn't appear. Frowning, Yang Kai once again exploded 5 drops of yang liquid, and the familiar swelling and soreness began to spread. After cultivating for a while, his meridians had become much wider, otherwise, it would have been impossible for such an effect to occur. The joyous unification art, dual cultivation secret art, is really powerful. Waiting until the energy from these 35 drops of yang liquid had been absorbed by Su Yan and returned to her own body, where it was absorbed by the unyielding golden skeleton, Kai Yang's body slightly shook. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept up within the hall, blowing up the two people's clothes that were scattered on the floor. An invisible aura suddenly erupted with Kai Yang as the center, and visible to the naked eye, ripples of energy spread out in all directions. After a long time, this abnormality gradually subsided. Another breakthrough. Initial element boundary 9th stage. It had been less than a day since his last breakthrough. Su Yan also noticed this, and her pretty face filled with joy at being able to rejoice with Yang Kai. Yang Kai was calm, but there was a faint expectation in his heart. He wondered if he would be able to break through to the qi transformation stage with this dual cultivation. He pondered for a moment. Yang Kai found himself in a bit of trouble. He had spent 65 drops of yang liquid just to break through a minor realm, and this was the yuan qi energy he obtained from dual cultivation with Su Yan. Compared to pure yang liquid, it was much more precious and pure. Even if he used up all of the remaining yang liquid in the dantian, it would not be enough for him to break through to the qi transforming stage. But no matter what, he had to do his best this time. Gritting his teeth, Yang Kai exploded another 50 drops of yang liquid. As the secret art circulated, it was sent into Su Yan's body. Su Yan's heart trembled. When Yang Kai's body first erupted with a huge amount of true yang yuan qi, she was already extremely shocked. When the second eruption occurred, she was somewhat numb. This was the third eruption of terrifying energy. It made her unable to calm down again. Where did he get so much yuan qi? Although she had doubts in her heart, Su Yan did not ask. She only felt a faint sense of relief in her heart. Because, this was the man she had intimate contact with. If there were no accidents, she might spend the rest of her life with this man. The stronger he was, the happier Su Yan would be. After a full 3 days, Yang Kai and Su Yan finally finished their first dual cultivation journey. 3 days was long enough. But when the two of them became one, only a brief moment had passed during the fusion of their divine souls. 3 days later, the two of them both woke up. Su Yan could clearly feel that after this dual cultivation, the ice qi in her body had become purer and purer, more than a grade higher than before. This discovery. It diluted the regret she had for losing her virginity. Looking at each other, Yang Kai's face was full of smiles. Su Yan blushed. When she was immersed in cultivation, she did not feel anything. But now, she was ashamed of herself. She was sitting on Yang Kai in a very embarrassing position, her hands wrapped around his neck. The two of them were naked, facing each other, and were even closer together. A hot and hard feeling filled her lower abdomen, filling her body and mind. Su Yan could even feel a rhythmic beat coming from there. Every beat made her heart feel numb, and her whole body went limp, as if she was struck by lightning, unable to summon the slightest bit of strength. She had never thought that she would one day stay in this position with a man for 3 days without moving. She had thought that after cultivating the Ice Heart's secret art, her body and mind would be frozen, and she would be alone for the rest of her life. But now, because of an inheritance, a dual cultivation method, she had an inseparable connection with a man she was not very familiar with. She could not describe what kind of feeling it was. There was a sense of loss, but also a sense of joy and happiness. Plucking up the courage to look at Yang Kai, Su Yan's eyes were full of gentleness. Su Yan. Yang Kai's fiery eyes were full of aggression as he stared at Su Yan's icy face. The dual cultivation method had ended, and the fire dragon and ice phoenix had disappeared long ago, but Yang Kai still felt an irresistible temptation destroying his mind. The impact was like a tide, and the touch of warmth was like a wave, wanting to engulf him. Su Yan pursed her red lips tightly, her hands cupping Yang Kai's cheeks as she lowered her head, gently touching their foreheads together. "Don't." Su Yan's voice was filled with struggle and trembling. Because of the connection between their bodies, she could easily pry into Kai Yang's thoughts. At this time, refusing him required a great deal of determination. "I'll help you break through first." As soon as her voice fell, a surge of yuan qi flowed from Su Yan directly into Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai's mind focused as he hurriedly held his breath, restraining the fire and madness in his eyes. He quickly circulated his secret art and received the energy from Su Yan. Yang Kai didn't refuse. Although doing so wasn't good for Su Yan and might cause her strength to drop slightly, Yang Kai could feel her sincerity. The yuan qi in his meridians was already full, and with the impact of Su Yan's energy, it was even more swollen. A soreness spread over, but Su Yan did not stop. She could sense where Yang Kai's limit was, so naturally, she would not let her actions hurt him. The yuan qi in her body gradually became more violent, forming a wind around the two of them. After a while, when Yang Kai's limit was reached, Su Yan did not dare to send in any more yuan qi. "Continue." Yang Kai closed his eyes and said in a muffled voice. "But, continue." Su Yan gritted her teeth and obeyed Yang Kai's wishes, once again pouring in her own yuan qi. The two of them had cultivated the joyous unification art, so the yuan qi in their bodies would not be lost during the exchange. This was an advantage that no one could compare to. After a long time, the yuan qi from Yang Kai's body became more and more violent, and the pain in his meridians was very intense, but Yang Kai gritted his teeth. He allowed his body to tremble and sweat, but he still did not make a sound. "Don't stop." Yang Kai roared. Su Yan's beautiful eyes trembled slightly. She did not dare to send yuan qi into Yang Kai's body anymore. She was afraid that he would not be able to take it and damage his foundation, but she could feel Yang Kai's willpower. It was a willpower that wanted to become stronger. Because of his willpower to become stronger. If it was before today, perhaps Yang Kai would not be so anxious, but now that the two of them had a physical relationship, and the gap between their strength was so big. How could Yang Kai be satisfied with the current situation? Men have always wanted to protect women. If he wanted to protect Su Yan, he had to become stronger than her. These were Kai Yang's thoughts, and Su Yan had also seen this, causing her heart to stir. After struggling for a long time, Su Yan continued to pour in yuan qi. The yuan qi continued to fluctuate fiercely, gradually becoming more and more violent, like an unruly person. It did not want to be bound by Yang Kai. It was desperately struggling to break away from Yang Kai's meridians and regain its freedom. Su Yan stopped. She knew that Yang Kai was at the point of breaking through. When a cultivator's yuan qi showed this situation, it was a sign that they were about to break through to the qi transformation stage. At this moment, Yang Kai's painful expression disappeared. The soreness in his meridians also disappeared. The continuous pouring of large amounts of yuan qi did not cause any damage to him. Instead, his meridians became wider and tougher, enough to accommodate the yuan qi. The shackles of heaven and earth were within reach. This layer of shackles was the power of heaven and earth that prevented Yang Kai from breaking through, just like the last time when he broke through to the initial element stage. Once he broke through this layer of shackles, he would be able to break through to the qi transformation stage. Yang Kai carefully sensed it, his mind immersed in his comprehension. As he comprehended, his expression became calmer, but the yuan qi in his body became more and more restless. A surge of energy seeped out of his bones, causing Yang Kai to once again be filled with evil qi. Su Yan was secretly shocked, but did not dare to disturb him. After a long time, the evil qi retracted and disappeared. At this moment, the yuan qi in Yang Kai's body was extremely violent, but he slowly opened his eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. Qi transformation stage. With Su Yan's help, Yang Kai successfully broke through. Boom! A loud sound, like a thunderbolt in a clear sky, shook the entire heavens cave inheritance. The wind and clouds changed, and the energy in this strange space fiercely gathered in the main hall, and then poured into Yang Kai's body. This was a blessing that every cultivator would receive when they broke through a big realm. The power of heaven and earth would strengthen the cultivator's body, tempering the flesh and bones, making the cultivator's body stronger. As for how much benefit one could receive, it all depended on one's own efforts. The last time when Yang Kai broke through to the initial element stage, he also enjoyed it, but this time the power of heaven and earth poured into his body was much more powerful. When he opened his eyes, he saw Su Yan's worried gaze. Yang Kai smiled, "I have something for you." As he spoke, he immersed his mind, and divided half of the 9 yuan condensing dew that had been stored in the unyielding golden skeleton, and sent it into Su Yan's body. A cold feeling came, and Su Yan's face lit up. "What is this?" The 9 yuan condensing dew. It is said to be very useful for yuan qi cultivators. Yang Kai's hands wandered around Su Yan's smooth back, and his mouth said seriously, "You refine it, I'll temper my body." "Okay." Su Yan nodded meekly. Although refining the 9 yuan condensing dew like this would definitely not be as effective as refining Xia Ning Chang, it was still a heaven and earth spirit treasure, and could more or less increase Su Yan's strength. As long as she could use 20% of its effect, it would be enough to make up for Su Yan's loss in helping Yang Kai. Chapter 157. It was another 3 days of boring cultivation. In fact, Yang Kai had already completed his own refinement 2 days ago. Half of the heaven and earth's power was used to refine his flesh and bones, making his body stronger enough to withstand the impact of yuan qi. The other half was absorbed by the unyielding golden skeleton, similar to last time. However, Su Yan was still refining the 9 yuan condensing dew, so Yang Kai did not dare to move. He could only endure and maintain this uncomfortable posture. 3 days later, Su Yan's eyelashes fluttered as she opened her eyes. Her eyes were filled with joy and excitement. Yang Kai's spirit was shaken, and his breathing became slightly heavier. He had been hungry and thirsty for many days, waiting for this moment. Their eyes met, and Su Yan said, "Thank you." When she opened her eyes, she knew that her body had undergone earth-shattering changes. With the refinement of the 9 yuan condensing dew, not only did it make up for the loss of helping Yang Kai, but it also made the yuan qi in her body much purer. Coupled with the results of the dual cultivation, although her realm did not change, her true strength was at least 30% higher than before. The yuan qi spread throughout her body, and without the need to circulate, it would circulate endlessly. Every cell in her body was bathed in the Yuan Qi, bursting with unprecedented vitality. Her face was shrouded in a holy radiance, and she looked like a fairy from the ninth heaven. With this, dual cultivation, and the refinement of the 9 yin yuan condensing dew, the traces left on her body by the passage of time over the past 20 years were completely healed. Every inch of her skin became like a newborn, snow white, crystal clear, delicate like jade. Between you and me, do you still need to thank me? Yang Kai was slightly absent-minded. In the past, Su Yan gave him a cold and noble feeling, but the current Su Yan made him involuntarily feel ashamed of his inferiority. This feeling would not disappear just because the two of them were close. Su Yan also smiled knowingly. This kind of telepathic connection made her feel very warm. There was no need for words between them. They could feel each other's thoughts. That's right, you just broke through to the Qi transforming stage. This stage is very special, Su Yan said with a serious expression. Before she could finish, Yang Kai interrupted her. With a strange expression, he asked, "Do you think that if we discuss the Qi transforming stage like this, isn't it a bit wrong?" Su Yan was stunned for a moment before her face flushed red. Yang Kai looked at her and smiled faintly. His waist, which had been stiff for many days, moved almost instinctively, causing Su Yan to let out a low moan. At this moment, she felt as if she had been thrown into the clouds, and before she could stabilize her body, she fell into a bottomless abyss. He had never experienced such ups and downs before. She couldn't control herself at all from the exhilarating pleasure that made it impossible for her to control herself. The young man and woman had never experienced the affairs of the world. Their bodies were extremely sensitive. Even the slightest movement could cause the two of them to feel an extremely strong stimulation. Aroused by her miserable cries, Yang Kai's movements became more and more unbridled. His big hands wandered around her full breasts, kneading and squeezing. He buried his head deeper into her two peaks. Heavy panting sounds could be heard as he gently and violently kissed Su Yan's skin. Su Yan's long hair scattered. Her perky buttocks were straight. She used both hands to tightly hold Yang Kai's head, pressing his head against her chest. Her slender legs wrapped around Yang Kai's waist. Unconsciously, she stiffly twisted her body, welcoming the waves of unbearable pleasure. After a long time, Su Yan suddenly nervously grasped Yang Kai's hair and said with difficulty, wait, what's wrong?" Yang Kai looked up at her, his fierce movements gradually calming down. Su Yan could barely speak. She gasped for breath for a long time before calming down. Her whole body was flushed red, and her eyes were filled with lust. Biting her teeth, she asked curiously, "Just now, did I call out?" "No." Yang Kai quickly shook his head, a serious expression on his face. "You really didn't?" Su Yan asked worriedly. Just now, her consciousness was in chaos, so she didn't know if she had called out or not. "You really didn't?" Yang Kai looked at her with incomparable sincerity. "You lied to me." Su Yan saw a trace of smugness and pride in Yang Kai's eyes. Feeling wronged, Yang Kai made a move and her consciousness immediately became chaotic again. Yang Kai hugged Su Yan with both hands, lifting her up and then turning her back to him. Originally, he wanted Su Yan to not maintain that uncomfortable position, but when Yang Kai saw her back, his expression suddenly became excited, his eyes becoming red. That night in Su Yan's small loft, although Yang Kai had seen her hazy back, she was wearing undergarments and the light was dim, so he couldn't see clearly. But this time, up close, not a single piece of skin on Su Yan's body could escape Yang Kai's eyes. This was a back that could steal the good fortune of heaven and earth. Soft and graceful curves spread down from her slender shoulders, first to her waist and abdomen, then to her buttocks, outlining a perky curve that could make one's blood boil. The transformation was so natural, it was enough to make any man who saw this scene go crazy. Not only that, at this moment, on Su Yan's smooth white back, as her skin trembled and flushed, there was a lifelike ice phoenix swimming around, sometimes resting on Su Yan's shoulder, sometimes landing on her perky buttocks, as if it was alive. This was the ice phoenix that had disappeared before. Feeling it slightly, Yang Kai seemed to feel that his back was a little hot. They were still there. It was just that they had turned into this special tattoo. After pausing for a moment, Yang Kai began to move again. The peach blossom spring was overflowing with mud, and a humid atmosphere filled the hall. The sounds of their bodies intertwined with Su Yan's slight gasps for breath, creating a sound that would make one's imagination run wild. The two gave and took as much as they wanted, like fish in water, not distinguishing between each other, inside the hall. The chaotic atmosphere seemed to have not dissipated yet. Yang Kai and Su Yan's clothes were neat and tidy. In front of them was an ice mirror that Su Yan had condensed with her yuan qi. Su Yan sat in front of the mirror, quietly looking at herself in the mirror. The girl in the mirror had tasted it for the first time, and her originally cold face still had an intoxicating blush. Yang Kai stood behind her, tidying up her messy hair. It was silent, but very warm. After transforming from a young girl into a woman, Su Yan's face seemed to have gained a touch of coldness, the ice in her pair of beautiful eyes becoming even more intense than before. Only when she looked at Yang Kai would she do so. This kind of coldness would turn into gentleness. Taking a hairpin from Su Yan, Yang Kai inserted it into her hair. Unlike her usual girly appearance, Su Yan's hair was tied up behind her head, revealing her smooth white neck. This was a hairstyle that only women would have. Beautiful. Yang Kai praised. Do you like it? Yang Kai answered as he stretched out his hands and placed them on Su Yan's shoulders. Although they had already had skin-to-skin contact, when facing Su Yan, he still felt a faint sense of nervousness. This was the feeling that Su Yan gave him before, and he was afraid that it would not disappear in a short time. After testing for a while, Su Yan did not move, so Yang Kai slowly slid his hands down. In the mirror, Su Yan's mouth showed a reproachful smile. Just as Yang Kai's hands were about to reach the peak, she grabbed hold of his hands. Su Yan. Yang Kai leaned over and kissed her earlobes. He found that this place of Su Yan's was very sensitive. It was a forbidden area, a place that could not be touched. Don't. Su Yan dodged in a panic. She knew that once she was kissed by Yang Kai, she would definitely become powerless again, so she hurriedly said, "Let's talk business first." Business? Good. Yang Kai restrained his frivolous expression and sat down beside her. Su Yan used one hand to stroke the face of the man who had taken away her body, her eyes somewhat blurred. After staring at him for a long time, she asked, "How old are you this year?" Yang Kai sniffed, 20. His expression was somewhat unnatural. His eyes drifted, and after saying this, he added, "I'm not lying to you." Su Yan looked at him with a faint smile, not saying anything. Yang Kai suddenly felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, his whole body uneasy. After a while, he helplessly whispered, 15, almost 16. "I'm 20. I'm older than you. You have to listen to me in the future. I'll listen to you for small things, but listen to me for big things." Yang Kai grinned. Su Yan sighed deeply. Her expression was full of love and tolerance, her delicate jade-like hand stopping on Yang Kai's face. "You're too young, it's not good for you to experience this so early. Age is not an issue." Yang Kai raised his eyes to look at her, his eyebrows twitching as he meaningfully said, "You've also experienced it." Su Yan blushed and glared at him, "Don't tease me like this." "No." Yang Kai helplessly said, "You're thinking the wrong way. You're not allowed to always think about that kind of thing in the future." Yang Kai immediately hung his head dejectedly, as if his soul had left his body. Seeing him like this, Su Yan's cold heart suddenly softened, and she softly said, if you promise me that you won't think about that kind of thing and won't delay your cultivation, I'll come find you once a month, how about 5 times? Yang Kai began to bargain. Su Yan pretended to be cold as she looked at him, not saying anything. Then 4 times, 3 times, okay, 2 times should be fine, right? Okay, once it is. Yang Kai agreed verbally, thinking that when the time comes, it won't be up to you, as long as I touch your delicate earlobe, won't you be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered? It's not that I want to restrict you, I also know that dual cultivation is good for both of us. But your body is too weak, wait until you grow a little bit, then after a few years, I will definitely not ask you to do this. Su Yan's voice was very soft and gentle, just endure for a few years, okay? Her serious tone was like a plea. Yang Kai nodded heavily, he also knew that Su Yan was doing this for his own good. These past few years in High Heaven Pavilion had been very difficult, causing his body to be somewhat thin. Su Yan probably misunderstood. Also, you've only just broken through to the Qi transformation stage, I know this. Yang Kai didn't let her continue. Su Yan looked at him and nodded, it's good that you know. This realm is very special, it is the same for every cultivator, you must treat it with caution. As she spoke, Su Yan fumbled around her neck, a moment later she untied a jade pendant and put it around Yang Kai's neck. Chapter 158. Yang Kai looked down and found that the pendant was just a square piece of jade, but it was cool to the touch and had a calming effect. This is a piece of frigid ice jade essence. I've been wearing it since I was young. After so many years, it has absorbed a lot of my Zhen Yuan. Keep it with you. At a critical moment, it will be useful in suppressing your Zhen Yuan. Does this count as a token of love? Yang Kai looked at Su Yan and smiled. Su Yan's cheeks were red as she nodded gently. Hearing this, Yang Kai hurriedly searched his body, but after searching for a long time, he couldn't find anything useful. The most valuable things he had were the Soul Breaker All and the Yin-Yang Monster Ginseng. He couldn't give the Soul Breaker All, it was too evil, and it contained the old demon's soul. Giving it to Su Yan would only harm her. The Yin-Yang Monster Ginseng was fine, but it was only a heaven and earth spirit treasure, so it didn't have the meaning of a token. He sniffed and said awkwardly, I'll give you one in the future. Su Yan smiled, the 9 Yin Yuan condensing you gave me is enough. You're the best. Yang Kai said sincerely. Don't praise me, when you praise me, my heart starts beating so fast. Su Yan gasped for breath as she clutched her chest. After cultivating the joyous unification art, her ice heart technique had no effect on Yang Kai. It was as if he was her nemesis. Every word, every action, and every move he made affected her mind. Ha ha. Yang Kai laughed heartily. In this world, who could make a woman like Su Yan flustered? He was the only one. Life was like this, what more could he ask for? It could be said that if it wasn't for the opportunity in the Heaven's Cave inheritance, Yang Kai estimated that he and Su Yan wouldn't have much interaction in this life. There was no man in the entire Great Han dynasty who could match her. Even Yang Kai himself didn't think that he was worthy of Su Yan. This was not belittling himself, but Su Yan was too cold and noble. What do you plan to do after leaving here? Su Yan calmed down and asked another question. What do you mean? The road ahead. Su Yan was like a responsible parent, thinking about things that Yang Kai would never consider. And our relationship? I don't understand. Yang Kai frowned. Make it clear. Su Yan smiled sweetly, let's put it this way, I have thought of 2 paths for you. The first is to publicize our relationship. With my status and identity in the sect, as long as our relationship is publicized, you will definitely be nurtured by the sect. You won't have to worry about contribution points anymore. In the future, you can easily obtain martial skills, medicinal pills, and secret treasures. Are you testing me? Yang Kai smiled at Su Yan. The latter shook his head slowly. I'm serious. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel moved. He could imagine what kind of uproar it would cause in the sect if his relationship with Su Yan was made public. He and Su Yan, one on earth, one in heaven, they were originally an impossible pair. If they really appeared in front of the world, Yang Kai would naturally be envied, and Su Yan's situation would definitely not be any better. Without even mentioning the obstruction of his elders, even his fellow brothers and sisters would definitely spurn Su Yan's choice. Yang Kai hadn't expected that Su Yan would be able to face the gossip of the world so calmly. You don't need to feel any psychological burden. I'm just creating the conditions for my man to cultivate. Yang Kai recovered and said seriously, this proposal is very tempting, but it's not suitable for me. Su Yan seemed to know he would say this and looked at him indifferently, smiling lightly. Yang Kai clenched his hands and stared at his fists. I will rely on myself to fight for everything. Relying on you is not what I want. Su Yan smiled, although I am a little sad to hear you say this, I am also very happy. Then you can only take the second path. Yang Kai smiled, yes, I will grow as fast as possible. The second path was to rely on himself. I will wait for you to protect me. Su Yan said softly. It won't be long. Yang Kai picked up Su Yan's hand and kissed it. After a pause, he suddenly remembered something and raised his head. Su Yan, after leaving this place, I'm afraid you will be in trouble. Huh? Su Yan was puzzled. Yang Kai seriously analyzed, the disciples of the three sects came here for the inheritance. After killing the 9-monster beast, we activated the array and revealed the inheritance. The disciples of the three sects have 700 to 800 people, all of whom have climbed the endless stairs and experienced the test of cold and heat. Your strength is the strongest among the disciples of the three sects, and you also practice a cold attribute secret art. What do you think those people are thinking now? Su Yan was stunned. She was only thinking about Yang Kai and didn't think about what would happen to her. But after hearing Yang Kai's words, she suddenly realized, they will think that I have already obtained the inheritance. Yes, I think many people think so. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Su Yan smiled confidently, they can think whatever they want. Even if I didn't obtain the inheritance, I don't have to explain anything to them. It's best not to admit it. Don't admit it to anyone. This is a serious matter. I think the appearance of the Heaven's Cave inheritance will not only involve the three sects nearby. Hearing this, Su Yan became serious. She could ignore the experts of the three sects nearby, but she couldn't ignore the experts of the Dark Han dynasty. Once someone set their eyes on the inheritor, Su Yan would only be in trouble. She nodded heavily, I understand. She was relieved that the three sects would focus all their attention on her. This way, Yang Kai wouldn't be suspected. Everyone thought that the inheritance would only be obtained by one person, but they didn't expect that the inheritance would be shared by two people. She looked at Yang Kai with some admiration, you're thinking too far ahead. Yang Kai smiled bitterly, it's just that I'm used to seeing how those great forces act like a rare commodity and their methods of winning over others. Su Yan looked at him in a daze. His words were said with a sense of vicissitudes. She suddenly felt that this junior brother was a person with a lot of secrets. I'll tell you next time. Yang Kai patted Su Yan's hand. Yes, it's fine even if you don't tell me. Su Yan nodded. Alright, let's go. There's nothing else here. Yang Kai stood up. This hall was very spacious. Other than the huge energy ball from before, there was nothing else. After the two of them obtained the inheritance, a light screen appeared. It should be able to teleport them out. Holding Su Yan's hand, Yang Kai plunged into the light screen. When the two figures disappeared from the hall, the Heaven's Cave inheritance suddenly emitted a cracking sound. It was like a mirror falling to the ground and smashing into pieces. Immediately, a crisscrossing crack appeared in the chaotic world. The disciples of the three sects who were still in the Heaven's Cave inheritance were scared out of their wits. They didn't know what was going on. Just as they were at a loss, an unknown energy wrapped around them and slowly floated into the sky. Since the opening of the Heaven's Cave inheritance, the experts of the three sects had been stationed here, anxiously waiting. Now, almost a month had passed. During this time, many disciples had come out of the Heaven's Cave inheritance one after another. These people were either injured and couldn't hold on any longer, or exhausted and didn't want to stay in there any longer. From their words, the experts of the three sects more or less understood the situation inside. Especially when some disciples appeared in the past few days, the experts of the three sects became more and more anxious. This was because they had received news that the inheritance had appeared, but they didn't know who would obtain it in the end. Every sect was looking forward to their own rising stars, but they were also worried about their own gains and losses. High Heaven Pavilion Su Yan and Xie Hongchen, blood groups Hu Jiao Er and Long Jun, storm houses Fang Ziki, these were all outstanding talents of the younger generation. There was also that crazy old man's female disciple, High Heaven Pavilion Xia Ning Chang, who may also obtain the inheritance. However, that crazy old man was very carefree. After waiting for several days in the Heaven's Cave inheritance, he saw that his disciple hadn't come out, so he left alone. Until now, he hadn't appeared again. What an irresponsible master! The experts of the three sects silently criticized Meng Wuya. Because of the existence of the inheritance, there was a subtle hostility and competition between the experts of the three sects, especially the people of the blood group. These people criticized High Heaven Pavilions and Storm Houses robberies while cursing Meng Wuya's unreasonable behavior. If not for the latter's battle with the experts of the blood group, how could the existence of the Heaven's Cave inheritance be exposed so early? This was the wealth of the blood group But now, the other two sects had forcefully interfered. Although there were compensations, what was that little bit of compensation in front of the inheritance of a powerhouse? Damn it! These days, Hu Man cursed until his lips bled. He didn't dare to curse Meng Wuya, so he cursed Long Zai Tian and Long Hui. If not for that little bastard provoking Meng Wuya, how could there be so many troubles now? Die, it's good that you died. If you didn't die early, I, your father, would have cut you into thousands of pieces. Long family is nothing. Not only did Hu Man not like the Long family, but the other experts of the blood group were also full of resentment because of this matter. Long Zai Tian knew that he was in the wrong, and a month ago, he was seriously injured by Meng Wuya. During this time, he didn't dare to show his face in the mining area and only stayed in the blood group to heal. However, the death of his little grandson, how could this hatred be so easily resolved? Sooner or later, I will make you pay with your blood. Long Zai Tian, whose strength had dropped greatly, secretly hardened his heart. While the experts of the three sects were anxiously waiting, the light curtain of the Heaven's Cave inheritance suddenly trembled, as if a stone was thrown into a calm lake, creating layers of ripples. In the next moment, the light curtain collapsed like a bubble, directly disappearing, revealing the mineral vein below the big pit. Where are the people? Hu Man suddenly became anxious. The entrance of the Heaven's Cave inheritance disappeared, but the disciples of the three sects did not appear. His two daughters were still inside. Where did they go? Not only was Hu Man anxious, but the other experts were also anxious. The younger generation of elite disciples had all entered the Heaven's Cave inheritance, but now, not a single one had appeared. While they were worried, not far away, there was a scream of pain. An elder of the storm house's complexion changed, and he quickly rushed over. Chapter 159. When the elder returned, he was accompanied by a wounded disciple of Storm House. Under the questioning of Xiao Rua Han and the other experts of Storm House, the disciple narrated what had just happened. Not long after, the experts of Blood Group and High Heaven Pavilion also found some disciples of their respective sects nearby. The three parties confirmed and could not help but sigh in relief. They found that the disciples who had entered the Black Wind Forest had already come out, but they were scattered to various corners of the Black Wind Forest. Although they did not know why this happened, everyone felt that this should be the protection of the owner of the Heaven's Cave inheritance. As a result, no one knew who had obtained the inheritance. The experts of the three sects were busy, shuttling back and forth in the Black Wind Forest, looking for the disciples of their respective sects and properly arranging them. The attitude of the experts towards these disciples was very careful, cautious, and much more amiable than before. Because they did not know whether these disciples, who were only at the initial element realm, would in the future grow up to be respected by the people of the world. Even the leader of the bloody battle gang, who had the most violent temperament, was greeting each and every one of the returning disciples with a smile on his face. From arrogance to deference, he kept praising them, saying that they had done a good job and that they would be the pillars of the gang in the future. The disciples of the blood group almost collapsed. They did not know what the master of the blood group was thinking. But there were still many disciples who were moved to tears, on the spot shouting to express their loyalty, pledging to follow the master of the blood group, dedicating their lives to the blood group, willing to sacrifice their lives for the blood group. Human laughed even more heartily. For him, even if these disciples did not obtain the inheritance, they were still worthy of being roped in. Because each of them had more or less obtained some benefits. The experts of Stormhouse and High Heaven Pavilion were naturally aware of this point. They despised Human's hypocrisy, but at the same time, they had no choice but to put aside their pride and ask about the well-being of the returning disciples. The work of gathering the disciples continued for half a day. Many of them directly returned to their sects without being found by their elders. This made the situation of Yang Kai and Su Yan much better. Of course, Su Yan was destined to be suspected. This was something that no one could change. At this moment, Yang Kai and Su Yan. They were currently standing somewhere in Black Wind Mountain. After the two of them stepped through the door of light, they arrived here. Su Yan wasn't very familiar with this place, but Yang Kai had run around Black Wind Mountain quite a few times. He was much stronger than her. After searching for a long time, he finally found the right path. Black Plum Village is just 50 li away from here. Standing on a small hill, Yang Kai pointed in a certain direction and said to Su Yan. "Let's split up, we can't go back together." Su Yan hesitated for a moment before saying. Since he was going to be suspected, he couldn't expose Yang Kai. Yes, Yang Kai nodded. "You go back first, there must be a lot of people looking for you now. If you return late, it will only confirm their suspicions. Remember, no matter who asks, do not admit that you have obtained the inheritance." "I know. Take care of yourself. Come back as soon as possible," Su Yan exhorted before turning around to leave, but was pulled back by Yang Kai. "What's wrong?" Just as Su Yan's words left her mouth, a scorching hot breath rushed towards her and hugged her tightly, blocking her mouth. A whimpering sound could be heard. Su Yan softened once again. After a long time, Yang Kai laughed and let go of her. "Remember what you said. Come find me once a month," Yang Kai said. Su Yan nodded gently. The two said goodbye, although they knew that they were in the same sect. But there was always a feeling of reluctance. After waiting for a long time, Su Yan stomped her feet and gritted her teeth. "I'm going." As soon as her voice fell, she quickly left, leaving behind a pure white figure. Watching her disappear from sight, Yang Kai smiled and shook his head, leisurely walking in the direction of High Heaven Pavilion. Heaven's Cave inheritance. Yang Kai felt that his biggest gain this time was not the inheritance, but Su Yan. A few hours later, Yang Kai slowly returned to High Heaven Pavilion. At this time, the pavilion's disciples and masters had already returned, but there were still some people returning, so Yang Kai didn't attract anyone's attention. However, he discovered a strange phenomenon. When he walked in the pavilion, those senior brothers and junior brothers he didn't know were all very polite to him. Although they didn't come over to greet him, they would still cup their fists from afar and greet him with a smile on their faces. Among them, there was even a high heaven pavilion deacon. Thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel relieved. Those who could return alive from Heaven's Cave inheritance may have a promising future, so how could they ignore him like before? If they greeted him now, they could become friends in the future. Returning to the small wooden house, before Yang Kai had time to organize his thoughts, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps outside the door. Just as he was thinking about who would come, Sassafras's face appeared. Seeing Yang Kai, Sassafras couldn't help but feel relieved. "Brother Yang, you also returned safely." Yang Kai felt a burst of warmth in his heart, got up and said, "Junior brother, come in and sit." "No need, I just came to see if you were okay." Saying so, Sassafras showed a sly smile. "I still have to go back and cultivate, ha ha ha." With a long laugh, Sassafras disappeared. Yang Kai was stunned, suddenly remembering that he didn't see Sassafras at the endless stairs. Where did he go at that time? The Beast Soul Cloud opening array made such a big commotion, it was impossible for him not to see it. Unless he had something else to do at that time. Thinking about how proud Sassafras was just now, Yang Kai couldn't help but smile slightly. It seemed that he wasn't the only one who received the inheritance. Sassafras, this kid, was pretty lucky. Sassafras left, and before Yang Kai could sit down, footsteps came from outside the door again, but this time, the footsteps were very light, and it sounded like a woman's. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat, and just as he was hesitating, a green figure flashed through the door. "Little senior sister?" Yang Kai saw the person's face clearly, and a smile appeared on his face. His wooden house was quite lively today. Sassafras was here, so was Xia Ningchang, and Yang Kai didn't see her in the Cave of Inheritance. Speaking of which, ever since he came back from the Nine Valley, she hadn't looked for him. "Junior brother." Xia Ningchang saw Yang Kai, and just like Sassafras, she sighed in relief. She didn't stand on ceremony, and directly walked in. "You're back." "Yes, I just came back." Yang Kai nodded. "I heard that you also entered the Heaven's Cave inheritance, but I couldn't find you." Xia Ningchang was still as shy as usual, and after a few sentences, her ears turned red. "I saw you enter that day, Treasurer Meng was so majestic." Yang Kai recalled Meng Wuya's domineering and arrogant attitude that day, and felt a little strange. "Yes, Master, let me in." "Oh right, I found some yang inflammation stones there, and I made some pills for you." Xia Ningchang took out a bottle and handed it over. "You need this for your cultivation technique, right?" Yang Kai smiled and reached out to take it. "Thank you." Xia Ningchang lightly shook her head. "No need." "Do you want to sit down and rest for a while?" "No, I just came to take a look." Xia Ningchang hurriedly waved her hand. She really didn't dare to stay with a man and a woman alone. "I'm leaving, you rest well." "Okay." Yang Kai didn't urge her to stay. "You rest well too, don't tire yourself out." Xia Ningchang pursed her lips and smiled, her eyes filled with satisfaction. She turned around, and when she reached the door, she paused, as if she wanted to turn around and ask something, but after hesitating for a long time, she still couldn't muster up the courage to leave. What happened in the Nine Valley last time was still vivid in her mind. Xia Ningchang could often recall that deep and mesmerizing kiss in her dreams at night. Every time she recalled it, it was as if a lively deer was in her heart, and she couldn't calm down for a long time, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. It was that kiss that left a bloody figure in her heart forever. The feelings in her heart made her even more shy and flustered in front of Yang Kai, but she didn't dare to point it out. Watching Xia Ningchang leave, Yang Kai held the bottle in his hand, his heart filled with warmth. The night passed silently. On the first night of returning to Sky Tower, Yang Kai didn't do anything but sleep peacefully. The next day, he went to Black Wind Trade to purchase some 3-leaved Chaos Spirit flowers and dead Jedi tree grass. He wanted to buy them the last time he came, but the appearance of Heaven's Cave inheritance in the end disrupted his plans. After the matter of the Heaven's Cave inheritance, the Black Wind trade market didn't become much quieter. Instead, it became even more lively. The disciples of the three sects were all competing to discuss the various fortuitous encounters and opportunities in the Heaven's Cave inheritance, as well as the 9 powerful demonic beasts and the final endless staircase. Most people didn't have the chance to enter Heaven's Cave inheritance, so naturally they were listening with great interest. Su Yan didn't stay in Black Wind trade. She was currently in the limelight, so it wasn't suitable for her to leave Sky Tower. Everyone's eyes were focused on her, wanting to know if she had obtained the true inheritance. Yang Kai bought the herbs and tools he needed, and directly left Black Wind trade. Returning to Sky Tower, Yang Kai went to the coiling dragon stream. The Three Suns fruit tree where he usually meditated was still swaying in the wind. Maybe in a few years, it would bloom again, but that was destined to be a distant matter. Yang Kai rubbed his hands. He wanted to do something he had always wanted to do, but at that time his strength was too low, so it wasn't convenient for him to do it. Now that he had reached the Qi transforming stage, he finally had some capital. Finding a huge rock nearby, he tied it with the rope he bought. Using the rope, Yang Kai slowly descended to the bottom of the coiling dragon stream. He didn't know what kind of treasure was at the bottom of the coiling dragon stream, but it allowed Yang Kai to absorb Yang Qi to cultivate. But no matter what kind of treasure it was, the deeper he went, the stronger the Yang Qi would become. Yang Kai didn't have a big appetite. He didn't want to go deep into the coiling dragon stream to find the treasure. After all, the 11th Elder had sternly warned him not to go too deep, because even he would be in danger. That mysterious 11th Elder was at least an immortal Ascension boundary master. The danger he felt was enough to consign Yang Kai to eternal damnation, and shatter his bones. Chapter 160. Yang Kai just wanted to go down a bit more and absorb more Yang Qi for his cultivation. Moreover, beside the coiling dragon stream, the astral winds howled and the cultivation environment was really unbearable. If he could open up a hole in the cliff, he could avoid the pain of being exposed to the wind and sun. Putting together the rope he had bought, it was enough to support Kai Yang sliding down 1,000 feet. When he reached his limit, Yang Kai looked down, but the coiling dragon stream was still so deep that he couldn't see the bottom. He couldn't clearly see the situation below. His heart shivered, thinking that if the rope broke at this time, but the Yang Qi here was indeed much richer than above. Yang Kai was very satisfied. Looking around for a moment, he carefully knocked on the nearby rock wall and found a good spot. There was an ancient pine tree growing diagonally on the cliff. The dense pine leaves were like a huge umbrella. If he opened up a space under the ancient pine tree, this tree could shelter him from the wind and rain. It was a natural advantage. Making up his mind, Yang Kai forced out a drop of yang liquid from the dantian and condensed it at his fingertip, turning it into a blade and cutting into the rock wall in front of him. There wasn't much resistance. The sharpness of the yang liquid blade didn't disappoint Yang Kai's expectations, directly cutting through a rock. When Yang Kai was at the initial element boundary 3rd stage, the blade formed from yang liquid could destroy a common-grade mid-rank defensive artifact. Now that Yang Kai's strength had increased by a lot, cutting through the rock was naturally easy. There wasn't much yang liquid left in the dantian. Most of the yang liquid he obtained in the Heaven's Cave inheritance had been used up when he dual cultivated with Su Yan, so now he only had 4 or 5 drops left. After consuming 3 full drops of yang liquid, Yang Kai cut a hole in the rock wall in front of him that could accommodate one person and entered the hole. Yang Kai continued to cut, throwing the cut stones into the coiling dragon stream. After a long time, the sound of stones falling to the ground came from the coiling dragon stream. From this sound, Yang Kai could roughly estimate the depth of the coiling dragon stream. Calculating in his heart, he was secretly speechless. This coiling dragon stream was probably more than 10,000 meters deep. After half a day, the cave had expanded a lot, and the yang liquid in the dantian was also used up. Without Yang liquid, Yang Kai couldn't continue to open the cave with his own strength. Taking out a bottle from her bosom, this was the bottle that Xia Ning Chang had given to Kai Yang yesterday. Thinking of that little senior sister, Yang Kai felt a burst of guilt. Fortunately, he didn't do too much that night in the Nine Yin Mountain Valley. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to face. He ate a few pills. After condensing some Yang liquid, he continued to open up his own cave. While doing this, Kai Yang was filled with energy and excitement, not feeling the slightest bit tired. Looking at the gradually expanding cave, Kai Yang had the feeling of a master opening up his own secret cave mansion. A few days later, Yang Kai worked hard in the cave. When he ran out of Yang liquid, he would use the pills refined by Xia Ning Chang to replenish it. When he was thirsty, he would drink the morning dew from the pine trees, so he wasn't hungry. When one's strength reached the Qi transformation stage, it was fine to not eat for a month, but after a long time, one would still need to replenish. 7 days later, the cave could be considered to be completed. Yang Kai stood in the cave, looking at his masterpiece. He felt a sense of satisfaction. He laughed foolishly. Today's cave was twice as big as Yang Kai's wooden house. The closest place to the outside was the place where he cultivated. Sitting at the entrance of the cave, he couldn't feel the whistling wind under the coiling dragon stream. He could only hear the whimper of the wind. Compared to cultivating at the top, the environment was much better. Facing the entrance, there was a small stone room on the left. It wasn't very big, and was where Yang Kai prepared to store his things. The 3-leaved Chaos Spirit Flower and dead Jedi tree grass he bought from Black Wind Trade were stored inside. The stone room on the right was slightly larger and was used as a resting area. Inside it was a stone bed that Yang Kai had carved out for himself. The bed was smooth and flat. Yang Kai had carefully polished it for a long time, so even if he slept on it, he wouldn't feel uncomfortable at all. For some reason, Yang Kai cut this stone bed to be very big. It was enough to accommodate 2 to 3 people tossing and turning on it. Cough cough, it's better to be prepared, Yang Kai thought. There was another stone room in the middle. It was empty, but he didn't know what to put it in. This was Yang Kai's cave. Although it was simple, it was very warm inside. Compared to the wooden house, it was even more enjoyable. Generally, no one would come to the coiling dragon stream. In the future, if he had something that was inconvenient to carry, he could store it here without worrying about being found. Thinking about it, Yang Kai climbed up the rope. Along the way, he cut out a place where he could borrow strength. This way, in the future, he wouldn't need to rely on the rope to enter and exit the cave. It would also save him the worry of being found by someone following the rope. Untying the rope around the big stone, Yang Kai returned to the cave. After spending so many days, he had finally created a cultivation place that belonged to him. This kind of cultivation environment was much better than any of the other High Heaven Pavilion disciples. Not in a hurry to cultivate, Yang Kai just sat cross-legged at the entrance of the cave, enjoying the tranquil warmth. Suddenly remembering something, he reached into his chest and took it out. Yin Yang Monster Ginseng. This was a spiritual world spirit treasure. Since it was taken by Yang Kai, it had always been in his bosom. It didn't try to escape, nor did it struggle. At this moment, when he took it out, the human face on this world spirit treasure seemed to be smiling at Yang Kai. The old demon had said that this kind of thing could only grow in a strange place where Yin and Yang Qi coexisted. Previously, Yang Kai didn't know why the Heaven's Cave inheritance had a Yin Yang monster ginseng, but after obtaining the inheritance, he understood everything. That place was where the Yin Yang joyous unification arts inheritance lay, so it naturally made sense for this world spirit treasure to grow. Reaching out, Yang Kai dripped a drop of Yang liquid into the Yin Yang monster ginseng's body. In an instant, it absorbed the Yang liquid, and its expression became more and more pleasant. With a flash of light, the yin-yang monster ginseng flew out of Yang Kai's hand and curiously wandered around the simple cave mansion. Not long after, it found a place on its own, twisted its body, and took root, a look of enjoyment on its face. Along with the dense light, Yang Kai clearly felt that the yang qi below the coiling dragon stream was being continuously absorbed by it. Even the yang qi around him was becoming richer. It actually has such an effect? Yang Kai was shocked. With a thought, he undid the seal on the soul breaker all. The old demon's respectful voice immediately sounded, "Old servant greets young master. Take a look at this yin-yang monster ginseng." "What's the use?" Yang Kai asked. The old demon said, "This thing is born by absorbing yin and yang qi. This place is rich in yang qi, so it is a suitable environment for it to grow. However, if you're talking to me, don't beat around the bush," Yang Kai coldly snorted. The old demon trembled when he heard this. Although he had only known Yang Kai for a short time, he was really afraid of him. He had repeatedly sealed his soul inside the soul breaker all and punished him at every turn. The old demon had seen Yang Kai's decisiveness and ruthlessness, so he quickly said, "After all, it needs to absorb yin and yang qi. There is only yang qi in this place, so there is no need to worry too much about it in the short term, but as time passes, not only will it not grow, it may even wilt. For it, a solitary yang cannot grow, and a solitary yin cannot grow. This is the yin-yang monster ginseng. It lacks yin qi, doesn't it?" Yang Kai asked. Young master's words are correct. This was easy to deal with. He could just ask Su Yan to come and give it some yuan qi, then it should be able to solve this problem. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai asked with a strange expression, "Previously, if it met a man and woman who were of the same mind, when they were in love with each other, it would automatically split into two kinds of energy and disperse into the man and woman's body, right?" "Yes," the old demon replied, then was surprised, "Young master, you, cough cough." Before being sealed, Yang Kai was still a child, but after seeing Yang Kai this time, the old demon discovered that he had actually lost the innate pure yang qi that he had been born with. This was clearly the result of having close contact with a woman. "Who allowed you to spy on me?" Yang Kai coldly said. "Young master, please forgive old servant, I was only curious. I won't dare in the future. It's best if there is no next time," Yang Kai faintly reminded. Frowning, Yang Kai thought about a lot of things. Although he didn't know the origins of the old demon, he was very knowledgeable and knew a lot about the yin-yang monster ginseng, so what he said shouldn't be a lie. In that hall, when he and Su Yan were in love with each other, the yin-yang monster ginseng was nearby. However, it didn't transform into energy and integrate into his and Su Yan's bodies to bind them together. As such, there was only one explanation, and that was that the feelings between him and Su Yan had not yet reached the point of being of the same mind. Yang Kai could understand this. Although the two of them were already husband and wife, that was done under the guidance of the inheritance, not their own free will. If he really thought about it, if he didn't have the yin-yang joyous unification art, Su Yan would probably hate him for taking her virginity. Even if she didn't hate him, she wouldn't have any good feelings towards him, so how could they possibly be of the same mind? Su Yan hadn't completely opened her heart, and the same was true for Yang Kai. Even if he felt close to her now, he was willing to give up everything for her, including his life, but all of this was the result of the yin-yang monster ginseng art's special effects. The love between a man and a woman was not something that could be cultivated overnight, nor could it be cultivated through a set of secret arts. One day, even without the yin-yang monster ginseng art, the two of them would still treat each other as the most important person in their lives, and only then would they truly be of the same mind. The old demon's somewhat frivolous voice sounded, "Young master need not be discouraged. Old servant feels that women are generally very easy to coax. Since young master has already obtained their bodies, sooner or later, you will also capture their hearts, this old servant can guarantee with his life. Didn't you die a long time ago? Yang Kai chuckled. When Old Demon saw that Yang Kai wasn't annoyed, his courage grew a lot and he smiled. Yes, young master is right. Old servant swears with his soul that women will always have a special feeling for their first man. Young master only needs to use a little bit of skill to make them completely devoted to you. When that time comes, this yin-yang monster ginseng will be able to play a huge role. Old Demon nodded. Chapter 161. After he finished speaking, the Old Demon hesitated again. However, this yin-yang monster ginseng can only be used by one man and one woman. Those two girls are related to young master, so when the time comes, I'm afraid it will be somewhat troublesome to choose. 2. Yang Kai felt strange. When he heard the Old Demon mention them, Yang Kai thought it was a slip of the tongue, but after thinking about it for a moment, he suddenly understood. The Old Demon probably thought he had a relationship with the Hu sisters. After all, when he was sealed, he was climbing the endless stairs with Hu Jiao Air and Hu Mei Air. After being sealed, the Old Demon couldn't sense the situation outside, so naturally he didn't know what happened inside the hall. Not wanting to explain too much to him, Yang Kai simply said, "In the future, if I am alone with any woman, you seal your divine sense." He was afraid that when he was intimate with Su Yan in the future, he would forget the existence of the Old Demon. Hearing this, the Old Demon hurriedly cried out, "Young master, rest assured, although this old servant is evil, he will not do such things. It's good that you remember. This old servant will remember." After a moment of silence, the Old Demon said, "Young master, if you don't mind, this old servant would like to take a look at the bottom of this mountain stream." "Oh? What's down there?" Yang Kai couldn't help but become interested. He was also very curious about the bottom of the coiling dragon stream, but his current strength was insufficient, so there was no way he could explore it. "This old servant doesn't know what is down there, but I can feel a strong yang aura, which is nemesis to this old servant's soul. In addition, there is also a strong demonic chi. These two auras are opposites, so I don't know why they would appear here at the same time. To tell young master the truth, this old servant wants to use the demonic chi down there to restore the strength of his soul, so that he can help young master in the future." Yang Kai frowned. When the Old Demon said there was demonic chi down there, Yang Kai could understand. The coiling dragon stream was created by a single strike from a peerless devil, and that devil had also died under the coiling dragon stream, so it was natural that there would be traces of demonic chi left behind. However, the Old Demon wanted to use the evil demon chi to restore his divine soul. Yang Kai couldn't make up his mind. He did not know if he would be able to control the Old Demon after it grew stronger. If he couldn't control it, he would be shooting himself in the foot. However, after thinking about it, Yang Kai felt that he didn't need to worry too much. His strand of divine sense had fused with the Old Demon, so his life and death were in his hands. While Old Demon was anxiously waiting, Yang Kai nodded and said, "Go." He poured some yuan qi into the soul breaker all for the Old Demon to activate this secret treasure and release it. "Many thanks, young master." The Old Demon shed tears of gratitude. Wrapping himself around the soul breaker all, he transformed into a streak of black smoke and flew down the coiling dragon stream. After the Old Demon left, Yang Kai took out a small pouch from his bosom. This pouch belonged to Lan Chudai, and inside it were 2 seeds of pure heart. Her face flashed in front of his eyes, and Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. If this beautiful senior sister wasn't so scheming, she would definitely be very likable. The first time he met her was when he spent some money to buy her seeds in Black Wind trade. Later, they met again in Heaven's Cave Inheritance. It could be said that it was a kind of fate. They explored together, fought together, and were both from the same sect. It could be said that this was an unforgettable memory. If it weren't for her actions, Yang Kai would not have disliked her. In the end, she attacked Nyayong. Although it was to show goodwill to Yang Kai, it also let Yang Kai see her ruthlessness and reality. When she was useful to him, she would cover for him. Niayong had repeatedly looked for trouble with Yang Kai, but Lan Chudai had never said a good word for him. This was because at that time, Niayong was more useful than Yang Kai. At that time, if Lan Chudai had reprimanded him as a senior sister, Niayong would not have been so presumptuous. However, she didn't. Instead, it was Dui Shuang who stood on Yang Kai's side. When Niayong was no longer useful, she abandoned him like a worn-out shoe and even attacked him. Yang Kai didn't blame her for anything. Everyone had the right to choose their own life, others had no right to interfere. Perhaps she was realistic, perhaps she was indifferent, perhaps she was trying to curry favor with those in power, but that was her choice, that was her personality. Knowing this, he didn't want to have a deep relationship with her. He poured out the 2 seeds from the pouch and casually threw the pouch into the coiling dragon stream. Where should I plant these 2 seeds? Yang Kai looked around and found that this place was full of stone walls. It wasn't suitable for herbs to grow. After thinking about it, Yang Kai came up with an idea. At the base of the ancient pine above his cave, there was a soft place where ordinary pine trees could take root and grow. Since the pure heart was a spirit grass, its vitality was naturally more tenacious. Moreover, this spirit grass grew by absorbing the world's spiritual qi. There was no need to worry about it robbing the nutrients of the ancient pine tree. Making up his mind, Kai Yang dripped a drop of yang liquid onto one of the pure heart seeds. But what surprised him was that after the first drop of yang liquid, the seed didn't change as much as before. It wasn't until Kai Yang dripped a second drop that it became crystal clear and full. This was definitely an earth-grade high-grade spirit grass seed. Otherwise, it would not need to absorb 2 drops of yang liquid. Yang Kai didn't know where Lan Chudai had found this thing, but it was worth it to buy it for 1,000 gold taels. After planting the 2 seeds, Yang Kai returned to his cave and sat cross-legged at the entrance. He closed his eyes and slowly began to circulate his true Yang's secret art. He began to cultivate for the first time after entering the Qi transformation stage. Without warning, the Yuan Qi suddenly began to riot. Yang Kai's clothes and hair fluttered wildly in the wind. His expression suddenly became ferocious, looking somewhat frightening. Along with the Yuan Qi's riot, Yang Kai's heart also began to stir. It was a kind of crazy desire to find someone to fight, to make himself bleed, or to make others bleed. In the past, this kind of thought would only appear when he used the unyielding will. But now, just by circulating his true Yang's secret art, it appeared. This was not a problem with Yang Kai, nor was it a problem with the true Yang's secret art. It was a sign of the Qi transformation stage. Just as Su Yan had wanted to tell Yang Kai before, the Qi transformation stage was a very special stage for every cultivator. A cultivator started from body tempering, until the Yuan Qi in the body began to open, reaching the initial element stage, and then breaking through to the Qi transformation stage. At this time, the accumulation of Yuan Qi in the cultivator's body was quite large. It was so large that many cultivators were unable to completely control it. Because it was impossible to control it, the Yuan Qi would riot. Normally, when he didn't circulate his secret art and didn't use his Yuan Qi, he was no different from other people. But once he used his Yuan Qi, he would become like Yang Kai, giving people a very violent feeling. In fact, this was a very normal phenomenon. Because of the existence of this phenomenon, there were only 2 purposes for a Qi transformation stage cultivator to cultivate. The first was to continue to accumulate their Yuan Qi, improve their realm, and enhance their strength. This was a goal that would not change from the beginning to the end. The second was to control their strength in the process of accumulating Yuan Qi. Depending on the strength of each person, it would take a long time for a Qi transformation stage cultivator to completely control their Yuan Qi. But generally speaking, when a cultivator reached Qi transformation stage 7 or 8, they would be able to completely control their Yuan Qi. For example, Lan Chudai, whom Yang Kai had met before, was like this. When she was operating her Yuan Qi, there would not be any Yuan Qi riots. But Dui Shuang, Zuan, and Nia Yong were unable to do so. Although Dui Shuang was already at Qi transformation stage 6, once she fought with others, her gentle temperament would be affected by the Yuan Qi riots. The uniqueness of the Qi transformation stage made it very easy for a cultivator to have conflicts with others at this stage. Everyone's temper was not very good, and no one would admit defeat. Once there was a difference of opinion or displeasing to the eye, there would be a big fight, leading to bloody casualties everywhere. This was the stage where the death rate of a cultivator was the highest. In response to this situation, many Qi transforming stage martial artists would think of ways to calm their mind. They would either take pills or wear artifacts that could calm their mind. All of these could effectively suppress the impulsiveness and violence in their heart. At this time, the advantage of a cultivator who practiced cold attribute martial arts and cultivation methods was highlighted. Because of the cold attribute martial arts and cultivation methods, the Yuan Qi in their body was ice cold, making it easier for them to suppress the changes in their mind and safely pass through this stage. Yang Kai estimated that when Su Yan was in the Qi transformation stage, she did not have to worry about this problem. Her body and mind were already frozen, so how could the Yuan Qi go berserk? Throughout the Qi transformation stage, a cultivator would be improving their strength and fighting with the Yuan Qi in their body. If they succeeded, they would be able to control their own strength and not be affected by it. If they failed, they would be addicted to the pleasure of the sudden increase in strength and gradually lose their nature. Most of the evil spirits and demons came from this. They lost themselves in their own strength and enjoyed the pleasure of killing people, thus falling into the evil spirit path. Above the Qi transformation stage, because of the polarization of the cultivator's nature, it was called the separation and reunion stage. However, this stage was still quite far away from the current Yang Kai. At this moment, Yang Kai, after using the true Yang tactics, the Yuan Qi in his body showed signs of entering the Qi transformation stage. However, the influence of the Yuan Qi on his mind only lasted for a moment before it returned to normal. A cold feeling came from his chest. This was the effect of the frigid ice jade essence that Su Yan gave to Yang Kai. It was not the frigid ice jade essence's effect that calmed Yang Kai's mind, but he was not affected by the Yuan Qi at all. After trying for a long time, Yang Kai did not find anything wrong with it. With a thought, the Yuan Qi in his body was like an extension of his arm. It was abnormally flexible and there was no situation where it could not be controlled. This was a strange phenomenon. He was currently in the Qi transforming stage, and although he had the same signs as other martial artists on the surface, he was actually very different on the inside. Other people had to work hard to control their own strength, but Yang Kai did not have to. This was because the Yuan Qi was under his control from beginning to end, and there was not the slightest bit of disobedience. After thinking for a long time, Yang Kai felt that all of this had to do with him adapting to the unyielding will. When he used the unyielding will, he was bloodthirsty and excited, but his heart was very calm. He knew what he was doing and knew how to do it. He would not let the bloodthirsty excitement affect his judgment. This was a good thing. The Qi transformation stage cultivator had to go through 2 missions. Yang Kai had already completed one of them. All that was left was to accumulate strength. Chapter 162. Taking out an incense burner and lighting the incense, Yang Kai sat cross-legged at the entrance of the cave and began cultivating his true Yang secret art. Although the best way to obtain Yang liquid was to directly consume a Yang attribute spirit fruit or absorb the energy from a Yang inflammation stone, Yang Kai still wanted to cultivate his true Yang secret art. He wanted to use the incense to suppress the speed of his true Yang secret art, allowing his Yuan Qi to adapt to the suppression of the incense. In this way, when it came to battle, his Yuan Qi would circulate faster and his combat strength would increase. Suppression, in order to erupt when needed. Yang Kai cultivated for 2 whole days, except for adding herbs to the incense burner, he didn't touch it. The Yuan Qi in his body had increased very little, and circulating his true Yang secret art was also very difficult, but Yang Kai still enjoyed it. However, when he circulated his true Yang's secret art, he would unintentionally think of Su Yan's appearance. Every time he thought of her, he would recall everything that had happened in the hall, recalling her warm, moist, and delicate skin. Strange, why do I keep thinking of these things? Yang Kai was puzzled. Could it be that he really was a perverted demon who couldn't control himself once he broke through? That shouldn't be the case. In terms of willpower, Yang Kai was very confident. Unable to understand the reason, Yang Kai could only try his best to control himself and not let his imagination run wild. One night 2 days later, while Yang Kai was meditating, he suddenly opened his eyes and listened carefully for a long time, a strange look appearing on his face. He seemed to have heard the sound of someone fighting coming from above and also heard a cry of alarm. The cry was faintly familiar, but he couldn't hear it clearly. While he was hesitating, a few small stones suddenly fell in front of him. Yang Kai's face went cold and he immediately became vigilant. These small pebbles were clearly the result of someone climbing down from above. His secluded home had only been opened 2 days ago, how could it have been discovered? Who was this person? However, as the movement above him grew louder and louder, Yang Kai's vigilance gradually disappeared and was replaced by a kind of ecstasy. He didn't know why, but he could feel that this person was Su Yan. The restless yuan qi and accelerated blood flow in his body told him this. Perhaps it was because of the art of joyous union. Their previous dual cultivation had caused their yuan qi to fuse. It was because of this connection that they were able to sense each other when they were not far apart. Wasn't it once a month? Why did she come looking for him after being apart for only 10 days? A strange smile appeared on Yang Kai's face. Yang Kai told the old demon not to come back for the time being. He looked at the entrance of the cave with anticipation. A moment later, a white figure flew in from the outside. Without waiting for her to land, Yang Kai reached out and pulled her into his arms. Su Yan's body was very hot, and her heart was pounding against Yang Kai's chest. Under the hazy moonlight, Yang Kai could even see the faint blush on her face. She was still wearing the woman's hair bun and dressed like a young woman. This made her look even more mature and attractive. Yang Kai lowered his head and was about to kiss her. Wait a minute. Su Yan felt the hot breath on her face and resisted the throbbing sensation, gently pushing Yang Kai away. What's wrong? Yang Kai didn't force her. I didn't come alone. Su Yan looked at Yang Kai awkwardly. Only then did Kai Yang notice that she was actually carrying a person in her hand. This person was on her back and had not moved at all. If not for Su Yan's reminder, Yang Kai wouldn't have noticed. What's going on? Yang Kai was stunned. The scene in front of him made his brain feel a little short of oxygen. Su Yan came to find him, so why did she bring another person with her? Do you know her? Su Yan bit her lip and asked. Her expression was strange, a little guilty, and a little embarrassed. Let me see. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and lifted this person up, holding her in his arms. Be careful, she's a woman. Su Yan reminded him, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Ah. Yang Kai's face turned red. He was wondering why he felt something soft pressing against his arm. It turned out that the other party was a woman. Don't touch where you shouldn't. Su Yan glared at him. Yang Kai was embarrassed to death. He hurriedly turned the unknown woman around. After seeing her appearance, Yang Kai felt like he was struck by lightning and was petrified on the spot. Little senior sister? Yang Kai was stunned for a long time before he reacted. He never would have thought that the person Su Yan had brought over was actually Xia Ningchang. No wonder her back was so familiar. At this moment, Xia Ningchang's eyes were closed and her face was still covered by a veil. Her breathing was even, obviously she wasn't injured and was just unconscious. What the hell is going on? Yang Kai really couldn't figure out what was going on. His mind was in a mess. If it was Su Yan who came to find him in the middle of the night, Yang Kai could barely accept it. But she actually brought the unconscious Xia Ning Chang with her. This was somewhat inconceivable. Yang Kai was shocked when he remembered the sounds of battle he had just heard. He looked at Su Yan and asked, "Did you knock her out?" Su Yan's expression was a little unnatural. She nodded slightly and said, "I didn't hurt her. She's been here for the past few days. I wanted to come find you, but I couldn't, so I knocked her out." Yang Kai held his forehead and was speechless for a long time. Although Su Yan and Xia Ning Chang were both in the Yuan Qi realm, one was already in the Yuan Qi third stage and the other had just broken through. If they really fought, Xia Ning Chang definitely wouldn't be a match. What's more, Su Yan said that she knocked her out, so it was probably a sneak attack. This matter was troublesome. His little senior sister didn't have much of a temper. Once she woke up and explained, everything would be fine. But if this matter was found out by Meng Wuya, with his domineering nature, Yang Kai sweated just thinking about it. "She seems to care about you a lot. Do you know each other?" Su Yan looked at Yang Kai and asked. Yang Kai didn't deny it. He carried Xia Ning Chang inside and placed her on the stone bed. Looking at her sleeping face, Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she wasn't hurt. If she was, he really didn't know how to deal with the aftermath. Su Yan didn't say anything and just quietly watched. "You came to find me so late. What's the matter?" Yang Kai hugged her and sat on the edge of the bed. Su Yan unnaturally twisted her body and pursed her lips. After a long time, she said, "Nothing. So you missed me?" Yang Kai smiled. Su Yan gently nodded her head. Yang Kai was about to make his next move when Su Yan suddenly reached out and covered his mouth. She sternly said, "This is very unusual. I cultivate Ice Heart's secret art. Nothing can affect my heart, so this is impossible. But now, when I cultivate, I begin to think of you. The more I suppress it, the more I think of you. I also miss you." These words immediately caused Su Yan's body to soften, unable to muster even the slightest strength to resist. "We'll talk about this later." Yang Kai pushed Su Yan down on the stone bed and wantonly roamed his hands. Her breathing became heavier and heavier, and her clothes gradually became messy. Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked at her. Through the reflection of the hazy moonlight, he could see Su Yan's jade-like skin faintly discernible, her tall and straight twin peaks exuding an alluring luster under her thin corset. Her pair of slender legs were partially visible, and a delicate fragrance wafted into his nostrils along with her gentle breath. Her face, her nose, her lips, and her tightly closed, trembling eyes were all as beautiful as a dream that would shatter upon waking up. Her expression was nervous and expectant. Pure as ice, pure as jade, the goddess that all the male disciples of the three sects yearned for was lying under him, allowing him to taste her. Especially the layer of pure and holy light on her face, at this moment, revealed a different kind of charm. Yang Kai was full of vigor. How could he resist such temptation? A warm current surged into his dantian as he bent down and kissed every inch of Su Yan's delicate skin. She trembled, unconsciously twisting, and moaning again and again. After a long time, Yang Kai gently penetrated deeper. Her body was filled to the brim. After Su Yan experienced a slight discomfort, the convulsive taste swallowed her like a tide. She reservedly cooperated. Even if she covered her mouth with her hands, there were still sounds of babbling coming out. Inside the stone room, there was a riot of falling petals and a delicate fragrance. After the wind and rain, the two snuggled together awkwardly. It wasn't because of the awkwardness of facing each other, but because after such a long battle, the two finally remembered that there was still Xia Ning Chang beside them. She was sleeping less than half a foot away from them. Fortunately, she was in a coma. Not only was Yang Kai rejoicing, but Su Yan was also very scared. They didn't know why, but when they were dual cultivating, they only had each other in their hearts. They didn't care about Xia Ning Chang at all. Hugging the beauty in his arms, Yang Kai took the initiative to speak. Su Yan, I don't think this is a problem between you and me. Su Yan gently nodded. Her soft long hair scattered on Yang Kai's chest, lifting up a lot when he moved slightly. It should be because of the joyous unification art. When you and I cultivate, we can't help but think of each other. Moreover, with your situation, the more you cultivate, the more you will think of each other. Su Yan gently punched Yang Kai lightly, scolding him for speaking so bluntly. I haven't cultivated much these days, so my feelings aren't as deep as yours. Yang Kai told the truth. He had only cultivated for 2 days, and when he cultivated, he was suppressed by the strange fragrance, so his situation was much better than Su Yan's. It seems that you and I are destined to be tied together. Yang Kai smiled happily. We can't do that. Su Yan firmly said, if you and I are together, we can't control the thoughts in our hearts. Then what do you want to do? Yang Kai asked. Suppress it, do your best to suppress it. We can't become slaves to the joyous unification art. We are cultivating it, not it controlling us. Su Yan had clearly made a decision. After speaking, she gently looked up at Yang Kai. I know this is a bit cruel to you. The ice heart's secret art I cultivate gives me a great advantage when suppressing my heart, but you are different. Your Yuan Qi is full of yang energy. Once it surges out, it will be much more violent than mine. Chapter 163. I understand. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. If you really can't suppress it, you can go find another woman. Su Yan's long eyelashes flickered, her expression serious. That's not necessary, I'm not a pervert. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Su Yan slowly shook her head. You don't understand, when that kind of feeling surges up and you're not by my side. I came to find you 2 days ago, but this junior sister Xia has been nearby. I had no choice but to make a move on her. I hope she won't blame me when she wakes up. Is that feeling very strong? Yang Kai frowned. He naturally understood what kind of temperament Su Yan had. For such a pure and innocent woman to shamelessly ask for something from him, it could be imagined what kind of limit she had reached. Very strong, so strong that my body and mind trembled. Su Yan said seriously, so, I don't object to you finding another woman. Yang Kai felt a little guilty after hearing her words, but he didn't dare to say anything without full confidence. Su Yan shrank into Yang Kai's arms and glanced to the side. For example, this junior sister Xia is a very good candidate. I see that she cares about you a lot. Although she's wearing a veil, she's definitely a beautiful person. Her strength isn't low, her heart is kind, and her temper is gentle. You might as well interact with her more. If you can't hold on and I'm not by your side, there will be someone who can comfort you. You can't say that, the consequences are very serious. Yang Kai felt a headache whenever he thought of Meng Wuya. How did you two meet? Yang Kai briefly explained what happened in the Nine Mountain Valley, but he didn't mention the kiss. It wasn't that Yang Kai wanted to hide it from Su Yan, but this matter involved Xia Ningchang's reputation, so how could he casually talk about it? So it's like that, then I have to thank her. After listening, Su Yan couldn't help but have a good impression of Xia Ningchang. The 9 yuan condensing dew that Yang Kai gave her was from Xia Ningchang. When she wakes up, find a time to apologize. Senior sister Xia won't blame you. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Yes. I will. The two of them hugged each other until the middle of the night and exchanged many intimate words. Around midnight, Su Yan got up and put on her clothes. I should go. Su Yan said softly. Leaving Kai Yang, for her, was also a kind of tempering and test of her mind. Don't be in a hurry to leave. Yang Kai pulled her to the entrance of the cave and pointed at the yin-yang monster ginseng. Give it some yuan qi first. What is this? Su Yan squatted down and looked at the yin-yang monster ginseng in confusion, and couldn't help but ask, "It's actually smiling at me, is it a world spirit treasure?" "Yes, it's a kind of heaven and earth spirit creature that absorbs yin qi and yang qi to survive. There's only yang qi here, so I need you to replenish the yin qi." Su Yan didn't hesitate. She touched the yin-yang monster ginseng and poured the yuan qi from her body into it, making the world spirit creature's expression much happier. After a while, Su Yan took back her hand, stood up, and hugged Yang Kai. After hugging, she turned and left. Yang Kai smiled and looked at her back, and didn't ask her to stay. It wasn't until Su Yan's body was about to disappear that Yang Kai suddenly remembered something and quickly asked, "By the way, when will senior sister Xia wake up?" "Tomorrow." Su Yan's voice came from afar. She didn't take Xia Ning Chang with her. She deliberately stayed here because she wanted Yang Kai to have more contact with her. As for what Yang Kai would say when the girl woke up, she didn't need to worry. With Yang Kai's intelligence, it would be easy for him to make up a lie and win her favor. After leaving Yang Kai's cave mansion, Su Yan flew to the top of the coiling dragon stream. Su Yan turned her head and looked back, her heart filled with guilt and uneasiness. At this moment, she felt like a bad woman. She wanted to rush over and give Yang Kai a good beating, then leave satisfied. As soon as this thought arose, Su Yan's face turned red. Su Yan blamed herself on the top of the coiling dragon stream. Yang Kai stood at the entrance of the cave, his heart in a mess. After thinking for a while, he began to sweat. He suddenly remembered that he had neglected a very important matter. According to Su Yan, she used a drug to make Xia Ning Chang faint. However, she didn't know what kind of physique Xia Ning Chang had. Sacred spirit medicine body. It was the best medicine furnace in the world. Combined with her secret art, she could refine all the energy in the world into pills. When it came to alchemy, Xia Ning Chang was a grandmaster. How could such a person be knocked out by a mere drug? Even if she had fainted at the time, she certainly wouldn't have woken up until dawn. With her special physique, she would have woken up in just a moment. No way. Yang Kai was sweating profusely, his body stiffened as he stood at the entrance of the cave, not daring to move for a full 2 hours. Yang Kai had the urge to dig a hole and crawl into it. After a long time, Yang Kai mechanically turned around and walked step by step towards the stone room where the stone bed was placed. Inside the sealed stone room, there was still a damp smell. As he approached, Kai Yang could clearly feel that Xia Ning Chang's breathing had changed. Although it was very small, if one didn't pay close attention, they wouldn't be able to detect it. However, Kai Yang's attention was completely focused on Xia Ning Chang, so how could such a small change escape his notice? This was really awkward. After wiping his face, Yang Kai braced himself and walked over to Xia Ning Chang's side and slowly sat down. Since this little senior sister was placed on the stone bed, she had been lying there without moving. Her soft breasts slowly rose and fell with her breathing. Her well-proportioned and petite body only occupied one side of the stone bed. Her slender and beautiful legs were straight, and she was wearing a long green dress. This empty stone room was full of spring. Kai Yang stared at her quietly, not even blinking once. As expected, Xia Ning Chang's breathing had changed again. Her heartbeat had also become much more rapid. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and a faint blush appeared on her face. "Ai." Yang Kai let out a long sigh. He bent down and whispered into Xia Ning Chang's ear, little senior sister, little senior sister." Xia Ning Chang didn't move and didn't open her eyes. It was as if she was really unconscious. Yang Kai helplessly said, "I'm going to lift your veil." Speaking of which, Yang Kai had never seen her real face since he met her. Every time Xia Ning Chang appeared, her face was covered by a veil. Even when they kissed in the Nine Valley, she only lifted a corner of her veil and didn't reveal her full face. It was impossible for Yang Kai to not be curious about her appearance. But he wasn't so bored as to ask to see her face. At this moment, Yang Kai had no choice but to do this. As he spoke, he reached out and lifted the veil, slowly lifting it up. From beginning to end, Yang Kai had been observing the changes in Xia Ningchang's expression. But even when he was about to lift the veil, Xia Ningchang didn't resist at all. She really could endure it. Yang Kai was in awe. After testing a few more times and confirming that she really wouldn't wake up, Yang Kai finally put down the veil. He laughed strangely and said, "Little senior sister, if you don't wake up, I'm going to, humph humph humph." This laughter was full of meaning and was full of intonation. Its deep meaning was self-evident. As he spoke, Yang Kai spread his 10 fingers and shook Xia Ningchang's lower abdomen as if he had chicken claws. Once he touched her, he immediately retracted his fingers, causing waves of strange sounds. Xia Ningchang couldn't help but move her body. The corners of her mouth uncontrollably curved upwards. But she still didn't open her eyes. She let him torture her as she lay there unconscious. Yang Kai threatened her for a long time. He even pretended to grab her breasts, but she ignored him. "Fine, you really are unconscious." After a long battle of wits and courage, Yang Kai had no choice but to admit defeat. He faintly sighed, "Little senior sister, sleep well. When dawn comes, you won't remember anything." After saying this, Yang Kai got up and walked to the entrance of the cave to continue meditating. The night passed in silence. When dawn came, Yang Kai walked in again and looked at Xia Ningchang. He couldn't help but be speechless. It was really difficult for her to maintain this position for an entire night. He didn't know if her body was numb or not. After thinking about it, Yang Kai turned her over and let her lie on her side on the stone bed. After doing this, Yang Kai followed the passage he had cut out and climbed to the top of the coiling dragon stream. When it came to Xia Ningchang, Yang Kai wasn't worried at all. Whether she was awake or unconscious, this little senior sister had a simple temperament. Even if she bumped into him and Su Yan, she wouldn't pose any threat to him. Walking all the way to the interior of High Heaven Pavilion, as he passed by the contribution hall, Old Man Meng enthusiastically called out, "Little Yang Kai." Yang Kai's face suddenly changed, but he pretended not to hear, and in a flash, he disappeared. Why did he run? Old Man Meng frowned for a long time, but couldn't remember how he had offended him. How could he know that Yang Kai was feeling guilty because of last night's events? "Greetings, Treasurer Meng." A group of High Heaven Pavilion disciples respectfully saluted Treasurer Meng. Before the Heaven's Cave inheritance appeared, how could Old Man Meng receive such treatment? Everyone only thought of him as a small shopkeeper. But since that day when he showed off his strength and suppressed the entire Blood Battle gang, everyone knew that this somewhat lecherous shopkeeper was actually a master who didn't show off his strength. Who would dare be the slightest bit presumptuous in front of him? Each and every one of them was more well-behaved than a rabbit. Seeing that Old Man Meng didn't chase after him, Yang Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As he walked, he saw many people gathered in front of the Martial Skill Pavilion, bustling with noise and excitement. Standing in place and listening for a moment, Yang Kai suddenly understood what was going on. With the opening of the Heaven's Cave inheritance this time, many disciples had obtained various martial skills and cultivation methods through different channels. With regards to these martial skills and cultivation methods, the sect was naturally interested in collecting them and using them to fill the sect's martial skills pavilion. If a disciple was willing to contribute their martial skills and secret arts to the sect, they would receive some contribution points as a reward, and the rewards were quite generous. It wasn't only High Heaven Pavilion that did this, Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall also had such a reward system. Yang Kai himself had obtained 2 sets of martial skills from the Heaven's Cave inheritance. One was the Burning Sun Burst, the other was the Star Mark, but he wasn't interested in submitting them, especially the Star Mark, which was his own unique weapon. Chapter 164. However, if someone was willing to exchange martial skills with him, he could give up the Scorching Sun's Burst. However, the sect strictly forbade disciples from exchanging martial skills privately, which made him feel quite regretful. Just as he was about to take a step forward, a cold shout came from not far away, Yang Kai. Turning his head towards the source of the voice, Yang Kai's brow wrinkled slightly. The person who shouted was a 26 or 27-year-old youth. Yang Kai recognized this person. It was Chao Zhengwen from the disciplinary hall. A few months ago, he was the one who ordered him, Li Yuntian and the others to be thrown into the forest prison. Chao Zhengwen walked in front of Yang Kai with his hands behind his back. His expression was indifferent, his eyes cold. "Brother, do you need something?" Chao Zhengwen coldly snorted. Without speaking, he waved his hand and threw an object directly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai stretched out 2 fingers and caught the object. His calm expression made Chao Zhengwen's face tremble. He obviously didn't expect that his hidden energy would be so easily neutralized by Yang Kai. "What is this?" Yang Kai looked at the object in his hand. It was a letter, but he didn't immediately open it. "A promotion order." Chao Zhengwen explained with a straight face, "According to the order of the Elder Council, trial disciple Yang Kai has broken through to the initial element stage and is promoted to an ordinary disciple." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "Promoted?" "Correct." Chao Zhengwen nodded. "You have been in the sect for 3 years, but you haven't broken through to the tempered body stage, so you were demoted to a trial disciple. However, since you diligently cultivated and finally broke through to the initial element stage, the Elder Council has decided to give you a promotion opportunity." "Opportunity?" Yang Kai understood the meaning behind his words. Chao Zhengwen said meaningfully, "As long as you complete the task given by the Elder Council, you can be promoted from a trial disciple to an ordinary disciple. In the history of High Heaven Pavilion, only you have received this honor. This is a rare opportunity. Junior brother Yang, you must properly grasp it. Whether or not you can make a comeback will depend on this opportunity." "Not interested." Yang Kai waved his hand and threw the promotion order back to Chao Zheng. Chao Zhengwen's expression changed. He raised his hand and took it, saying sternly, "Yang Kai, this is the order of the Elder Council. Do you dare to refuse?" "What happened to the Council of Elders?" Yang Kai said impatiently, "I don't steal, I don't rob, I'm just an honest High Heaven Pavilion trial disciple. Do they still want to force me to advance?" Although Yang Kai didn't know what the mission in the letter was, he knew that it wouldn't be easy to complete. It might even be very dangerous. "So you're the kind of person who is content with mediocrity." Chao Zhengwen laughed sarcastically. Speaking of which, this promotion order should have been given to Yang Kai when he was rescued by Su Yan from the forest prison. However, after Yang Kai went to the Nainin Valley with Xia Ning Chang, the Heaven's Cave inheritance order appeared again 2 days after they returned. It had been delayed until now. "Whether I'm mediocre or not, it's not up to you to say." Yang Kai curled his lips and walked past Chao Zhengwen. "Yang Kai!" Chao Zhengwen shouted, attracting the attention of many High Heaven Pavilion disciples, "Don't think that because you obtained some opportunities in the Heaven's Cave inheritance you can act so arrogantly. You're not the only one who had a fortuitous encounter there. You dare to ignore the Elder Council's order, you know the consequences." Scram! Yang Kai turned around and roared at Chao Zhengwen with a murderous look on his face. The latter was stunned for a moment, and by the time he reacted, Yang Kai had already disappeared. In front of the martial skill pavilion, there was silence. Many High Heaven Pavilion disciples who had just witnessed the scene were secretly shocked. Yang Kai had actually ignored the Elder Council's order. This was simply unbelievable. For them, the Elder Council's order was the golden rule. Once the order was given, even if it was a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, they had to rush through it. When had they ever dared to refuse? But just now, a trial disciple in front of them had refused the Elder Council's order. Wasn't this defying the rules? Did he still have any respect for the elders? Many people admired Kai Yang in their hearts, but at the same time, they also secretly scolded him. They thought that Kai Yang was probably a person who was content with mediocrity, so he refused the promotion order. Chao Zhengwen stood in place with an ashen face. The promotion order in his hand had been crushed by him, and he was both annoyed and at a loss for what to do. The great elder had personally told him that no matter what, Yang Kai had to accept this promotion order and complete the task. As for what the task was, Chao Zhengwen had secretly glanced at it. Go to the ash-gray cloud evil land alone and kill a demon cultivator whose strength was not lower than his own. This task could be said to be simple, but it could also be said to be difficult. The ash-gray cloud evil land was a place where countless evil cultivators gathered. If one could meet a lone demon cultivator, naturally it would be easy to complete the task, but if one's luck was bad and they encountered a powerful demon cultivator, even the elders would not be able to escape. Chao Zhengwen had thought that Yang Kai would accept the task no matter what, but he had not expected him to be so bold as to refuse the Elder Council's order in front of so many people. How could he explain this? Standing in place for a long time, Chao Zhengwen bitterly clenched his teeth and turned to leave. Early in the morning, his mood was ruined by Chao Zhengwen, so Yang Kai's face was somewhat gloomy. If it were not for that person asking him to come to High Heaven Pavilion 3 years ago, he would not have come all the way here. But why did that person ask him to come to High Heaven Pavilion? What did this place have to do with him? After entering the sect for more than 3 years, Yang Kai had experienced the fickleness of the world and the fickleness of human nature. He did not have the slightest sense of belonging to High Heaven Pavilion. If there was any sense of nostalgia, it was probably only Su Yan. But this sense of nostalgia had only arisen recently. Right, there was also Xia Ning Chang. When he got along with this little senior sister, he felt very warm. While walking, someone hurriedly caught up with him from behind. With a whiff of fragrant wind, a person shouted, "Junior brother Yang." Yang Kai stopped in his tracks and turned his head to look. The person who had come was actually Lan Chudai. Although the conflict in Heaven's Cave inheritance was not very pleasant, after all, they were fellow disciples. Moreover, she did not provoke him. Yang Kai patiently greeted her, "Senior sister Lan." Lan Chudai smiled. Perhaps it was because she was gasping for breath, but her large chest trembled. She seemed to have forgotten everything that had happened in Heaven's Cave inheritance. She looked at Yang Kai with a natural expression and said, "I thought that you would never talk to me again. Senior sister, you worry too much." Yang Kai smiled gently. Lan Chudai's bright eyes stared at Yang Kai and said with a smile, "I was wrong in Heaven's Cave inheritance. Junior brother, I hope that master will not hold a grudge against me." She was a smart woman. She bluntly pointed out what happened in the Heaven's Cave of inheritance and brushed it over lightly, which made her seem more sincere and not hypocritical. Not to mention that Yang Kai was not a petty person. Even if he had a problem with her, at this moment, it would be resolved. Yang Kai smiled faintly and shook his head, "Senior sister is too serious. It is not a big deal. Junior brother, I feel much better now that you have said so." Lan Chudai covered her full chest with her hands. Her expression was as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. She immediately frowned and said, "Junior brother, you were too reckless today. Why did you refuse the order of the elders? You will be in trouble. Didn't Chao Zhengwen say that I am a mediocre person? Since I am mediocre, I don't need to think about promotion. What's wrong with being a trial disciple?" Seeing that Lan Chudai was about to speak, Yang Kai frowned and said, "I don't want to talk to anyone today. Please forgive me. Goodbye." Lan Chudai was startled and nodded with a smile. She could naturally see that although Yang Kai's tone was very calm, there was still a hint of coldness between his eyebrows. At this time, if she continued to pester him, it would only annoy him. After saying goodbye to Lan Chudai, Yang Kai returned to his cave mansion. Xia Ning Chang was nowhere to be seen. He should have already left. Not only that, but there were also 2 potted plants. Yang Kai felt that they were familiar. It took him a long time to remember that they should be the 2 pots that were placed in front of the contribution hall counter. He often saw old man Meng take care of these 2 pots, but now they were moved to this place by Xia Ning Chang. In High Heaven Pavilion, because of Yang Kai's refusal, there was a surging undercurrent. In the first elder's residence, Chao Zhengwen reported the events of the morning with great indignation. After listening to the report, Wei Shitong choked on his tea. He refused. The great elder thought of countless possibilities, but he never thought that Yang Kai would be so bold. Yes. Chao Zhengwen was still furious, he said. Not only did he refuse, he even slandered the elder council's prestige in front of so many junior martial brothers and sisters. Grand Elder, he shone with an unknown martial art in the Heaven's Cave of Heritage. I'm afraid because of this, he became arrogant and thought that he was a big shot, so he didn't put the Elder Council in his eyes. This person must be severely punished, otherwise it will be difficult to convince others. If in the future the Elder Council issues an order, any disciple can refuse, then you shut up. Wei Shitong slammed the table and looked at Chao Zhengwen angrily. If he refuses, can't you force the order on him and make him accept it? Chao Zhengwen was at a loss. He thought to himself, if he refused, why would I make trouble for myself? Isn't this the same as putting my face on someone's cold butt? His refusal is a good thing. I can use this opportunity to teach him a lesson. Why does the great elder have such a reaction? But looking at the great elder's gloomy face, Chao Zhengwen did not dare to say anything. Go, no matter what, even if you kneel down and beg him, make him accept this order. Wei Shitong thought for a while and said in a deep voice. Ah. Chao Zhengwen was stunned. Kneel down and beg? What are you waiting for? The great elder slapped the table into smithereens. Yes. Chao Zhengwen did not dare to stay and quickly left. In the second elder's pavilion, Su Xuanwu was sitting cross-legged on the ground. In front of him was a chessboard with black and white pieces crisscrossing. The black pieces were imposing, surrounding the white pieces but not killing them. This was a lifeless endgame. A disciple beside him was reporting something. After hearing the report, Su Xuanwu revealed a strange expression. He refused? That disciple said respectfully, yes, brazenly and condescendingly refused. Su Xuanwu's expression kept changing. After a while, he laughed. Good refusal, good refusal. Eldest senior brother, oh eldest senior brother, you've shot yourself in the foot. I'm afraid this isn't a good feeling. Chapter 165. That day when Treasurer Meng had taken the sect master's jade pendant to the Elder Council to promote Kai Yang to an ordinary disciple, Wei Shitong had wanted to play some tricks. His original intention was to test Kai Yang, but he had not expected that things would not go as he had expected. Kai Yang's rejection had directly caused his initiative to become passive, catching him off guard. Thinking of this, Su Xianwu felt a burst of joy. Second Elder, don't we need to take action? Yang Kai's refusal will surely bring him trouble. The disciple asked again. No. Su Xianwu slowly shook his head. There is no need to worry about this, we just need to watch the show. Yes. Although the disciple did not understand why, he did not dare to refute. Wei Shitong, Wei Shitong, I want to see how you explain this to the sect master. With a confident expression, Su Xianwu placed the white piece in his hand. The lifeless situation suddenly showed signs of recovery, and the besieged white piece raised its head like a dragon, faintly showing signs of breaking out. Yang Kai naturally did not know that his unintentional action would involve so many people. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged at the entrance of the cave, his mind calm. A day later, Yang Kai stood up and called out to the old demon in his heart. A moment later, a black chi flew out from the coiling dragon stream and wrapped around Yang Kai's fingers before disappearing. What did you find down there? Yang Kai asked. Old servant did not dare to go too deep, only absorbing some demonic chi 1,000 feet down, but did not find much. But young master can rest assured, after old servant recovers some of his strength, he will definitely go deeper to investigate. The old demon's voice sounded. Yang Kai nodded, squatting down and touching the yin-yang monster ginseng, feeding it a drop of yang liquid and saying, "Stay here and absorb yang qi. Remember, if those two women are not here, you must run away, understand?" The yin-yang monster ginseng's facial features showed a look of understanding. "Young master, are you going somewhere far away?" the old demon asked. "I'm going out for a walk, you come with me." "Of course." The old demon's tone was somewhat excited. "Young master, on this trip, if you encounter anyone you want to kill, do not let them go. Old servant's soul breaking all has lost its spirituality and needs a person's soul to repair it. The more souls it absorbs, the stronger the breaking all's effect will. If it can be completely repaired, hey, with one less master, you can dominate the world." Yang Kai smiled faintly, obviously he was not fooled by the old demon's words. He had his own reasons to go out. First, if Yang's to stay. Secondly, he had also considered the fact that Su Yan was currently cultivating the joyous unification art, making it impossible for her to control her own desires. If he stayed here, it would be very difficult for her to control her desires once they surged out. The ice heart art she cultivated was destined to not be able to shake her heart too much. If he left, it would be the same as helping her cut off all means of retreat. She would have to resist with all her strength, which would be of great benefit to her cultivation. The third point was due to personal considerations. Cultivating in the chi transformation stage was not as simple as just meditating. Only by experiencing life and death would one be able to quickly grow. Thinking of the gap in strength between him and Su Yan, Yang Kai felt that he could no longer stay in the sect and live a comfortable life. Leaving a letter in the cave, Yang Kai packed lightly and left High Heaven Pavilion under the cover of night. In a tree branch that Yang Kai could not see, a green figure stood there. She did not say anything to persuade him to stay, nor did she come forward to say goodbye. Instead, she just quietly watched him. The night wind blew, blowing the thin veil, revealing a face so beautiful it could cause the downfall of a country. After a long time, an old voice sounded behind her, "Disciple, it's late at night, you should rest early." His tone was full of helplessness and love. Xia Ning Chang hugged her arms, feeling a little cold. After leaving High Heaven Pavilion, Yang Kai couldn't think of a good place to go, so he just randomly chose a direction, and with a flash of light under his feet, he dashed off. In one night, he was 200 to 300 li away from High Heaven Pavilion. After a night of rapid travel, Yang Kai's mind was immersed in an atmosphere of enlightenment. He felt the changes in the yuan qi in his legs. Every time his speed increased, there would be an inexplicable movement, and he was looking forward to finding a reasonable pattern. Since the 9-yin mountain valley, Yang Kai had roughly understood how to use yuan qi to increase his speed. After experimenting with the Heaven's Cave inheritance a few times, the results were not bad. However, this was only a rough use of yuan qi, and there was no fixed pattern. When facing an enemy, powerful martial skills were important, but if one had exquisite footwork, it could also make a person like a tiger that had grown wings, making it easier to deal with the enemy's attacks. This was something that Yang Kai deeply experienced when he killed Long Hui. At that time, Long Hui had relied on a set of footwork to play with Yang Kai for a long time. Footwork was something that Yang Kai currently lacked the most. Yang Kai knew that he was only a small cultivator in the chi transformation stage, so it was impossible for him to create exquisite footwork. However, he could find the most reasonable and effective way to use yuan qi from his own walking and running. He could think about how to increase his speed, and how to use the smallest amount of yuan qi to its maximum effect. The things that he comprehended might not be very high level, and might not be useful to others, but it was definitely the most suitable for himself. Powerful martial skills were created by those with profound strength through endless comprehension. It was the condensation of one's own strength and thoughts. While comprehending, Yang Kai's movements were strange. His face was full of confusion, as if he had lost his soul, but his legs were moving non-stop. Sometimes he would dash a few dozen li to the east, sometimes he would turn south and walk slowly for a few dozen li, sometimes he would turn west, and sometimes he would turn north. Crossing mountains and crossing rivers, his speed was sometimes fast and sometimes slow, and his direction was uncertain. Occasionally, he would crash into a big tree, or fall into a puddle, causing his clothes to be torn and tattered. However, Yang Kai did not care about this at all. Only when his strength was exhausted, would he stop temporarily and look for some wild animals to fill his stomach. After he recovered, he would continue this aimless journey. Seeing this, Old Demon was secretly startled. With his knowledge and experience, he naturally knew what Yang Kai was doing. It was only because Old Demon knew what he was doing that he was shocked. A mere cultivator in the Qi transformation stage was actually able to fall into such a deep state of comprehension. It was as if his body and mind were one. This completely subverted the Old Demon's understanding. Although he admired him, the Old Demon did not think much of it. After all, Yang Kai's strength was too low. Even if he was comprehending and creating, it was impossible for him to obtain anything too profound. According to the Old Demon's opinion, instead of running around blindly, it was better to find a place to refine some secret treasures that could carry people. With the help of secret treasures, there was no need to use his feet to travel. However, thinking about Yang Kai's personality, the Old Demon did not dare to say his opinion. This was because the secret treasure refining methods he knew were all extremely evil. It required melting the human body and sealing the human soul. If he said this out loud, he would definitely be spurned by Yang Kai. After more than 10 days, Yang Kai was still immersed in his comprehension. He did not know how many li he had run. There was no progress in his comprehension of his own footwork, but he did have some experience in controlling Yuan Qi. It was really an unintentional willow that turned out to be a shade. In the past, whenever Yang Kai's speed increased sharply, 2 flames would appear under his feet. But now, the flames were no longer visible. Even the fluctuations of Yuan Qi could not be felt. When he was running, there was no trace to be found. It was smooth and natural. Not only that, the traces of Yuan Qi's riot gradually calmed down. It was no longer like when he had just advanced. When Yuan Qi moved, people could see through it at a glance. Another few days passed. Yang Kai, who was running, suddenly slowed down. It was as if he was strolling in a courtyard. After a while, his figure was in a trance. When he reappeared, he was already more than 10 zhang away. Before he could stabilize himself, he was in a trance again. When this figure dissipated, Yang Kai returned to his original position. It was as if he had never moved. His light steps were still leisurely moving forward. After a while, this strange situation appeared again. But this time, Yang Kai's figure flickered more than before. Day after day of comprehension and experimentation, Yang Kai's figure finally flickered 7 times. When he stopped, he was already more than 100 zhang away. His face was a little red. He took a deep breath and a smile appeared on Yang Kai's face. The Old Demon's voice sounded at the right time. "Congratulations, young lord, on refining your own footwork. This old servant admires young lord's divine power. Don't flatter me." Yang Kai smiled faintly. "In your opinion, what do you think of this footwork?" The Old Demon pondered for a moment and then said, "Young lord, do you want to hear the truth or lies?" "Let me hear the lies first." The Old Demon's voice immediately sounded, "This footwork is unparalleled in the world. It doesn't seem to exist in the mortal world. There are no traces of movement, just like the antelope hanging its horns. This old servant is ashamed. I have never seen such exquisite footwork in my life. I really don't know how to evaluate it. Yang Kai laughed heartily. What you said is too fake. Tell me the truth. Hee. The old demon smiled and said seriously, young lord, you created this footwork while in the chi transformation stage. This old servant really admires you. However, this footwork is not perfect. What young lord is feeling now is too rough. If you use this footwork to deal with a cultivator of the same level, there shouldn't be a big problem. But if you meet an opponent who is stronger than young lord, I'm afraid it will be difficult to use. Moreover, this footwork is a small area movement technique. It's not suitable for long-distance travel. Moreover, I see that young lord can only use this footwork 7 times. I'm afraid that's your limit. Yes. Yang Kai nodded, acknowledging the old demon's words. His current strength was still too low. He couldn't feel anything too deep. He was already very satisfied to be able to create a footwork that belonged to him. When his strength increased in the future, it wouldn't be impossible for him to feel and correct it. Moreover, his harvest was not only to create this footwork, but also to learn how to hide his own yuan qi fluctuations during his travels. When he wasn't fighting, Yang Kai looked no different from a normal person. Even if he fought, he wouldn't be like the mad demon like before, unless he used the unyielding will. Chapter 166. These benefits were not something that could be obtained by meditating in his own cave. Yang Kai was glad that he had decided to come out. How many days have I been gone? Yang Kai asked. 35 days, the old demon replied. It had been so long, but Yang Kai did not feel the passage of time at all. He did not expect that his enlightenment would take so long. Fortunately, Dantian had a lot of yang liquid stored in it, all of which were condensed from the pills Xia Ning Chang had given him. Otherwise, it would not have been enough to support him for such a long time. 35 days, I wonder how Su Yan is doing now. However, Yang Kai had confidence in her. Su Yan was not an ordinary woman. The reason why she could not control herself last time was probably because he was still in High Heaven Pavilion, causing her heart to waver. But this time, he was already far away. Under such circumstances, she could only use all her strength to resist the throbbing that came with her cultivation. She would definitely succeed. He believed that the next time they met, Su Yan's strength would have improved a lot. Ice Heart's secret art not only cultivated the body, but also the mind. Where is this? Yang Kai looked around, not knowing where he was. After more than 30 days of running, Yang Kai estimated that he was now very far away from High Heaven Pavilion. Confused, Yang Kai's ears twitched and he looked behind him. There was some movement coming from that direction. Quietly standing in place for a moment, Yang Kai saw a fleet of carriages in the distance. Moving to the side of the road, Yang Kai stared at the approaching fleet. There were a total of 3 carriages in this fleet. Next to the carriages were a few cultivators armed with swords, riding on tall horses. Standing on the side of the road, Yang Kai obviously attracted the attention of these cultivators. He could feel many vigilant eyes looking at him, but Yang Kai's expression was calm and he did not react, just standing there quietly. After more than a month of enlightenment, he had almost completely restrained the yuan qi in his body. Not to mention standing here, even when he moved, he did not necessarily release much yuan qi fluctuations. These cultivators did not seem to be very strong, so how could they know the depth of Yang Kai? Therefore, she only glanced at him for a moment and then let her guard down. On the first horse, a middle-aged man shouted at Yang Kai, "Little beggar, get out of the way. Don't block the road." Yang Kai frowned. He didn't want to be a busybody, so he took a few steps back to avoid eating the dust. Yang Kai originally wanted to stop them and ask where this place was, but when he saw the vigilant look of the cultivator, he dismissed the idea. It would be bad if there was any misunderstanding. A few horses whizzed past, followed by a procession of carriages. Looking carefully, Kai Yang noticed that among the 3 carriages, the one in the middle had left a deep mark on the ground. It should be some kind of valuable object that had been planted there. As the last carriage passed by, a faint fragrance wafted from it. From the window of that carriage, a pair of bright eyes met Yang Kai's for a brief moment. This carriage was obviously filled with women. After the procession of carriages passed by, Yang Kai walked on the road and looked in the direction they were heading. He didn't know where this place was, but since the procession of carriages was going this way, it must be going to a place with people. He might as well follow. But after a few steps, Yang Kai's face darkened. He found that a person in the procession of carriages turned around and rushed towards him. This person was the middle-aged man who shouted at him just now. What is he going to do? Rob? Kai Yang couldn't help but sneer. Since he was so daring, he stood there motionless. Not long after, the middle-aged man rode his horse to Yang Kai and pulled the reins. The tall horse raised its front hooves and neighed. Yang Kai looked at him quietly. The middle-aged man looked a little impatient and said, "Little beggar, you are lucky. My lady is kind-hearted. She said that there might be bandits and wild beasts in this wilderness. She asked us to give you a ride." After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he bent down and reached out to grab Yang Kai's collar. Yang Kai wanted to resist, but he quickly restrained himself. Although the other party's attitude was not good, he did not have any malicious intentions. Anyway, he was going to chase them to a place with people. This approach was exactly what Yang Kai wanted. The middle-aged man lifted Yang Kai and placed him on the horse's back. He patted the horse's belly with his feet and shouted, turned the horse's head and chased after the procession of carriages. Yang Kai was confused. While he was hesitating, the middle-aged man had returned to the procession of carriages. He lifted his collar again and threw him into the air. He smiled and said, "Old Wu, catch." On the first carriage, the old coachman didn't even bat an eyelid. The whip in his hand swept through the air, wrapping around Kai Yang's waist. With a gentle tug, he pulled Kai Yang to his side and sat him down. The procession of carriages didn't stop for a moment from beginning to end. This old man was a master. Yang Kai looked at old Wu in surprise. He estimated that he was at least in Yuan Chi state. Although in a sect like High Heaven Pavilion, Yuan Chi state was nothing. The younger generation, Su Yan and Xie Hongchen, had already cultivated to Yuan Chi state. But for those small forces and families, Yuan Chi state was already an existence they looked up to. There were even some who could dominate a small place even if they were in separation and reunion state. Old Wu was motionless. His eyelids were drooping, and the wrinkles on his face were crisscrossing. He looked like he was about to die. Noticing Yang Kai's gaze, he picked up a water bottle beside him and handed it to Yang Kai. "Thank you, old mister." Yang Kai took a sip and immediately spat it out. The cultivator on the horses in front laughed. Someone said, "Old Wu, how can you give him such a strong drink? Isn't this the same as asking for his life? Your wine, we don't dare to touch it." Yang Kai felt as if there was a fire in his throat. He was secretly speechless. It wasn't that he hadn't drunk wine before, but this was the first time he had drunk such a strong drink. "I'll return it to you." Yang Kai felt that he didn't have the fortune to enjoy it, so he handed the bottle back. Elder Wu took it and drank a mouthful. His withered face seemed to be glowing, and he drove the carriage more and more skillfully. Being kindly taken in, Yang Kai didn't say much. He just quietly sat beside old Wu. When they reached the destination, they separated from the group. The speed of the convoy wasn't very fast. After all, they still had to take care of the women's health. It wasn't until evening that they had traveled 70 to 80 li. When night fell, the convoy stopped and found a place in the wilderness to start a fire and cook. There were about 30 people in this group, all of whom were veterans. Soon, the smell of delicious food filled the air. Yang Kai walked down and stretched his body, thinking about the insights he had gained over the past few days and stabilizing his state of mind. Not long after, a third carriage also walked down. Yang Kai turned his head and saw 3 women coming down. One of them was a beautiful woman in her 30s. Her figure was plump and her skin was like white jade. Her charm was boundless. Beside her were 2 younger women, both of them in their 20s. One of them was dressed as a maidservant. Her eyes twinkled as she supported the other. The one being supported should be the young lady mentioned by the middle-aged man. This young lady was also a pretty girl with a graceful figure. In terms of appearance, although she couldn't compare with Su Yan or the Hu sisters, she was still a beauty. Especially her floral dress, which made her look exquisite. As soon as these 3 women appeared, Yang Kai clearly felt many cultivators' eyes turn towards him. Whether it was the dignified and graceful appearance of the beautiful woman, the delicate appearance of the young lady, or the charming appearance of the maidservant, all of them had extraordinary temperaments and naturally attracted the eyes of men. As he was looking, the maidservant suddenly glared at Yang Kai and scolded, "What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll dig out your eyes." Although her tone was fierce and she was scolding Yang Kai, her words seemed to be referring to something else. The surrounding gazes quickly turned away. Yang Kai coughed dryly and looked away. "Chui, the young lady whispered. The maidservant Chui, muttered unhappily and helped the young lady and the madam to the side to rest. After a while, it was finally time to eat. A group of cultivators were minding their own business. The madam and the young lady were also taken care of by the maidservant Chui. However, Yang Kai, an outsider, was ignored at all. He sat aside and looked pitiful. The madam and the young lady obviously saw it. They whispered to Chui. The latter nodded and went to get some food. She walked to Yang Kai and handed it to him. "Little beggar, eat something." Yang Kai didn't refuse. He reached out to take it and thanked her. Chui smiled at him charmingly. She squatted down and whispered, "Little beggar, don't be angry. I didn't scold you just now." Yang Kai frowned. "What did you call me?" He felt strange as early as during the day. The middle-aged man seemed to have called him that, but he didn't understand at that time. Now Chui also called him that. "Little beggar, aren't you?" Chui pursed her lips and smiled. Her eyes were like the moon. "I'm a little beggar." Yang Kai finally understood. "Does this mean that I'm a beggar?" Yang Kai was shocked when he looked down. His clothes were tattered and covered with dust and stains. It was extremely shabby. Chui smiled happily. She took out a small bronze mirror from her arms and handed it to Yang Kai. She said, "Look at yourself. Which part of you doesn't look like a little beggar?" Yang Kai took a deep breath when he glanced at it. This is what I look like now." His hair was as messy as a chicken's nest, with several strands of long hair sticking together and draped over his shoulders. His face was covered in dirt, and it was impossible to see his appearance clearly. Coupled with his sloppy clothes, he looked just like a little beggar. He had been learning the footwork for more than a month, but he ended up like this. Yang Kai vaguely remembered that he had knocked into trees many times and fell into puddles several times. Chui smiled and took back the bronze mirror. She exhaled and asked, "Little beggar, where did you come from? Why are you walking alone in the wilderness?" Yang Kai said angrily, "I've been begging all the way here. I don't know where I came from." "You're so pitiful." Chui sighed. She wanted to help Yang Kai pat the dust on his body, but she didn't want to dirty her hands. She could only frown. Chapter 167. It's a pity that I don't have clothes that you can wear. Otherwise, I can give you a few sets of clothes. It's autumn now. It will be very cold at night. You wear so little. Be careful not to catch a cold. Chui looked at Yang Kai sympathetically. She saw that Yang Kai was only wearing thin clothes. His body was thin. His ribs could be vaguely seen between his chest and abdomen. His face was dirty, but his eyebrows were handsome. His eyes were bright. Obviously, he was not old. He was so young, but he couldn't eat enough and wear warm clothes. Chui thought. Listening to her, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. He smiled and said, "It's okay. Well, you are delicious. If it's not enough, you can go there and get more. No one will dare to say anything." Chui clapped her hands and stood up. Then, she went to serve the madam and the young miss again. After a night of silence, the convoy set off again the next day. For 2 days, Yang Kai stayed in the convoy. During the day, he sat beside old Wu and watched him whip the horse. During the rest time, the maid Chui would sometimes come and talk to him. After 2 days of chatting with Chui, Yang Kai also learned about their whereabouts. About 3 days away from here, there was a city called High City. Their destination was there. This group of people came from Tongzhou. They were originally a small force there. But half a year ago, the master of this family died. The madam took the young miss to High City to seek refuge with a close friend of the master. About these things, Chui didn't say anything in detail. Obviously, she didn't dare to say too much. But Yang Kai also inferred something from it. No one was willing to drag their family and leave their hometown, especially orphans and widows. This journey was thousands of miles away. They had to go through a lot of risks and worries. If there wasn't a last resort, how could they make such a choice? Yang Kai guessed that the master of this family must have offended a lot of people in Tongzhou. When he died, the madam and the young miss had no one to rely on. Naturally, they could only go far away. Traveling with the convoy, these large number of cultivator also confirmed Yang Kai's inference. According to Chui, these cultivator, half of them were cultivated by the master when he was alive. After the master died, they were still willing to protect the madam and the young miss until they returned to Tongzhou. Some of them were hired. Along the way, they encountered quite a few bandits who tried to rob them, but they managed to turn misfortune into blessings. Fortunately, they did not suffer any losses. Yang Kai also asked Chui about the situation in Sea City, but Chui had never been there herself, so she wasn't very clear about it. He had only heard from the madam that this was a city by the sea, and it had a scenery that was different from the interior. A city by the sea. Yang Kai was also a little bit curious. If it wasn't for the enlightenment of his footwork, Kai Yang reckoned that he wouldn't have been able to walk so far. He knew the Dark Han dynasty's territory, the southernmost part was the endless sea. With some expectations in his heart, Yang Kai continued to walk with the convoy. Although the image was very unkempt, Yang Kai didn't take care of it. This group of people already thought he was a little beggar. If he took care of it, he would suddenly become handsome. It would only arouse suspicion. In these 2 days, what Yang Kai did the most was to observe the movements of old Wu who was driving the carriage. He found that when the old man was driving the horse, there was an indescribable charm when he swung the whip. The whip was not loud, but it could make the horse gallop. His strength was only at the Yuan Qi level, which was not very high. But after all, he was old. He had his own accumulation and understanding of martial arts. And these were all hidden in the way he swung the whip. Yang Kai looked as if he was drunk. Combined with his own understanding of the footwork a few days ago, he faintly felt that there were some similarities. Old Wu didn't care about him. He swung the whip by himself and occasionally drank a mouthful of strong wine. The two of them sat on the shaft of the carriage and didn't say a word for the whole day. That evening, the caravan stopped once again. Yang Kai got off the carriage and left the crowd. As usual, he found a secluded place to sit down. He pulled up a weed from the ground and swung it casually. The cultivator in the carriage didn't like him very much. No one would like a beggar. If it wasn't for the kindness of the young lady, they wouldn't have brought Yang Kai along. After a while, footsteps sounded behind him. Without looking back, Yang Kai knew who it was. "Hey, little beggar." The voice of the maid, Chui Er, came. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and rubbed his forehead. "I already told you my name. Can't you change the way you call me?" The 3 words "little beggar" were not very pleasant to hear. "Little brat." Chui Er looked at him angrily. She turned her palm and took out 2 chestnuts. She handed one to Yang Kai and picked up the other one to peel. This girl often took out snacks to share with Yang Kai when she was resting. Yang Kai didn't understand why she didn't hate him when he looked like a poor beggar. Later, he asked and found out that Chui Er had a younger brother, but he starved to death. The 2 siblings also begged before they were taken in by the madam and the young lady. Yang Kai looked about the same age as her dead brother. Naturally, she didn't hate him. "Did you steal food from the young lady again?" Yang Kai rolled his eyes. Chui Er stared at him. "How is this stealing? This is given to me by the young lady. The young lady treats me very well. She will give me a little of everything to eat. Then why don't you stay and serve her?" Yang Kai peeled the chestnut and stuffed it into his mouth. "The young lady and the madam are tired from the journey. They said that they want to rest. I don't need to serve them." Chui Er replied. She glanced at Yang Kai and said, "Little beggar, what are you going to do when we reach High City?" "I don't know. I am going to walk around." Yang Kai shook his head. Chui Er curled her lips. "You make it sound so nice. Isn't it just begging with a broken bowl? It's not like my sister didn't do it before." Yang Kai smiled and didn't explain. "Well, you can follow us. Anyway, when we reach High City, we will need to recruit some servants. I think you're pretty smart and quick-witted. Being a servant won't be too bad. What do you think? With my guarantee, the madam and the young lady won't have a problem. Wait until you earn some money. Maybe you can find a good wife." Chui Er said. She was quite charming and beautiful. When she spoke like this, her expression was very ambiguous. It added to the seductive feeling. Yang Kai agreed. "Well, it would be good if I can find a wife like you." Chui Er covered her mouth and chuckled. "You are really bad. You deserve to be a beggar all your life. I have to think about whether I should lead a wolf into the house." "You really have to think about it." Yang Kai's expression was solemn. He just casually agreed. This time, he came out to gain experience. He couldn't run to other people to be a servant. But if he refused now, he would have to waste a lot of time explaining. "Okay. I won't talk nonsense with you. I have never seen a beggar like you." Chui Er glared at Yang Kai. She then lazily stood up and said, "We will arrive at Sea City in 1 day. You should rest well tonight. I'm also tired. I won't be able to help you with your meal later." "Okay." Yang Kai nodded. These days, every time it was time to eat, Chui Er would help him get rice. She was afraid that he would be bullied by the cultivator group. After watching Chui Er enter the 3rd carriage, Yang Kai continued to shake the withered grass in his hand. He wanted to find the feeling of old Wu. Not long after, the food was ready. With a shout, many cultivator rushed over. Yang Kai also stood up and walked over. But before he could take a few steps, someone stepped in front of Yang Kai and blocked him. Looking up, Yang Kai saw the middle-aged man from that day. He was staring at him with a cold face. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai frowned. "Get out of here. There is no food for you tonight." The middle-aged man looked at Yang Kai with disdain. His voice was low and his eyes were full of threat. A sneer appeared on Kai Yang's face as he stared at him quietly. "Your eyes are good." The middle-aged man nodded slightly and threatened again. "But if you want to die, I can help you." Yang Kai didn't say anything. He turned around and sat back. He didn't want to have a conflict with these people. No matter what, he was taken in, and Cui Er treated him well. There was no need to make a fuss over dinner. He wouldn't starve to death if he missed a meal. At least you know what's good for you. The middle-aged man snorted. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but the moment Yang Kai turned around, he seemed to see the middle-aged man's expression relax. This sudden change in expression caused Yang Kai's heart to clench as a bad feeling welled up in his heart. He quickly called out to Old Demon, warning him to remain vigilant while he scanned his surroundings. This time, Yang Kai was even more surprised. Although this place was the same as the place where he usually rested, it was even more desolate. The place where he usually rested had traces left by people. But this place was definitely a ghost place that no one cared about. To put it bluntly, this place was most suitable for killing people and throwing away corpses. It shouldn't be, right? Yang Kai was a little suspicious. He looked up at the sky. It was pitch black and the wind whistled. It was a moonless and windy night. It was a good time to kill and set fire. On the other side, many cultivators were fighting for food. They chatted and laughed as they ate. Although Old Wu was a coachman, his status was definitely not low. Because at this moment, someone was serving food to him. He sat by the shaft of the carriage, drinking and looking at the sky. He looked old and desolate. Not long after, everyone was full. The thing that Yang Kai had been worried about didn't happen. He couldn't help but laugh at himself for being too sensitive. After the group finished eating, they chatted for a while. Under the middle-aged man's orders, a few were left to keep watch. Most of them sat around the fire and slept. Yang Kai also slowly relaxed. He lay in the distance and closed his eyes to rest. 2 hours later, the old demon's voice suddenly sounded. "Young master, something is wrong." Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes. He didn't need the old demon's reminder. He also felt that something was wrong. The group of martial artists who were sleeping around the bonfire were breathing heavily at this moment. Generally speaking, when a cultivator walked in the wild, they had to be vigilant at all times even if they were in a group. It was impossible for them to fall into deep sleep at night. Basically, they just closed their eyes and slept lightly. It was enough to recover their strength and spirit. They had been like this for the past few nights. But now, these people were all in deep sleep. Yang Kai reckoned that if he wanted to wake them up, he would have to make a big commotion. Chapter 168. The cultivator had the responsibility to protect them, so it was impossible for them to be so careless. The only explanation left was that they were drugged and had no choice. Recalling the attitude of the middle-aged man towards him during dinner and the instant he relaxed, Kai Yang faintly understood what was going on. In his eyes, he was just an ordinary beggar. The dinner was definitely drugged. If he ate like those people, he would definitely be drugged. After all, an ordinary person's resistance would not be as strong as a cultivator's. Once he fell, it would definitely arouse suspicion. Although the truth was not so, this was definitely the middle-aged man's worry. That was why he threatened him so fiercely and did not let him eat dinner. When he turned around and left, the middle-aged man was relieved. Guarding day and night, it was hard to guard against thieves. What was the middle-aged man planning? Was it money, beauty, or something else? Yang Kai hoped that his guess was wrong. This young lady was kind and Cui Er treated him well. Good people always have good karma. But when he quietly looked towards the cultivator's gathering place, his heart could not help but feel cold. Beside the flickering bonfire, a few figures sneakily climbed up. Then they slowly pulled out the sword at their waist and slit the neck of their unconscious companions who had been eating and living with them for the past few days. A slight sound was heard and blood splattered. Just like that, a few lives and souls had silently returned to the netherworld. Yang Kai did not dare to move. Although he had advanced to the Qi transformation stage, the number of thieves was not small. Moreover, the middle-aged man was also an expert of the Yuan Qi stage. Acting rashly would only cause him to lose his life. Moreover, he did not know if there were any thieves hiding in the crowd. Was Old Wu with them? If so, with Old Man Wu's ability, everyone was destined to be doomed. Squinting his eyes, he looked towards the carriage where Old Wu was. Yang Kai could not help but relax, but immediately became nervous again. Because he saw that the middle-aged man was coldly and vigilantly moving towards Old Wu. His footsteps were silent and his aura was restrained to the extreme. The long sword in his hand was by his side. Under the dark sky, there was no reflection. Old Wu was not one of them. But at this moment, his life was also in danger. Yang Kai's mind raced. He quietly reached out and found a small stone on the ground. He pinched it on his fingertips and suddenly flicked it out. Originally, Yang Kai wanted to hit Old Wu to see if he could wake him up, but he didn't dare to use too much Yuan Qi to expose himself. This time, the stone actually missed its mark and hit the middle-aged man's sword by accident. Clang! A crisp sword cry rang out. In this murderous, life-reaping, and incomparably quiet night, it seemed incomparably abrupt. The middle-aged man obviously did not expect such a change. The moment the voice rang out, his expression suddenly turned cold. Without any hesitation, he shook his long sword and stabbed towards Old Wu. At this critical juncture, Old Wu opened his sleepy eyes and instinctively leaned to the side. Blood splattered as Old Wu's shoulder was pierced through. The pain instantly woke him up, and the whip in his hand made a crisp cracking sound. He charged towards the middle-aged man and shouted angrily, "Zhang Ding! What are you doing?" Zhang Ding did not answer. He pulled back his long sword and fought with Old Wu with a cold expression. Yang Kai quietly looked around and found that the sleeping cultivator had been awakened at this moment. He couldn't help but feel relieved. It seemed that the middle-aged man, Zhang Ding, was also very careful when he drugged them. He did not dare to use too obvious fatal poison or too strong of a knockout drug. After all, this kind of drug was very strong and smelled very strong. It could be easily seen through. However, his cautiousness had ruined his entire plan after the sword chime had sounded. If it wasn't for that sword chime, everyone here would have been silently killed by Zhang Ding and his subordinates. After the sleeping cultivator was awakened, they all looked around blankly and were a little confused. Not long after, there was a cry of alarm, "Sun Jianming is dead." Who did it? Before he finished speaking, the man felt a chill in his chest. He looked down and saw the tip of a sword pierce through his body. "Jiao Hong, what are you doing?" The roar was mixed with an incredulous question. In this kind of situation, the most frightening thing was to be stabbed in the back by trusted companions. The group of cultivator had just woken up and a few of them were quickly dealt with by Zhang Ding's subordinates. Only at this moment did they finally react. They roared and started to fight with them with incomparable anger. The battlefield was divided into two groups. One group was a chaotic battle between the soldiers, and the other group was a one-on-one battle between Zhang Ding and Old Wu. Curses, anger, and questions were endless. At this moment, Yang Kai took advantage of the night and quietly moved towards the third carriage. He originally wanted to run. This was the safest way. But thinking of Chui-er's care for him these days, Yang Kai felt uneasy. The three women in the carriage were obviously awakened by the movement outside. When Yang Kai came here, he heard Chui-er's somewhat dissatisfied voice from inside, "Why are you making so much noise in the middle of the night?" Then there was the sound of clothes being put on. Kai Yang didn't waste any time. Lifting the carriage's curtain, he entered. "Who is it?" Chui was shocked. Raising her two delicate fists, she threw a punch towards Yang Kai's face. "Don't hit, it's me." Yang Kai held Shui-er's 2 hands and held them tightly. Little beggar? Shui-er finally recognized Yang Kai's voice. She immediately gritted her teeth and said, "You lecher, get out of here." As he spoke, he sent a kick towards Yang Kai. In the carriage, the madam and the young lady were also scared by Yang Kai. They were shivering like quails in the cold winter. "Shut up." Yang Kai covered her mouth. He pressed her down on the board of the carriage. She was about to speak. She suddenly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Close at hand, Yang Kai clearly saw that Shui was only wearing a small underwear at the moment. She did not have time to tidy up her outer clothes. "Zhang Ding is rebelling. You hear it yourself," Yang Kai quickly said. These words were said to the 3 women in the carriage. After all, it was indeed a bit abrupt to rush in the middle of the night. He had to explain the reason. Looking at the madam and the young lady, Yang Kai quickly looked away. He found that these 3 women were really bold. When sleeping in the carriage at night, they only took off their underwear. The young lady was better, but the madam's clothes were much less than Shui-er's. Although the light was dim, Yang Kai's eyesight was extraordinary now. He saw everything that should not be seen. The 3 women in the carriage were stunned and listened carefully. Sure enough, they heard old Wu scolding Zhang Ding mixed with Zhang Ding's cold laughter. How could this be? Shui was stunned. At this moment, the madam and the young lady were holding the quilt in front of them. Their faces were pale. "Put on your clothes first. I will take you out of here." Yang Kai gritted his teeth. He did not know how long old Wu and the other cultivator could hold on. He also did not know who would have the last laugh in this battle. But he absolutely could not continue to stay in the carriage. Yang Kai's calmness slightly affected the 3 women. When they heard his words, they remembered what they should do at this moment. The madam's face was a little red. She said in a trembling voice, "Little beggar. Can you go down first and wait for us to put on our clothes?" Yang Kai turned his head and looked at her. He was a little impatient. "Madam, if you still want to live, don't worry too much. If I go down now, I will only expose my whereabouts." Madam nodded slightly after hearing his words. The 3 women quickly put on their clothes in the carriage. Although Yang Kai's back was facing them, the madam and the young lady were still blushing. A mother and a daughter wearing clothes in front of a man. This was something that they did not dare to think about before. Now that the situation forced them to do it, they could only suppress the shyness in their hearts. Shui was better. She was more open, and she was more familiar with Yang Kai. She was dressed neatly in a short time. Then, she went to help the madam and the young lady. After a short while, the 3 women had put on their clothes. "Let's run away quickly." Shui-er's voice was a little trembling. Yang Kai was about to open the curtain of the carriage. He stopped and said with a gloomy face, "It's too late." Before he finished his words, old Wu's scream was heard. After a few breaths of time, the battle outside gradually stopped. Old Wu and the cultivator who was guarding the carriage had obviously failed. Old Wu and the others were drugged, so they could not use their full strength. Zhang Ding and his men attacked first. Even though they were outnumbered, they still had the upper hand. "Cough, cough, old bastard." A weak cough came from outside. It was the voice of the middle-aged man, Zhang Ding. Obviously, he was badly injured in the battle with old Wu. This cough gave Yang Kai a glimmer of hope to survive. "What should we do? What should we do?" Shui held Yang Kai tightly and asked with a sobbing voice. The madam and the young lady also looked at him anxiously. At this moment, the young man who was regarded as a little beggar by the 3 women was their savior. "Don't panic. Madam, you use words to trick him. I will find an opportunity to make a move," Yang Kai said softly. He took a deep breath and held his breath to suppress his heartbeat. The madam was still a madam. Although she was in a dangerous situation and her face was pale, she still nodded when she heard Yang Kai's words. She was not like Cui, and the young lady who were panicking. The sound of footsteps approached from outside. Yang Kai listened carefully and deduced that there were only 5 people left. As the sound of footsteps approached, Cui leaned closer to Kai Yang. Her delicate body trembled. In this dark night, the sound of approaching footsteps was like an evil spirit, causing people to feel panic in their hearts. The footsteps finally stopped outside the carriage. Zhang Ding coughed again and said in a weak voice, "Madam, young lady, please get out of the carriage." The madam took a deep breath and said in a trembling voice, "Zhang Ding, my master treated you like a brother when he was alive. Why did you do this?" It could be heard that the madam's question was painful. Obviously, she did not expect Zhang Ding to be so decisive. There was a long silence outside. After a long time, Zhang Ding said, "Madam, please forgive me. People die for wealth and birds die for food. My master has passed away, but he left behind such a big property. Madam and young lady are powerless. How can you keep it? Only for wealth?" The madam smiled bitterly and asked, "What about the others? Do they also think the same?" Zhang Ding said, "Yes." The madam smiled bitterly, "Since that is the case, you can take the property and go. Zhang Ding, if you still care about our old friendship, please let us go. We just want to live today. We don't want anything else." The madam's words clearly showed that she did not place all her hopes on Kai Yang. Although he appeared to be very calm, in the madam's eyes, he was just a little beggar. How could he resist the powerful Zhang Ding? Chapter 169. When Zhang Ding heard the madam's words, he was unmoved. He chuckled and said, "Madam, please get out of the carriage first. Do you really want to be so heartless?" The madam's face was ashen. Zhang Ding did not agree to her request. Obviously, he planned to eliminate the source of trouble. "Madam." Zhang Ding's voice was cold, "If you cooperate, I will leave you with a complete corpse. But if you refuse..." I'm ashamed to say this, but this one has admired Madam for a long time. It's a pity that I can't get close to her. But before Madam dies, I want to fulfill this wish of mine." In the carriage, the madam's delicate body trembled. She clenched her fists so hard that her knuckles turned white. She could imagine what would happen to her if Zhang Ding wanted to do anything to her. "You heartless thing." Cui could not help but curse. Zhang Ding sneered, "Cui, I hope you can still curse when you are stripped naked." One of the few cultivators who were still alive laughed wildly and said, "Cui, I will take care of you later." Cui's face turned pale. She shrank behind Yang Kai. Inside the carriage, the 3 women were all trembling incessantly, and even the carriage was shaking from time to time. "Madam, I will give you 10 breaths of time to get out of the carriage. I will give you a quick death and give you a proper burial." Zhang Ding gave her an ultimatum. The madam closed her eyes. 2 lines of tears flowed out. She held her daughter's hand. Her face was full of despair. After a while, she made up her mind. She opened her eyes and smiled at her daughter. Her eyes were full of determination. Instead of being humiliated, it was better to have a quick death. When she was about to get up, she was pressed back by Yang Kai. The latter slowly shook his head at her. 10 breaths of time passed quickly. Zhang Ding's impatient voice sounded, "It seems that the madam wants to give me this opportunity. In that case, it would be impolite for me to refuse." With that said, Zhang Dingjong lifted the curtain of the carriage and was about to walk in. But before his footsteps landed, a pitch-black, filthy face appeared before his eyes. This person grinned at him, revealing 2 rows of white fangs. Little beggar. This face was clearly the face of the little beggar that he had brought over a few days ago. Zhang Ding turned pale with fright. He was so focused on his wife that he didn't notice that there were other people in the carriage. After the initial shock, he became furious. He was a master of Yuan Qi, but he was scared by a beggar. He really lost face. Without thinking too much, Zhang Ding reached out and grabbed Yang Kai, intending to throw him out. Yang Kai did not dodge. His seemingly light and powerless fists quickly struck out. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 punches had landed on Zhang Ding's chest. What incredible speed! Zhang Ding was shocked again, but he immediately sneered, "You're courting death." He didn't feel much destructive power from this little beggar's fist, so he just thought that it was a random punch. He threw Yang Kai away and said angrily, "Kill him." Several of Zhang Ding's subordinates moved out upon hearing the order. Their swords flashed as they charged towards Yang Kai. "Little beggar!" Cui exclaimed. She never thought that the calm Yang Kai was actually a fake master. He was defeated by Zhang Ding in just one move. Before her voice died away, Zhang Ding's face suddenly changed. Half of his body that was in the carriage froze in place. His face turned red and his eyes bulged out. It was a terrifying sight. The next moment, accompanied by an explosive sound, a pool of blood appeared on Zhang Ding's chest. Violent and scorching Yuan Qi suddenly surged within his body. Zhang Ding was scared out of his wits. Only now did he realize that the punches that the little beggar threw at him were very powerful. He hurriedly operated the Yuan Qi in his body to suppress the throbbing in his chest. Bang, bang, bang. A series of sounds came out. Zhang Ding's entire chest was badly mutilated. He screamed and retreated out of the carriage. He was indeed a master of the Yuan Qi realm. The Yuan Qi in his body was not something an ordinary person could compare to. Yang Kai threw out 4 or 5 burning yang bursts without hesitation. Moreover, it was the burning yang bursts after he was enlightened. There was no trace of the attack, but it still only injured him severely and didn't take his life. Blood and pieces of flesh spurted out of Zhang Ding's chest and splashed onto the faces of the 3 girls. When Zhang Ding retreated, they also screamed. At the same time, Zhang Ding's subordinates also attacked Yang Kai with their swords. But the crowd only saw Yang Kai's figure turn illusory and suddenly disappear. All the attacks missed. The footwork that he learned over the past month finally came in handy at this critical moment. Old Demon wrapped himself in the Soul Breaker All and let out a strange laugh as he transformed into a mass of black chi, disturbing the minds of the surrounding cultivators, causing them to be flustered for a moment. What the hell is this? Someone's expression changed drastically, but just as he finished shouting, Yang Kai's figure flickered and appeared behind him, punching out fiercely, right in the middle of his back. This person's strength was not high. When the hidden energy of the burning yang bursts entered his body, he couldn't resist it like Zhang Ding. The Yuan Qi surged and his face turned red. The old demon took the opportunity to enter his body with the Soul Breaker All. When it came out, the person's body exploded into a cloud of blood. The strange laughter became more and more terrifying. The old demon was originally a 10,000-year-old demon. Although the power of his spirit was greatly reduced, his laughter still contained a power that made people's hearts palpitate. Yang Kai and his cooperation were almost invincible. Zhang Ding's subordinates were all killed before he could even finish executing a set of footwork. All of them exploded into pieces of flesh and broken limbs. Until now, Zhang Ding had just resolved Yang Kai's true yang energy. He looked at Yang Kai with a ferocious and crazy face and shouted in disbelief, "Little beggar, you have been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger." The beggar that he thought was just an ordinary person was now the biggest obstacle to his plan. How could Zhang Ding calm down? What's more, he was caught off guard by Yang Kai and suffered a great loss. At this moment, his eyes were scarlet. He looked at Yang Kai with an expression as if he wanted to eat him. Yang Kai, who was covered in blood, stood there quietly and looked at him. He said lightly, "How much of your strength do you have left?" If Zhang Ding was in his best condition, Yang Kai estimated that unless he used the star mark, he wouldn't be able to defeat him. However, although the star mark was powerful, it took too long to gather power. It was not suitable for a life-and-death battle. But now, Zhang Ding was not in his best condition. First, he fought with Boss Wu. Then, he was attacked by Yang Kai. His chest was bloody. It was hard to say how much strength he had left. Yang Kai was not afraid of him. "Even if I only have 20% of my strength left, it is enough to kill you," Zhang Ding roared. The long sword in his hand was flickering. He used his footwork to get close to Yang Kai. He stabbed with his sword a few times, vowing to kill Yang Kai with his sword. Not waiting for Zhang Ding to fully display his sword skills, Old Demon wrapped himself in the Soul Breaker All and clashed with him, cackling endlessly. Under his heavy injuries, Zhang Ding was unable to break through Old Demon's blockade and couldn't help calling out, "What kind of artifact is this?" He was a person with rich combat experience and knowledge, but he had never seen such a strange secret treasure like the Soul Breaker All. It did not need to be activated, but it could attack by itself. Moreover, there was a terrifying laughter coming from inside it. It seemed that it was psychic. It was really strange. "A secret treasure that will kill you." Yang Kai's voice suddenly came from behind him. Zhang Ding's hair stood on end. He clearly saw Yang Kai standing not far from him. How could he suddenly appear behind him? When he looked again, the little beggar in front of him was blurred. It was just an afterimage. He hurriedly pulled out his sword and stabbed it in the air. Yang Kai had already used his footwork to flash to his left side. Without hesitation, he punched. Zhang Ding could not defend himself. He screamed and his whole arm exploded. In an instant, his arm drooped down. This punch broke his shoulder blade. Moreover, the yuan qi that invaded his body was very pure. It was not something that a qi-transforming stage cultivator could have. This made Zhang Ding particularly shocked. Although he had only practiced double cultivation with Su Yan a few times, the art of joyous union had a significant effect on refining the purity of yuan qi. The purity of the yuan qi in Yang Kai's body was far beyond his current level. This was all thanks to the art of joyous union. The old demon took the opportunity to attack. The Soul Breaker All collided with his long sword, producing a clanking sound. One master and one slave, the two swords were perfect without any flaws. Zhang Ding could only focus on the front and ignore the back. In less than half a cup of tea's time, he staggered and was covered in blood. His mind was greatly shaken. How could Zhang Ding have the will to continue fighting? If he did not run, he felt that he would die here. However, Yang Kai and the old demon would not give him a chance to escape. One from the front and one from the back, completely blocked his escape route. Another burning sun explosion was released. Zhang Ding vomited a mouthful of blood and his mind was distracted. The old demon saw the opportunity and rushed into his body with the Soul Breaker All. Zhang Ding's expression suddenly became confused. His eyes gradually lost their light and he fell to the ground. A moment later, the old demon reappeared. Accompanied by wild laughter and chewing sounds, it turned into black gas and disappeared into Yang Kai's fingertips. In this battle, the old demon had swallowed several souls. It was a great supplement. Standing in the same place and panting, Yang Kai felt a sense of powerlessness. This time, he did not use the unyielding will because the battle with Zhang Ding did not bring him any pressure or danger. However, Yang Kai could feel that his strength was still too low. If Zhang Ding was not injured, if he did not succeed in his sneak attack, if he did not have the yang liquid stored in the dantian, how could he fight with such a master face to face? Just by using the burning sun explosion, it only took 3 moves to drain the yuan qi in his meridians. If it was any other qi transforming stage cultivator, they would have already become a corpse. As for himself, he had to use almost 10 moves of the burning sun explosion to kill Zhang Ding with the help of the old demon. The hardships involved were not worth mentioning. After calming down for a while, Yang Kai slowly walked towards the third carriage. As the sound of footsteps approached, the three women in the carriage became nervous. Cui Er's trembling voice came out, "Little beggar." "Yes." Yang Kai weakly replied. The curtain of the carriage was lifted, revealing Cui Er's pale face. Behind her, the madam and the young lady looked at Yang Kai nervously. "Where are they?" Cui Er looked around. "Dead." Cui Er immediately covered her mouth and looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. The madam and the young lady could not help but exhale. They thought that they would not be able to escape, but they never thought that they would be able to survive. This kind of narrow escape from death made them feel weak all over. Once they relaxed, the three women in the carriage felt weak. "Stay here and don't move. I will go and see if there are any survivors." Yang Kai told them and turned around to check the bonfire. Chapter 170. Not long after, Yang Kai came back with a cold face. "How is it?" the madam asked nervously. "They are all dead." Yang Kai shook his head. Zhang Ding's group was very clean. Those who were killed in their sleep were all killed in one blow. Those who were killed in battle were also dead. In the whole team, only Yang Kai and the three women were still alive. The sobbing sound of the young lady came from the carriage. Cui Er also rubbed her eyes hard. The madam was used to many storms. Although her heart was sad, she held back her tears. People die for wealth, birds die for food. The madam whispered softly as if she was mocking and scolding. After letting the three women feel sad for a while, Yang Kai said, "What are you going to do? Do you still want to go to Sea City?" The madam looked up and nodded slightly. She looked at Yang Kai with hope. "Young man, can you escort us through this section?" They were in the wilderness. After experiencing such a tragic thing, how could they dare to walk alone? Cui Er also grabbed Yang Kai's arm and said pitifully, "Little beggar, you can't leave us alone." Cui Er. The madam reprimanded, "Don't be rude." Before, she had eyes but failed to see. She thought Yang Kai was a little beggar. But now, he saved her life. If she still called him that, it would be rude. Yang Kai looked at Cui Er and nodded, "There is still a day's journey. I will send you there." "Thank you, young man," the madam was relieved. "I knew you wouldn't leave us alone." Compared to the madam's caution, Cui Er was more natural and generous. The young lady who had not spoken a word before, at this moment, thanked him with a voice as soft as a mosquito. "This place is full of the smell of blood. I am afraid that it will attract some beasts. We will leave now. By tomorrow evening, we should be able to reach Sea City." Yang Kai said. The madam hesitated for a long time and said, "Young man. Can I trouble you with one more thing?" "What?" Yang Kai looked at her. "Many people died tonight to protect us. I can't bear to see their corpses exposed to the wilderness. Can you?" Before she could finish her sentence, Kai Yang's brow furrowed. He could kill people, but burying corpses was too much for him. With so many people, how much work would it take? The madam's mind was very sharp. She observed his expression and said with a wry smile, "Since that's the case, there's no need to trouble the young man Cui. You come with me and the young lady to bury old man Wu. As for the others, forget it." "Oh." Cui nodded. Then, she looked at Yang Kai and waved her little fist at him without the slightest fear. Yang Kai's expression was calm. He stepped aside and didn't say anything to stop him. Cui helped the madam and the young lady out of the carriage. The three women were shivering. Their faces were pale as they picked up the swords from the corpses. Then, they held the swords in their hands and found a place nearby. Old Wu must have been very important to this family. Otherwise, this madam would not have insisted that he be buried. The three women were digging a hole. Yang Kai walked around outside and collected some money from the corpses. After walking around, he found that the three women had only dug a small hole less than an inch deep. The madam and the young lady looked like they were used to living like princes. At this moment, they were clumsily busy. But they threw dirt on each other. The swords flashed and the swords flashed. He had almost hurt himself. Yang Kai looked at them from the side. He was terrified. The smell of blood here is too strong. Maybe it will attract a pack of wolves. We can't leave. Yang Kai smacked his lips. The madam and the young lady's face turned white in an instant. Chui was so angry that her chest trembled. She threw away the sword in her hand and angrily came in front of Yang Kai. Her two small fists pounded on Yang Kai's chest. She shouted while pounding, "You are still making sarcastic remarks. These past few days, my snacks have been fed to ungrateful wolves." While she was scolding, a wolf's howl came from afar. It made Yang Kai's words more consistent. This time, not only was the madam and the young lady scared to death, but Chui also didn't dare to be presumptuous. She quietly leaned towards Yang Kai and looked around. Then, she said in a trembling voice, "It can't be, there really is a pack of wolves, right? Okay. You go and tidy up the valuables. I'll take care of this." Yang Kai was helpless. In fact, if the madam said that she only wanted to bury old Wu, Yang Kai would not refuse. After all, in these past few days, Yang Kai also understood some of old Wu's martial arts. However, he was too embarrassed to take back what he had said. Now, he finally found an opportunity to do his best. "Thank you, young man," the madam was relieved. Then, she asked the young lady and Chui to tidy up the second carriage. Not long after, Yang Kai dug a big hole and buried old Wu's body in it. On the other side, the three of them had also packed up and brought along the valuable items. As for the less valuable items, they could only leave them here. They did not know who would end up benefiting from them. "Let's go." Yang Kai sent them to the carriage. Then, he sat on the side of the carriage. He held old Wu's horsewhip in his hand. Following the traces of his understanding of the past few days, he swung it. With a bang, the horse started to run. In one night, everyone was far away from the bloody place. Although it was Yang Kai's first time driving a carriage, he was still able to control it with ease. As he waved the horsewhip, the traces of Old Man Wu's martial Tao became more and more profound. Gradually, he immersed himself in it, corroborating and fusing it with his own insights. In the morning of the next day, Chui came out and said that she wanted to rest for a while. Yang Kai listened to them. Chui was very busy with cooking. After what happened last night, the three of them did not feel safe at all. They did not sleep all night. Although they did not have much appetite, they still needed to eat something to replenish their strength. When they were on the road again, Chui did not return to the carriage. Instead, she sat beside Yang Kai and looked at him. Her eyes were full of curiosity. "You are not a beggar, right?" After a long time. Seeing that Yang Kai did not respond to her, Chui could not help but ask. "Of course not." Yang Kai rolled his eyes. "I guess you must be a noble son of a noble family. Because you ran away from the marriage, you ran out of money. That's why you are so shabby." Chui boldly used her imagination. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. "You heard too many stories when you were young, right?" "I didn't listen to stories when I was young. But in the past few years, I have heard some interesting stories from the young lady. There are many such stories. Then, you poor nobles encountered." Before she finished speaking, the madam's light cough came from the carriage. Chui quickly stuck out her tongue. Yang Kai smiled and continued to whip the horse. After an hour, Yang Kai was alerted. He looked into the distance and suddenly said, "Someone is blocking the road. I don't know what they are for." The madam's surprised voice came, "Maybe they are from the Miao family." Miao family. This was the family that the madam wanted to seek refuge from. During the conversation with Cui, Yang Kai also learned that the young lady and the young master of the Miao family were engaged when they were young. So, after the death of the master, the madam brought the young lady to High City. This time, the madam came to High City to seek refuge and to complete the young lady's marriage. In the future, they will probably settle in High City. Did you send a message to the Miao family before? Yang Kai asked. Yes. Then when we arrive, I won't be traveling with you. Yang Kai also breathed a sigh of relief. Cui nervously said, "Little beggar, are you going to leave? You don't want to?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows at her. "Go to hell." Cui blushed. The madam and the young lady were behind her. This bastard dared to tease her. Yang Kai straightened his face and said, "Madam, I hope that what happened last night will not be leaked." The madam was stunned. She remembered Cui's bold speculation. Is he really a nobleman who ran away from his marriage? So, he doesn't want to expose his identity? Madam nodded. "Well, young man, don't worry. Last night, the three of us were only saved by a powerful person." "That's good." Yang Kai smiled. Not long after, the carriage came to the front of the group of people blocking the road. The first person cupped his fist. He asked loudly, "May I ask if there are people from the Jiang family in the carriage?" The madam's voice sounded, "Yes." That person was overjoyed. He jumped off the horse and said, "Little brother Miao Huaqing welcomes the madam." While speaking, his voice was choked with sobs. "It's been 10 years since I last saw brother Jiang. Who would have thought that it would be an eternal farewell? It's like yesterday, vivid in my mind." In the carriage, the madam and the young lady's sobs could be heard. Cui's eyes were red. The madam said, "Little brother, please restrain your grief." Miao Huaqing said, "Madam, don't be too sad." There was a solemn and sad atmosphere. After a long time, Miao Huaqing said, "Madam, you must be tired. Please hold on for half a day. We will reach High City soon." While speaking, he glanced at Yang Kai and frowned. "Why is there a little beggar?" The madam was very clever and told him what happened last night in a few words. In the end, she said, "The three of us didn't know how to drive a carriage. Luckily we met a little beggar and asked him to help us drive the carriage. Damn Zhang Ding. He should be chopped into pieces." Miao Huaqing was furious. Then, he looked at Yang Kai and said, "Little beggar, come down. You must have worked hard." Yang Kai responded and jumped down from the carriage. Miao Huaqing gestured to one of his subordinates with his eyes. That person stepped forward and gave Kai Yang a silver ingot as a reward. Kai Yang naturally wouldn't be polite. Acting like a beggar, he repeatedly thanked him and accepted the silver ingot. "Let's go." Miao Huaqing asked someone to take Yang Kai's place. Then, he waved his hand and led a group of people to High City. In the rolling dust, Yang Kai stood in the same place. He saw 3 pairs of eyes staring at him through the rear window. Although he felt sad for the Jiang family's widow, they were just strangers who met by chance. In the future, they would not meet again. Yang Kai followed the direction where the carriage disappeared. He held the horsewhip left by old Wu and waved it casually. His feet were also moving according to the movements of the horse. After half a day, they finally arrived at their destination. This city was much bigger than Black Plum Town. However, there was a faint fishy smell in the air. It was not unpleasant. Instead, it made people feel refreshed. It was the first time Yang Kai came to a city by the sea. Although he was excited, he first bought some clothes and found an inn to stay for the time being. He did not worry about money. Last night, he made a lot of money from the dead. Chapter 171. For the next few days, Yang Kai stayed in Sea City, enjoying the scenery. The seaside scenery was beautiful, and the air was fresh and natural. It was indeed a good place to live. In the tea houses and wine shops, Yang Kai also heard a lot of strange stories unique to this seaside city. He even saw a mirage with his own eyes. This kind of beautiful scenery really made him forget to return. There were also sects nearby, and their number was not small. If the various forces were divided into ranks, with the central capital's 8 great families as super forces, then High Heaven Pavilion could only be regarded as a second-class force at best. The sects here were of different grades, some were first class while others were second or third class. There were even some that were faintly comparable to super forces. These forces were different from the forces on the mainland. They occupied large and small islands in the sea, monopolizing the cultivation resources on the islands. It could be said that this place was blessed with outstanding people, and the scenery was beautiful, attracting many people to go there to learn. However, in Sea City, except for some family forces, it was rare to see a cultivator. The reason was probably because these forces were distributed on the islands. The world energy on the islands was higher than on the mainland, and on the islands, one's cultivation speed was faster. Under normal circumstances, the cultivator of these forces would not come to the mainland, except when there was a special need. Therefore, the number of cultivators in Sea City was not only small, but their strength was also not very high. After enjoying the prosperity of Sea City, Yang Kai went to the seaside, witnessing the rise and fall of the tide, the rise and fall of the waves, the rise and fall of the waves. Yang Kai's mind flashed. Vaguely grasping the similarities between his own perception and Old Man Wu's martial Dao. That was nature, not forcing it, acting according to one's nature. Just like the waves, each wave higher than the one before, when encountering danger, they would break into waves and once again gather into a torrent. In front of his eyes, it was as if a door was slowly opening. Not daring to neglect this kind of sudden flash of inspiration. This was definitely something that could only be encountered by chance. Standing quietly in place, Yang Kai slowly merged his perception with Old Man Wu's martial Dao. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai seemed to have fallen asleep. Standing upright on the beach, Yang Kai could only hear the moaning sea breeze and the sound of waves crashing against the shore. When he opened his eyes again, his entire temperament had changed slightly. His soul and spirit had received an indescribable sublimation and baptism. Using his self-created footwork, Yang Kai's body turned illusory as he stepped on the oncoming waves as if he was walking on flat ground. He jumped from one wave to another. He did not touch a drop of water. One flash, 2 flashes. His body flashed 15 times in succession before he finally let out a mouthful of yuan qi. With a splash, he fell into the sea, completely drenched. However, Yang Kai was smiling. Facing the incoming wave, he slowly punched out a fist. Burning Sun's threefold blast. There were 3 rapid explosions in the air. 3 bursts of yuan qi rushed out from the tip of the fist and punched a hole in the giant wave. At this moment, Yang Kai saw the traces of martial arts from Old Wu. It had completely integrated into his body, and there was also a change in the waves. This change was comprehended by Yang Kai into the Burning Sun explosion. Now, when the Burning Sun explosion was struck out, it was no longer a one-time explosion. Instead, it was 3 bursts of yuan qi, one stronger than the other. Like the oncoming waves, it was impossible to guard against. Genius! The old demon was completely speechless. A few days ago, when Yang Kai was comprehending, he was already extremely shocked. He did not expect that in such a short time, he would once again obtain a deeper comprehension on the basis of his original foundation. Could it be that I have not appeared for a long time, and the world has changed? The old demon's heart was filled with sorrow. Climbing out of the sea, completely drenched, Yang Kai suddenly discovered that not far from where he was just standing, there was a little girl with wheat-colored skin and messy hair, looking at him foolishly. This little girl was only about 7 or 8 years old. Her two big eyes were very bright. She was wearing a coarse cloth shirt with many patches on it. She was barefooted and her small mouth was slightly open. When the sea breeze entered, she quickly closed it again. People who lived by the sea usually had skin that was not too white, perhaps because they were exposed to the sea breeze for a long time. The little girl's skin color was very normal, and gave people a very healthy feeling. Yang Kai put on a smile, pretending to be gentle and harmless. He walked towards her step by step. At the same time, he was secretly blaming himself. When he woke up from his comprehension, he did not notice the person beside him. He was afraid that he had scared her. Seeing her expression, it seemed that she was very frightened. Yang Kai did not dare to use his yuan qi to dry his clothes. He just walked over, still wet. He came in front of her and crouched down. With a kind smile on his face, he softly asked, "Little girl, what are you doing here?" The little girl blinked her big eyes, still looking at him. Her pure and innocent eyes were not mixed with the slightest impurity. Being stared at like this, even if Yang Kai did not do anything wrong, he still felt a little uncomfortable. If it was someone with a guilty heart, they would have been purified on the spot. After a while, she stretched out her hands and handed over something. Yang Kai looked down and found that it was a grilled fish. Fishermen who lived by the sea naturally ate fish as their staple food. "For me?" Yang Kai's heart warmed. The little girl gently nodded. She stuffed the grilled fish into Yang Kai's hand and ran away, leaving a row of clear footprints on the beach. It was very cute. After running for a short distance, she suddenly stopped and looked back at Yang Kai. Then, she actually turned back and walked to Yang Kai's side. She pulled his clothes and walked in a direction. Yang Kai did not resist. He did not know what this little girl wanted to do, but she was so pure and cute. She definitely did not have any malicious intentions. After following her for a short distance, they arrived in front of a simple and crude house. The little girl stretched out her hand and pointed inside. "Do you want to go in?" Yang Kai asked. The little girl nodded. Chuckling, Yang Kai thought that she had invited him to her home as a guest. Before he could take a step, an old man suddenly walked out of the house. The old man was not young. The flowing time great emperor left many ruthless marks on his face. Moreover, when the old man walked, one of his legs was not very nimble. When the old man saw the little girl and Yang Kai, he was stunned. In order to avoid any misunderstandings, Yang Kai quickly opened his mouth and said, "Old man, is this little girl your family?" The old man kindly smiled and waved to the little girl, "Little you, come here." The little girl shook her head and pulled Yang Kai's clothes with all her strength, pulling him inside. The old man smiled at Yang Kai, "Little brother, if you don't mind, come in and sit. Little you is afraid that you will catch a cold, so she wants to drag you in to dry your clothes." Yang Kai suddenly felt relieved. So this was the reason why the little girl had come back and dragged him here. How could Yang Kai have the heart to refuse her good intentions? "Sorry to disturb you." As he followed little you into the house, Yang Kai looked around and could not help but feel sad. This house could be said to be a real house with only 4 walls. Except for a bed and a few tattered quilts, there was nothing else. In Sea City, Yang Kai had seen the life of the rich, but on the beach not far from Sea City, there was still an abyss of suffering between a grandfather and a granddaughter. This scene was really shocking. Little you busily lit the charcoal fire and pulled Yang Kai close to the fire to dry his clothes. The charcoal fire was also lit in the house. After all, the sea wind outside was too strong. When the fire was lit, the dust in the house rolled, and the old man could not help but cough a few times. There was no chair, and Yang Kai was not particular, so he sat on the ground with them. Little brother, you should be a cultivator, right? The old man put little Yu on his lap and asked. How do you know? Yang Kai was a little surprised. He had restrained his aura. If he did not make a move, even a Yuan Qi cultivator would not be able to see through him, unless it was a soul travel realm master who had cultivated divine sense. But he did not expect that an old fisherman on the beach could see through him. This made Yang Kai a little surprised. The old man laughed a few times. Little brother has been standing on the beach for several days without moving. How can an ordinary person stand it? Several days? Yang Kai felt a chill in his heart. The last time he was immersed in meditation, he also could not feel the passage of time. This time, it was the same. It seemed that the next time he wanted to meditate, he had to find a good place. If something dangerous happened, he might not even know how he died. Little Yu goes to see you every day. If not, do you think an old man like me would dare to let you into the house? I am not a bad person. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. While talking, little Yu kept looking at Yang Kai. Seeing that he was holding the grilled fish in his hand without eating, she could not help but point at him. Yes, I will eat. Little Yu is so obedient. Yang Kai opened his mouth and took a bite of the fish. Although it was cold, it was still fresh and tender. He could not help but nod, delicious. Only then did Xiao Yu reveal a faint smile. After eating the grilled fish, his clothes were dry. Yang Kai wanted to say something, but hesitated a few times. Finally, he said, Old man, little Yu can't speak? A touch of sadness appeared on the old man's face. He patted little Yu's head and said, No, something happened at home. Since then, she has not spoken. Oh. Yang Kai sighed helplessly. He thought that little Yu was born with a stubborn illness and that he could find a way to treat her, but he did not expect that she would not speak. This was a knot in her heart. If this knot was not untied, she would not speak. The old man obviously did not want to talk about this matter, so Yang Kai did not ask any more. He did not want to evoke the old man's sadness. It is already late. If little brother does not mind, you can rest here for the night. The old man stood up shakily. Little Yu quickly supported him. Then I will disturb you. Yang Kai got up and bowed. The house was not big. The old man and little Yu slept on the bed while Yang Kai slept on the floor. Listening to the whistling wind outside, he could not fall asleep. His 3 years of life in High Heaven Pavilion had been difficult enough, but compared to this person, what did it count as? This old man and young man, besides occasionally catching a few fish, what could they do to support themselves? In the middle of the night, Yang Kai heard the sound of footsteps outside. He suddenly woke up. Before coming here, Yang Kai had already looked around. There were no traces of other people living nearby. There was only this house and the old man and his granddaughter. And listening to the sound of the footsteps, the person who came was actually a cultivator. Just as Yang Kai was feeling suspicious, the old man sleeping on the bed suddenly sat up. In the darkness, Yang Kai could clearly see the fear on his face. Chapter 172. Old Man. Yang Kai had just opened his mouth when the old man gestured at him, Don't talk. Yang Kai frowned. Although he didn't know what the old man was afraid of, it definitely had something to do with the cultivator. Not long after, the person arrived at the door and knocked on the old door. Xiao Yu woke up and hugged her grandfather, shivering on the bed. Yang Kai's expression became cold. Old man, open the door. An angry shout came from outside. If you don't open the door, we won't be polite anymore. A second person's voice came. The old man held his granddaughter in his arms, his turbid eyes flashing with anger and helplessness. He comforted her in a low voice, Xiao Yu, don't be afraid. Grandpa is here. Xiao Yu, don't be afraid. The person knocking on the door was obviously impatient. Seeing that the old man was unwilling to open the door, he directly kicked the door open. The sea breeze poured into the room, blowing away the last trace of warmth. "Old man." One of them fiercely rushed in, "You have guts to close the door. Believe it or not, I'll stab you with a knife. What are you doing here? Get out." The old man shielded his granddaughter and wailed, "My child's father has been taken away by you, and my child's mother has also been taken away by you. Only the two of us are left here, alone and dependent on each other. Are you still not going to let us go?" "Hey, old man, don't say that. We invited them to Cloud's Island to enjoy themselves. Now that they miss you, they specifically asked us to bring you two along. Only when the family is together can they be reunited." The person who came in first walked in while grinning. When he suddenly saw Yang Kai, he couldn't help but be surprised. He looked at Yang Kai with vigilance, but didn't feel any trace of a cultivator on him. He just thought that he was an ordinary person and didn't pay attention to him anymore. He secretly muttered in his heart, "When did this family have one more person?" The old man cried, "We ordinary people don't have the fortune to enjoy this kind of blessing. Can you please let the child's father and mother go? The child misses her father and mother very much." "Old man, you don't know how to appreciate kindness." The person's expression was cold. "If you miss them, then come with us. When you arrive at Cloud's Island, you will reunite. Why are you wailing and howling here?" After the two cultivator entered the house. He didn't say much, but Yang Kai had already heard a lot of information. Yang Kai knew about Cloud's Island. There was a Red Cloud sect on the island, but it was only a third-class force. Compared to High Heaven Pavilion, it was even worse. However, Yang Kai didn't know why they would come here to capture people. Moreover, it seemed that this wasn't the first time. The old man had said before that Xiaoyu was unwilling to speak because something had happened at home. This should be the case. Yang Kai wasn't someone who liked to meddle in other people's business. It was because he had been taken care of. Now that the grandfather and grandson were in trouble, Yang Kai would not ignore them. People should always know how to repay kindness. Xiaoyu's pure kindness was enough to move him. These two cultivators were only at the Qi transformation stage, and their abilities were not considered high. If they really fought, Yang Kai was confident that he could defeat them easily. However, it wasn't convenient to make a move here. What's more, they had a sect behind them. If his hands and feet were not clean, it was very likely that he would implicate the old man and Xiaoyu. He had to make a good plan. "I beg the two of you, please release my child's parents and let our family reunite." The old man was choked with sobs. He knelt on the bed and kowtowed again and again. This old man is so noisy that it makes people angry. The Red Cloud sect cultivator cursed. He was about to rush up and attack. Yang Kai took a step forward and stood in front of him. "Boy. Who are you?" The Red Cloud sect cultivator glared at Yang Kai. He had wanted to ask this question for a long time, but the old man had been so noisy that he couldn't open his mouth. Yang Kai smiled and bowed again and again. "I am a distant relative of this family." "A distant relative?" The man looked at Yang Kai suspiciously and didn't ask carefully, "What are you doing here?" Yang Kai quickly answered, "My business outside has declined. I wanted to come here to seek shelter, but I didn't expect that my uncle and aunt had already been taken to Cloud's Island by the two of you. This is really surprising. I have admired the Red Cloud sect for a long time and have always wanted to become your disciple, but I have never found a way. Today, I am able to meet the two of you. It is really a blessing from the heavens. Can the two of you take me to Cloud's Island?" Yang Kai's voice was humble. While speaking, he looked nervous and expectant. He also expressed that he had been looking forward to meeting them for a long time. The two Cloud's Island cultivators were stunned. There was actually someone who took the initiative to go to our island. Was this boy crazy or stupid? The two of them looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression and didn't answer. Yang Kai became more and more uneasy. The two of you, I just arrived in Sea City today. My money is a bit tight, but the two of you can rest assured that if I can enter the Red Cloud sect, I will definitely repay my brother's filial piety. Is he trying to bribe us? The two Clouds Island cultivators looked at each other and suddenly felt that their brains weren't enough. They had caught so many people and had seen all kinds of people. Today, they met this idiot's reaction. It was simply amazing. However, it turned out that he had just arrived. He should have said so earlier. He liked to bully people like you who had just arrived in Sea City. Yang Kai looked at them nervously. In his heart, he was muttering. Although he didn't know why Clouds Island had caught these ordinary people, he could only use this method to help the old man and his grandson get out of trouble. Even the old man and the little girl were caught. There was no reason for them to let a strong man like him go. Sure enough, after the two cultivators stared at each other for a long time, they suddenly laughed. They affectionately patted Yang Kai's shoulder and said, "Good, good, good. Since you have the heart to enter the Red Cloud sect, how can we have the heart to stop you? Good, good. Young man, you have a strange bone structure and you look smart enough. You must be a martial arts genius. In the future, if you have a meteoric rise, don't forget our brother and brother's recommendation." "I won't forget, of course I won't forget." The three of them looked at each other and laughed. The two cultivators of the Red Cloud sect secretly cursed Yang Kai for being an idiot. Yang Kai thought that the two of them were idiots. The old man and his grandson were shivering on the bed. After a long time, Yang Kai stopped laughing and said, "The two of you, look, isn't it enough for me to enter the Red Cloud sect? If the old man and the young man were to be brought along, it would be troublesome." This question was what Yang Kai was most nervous about. If they were not willing to let go of the old man and his grandson, then Yang Kai could only kill them here. Before, he had talked so much nonsense. He had only wanted to ask this question, nothing more. However, Yang Kai was obviously thinking too much. They had come here to catch people because the Red Cloud sect had a job that ordinary people could do. No matter if it was a man or a woman, old or young, as long as it was a person, it would be fine. Now that they had caught Yang Kai, the old man and the young man, they naturally did not want to bring them along. In case they died on the bumpy road, they would be contaminated with bad luck. Hearing this, they nodded and said, "Well, what you said is right. We wanted to bring them to reunite, but we did not think that the old man of your family would not appreciate our kindness and waste our good intentions. I am old. Brothers, please forgive me." Yang Kai smiled. "Since you have decided to enter the Red Cloud sect, there is no time to lose. Let's go now." The two cultivators of the Red Cloud sect had completed their task. They could not wait to leave this small and stuffy room. "The two of you, please wait outside for a moment. I will say goodbye to my grandfather and my sister. Hurry up." The two of them did not doubt him and went outside to wait. After they left, Yang Kai slowly walked to the bedside. He looked at the trembling grandfather and grandson. The old man was a shrewd person. When Yang Kai and the Red Cloud sect's cultivator were talking nonsense, he did not dare to make a sound. He was afraid that he would give himself away. "Until now," he said with a trembling voice, "Little brother, why are you doing this? The Red Cloud sect is not a place where people can go." Yang Kai smiled, "Old man, you don't have to worry. I have my own plans. Don't forget. Am I also a cultivator?" The old man's turbid eyes flashed with a trace of light. Only then did he feel a little relieved. Yang Kai put his hand into his pocket. He took out all the money he had gotten from the dead people and put it in the old man's hand. He solemnly said, "Tomorrow morning, leave Sea City with Xiao Yu. Go as far as you can. Don't stay here anymore. After saying this, Yang Kai touched Xiao Yu's head and turned to leave. The old man waited until the sound of footsteps outside gradually faded away. Then, he looked at the things that Yang Kai gave him with trembling hands. It was a dozen banknotes. The old man's tears flowed freely as he pulled Xiao Yu to kneel on the bed. Xiao Yu, people must know how to repay kindness. Remember this big brother's face. If you have the chance to see him again, even if you are a slave or a servant, you must repay him. Do you understand? The old man solemnly said. Xiao Yu nodded slightly. Her young face no longer showed fear, only calmness remained. Outside the room, Yang Kai followed the two Red Cloud sects cultivator and went far away. Yang Kai wanted to find an opportunity to kill the two of them, but before he could do so, he found that the development of the situation was beyond his expectations. The Red Cloud sects cultivator tonight was not only the two of them, but more than 20 people. Among them, there was even an Yuan Qi expert. Yang Kai did not make a move. With the Yuan Qi expert here, he would be courting death if he made a move. This Yuan Qi expert was not like Zhang Ding's wild fox Zen. Moreover, during the battle with Zhang Ding a few days ago, Yang Kai won because he had the upper hand. Now that things had developed to this point, Yang Kai did not panic. In the eyes of the Red Cloud sects cultivator, he was just an ordinary person. This was his advantage. As long as he could find an opportunity, he could escape. And opportunities always required patience. The two Red Cloud sects cultivator brought Yang Kai to a three-masted ship at the seaside. They no longer cared about him. Their previous amiable attitude was replaced by a sneer. Their sneer had a clear meaning of ridicule, as if they were saying that he had boarded a pirate ship. Yang Kai did not care about this. With the passage of time, more and more people were brought to the big ship. Some of them were crying bitterly, some were cursing, some were begging, but the Red Cloud sects people on the ship just ignored them as if this was a common occurrence. These people were men and women. Most of them were beggars and vagrants. There were also some who were dressed like fishermen. There were no gorgeous people. In other words, the Red Cloud sects' targets were poor people. Because the poor people were bullied, they had no way to resist. By daybreak, the number of people who had been captured by the Red Cloud sect had reached more than 30 people. Those martial artists had also hurriedly rushed back. Under the command of the experts on the ship set sail before sunrise and set sail towards the sea. Chapter 173. The waves surged and rolled. The ship broke through the sea and steadily sailed into the distance. The more than 30 people who were caught gradually stopped crying and cursing. Even if they shouted until their throats were broken, the Clouds Island cultivator would not pay them any attention. Instead, they would be beaten. The cultivator was very careful. He would only beat them until they cried for their parents, but would not hurt their muscles or bones. Yang Kai sat in a corner of the deck and coldly observed everything. His freedom was not restricted by anyone. He did not shout nor did he attract anyone's attention. The ship had been sailing for an hour and was about 100 miles away from Sea City. Yang Kai had been silently observing the movements of the Yuan Qi expert on the ship. He was thinking about how much chance of survival he would have if he jumped off the ship and ran away. With his strength in the Qi transformation stage, he was not worried about drowning. Yang Kai was afraid that the Yuan Qi expert would jump off the ship and chase after him. Just as he was hesitating, an old fisherman who had been caught jumped off the ship before Yang Kai could, taking advantage of Yang Kai's unpreparedness. With a soft splash, the more than 30 people who were caught became excited and rushed to the side of the ship. They wanted to follow the old fisherman's footsteps and escape by jumping off the ship. The Clouds Island cultivator did not stop them. He just looked at them with a sneer. Yang Kai felt that something was not right. They had spent a lot of effort to catch these ordinary people. There was no reason for them to let them go so easily. Suddenly, a shrill scream came from below. It was creepy to hear. It was the voice of the old fisherman who had just jumped off the ship. Hearing this voice, the people who had rushed to the side of the ship suddenly stopped and stared at the sea. What happened? What happened? There is a monster below. There is a man-eating monster below the ship. The ordinary people shouted in horror. They were all frozen in place. They did not have the courage to jump. A cloud sect cultivator on the ship sneered and looked at the crowd. Do you want to know what is below? Without waiting for the ordinary people to answer, he took a torch from the side and threw it into the sea. Taking advantage of the momentary light, many people saw an extremely horrifying scene. There was a pool of blood on the surface of the sea. The old fisherman from before had already been split into many pieces. Under the sea, there were some ferocious and terrifying fish beasts shuttling back and forth, following the big ship. They tore at the old fisherman's body with big mouthfuls. This is the result of jumping off the ship. The Red Cloud sect's cultivator sneered. Many people vomited on the spot. They were all ordinary people. When had they ever seen such a bloody and disgusting scene? Yang Kai felt a chill in his heart. He knew that he could no longer think of escaping by jumping off the ship. The thing that was following the ship was definitely a monster beast from the sea. It was probably raised by Cloud's Island. In the water, the monster beast was the king. As a chi transformation stage cultivator, he had no chance of escaping from them. All of you listen to me. The Red Cloud sect's cultivator shouted as his eyes flashed like lightning. He swept his gaze over the crowd. If you don't want to die, then obediently stay on the ship. In another 2 hours, we will arrive at Cloud's Island. Don't think that capturing you is torture. This is my Red Cloud sect's opportunity for you. When you arrive at the island, you will enjoy endless delicious food and wear endless silk and satin. As long as you pass my Red Cloud sect's test, you will become my disciple. From now on, you can be a cultivator who can summon the moon and pick the stars. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. They obviously did not believe his words. The Red Cloud sect's cultivator was not long-winded. He only threatened them and then closed his mouth. However, after what had just happened. Now, the ordinary people who had been captured did not dare to make a sound. They did not even dare to think about escaping. There were monsters eating people under the ship. How could they still have the courage? The big ship continued to sail. After another 2 hours, Yang Kai heard someone say, "We're home." I'm so tired. We have to come out once a month. Why do you think these people have such short lives? They are ordinary people. Even if they take care of themselves, they can't last long. Shoo, don't say any more. If they hear you, they will panic. Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked ahead, only to see the outline of an island not far away. This island wasn't small. Yang Kai estimated it to be 4 or 5 times the size of Sea City. However, this island gave him a very strange feeling. His eyesight was now extraordinary, so at a glance, the left half of the island seemed to be different from the right half. The peninsula on the right seemed to be covered by a layer of hazy fog, making it difficult for him to see clearly, and he couldn't figure out what kind of mystery it was. The direction of the big ship was heading towards the left side of the peninsula. After a long time, the big ship slowly slowed down and finally reached the shore. A disciple of Cloud's Island lowered a rope ladder from the deck and called out to the trembling ordinary people, "Everyone get off the ship." Although the 30 or so people were frightened, they still jumped off the ship in an orderly manner. The moment they landed on land, many people's legs went soft and they fell to the ground. They were really afraid of those man-eating monsters under the ship. Many of them were fishermen. However, after fishing for so many years, they had never encountered such monsters. "You too, help these people settle down," the only Yuan Qi expert on the ship said to the 2 disciples. "Yes, Martial Uncle," the 2 disciples respectfully answered. They were the two people who caught Yang Kai before. Let's go. I'll take you to eat and drink. The two Clouds Island cultivators did not make things difficult for these ordinary people. They herded them forward like sheep. Kai Yang purposely stayed at the end of the group. With a smile on his face, he asked, "Two senior brothers, when will we join the sect?" One of them sneered at Yang Kai, "Who is your brother?" Although the other one was also impatient, he still explained, "Don't worry. Didn't you hear when we were on the ship? As long as you can pass the Cloud Sect's test, you can become a disciple and enter the sect to practice martial arts." "Then what is the test?" Yang Kai continued to ask. "A test. Hee. It's a very simple test. You just have to pick some things. Don't ask too much. You will know when the time comes." That person saw that Yang Kai was easy to fool. He patted his shoulder and said, "As long as you are smart enough, we will always have the opportunity to become brothers. You have just arrived at Clouds Island, so you don't need to worry about anything. Every day, you will be served delicious food. When the time comes, someone will naturally inform you." Oh. Yang Kai could not inquire too much and could only give up. However, Clouds Island was indeed a good place to cultivate. The heaven and earth energy here was much stronger than Sky Tower. No wonder the sects by the sea like to establish their own sects on the island and occupy it for cultivation. Life was an advantage. Moreover, many of the islands had special treasures that could not be found on the mainland. Perhaps it was because of the beautiful scenery of Clouds Island, but the ordinary people who were caught calmed down a lot. While walking, they pointed at the scenery around them. One of the two Clouds Island disciples reminded them, "Don't run around on the island. There are also man-eating monsters here. If you run around, you will end up without a corpse." To ordinary people, a monster beast was not a deterrent. But when it came to man-eating monsters, it was absolutely frightening. Sure enough. After hearing this, many people were silent. They remembered the fate of the old fisherman who jumped off the boat. Following the island's path, they walked for about an hour before they reached their destination. Another Cloud Sect disciple came to meet them. He led the 30 or so ordinary people into a huge courtyard and said with a smile, "Brothers, you have worked hard. Tonight's harvest was not bad." "Not bad. We found more people than we did a few months ago. These people will be under Junior Brother's management. Brother, rest assured." A few people said a few words. The two Red Cloud Sect's martial artists then left. After they left, the Cloud Sect cultivator who was in charge of meeting them waved his hand and said, "Follow me." After entering the courtyard, Yang Kai looked around. He found that there were walls all around, covering an area of a few miles. There were small houses inside, and it seemed that only one person could live in each of them. The 30 or so ordinary people were all arranged to live in these small houses. Yang Kai also lived alone in one of these houses. The furnishings in the house could not be said to be luxurious, but at least it was not bad. There were beds and neatly folded blankets. "From now on, all of you will live here. You don't need to worry about anything. You don't need to do anything. 3 meals a day will be delivered to you. Your only task now is to eat and sleep well. Take care of your body and wait for my Red Cloud Sect to give you a test." The Red Cloud Sect's cultivator warned. Hearing this sentence, Yang Kai could not help but think of raising pigs. He did not believe that the Cloud Sect caught ordinary people for them to enjoy life. It was the same for raising pigs. They ate and slept well, and when the time came, they would slaughter them. What was the Cloud Sect trying to do? Yang Kai was really confused. However, Yang Kai could not escape now. After all, this was the Cloud Sect's island. Unless he could safely get a ship, and it had to be the kind of ship that could withstand the monster beast's attack. Since he was already here, he might as well make the best of it. Yang Kai put down the burden in his heart and sat cross-legged on the bed to cultivate. The next day, someone really did send delicious food. The food was exquisite and rich. At first glance, one could see that it was carefully prepared. There was also a faint medicinal fragrance in it. It should be a medicinal diet. Yang Kai did not eat immediately. Instead, he waited for a long time. Seeing that the others were fine after eating, he picked up his chopsticks. After finishing the meal, the ordinary people felt refreshed, and so did Yang Kai. Although there were not many medicinal ingredients in the food, they were all things that could strengthen the body and help the vitality of the blood. If used for a long time, even an ordinary person could live a long life. It was like this for several days. At this moment, the people who were caught no longer had any complaints. They completely believed that the Cloud Sect's cultivator had brought them here to enjoy life. These were all poor people. When had they ever been treated like this? Every meal was filled with delicacies. Each and every one of them was so happy that they forgot their home. However, in addition to the medicinal diet, the people who were caught had to drink a kind of grass juice every day. This juice was very bitter, but it was also good for the body and had no harm. Day in and day out, those poor people actually became a lot more muscular. They were in a good mood and did not have to worry about food. They felt that this was heaven. Moreover, there were not many restrictions on their movements. Apart from not being able to leave the big courtyard, they could go wherever they wanted. Chapter 174. These days, Yang Kai's life could be considered peaceful. Apart from sneaking out a few times at night, he didn't do anything else. The person guarding this place was only a chi transforming stage cultivator, so he couldn't find any trace of Yang Kai. After several inquiries, Yang Kai discovered that in addition to his courtyard, there were several similar courtyards. There were also many ordinary people who had been captured. However, they were very different from the ordinary people in his courtyard. Many of them looked haggard and haggard. Even if they were nourished with the same delicacies every day, it would still be difficult to restore their vitality. Old Demon felt a trace of abnormality from these people. More or less, each of them had a trace of demonic chi. This demonic chi wasn't something they cultivated, but rather something they had accidentally contaminated themselves with. It was this demonic chi that was eating away at their lives. After prying into this information, Yang Kai had some guesses about the Red Cloud Sect's actions, but he didn't dare to be too sure. After being captured and brought to the Red Cloud Sect for half a month, Yang Kai and the ordinary people had another task besides eating and sleeping. That was to listen to a Red Cloud Sect disciple explain about medicinal herbs. Everyone was given a booklet. The booklet was full of pictures and descriptions of all kinds of heavenly treasures, as well as how to harvest them. The Red Cloud Sect disciple would explain for 2 hours every day. Yang Kai was very serious about learning. This kind of knowledge could be used at any time. This explanation lasted for half a month. It had already been a month since Kai Yang had arrived at the Red Cloud Sect. During this month, he had been secretly cultivating, which had allowed him to break through to the Qi transformation second stage. He hadn't taken any pills or absorbed any Yang Qi, yet he was able to achieve such a result. From this, it could be seen how rich the world energy here was. If it wasn't for his current situation, Yang Kai would be very happy to stay here and cultivate. After a month, early in the morning, the Red Cloud Sect disciple who was in charge of guarding this courtyard called everyone over. The time to slaughter had come. Yang Kai thought in his heart. Combined with the clues he had obtained before, Yang Kai was sure that the Red Cloud Sect wanted these ordinary people to go to a dangerous place to pick herbs. And this place was a dangerous place that even the disciples of the sect were not willing to enter. Sure enough, the Red Cloud Sect's disciple said in a clear voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, after coming to the Red Cloud Sect for a month, all of you have become much stronger. This is my sect's gift to you. But there is no free food in this world. If you still want to live such a comfortable life, you have to do something for my Red Cloud Sect. This is also a test for you. As long as you pass, you can come back here and continue to live freely. The group of people had some misgivings, they did not know what he was talking about. Now, follow me. He didn't say much and led the group out. Following the path they had taken to reach Xianxia, after a full 2 hours, they arrived at the seaside, where a large ship was waiting. Yang Kai discovered that many people had already gathered on the ship. They were the same people he had seen when he went out at night. These people were all squatting on the ship. Many of them were trembling, and their faces were filled with fear. After more than 30 people had boarded the ship, there were more than 100 ordinary people gathered on the ship. When the people who had boarded first looked at Yang Kai and the others, there was an inexplicable sense of sympathy in their eyes. Is everyone here? A middle-aged man who had reached the Yuan Qi realm asked. Everyone is here. Set sail. The man waved his hand and the ship slowly started to move. At this moment, a terrified voice rang out, I don't want to go to that damned place, I beg you to let me go, I will never go there again. As he spoke, he screamed miserably. He stood up and staggered towards a Red Cloud sect cultivator. His face was filled with panic, but his eyes were as red as a mad demon's. When he arrived in front of the Red Cloud sect cultivator, he opened his mouth and bit him, shouting, You want me to die? I will kill you first. This person's mind has been swallowed by the evil qi, he has gone crazy. The old demon's voice sounded. How dare you? It was obviously not the first time that the Red Cloud sect cultivator had encountered such a situation. Without even asking, he pulled out his sword from his waist and stabbed it into the man's chest. Then, he rolled his leg and kicked the man off the ship. Under the ship, there was the sound of a monster beast dismembering a corpse. Everyone's heart trembled. The Red Cloud sect cultivator who had just killed a person coldly glanced at the ordinary people on the ship and shouted, Whoever dares to be presumptuous will be thrown off the ship and fed to the fish. His murderous aura was awe-inspiring. Under his gaze, no one dared to look him in the eyes. The ship immediately calmed down. The destination of the ship was not far away, but the right peninsula of Red Cloud Island, which was covered by clouds and mist. After making a big circle, the ship docked. When they were on the ship, Yang Kai had already understood their mission. Yang Kai knew about the black profound fruit that they had to pick from the island. Half a month after arriving at Red Cloud Island, he had heard the Red Cloud sect's disciple explain it. On the first page of the booklet, there was a kind of black fruit that looked like a bunch of grapes. It was a specialty of Red Cloud Island. In the entire sea territory, it could only be found on Red Cloud Island. At that time, when the disciple had explained the black profound fruit, he had solemnly explained it several times. At that time, Yang Kai did not know why the disciple was so interested in this fruit. Now, he finally understood. The Red Cloud sect's main purpose of capturing ordinary people was to pick the black profound fruit. This fruit's grade was not high. According to the theory of medicine, it could only be regarded as an ordinary grade fruit. He did not know why the Red Cloud sect wanted it. Everyone was given a medicine basket. Each person had to pick at least 3 pounds of the black profound fruit to complete the mission. Of course, if they could pick other precious treasures, they could offset the value of the basket. This was also the reason why the Red Cloud sect had to teach these ordinary people about medicine for half a month. They were afraid that they would come across some precious treasures and miss them. More than 100 ordinary people were driven off the ship. The Red Cloud sect's people stood motionless on the ship. The right peninsula was like a forbidden area to them. No one dared to set foot on it. The Yuan Qi expert said, You have 3 days. After 3 days, we will come back here to pick you up. If you can't complete the mission, you don't need to come back. You can fend for yourself. Let's go. As the ship left, more than 100 ordinary people stared at it with gloomy expressions. The 30 people who were caught with Yang Kai still did not understand the situation. However, it was obvious that it was not the first time for the others to carry out this kind of mission. After staying in the same place for a while, many people carried their medicine baskets and went deeper into the island without saying a word. Gradually, fewer and fewer people were left. Yang Kai stood on the shore and looked down. He could only sigh helplessly. Under the sea, there were some monster beasts shuttling back and forth, making it impossible for him to escape. Turning around, Yang Kai also walked into the right peninsula. Young master, the demonic chi here is very strong. No wonder the Red Cloud sect's disciples did not dare to come in. The old demon transmitted his voice. If the demonic chi was inhaled, it may not be harmful to the body. However, if it was inhaled for a long time, it was very likely to devour the person's body and mind, causing them to become the demon race. Because of this, the Red Cloud sect needed to catch ordinary people to go to the right peninsula to pick herbs. They spent a month to nurture the bodies of these ordinary people in the hope that they would be able to hold on for a few more days so that they would not go crazy as soon as they entered the island. Don't you like the demonic chi? Yang Kai ridiculed, but he did not panic. Hee, as the young master said. The old demon laughed strangely. With this old servant here, the young master does not need to worry about being affected by the demonic chi. However, this is a strange place. The young master might as well explore it. Maybe you will gain something. That's exactly what I was thinking. Yang Kai nodded. He was caught and imprisoned on this isolated island for a month. Although he was served with good food and drinks, Yang Kai still wanted to collect some interest. Carrying the basket of herbs, he walked towards the depths of the right peninsula. There was certainly nothing on the outside. Even if the black profound fruit's growth cycle was fast, it would not be able to withstand the repeated plucking. Only by going deeper could he possibly find something. There were many people who had the same idea as Yang Kai. Many of them were walking in groups. Very few of them were alone. As time passed, he gradually could not see other people's figures around him. While walking, Yang Kai suddenly found a figure in front of him. The figure was rapidly running towards a place. Following the direction of the figure's running, Yang Kai saw a bunch of grape-like fruits hanging on a vine. Black profound fruit. Yang Kai rolled his eyes. His footsteps flashed and he ran towards the black profound fruit. He reached out his hand and picked it. Weighing it, this bunch of fruits weighed about half a pound. In other words, as long as one found 6 bunches, one person's task would be completed. The other person also rushed over. After seeing Yang Kai, he could not help but look stunned. He immediately fiercely stared at him and growled, "Brat, give me the fruits." Yang Kai frowned and sighed. This person was originally a kind and poor person, but after entering and leaving this place, his body was affected by the evil aura. He gradually lost his nature. Now, he only showed fierceness and madness. It seemed that if Yang Kai did not give him the black profound fruit, he would kill him. "I can give you the fruits." If Yang Kai did not want to inquire about some information, he would not want to compete with an ordinary person. "Give it to me quickly." The man lowered his head and looked at Yang Kai with a fiendish look. "Answer my question, why does the Red Cloud sect want this fruit?" Yang Kai asked. This was obviously not the first time this person came here, so he should have some understanding of this matter. "Don't talk nonsense. Give me the fruits first, then I will tell you." Yang Kai smiled and threw the bunch of black profound fruit to him. The man caught it with a smile on his face. He put the black profound fruit into the medicine basket on his back and looked at Yang Kai. The fierceness in his eyes gradually disappeared. After a moment of silence, he said, "I don't know much. I only heard that they want this fruit to feed the fish." "Feed the fish?" "Yes, a special kind of fish, but I don't know what it is." After that, the man looked at Yang Kai with a strange and malicious look and said, "Look at you, a skinny brat, why don't you come with me? This place is very dangerous. Was he trying to pull him into this group? Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. He estimated that if he went with this man, then the black profound fruit would certainly satisfy his needs first. You don't know how to appreciate kindness. The man did not embarrass Yang Kai. Finally, the humanity in his heart was not extinguished. He coldly snorted and left. Chapter 175. Alone, Kai Yang shuttled back and forth on the right peninsula, going deeper and deeper. It had been more than a day since he entered the right peninsula. Along the way, he found a lot of black profound fruits, but Yang Kai didn't want to help the Red Cloud sect complete their mission, so he naturally wouldn't pick them. The Red Cloud sect cultivator gave him a deadline of 3 days, which should be the limit for an ordinary person, but Yang Kai had the help of the old demon, so he didn't have to worry about the evil spirit qi entering his body. On the contrary, the old demon was in urgent need of the evil spirit qi to restore his body, so he happily devoured it. Yang Kai decided to explore the right peninsula for a while, to see what kind of mysteries were hidden here, and then think of a way to leave Red Cloud's island. The right peninsula covered a large area, and there were several mountains. They weren't too high, but they were quite steep, so ordinary people couldn't climb them. Yang Kai's goal was these mountains. He believed that he could find some rare treasures there. While walking, Yang Kai's footsteps came to a halt as he smelled a fresh medicinal fragrance in the air. As soon as this smell entered his nose, he immediately felt refreshed, as if he had been enlightened. After carefully identifying the direction of the medicinal fragrance, Yang Kai walked to the right side. Not long after, a flower about half the height of his body appeared in front of him. At the top, there was a small pink flower with a blooming pistil. The fragrance of the flower was pleasant. Looking carefully, this flower seemed to have the face of a beauty, smiling at him. Moreover, this flower stem was strange, like a woman's graceful waist, exquisite and delicate, causing people to daydream. Beauty's pistil. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He didn't expect to find such a good thing in just a day. According to the introduction in the booklet given by the Red Cloud sect disciples, this beauty's pistil was an earth-level high-grade spirit medicine. If it was refined into a pill and given to a woman, it would have some miraculous effects. Even if it couldn't turn an ugly woman into a beautiful woman, it could at least make her skin softer and smoother. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't be polite. He picked up the beauty's pistil and put it in the basket on his back. He continued to explore. Perhaps it was because Yang Kai had come to a place that ordinary people had never set foot in before, but since he found the beauty's pistil, he had been repeatedly harvesting. In the depths of the right peninsula of Red Cloud's island, there was a treasure waiting to be discovered. The Red Cloud sect's cultivator didn't dare to go deep, for fear of being affected by the evil spirit qi. Climbing over one mountain after another, the number of rare herbs and spirit fruits in Kai Yang's medicine basket gradually increased. The only unfortunate thing was that although the right peninsula covered a large area, it couldn't withstand Yang Kai's constant search. In just 3 to 5 days, Yang Kai had basically run through the entire right peninsula. The medicine basket on his back was already more than half full. The most inferior things inside were earth-grade low-grade items, and there were even heaven-grade exotic flowers and herbs. Moreover, there wasn't much danger here, unlike Black Wind Mountain, where the monster beast roamed. If one's strength was low, they would only be eaten by the monster beast. Yang Kai wandered around here for a few days, only meeting 2 or 3 wolves. On the 3rd day, the Red Cloud sect's ship arrived as scheduled. Yang Kai stood on top of a mountain and watched the scene. However, there were only 60 to 70 ordinary people who made it out alive. The others should have been swallowed by the evil spirit qi and fell into a state of madness. In the end, they would only die on the right peninsula. On the 4th day, Yang Kai stood below a small mountain, looking up at a mountain peak that was about 300 feet high. This was the last small mountain in this area. After exploring here, Yang Kai had already covered the entire right peninsula. The old demon, who had been silent all this time, suddenly shouted excitedly, "Young master, this mountain seems to be the source of all the evil spirit qi in the right peninsula." "Are you sure?" Yang Kai was surprised. He also felt that the evil spirit qi here was much stronger than other places. "Of course I'm sure." This old servant's soul is trembling. "Are you afraid?" Yang Kai was puzzled. Old demon laughed, "It's not fear, it's excitement. Young master, if you were hungry for a long time and a plate of delicious food was placed in front of you, how would you react? Eat it. I beg young master to give this old servant this opportunity." Yang Kai could even vaguely hear the old demon swallowing his saliva. Smiling faintly, Kai Yang began to climb up the steep mountain wall. He also wanted to know what caused the right half of Red Cloud's island to be so different. As he climbed up, Yang Kai also looked around to see if he could find any treasures. However, even after climbing to the top of the mountain, he still didn't find anything. He couldn't help but feel disappointed. At the top of the mountain, Yang Kai stood up straight and looked around. This mountain was very strange. It was a flat peak. From afar, he could tell that it was completely bare. Now that he had set foot on it, the feeling was even deeper. There wasn't a single blade of grass or tree here. The ground on the mountain was as red as blood, and the air was filled with a fishy smell. Evil spirit qi. Yang Kai took a deep breath and fixed his eyes on a huge rock in the middle of the mountain. This piece of rock was bright red as well. With a single glance, one could even clearly see the bloody qi that was evaporating from it, and it was dense and penetrating like mist. Vigilant, he slowly walked towards the huge rock. When he got close, he still didn't find any danger. Looking closely, he saw that in the middle of the mirror-like rock, there were a few drops of red liquid. It was thick and bloody, like blood. Congealing blood bead. The old demon clicked his tongue in wonder. His tone was very calm, but Yang Kai had been with him for a long time. He knew that the old demon's vision was very high. Something that could make the old demon click his tongue in wonder was a great treasure to him. "Young master, this old servant understands." The old demon opened his mouth and said, "So a little devil once died here. That's why there is so much evil spirit qi." Little devil? Compared to this old servant, it is indeed a little devil. However, in terms of the cultivator here, it is a big guy. The old demon's tone was full of pride and self-praise. How big could it be? Yang Kai was curious. A realm above the immortal ascension boundary. The old demon explained in a way that Yang Kai could understand. Yang Kai rubbed his forehead. He was currently in the Qi transformation boundary. After the Qi transformation boundary was the separation and reunion boundary, then the Yuan Qi boundary, and then the immortal ascension boundary. This little devil. Well, if this little devil was a realm above the immortal ascension boundary, then who in this world could be his match? He was the number one person in the world. But he actually died here. Although this little devil's physical body died, his evil spirit qi still gathered here. This is why the right peninsula is so strange. If this old servant could absorb the remaining evil spirit qi of this little devil, I should be able to recover some of my soul's strength. Unfortunately, this little devil has been dead for a long time and wasted a lot of his evil spirit qi. God damn it, why didn't you wait for this old man to come here before dying? The old demon kept calling him a little devil, which made Yang Kai's face twitch. Then what are the blood-congealing pearls you mentioned? Yang Kai looked at the blood-red liquid in front of him. This is the condensation of the little devil's blood, flesh, and essence. It contains a huge amount of energy. This old servant doesn't have a physical body and can't absorb it. Young master, if you absorb it, it will definitely increase your strength greatly. However, this old servant isn't sure if you can take it. The energy contained in it isn't something that an ordinary person can absorb. Hearing this, Yang Kai's face also showed hesitation. Being able to increase his strength greatly was naturally something that Yang Kai wanted to see. However, what if he couldn't take these few drops of blood-congealing pearls? After asking this question, the old demon laughed mischievously. Become the demon race. Young master, there's nothing wrong with being a devil. You can do whatever you want. You can kill whoever you don't like. If you like a beauty, you can play with them. If you get tired of them, you can just throw them away. There's no need to worry too much. You can be free and unrestrained. Isn't that great? Moreover, what is a human and what is a devil? It's a big mistake for the world to divide humans and devils into two classes. As long as one's humanity isn't destroyed, who is a devil? Young master, look at the Red Cloud sect's actions. They are heartless and shameless. However, in the eyes of the world, this sect isn't a devil. Humans and devils are one family. The old demon concluded. Yang Kai's heart was moved, but he still didn't dare to make up his mind. While he was hesitating, there seemed to be a fishy wind behind his head. There was also a rustling sound. The old demon cried out in alarm, "Young master, be careful." In the blink of an eye, Kai Yang used his self-created movement skill and dodged the attack. A loud noise came from that direction. Looking up, Yang Kai felt his scalp go numb. He didn't know when a blood-red python had appeared there. Its body was thicker than his waist and more than 10 feet long. After missing its attack, it coiled up and looked at Yang Kai with its head held high. Its two eyes were as red as blood. Its huge mouth was spitting out a scarlet tongue. Its appearance was terrifying. The old demon cried out, "This big snake has swallowed the blood-congealing beads." Without the old demon's reminder, Yang Kai also saw it. No wonder there were only 3 drops of blood-congealing beads on the stone. It turned out that the rest of the blood-congealing beads had been taken advantage of by this big snake. "Come out." Yang Kai swung his hand. The old demon wrapped the soul breaker all appeared in front of Yang Kai. Then, Yang Kai grabbed the soul breaker all and threw it at the big snake under the old demon's incredulous gaze. "Young master." The old demon cried out pitifully. Then, it suddenly realized that it didn't have a physical body. Why should it be afraid of this big snake? It immediately understood Yang Kai's intention. Although it felt wronged, it also admired him. It had only been a blink of an eye since the appearance of the big snake, but Yang Kai had already thought of a plan to defeat it. His quick thinking was amazing. The serpent was very clever, swallowing the soul breaker all in one gulp. It didn't taste anything, but it was enraged by Yang Kai's hostile action. The serpent's tongue flickered in and out of its mouth in a threatening manner. Sticking out its tongue, it shot towards Yang Kai like a bolt of lightning. Its bloody mouth made people's hearts palpitate. The smell that greeted them was strong and poisonous. Yang Kai held his breath. His body flashed again and appeared behind the big snake. His fist was covered in true Yang Yuan Qi. Burning Sun's threefold explosion. Chapter 176. The ferocious Yuan Qi followed the punch. Yang Kai retracted his fist and nimbly floated backwards to avoid the snake's long tail. The serpent turned around and was just about to pounce on Yang Kai when suddenly 3 muffled bangs resounded from the spot where Yang Kai had hit it. At a speed visible to the naked eye, a large chunk of the serpent's flesh began to bulge outwards. Scorching hot true Yang Yuan Qi burst out from that chunk of flesh, causing it to burst open and bleed profusely. The snake cried out in pain, its several dozen meter-long body swinging around like a long whip, stirring up a cloud of dust on the mountaintop. Yang Kai furrowed his brow as he realized that he had overestimated the strength of this snake. When he suddenly saw such a big guy, he thought that it was at least a rank 5 or 6 monster beast. He did not expect that he would be able to injure it with just one hit. It was not a rank 5 or 6 monster beast. It was at most a rank 4 monster beast, which was equivalent to a separation and reunion boundary cultivator. What a waste of such a big body and such a good appearance. With a plan in mind, Yang Kai moved his feet. He took advantage of the fact that the snake was rolling and gave it another hit. The snake rolled even more fiercely. However, it obviously did not want to sit still and wait for its death. It swung its long tail, creating a whistling sound as it swept towards Yang Kai's waist. Without the help of his footwork, this attack would have caused a lot of trouble for Yang Kai. However, with his footwork, it was easy to avoid such an attack. Seeing that its attack had missed, the snake hissed and spat out a blood-red mist. If Yang Kai hadn't dodged quickly enough, he would definitely have been enveloped by this mist. Yang Kai's expression was cold. He was not afraid of the snake, but the poisonous mist was a little troublesome. However, it was only a little troublesome. He held his breath and did not let himself be shrouded by the poisonous mist. The snake could not hurt him at all. While Yang Kai was fighting the serpent outside, Old Demon, who was wrapped in the soul breaker all and had rushed into the serpent's belly, was not idle. Although Old Demon's current strength was not great, any living creature's body was always fragile. Even if the soul breaker all was not sharp, it was still a weapon. The serpent's body was soon covered with cuts and bruises. The severe pain made it unable to fight with Yang Kai. Its long body curled up and jumped up, rolling back and forth on the mountain. Yang Kai looked on coldly. There was no need for him to make a move. The serpent was not very strong, but its vitality was very strong. The old demon tormented its body for an hour before it finally stopped struggling and died on the ground. The serpent's abdomen wriggled and the old demon drilled out with the soul breaker all wrapped around him. He floated in front of Yang Kai and looked at each other indifferently. Young master. Next time something like this happens, please let me know so that I can be mentally prepared. The old demon felt a little wronged. It was suddenly thrown into the monster beast's mouth by Yang Kai. If it was a timid person, they would be scared out of their wits. Okay. Yang Kai nodded seriously. The old demon did not dare to say anything. Yang Kai asked, "Don't you think this monster beast is a little strange?" "What's strange?" the old demon asked carefully. "Its strength is very low. At least, it is lower than I expected." The old demon laughed. "Young master, this serpent became like this because it swallowed the blood-congealing bead. Naturally, it does not have any real abilities. Also, on your way here, did you find any traces of the monster beast?" Yang Kai shook his head. "That's right. This thing is probably just a normal little serpent. After swallowing the blood-congealing bead, it survived and grew into a monster beast. It can be said that it is the only monster beast here." A normal little serpent became such a huge monster? Yang Kai was shocked. "That's amazing." He thought for a while and said happily, "If a little serpent can swallow it, then it should be fine for me to swallow it too, right? There are no absolutes in this world. If you are still worried, you can try swallowing the monster beast's inner core." "That's a good suggestion." Yang Kai nodded. He walked to the serpent, cut open its body and took out the inner core. The inner core was blood-red in color, but it was only the size of a pigeon's egg. It still contained the remaining energy of the blood-congealing bead. After asking the old demon to protect him, Yang Kai wiped the inner core on his clothes and put it into his mouth. He swallowed it. Activating the true Yang tactics, Yang Kai quickly felt a surge of energy in his abdomen. It rushed into his flesh and blood, and it was mixed with a lot of evil energy. This should be the energy of the demon that fell here. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai's flesh and blood turned incomparably red, as bright as blood. His entire body was filled with an evil aura. Although it looked scary on the outside, it was not dangerous on the inside. Yang Kai only felt a slight impact on his mind and calmed down. The true Yang Yuan Qi in his meridians was the nemesis of evil energy, so he was not afraid of it. The evil energy was gradually burned away by the true Yang tactics, leaving behind only its essence. The essence that was obtained this time was not of the yang attribute, so naturally it would not condense into yang liquid. But strangely, it was not absorbed by the unyielding golden skeleton. Instead, it was absorbed into Yang Kai's flesh and blood, causing every cell in his body to rejoice and every inch of his muscles to tremble. It took Yang Kai an entire day to refine the inner core. When he opened his eyes, they were like lightning. Yang Kai felt that his entire body was different. It was not an increase in strength, nor was it a leap in state of mind. Instead, it was a change in his body. Compared to before he refined the inner core, he was much stronger. The boiling blood in his body contained a surge of energy, as if he could break the sky with one hand without using the yuan qi. "Young master, how do you feel?" the old demon asked with concern. "Not bad. Is the biggest effect of the blood congealing bead to improve one's body?" "Of course. It was formed from the little demon's flesh and blood essence, so it might increase one's realm. But the biggest effect is to strengthen one's body." "Then why did you say that it will increase one's strength?" The old demon hesitated for a while, then said, "Young master, your understanding is a bit one-sided. The increase in strength does not refer to the increase in realm. The strength of the body, the purity of the yuan qi, the understanding of martial arts and other aspects can all increase one's strength. For example, young master, compared to a few days ago, your body's quality is much better, so your strength must have increased." Yang Kai was stunned. After thinking for a while, he said, "Yes, you're right. I was too narrow-minded. Young master is young, you just didn't think of this." The old demon did not dare to take the credit. Looking at the 3 remaining drops of blood congealing beads on the giant rock, Yang Kai did not hesitate and pointed his finger at one of the drops. The blood congealing bead seemed to have a mind of its own. The moment he touched it, it directly drilled into Yang Kai's body. A more violent energy than before exploded in his body. Yang Kai could not help but let out a muffled groan and quickly closed his eyes to meditate. In the following half a month, Yang Kai did nothing but refine the energy of the 3 drops of blood congealing beads. Not only that, even the blood qi in the giant rock was completely absorbed by Yang Kai. Compared to half a month ago, his qi and blood were more than twice as vigorous. Whether it was his speed or the strength of his punches, they were all significantly improved. Moreover, his strength had also made a breakthrough, reaching the 3rd level of the qi transformation stage. Half a month later, under the urging of the old demon, Yang Kai reached out and moved the giant rock. Without using the yuan qi, he easily moved the rock that weighed at least 3,000 pounds with his own brute force. Under the rock, there was a cool cave. The cave was filled with a thick black qi. Obviously, it was the remaining qi of the evil demon, which was also the source of the effect on the right peninsula of Yunxia. As soon as it saw the light again, this qi of the evil demon directly rushed towards Yang Kai. The old demon laughed strangely, "Little thing, you actually used the old man's remaining tricks. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." The old demon's words were obviously referring to the first awkward meeting between him and Yang Kai. At that time, the old demon also wanted to seize Yang Kai's body. However, after all his scheming, he was instead subdued by Yang Kai. As he spoke, he turned into a mass of black qi and moved forward. The 2 masses of black qi merged into one and immediately began to fight in the cave. Yang Kai could not see what was going on and did not know who was winning. However, after thinking about it, the old demon was an old demon. Previously, his tone was extremely arrogant, so there should be no problem. After waiting for a long time, Yang Kai said, "This demon's divine soul is the same as yours. Does it still exist between heaven and earth?" The old demon's somewhat battered and exhausted voice sounded, "Young master, his divine soul has already collapsed. Now, it's just a trace of remnant consciousness." Yang Kai frowned, "Oh. What's wrong with you?" Cough, cough. The old demon suddenly felt embarrassed. "Young master, please, help this old servant. This old servant is somewhat unable to win against him." Yang Kai's expression suddenly became interesting. With a straight face, he held back his laughter. "Isn't this just a little demon? Why can't you win?" Hearing Yang Kai's ridicule, the old demon was about to cry, "Yes, yes, yes, it's a little demon, but this old servant died earlier than him. Sealed in heaven's cave inheritance, my divine soul is about to shatter. Young master, if you don't help me, I'm afraid this old servant will be swallowed by him." When Yang Kai heard this, he realized that the situation was quite serious. With a straight face, he asked, "How can I help? This smelly brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth wants to take over your body. You just need to let it in a little bit, just like last time in heaven's cave inheritance." This was simple. Yang Kai directly stretched out his hand and dipped it into the hole. In an instant, a cold aura rushed through his arm and into his body. Yang Kai smiled, not worried at all. Sure enough, under the operation of the true Yang's secret art, this cold aura was burned away. Faintly, one could hear a miserable howl. In the end, only a small amount of essence was left, which was absorbed into the unyielding golden skeleton. With Yang Kai's help, the old demon finally equalized the situation. After waiting for an hour, it even gained the upper hand. "Enough, enough, young master, you should watch from the side and see how this old servant swallows this little thing." The old demon was afraid that Yang Kai would take away too much of the demon chi, so he hurriedly said. In his heart, he kept muttering, "How can this young master absorb any kind of energy? Isn't he cultivating a Yang's secret art? How strange." Hearing him say this, Yang Kai also withdrew his hand from the hole and no longer paid any attention to the old demon. Instead, he took out an herb from his medicine basket and placed it in his mouth to chew. Yang Kai could recognize these herbs and knew that they were not poisonous. These herbs were best taken out and refined into pills, so that they could maximize their medicinal effects. However, Yang Kai was now trapped, so how could he have the opportunity to refine these herbs into pills? Although it was a bit wasteful to directly consume them, he couldn't care less right now. The battle between the old demon and the black aura lasted for an entire day, until the two black auras truly merged into one. After this battle, the old demon's strength increased by a lot. The old demon's voice rang out, "Many thanks, young master." This old servant did not disappoint. Yang Kai couldn't help but cough lightly. The old demon shyly said, "I'll go into seclusion for a few days." Saying so, it quickly entered Yang Kai's body. Chapter 177. In the following days, the old demon was in seclusion, while Yang Kai was refining the medicinal efficacy of the medicinal herbs. Anyway, they were not poisonous, and his unyielding golden skeleton could absorb any kind of energy. He was not worried that these different kinds of energy would conflict with each other after being absorbed. After more than 10 days, Yang Kai ate all the treasures worth millions of silvers. Since he had put in the effort, he naturally reaped the rewards. His strength had smoothly advanced from Chi Transformation 3rd level to Chi Transformation 4th level. He had only been on Cloud's Island for 2 months, but he had already continuously advanced. This trip was not in vain. The Right Peninsula's treasures had almost been completely harvested, and the source of the evil spirit had also been swallowed by the old demon. Yang Kai estimated that in a few days, the Right Peninsula would no longer be a forbidden area for the Red Cloud cultivator. It was time to leave. Yang Kai went down the mountain and walked towards the seaside. If he wanted to leave Cloud's Island, the only way was to take a boat, which was also a headache for Yang Kai. Building his own boat was definitely not reliable, so the only way he could think of was to rob the Red Cloud sect's boat. But how to rob it and how to get rid of it was the biggest problem. While he was thinking about some details, Yang Kai suddenly heard some rustling sounds coming from not far away. He listened carefully, and could hear a person's heavy breathing mixed with the sound of a woman struggling and begging for mercy. Yang Kai's face sank, and he quickly rushed in that direction. When he arrived, he took a look. Sure enough, it was as he had guessed. The Red Cloud sect had sent the captured ordinary people to the right peninsula to pick the black profound fruit. But not far in front of him, there was a burly man sitting on a woman's body. His hands were constantly tearing at her clothes. He was panting like an ox, and his mouth was letting out a lewd laugh. The woman was pressed under his body, struggling endlessly, but she could not get rid of him. She kept begging for mercy, crying non-stop. Yang Kai could feel some evil energy from the burly man. His figure flashed and rushed over. He rolled his foot on the burly man's waist and kicked him away. The woman got rid of the big man's entanglement and hurriedly got up from the ground, her hands clutching her messy clothes. She shivered and hid behind Yang Kai. The big man let out a pitiful cry in midair, but when he landed, he hurriedly stood up and glared fiercely at Yang Kai. His eyes were crimson red, and his face was filled with hostility. It was obvious that the evil chi in his body was about to devour his mind. He glared fiercely at Yang Kai, his nostrils puffing hot air. Sigh. Yang Kai sighed. This big man was supposed to be a poor man. However, he had entered and exited the right peninsula of Xianxia several times and had lost his nature. Because of this, Yang Kai didn't kill him and only sent him flying with a kick. Brat, scram. There was a pained expression on the big man's face, but Yang Kai had ruined his plan, so how could he just let it go? Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. After a while, the big man roared. Like a mad bull, he rushed toward Yang Kai with a fierce face. It's better to be free early. Yang Kai stood in place, waiting for the big man to rush in front of him, then he stretched out his finger and pointed at his chest. True Yang Yuan Qi poured in. In an instant, the big man's heart stopped beating, and he didn't feel the slightest pain. The big man fell to the ground, dead. Hearing the sobbing of the woman behind him, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit uncomfortable. Turning around, he was about to offer some comforting words, but when his eyes swept over this woman's face, he couldn't help being shocked, his eyes trembling as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. This woman was about 30 years old. She should have been dignified and gorgeous, which could be inferred from her white and tender skin. However, at this moment, this woman's face was crisscrossed with terrifying scars. Each of these scars was about the length of a finger, and each of them ran from the left side of her face to the right side. Pale red flesh rolled outwards. Although the wounds had healed, these scars would forever remain on this gorgeous face, destroying it. The woman also knew that her current appearance was too horrible. With one hand covering the torn collar and the other covering her face, she trembled and cried and thanked him. While thanking, she timidly stepped back, as if she was afraid that she would scare Yang Kai. Yang Kai's whole body was cold, and his expression was cold. He reached out a hand and grabbed the woman's wrist. No, don't. The woman struggled. She thought that she had just escaped from the tiger's mouth, but now she had entered the wolf's den. Her head drooped, her disheveled black hair covering her face. Tears dripped down her cheeks as she begged for mercy. Yang Kai was not moved. He reached out his other hand, slowly reached out to the woman's chin, and lifted her head. Please, don't. The woman's cheeks were wet with tears. She looked up at Yang Kai helplessly, the scars on her face becoming more and more terrifying. Yang Kai's eyes didn't show any emotion, only pain and hesitation. The hand that lifted her chin slightly trembled as he pushed aside the black hair covering her face, so that her face was clearly presented in front of him. The woman closed her eyes. She didn't know if it was because her face was seen, or because Yang Kai's actions had scared her, but her tears kept falling. Yang Kai's pupils shrank. He carefully looked at her for a long time before he lost his voice and said, "Madam?" Hearing this title that she had not heard for a long time, the woman slowly opened her eyes, a trace of suspicion flashing across her teary eyes, but after taking a closer look at Yang Kai, that trace of suspicion gradually disappeared and was immediately replaced by surprise and joy. "Are you really madam?" Yang Kai couldn't believe it. When he first saw this woman, he felt that she was somewhat familiar. That was why he acted so recklessly. But now he was sure that this woman was the one he had seen before. The woman finally recognized Yang Kai's voice. Her mind flashed with the face full of dirt more than 2 months ago. She trembled and said, You are that little beggar?" Yang Kai took a deep breath. When this woman said, "little beggar," he knew that he was not mistaken. This woman was the widow of the Jiang family. Apart from Cui, only this woman and the young lady of the Jiang family knew that he was a little beggar. "Why are you here?" "Your face." Yang Kai had too many doubts. Shouldn't Cui, and the others have sought refuge with the Miao family in High City? When they parted that day, Miao Huaqing personally came to greet them. The two families had an engagement. The young lady of the Jiang family should have married into the Miao family. The woman in front of him should also be enjoying life in the Miao family. How did things develop like this? Young man. After knowing that Yang Kai was the little beggar who saved her, the woman knelt on the ground with a thud. Her head hit the ground, making a thumping sound. She said in grief, "Young man, please uphold justice for my Jiang family." Seeing this, Kai Yang quickly helped her up, but even so, the madam's forehead was bleeding. It was clear that she had used a lot of strength. "This is not the place to talk. Let's leave this place first." Yang Kai supported her and hurriedly walked back the way they came. Why did the woman become like this? Why was she caught and brought to Cloud's Island? Where are Cui, and the young lady? What happened to the Miao family in High City? He had too many questions. Although these matters did not have much to do with him, he did spend a few days with the Jiang family's widow. He also had a good chat with Cui. This servant girl would also share some snacks with him. She was even more charming and witty. A good person should be rewarded with good karma. After walking for a long time, the two people came to a small hill nearby. This place was considered to be deep in the right peninsula of Cloud's Island. Ordinary people simply couldn't reach this place. The two people found a place to sit down. The woman who was in despair once again miraculously met Yang Kai. She was so excited that she couldn't stop sobbing. Yang Kai didn't comfort her, nor did he interrupt her. He just quietly waited. He knew that not only did he have many questions, but the woman also had many things to tell him. After half an hour, the woman gradually stopped sobbing. Her hair still covered her terrible face. She hugged her body and shivered. Yang Kai took off his coat and put it on her. "Thank you." Even though she was in prison, the woman showed good upbringing. "Tell me, what happened in the end?" The woman's eyes were filled with memories. Her voice was low as she recounted what happened to the three of them after they separated from Yang Kai. Her voice was low. "I, Cui, Huan, and I followed Miao Huaqing to the Miao family. In the first few days, Miao Huaqing treated us fairly well, but when I talked to him about Huan's marriage, he kept changing the subject and making excuses. I had some doubts, but I didn't take it to heart. A few days later, when I mentioned this matter to him again, he readily agreed. However, he said that his son's status was noble, and that my Huan was not worthy of him. She could marry into the Miao family, but she could only be a concubine. I was very angry at that time, but I didn't do anything. The next day, I told Huan, and Cui, to pack up. We wanted to leave the Miao family. We came to High City from thousands of miles away. We didn't go through so many hardships just to be concubines of the Miao family. What's more, this was the marriage between Master and Miao Huaqing. How could he go back on his word? However, before we could leave the Miao residence, Miao Huaqing turned hostile and imprisoned the three of us. Speaking of this, the woman's face showed a trace of fear. Obviously, the change at that time scared her. Her voice was choked with sobs. I didn't know why Miao Huacheng became like this. After asking, I found out that everything was ordered by him. Master's death was also because he bribed those people in Tong province to kill Master. Then he sent a message to me, telling me to bring Huan to High City to complete the marriage. It's ridiculous that I didn't know and took Huan into the wolf's den. Why did he do this? Isn't your master and Miao Huacheng best friends? Yang Kai faintly felt that things weren't as simple as they seemed. That day, when he had parted ways with the madam, Yang Kai had also seen Miao Huacheng. At that time, the grief in his tone and expression didn't seem to be an act. Chapter 178. My stomach was full of anger, and the power was cut until now. The line beside the national highway was rebuilt, and the first line was even better. I continued to work. Hearing Yang Kai's question, the madam smiled miserably. How could I not want to know why Miao Huacheng treated me like this? I asked in every possible way, and then I learned that the root of all this was because of something that Master and Miao Huacheng obtained in the early years. What was it? A tortoise shell. Madam replied, when old Master and Miao Huacheng were traveling around Sea City, they found a strange turtle shell. On the turtle shell, there was a map of an island that had been there for some years. At that time, the two of them checked the nearby islands, but none of them matched the island map on the turtle shell. They thought that the island map was not real, but to be cautious, they divided it into two, and each of them got half. Madam sighed softly and continued, later, Master went to Tongzhou and made a career for himself. Miao Huacheng settled down in Sea City. I'm afraid that he has been studying that half of the turtle shell all these years. Only in recent years did he finally find some clues. But he did not want to share it with Master, so he hired someone to kill me, and then sent a message to me to come to High City. I have seen Master's tortoise shell before, so I naturally know how precious it is, so I brought it with me this time. Young man, do you remember the night when Zhang Ding rebelled? Was it also ordered by Miao Huacheng? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Yes. The madam nodded slightly. After all, Miao Huacheng and Master are good friends. I am afraid that he did not want to do anything to us personally, so he ordered Zhang Ding. If it was not for the young man that night, I am afraid that Huan, Chui, and I would have already gone with Master. What a good friend. Yang Kai smiled sarcastically, and then asked suspiciously, you three are just ordinary people. After entering the Miao family, if Miao Huacheng wanted to get something from you, it would be easy. Why did he treat you so well in the beginning? The madam smiled bitterly. I did not understand at first, but later I felt that it was all thanks to the young man, me? Yes. The madam nodded. That day, when Miao Huacheng came to greet us, I told him according to what you, young man, said that there was an expert who helped us along the way and killed Zhang Ding, so we were safe and sound. Miao Huacheng was a cautious person. He treated us well at first, but he didn't dare to make a move because he was afraid that the non-existent expert was still hiding nearby. Only when I decided to leave did he reveal his true face. Yang Kai nodded inwardly. That made sense. What happened next? Then, the nightmare began. The madam began to sob again, tears streaming down her face. She continued, in order to save my life, I handed over the other half of the turtle shell, but I didn't expect that Miao Huacheng didn't want to let us go. As she spoke, her body trembled. She clenched her fists so tightly that her knuckles turned white. One night, Miao Huacheng dragged Huan out, saying that he wanted her to marry his son. Huan refused to obey, and Chui also stepped forward to help. Who would have thought that Miao Huacheng would be so heartless and cruel that he would beat Chui to death? Yang Kai's body shuddered. The madam continued to sob. The next day, Miao Huacheng came to tell me that Huan was unwilling to be humiliated and had committed suicide by biting her tongue. Yang Kai only felt cold all over, and a vicious aura almost uncontrollably surged into his heart. The charming maid was beaten to death, and the shy young lady of Akiji committed suicide by biting her tongue. 2 months ago, he was still traveling with them, but 2 months later, they were already separated by yin and yang, separated by heaven and earth. Miao Huacheng still wanted to humiliate me. The madam sobbed and said intermittently, but with Huan, and Chui, as an example, he didn't dare to go too far. After locking me up for a few days, he still couldn't succeed. In the end, he became angry and sold me to the 1,000 gold wine pavilion. Without asking, Yang Kai knew that it was a brothel. They beat me and forced me to submit. I didn't want to, so I used scissors to cut my face. No man would be interested in me like this. The madam laughed bitterly. Later, I was sold to the Red Cloud sect. I should also die. Master is gone, Huan, and Chui, are gone. What's the point of me keeping this life? But I can't die. If I die, no one will know about their injustice. So I have to live. I'm just a weak woman, but I have to help them redress their injustice and avenge them. Yang Kai's heart was bleeding. He took a deep breath and comforted her. Madam, you are the most beautiful madam in the world, and also the strongest mother in the world. Sometimes, dying is easy, but living is incomparably difficult. Young man, can I ask you to help me again? The madam raised her teary eyes and looked at Yang Kai expectantly. On the mountain top, the wind whistled. Yang Kai's face was cold. My strength is too low. Yang Kai sighed. The madam's face darkened. But I will grow. It may take a few years, or even longer. I will visit the Miao family in Sea City. Not because of the madam's request, but because of the snacks that Chui, gave him from time to time. The madam was stunned for a moment, then immediately overjoyed. She knelt on the ground and put her head on the ground. Thank you, young man. After a long time, she slowly straightened her body and said, Young man, although this matter was led by Miao Huacheng, there was also the instruction of the Red Cloud sect behind it. Yang Kai frowned. Miao Huacheng's son, Miao Lin, is a disciple of the Red Cloud sect, but his status is not very high. Miao Huacheng tried every possible means to get the complete tortoise shell. He wanted to give it to the Red Cloud sect so that his son could gain power there. Moreover, the reason why Miao Huacheng betrayed us and treated our Jiang family like this was because of his son's instigation. He wanted to stand out in the Red Cloud sect, but he didn't have the connections. The tortoise shell is his hope. Red Cloud sect. I know. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Young man. The madam pursed her lips, lowered her head, and said in a trembling voice, Although I know that you are benevolent and righteous, and that you are willing to avenge our Jiang family because of Chui's kindness. But our Jiang family is unable to repay her kindness. Don't worry about it. Young man, please listen to me. The madam insisted. Yang Kai nodded. Actually, after my master obtained that half of the tortoise shell, he has been studying it all these years. Miao Huacheng has gained some insights, and my master is the same. He obtained another map from his half of the tortoise shell. According to my master's deduction, the 2 tortoise shells combined into one is the route to find the island, and the other map he obtained is the route to the island's interior. Oh. Yang Kai was surprised. Where is the map? On my body. The madam replied, her tone was somewhat unnatural. Yang Kai was puzzled. The madam was a weak woman, how could she keep such an important map? Didn't Miao Huacheng search her body? After a long silence, the madam seemed to have made up her mind and said, Young man, my Jiang family is unable to repay your kindness, so I will use this map as a reward. Finished speaking, she grabbed her trousers and tore them open, revealing her plump, round, and snow-white thighs. The map was embroidered on my body. The madam lowered her head, her body trembling. Obviously, she had mustered up her courage to make such a decision. Yang Kai's face was a little red. He didn't dare to look at her and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. These days, as his cultivation and strength increased, the influence of the yin-yang joyous unification art on him became deeper and deeper. From time to time, Su Yan's face would flash in his mind. If not for his extraordinary willpower, he wouldn't have been able to persist. Now that the madam had made such a move, Yang Kai couldn't bear it. "Madam." Yang Kai frowned. "Young man." The madam's face was also red. "This is master's life's work. I don't want it to be buried, and I don't want it to fall into the hands of my enemies. Consider it a reward. I will give it to young man. I ask young man to accept it." Yang Kai sighed, knowing that if he refused again, she would definitely feel uneasy. Sighing, he said, "Forgive me." Squatting down, he fixed his eyes on the madam's thigh. It was a mountain range, in the shape of an island. There were many places that were specially marked, and there was also a winding route. This map should have been made with an embroidery needle dipped in paint. It covered the madam's entire thigh, from her knee to the base of her thigh. Although it was impossible to show the original map in its entirety, it was definitely not far off. Yang Kai found it hard to imagine how an ordinary woman could have such strong perseverance to make such a magnificent map on her own body. How much pain did she have to endure? How much time did it take? Yang Kai's expression was as calm as an ancient well. His eyes carefully looked at the map, and there was not the slightest trace of strange emotions. The madam had been trembling, closed her eyes, and kept crying. After about a cup of tea's time, Yang Kai remembered everything in his mind. He reached out and tidied up the madam's torn clothes. "Young man, thank you for everything." The madam sat sideways on the ground, and said in a flat voice. When she said these words, she seemed to have put down all the burdens in her heart. Yang Kai felt a resolute conviction from her tone. Her heart was dead. She only lived to find someone to redress her grievances. Now that her wish was fulfilled, she naturally had no more worries. Looking at her in a daze, Yang Kai did not speak for a long time. One day later, Yang Kai went down the mountain. He carried the madam's medicine basket, which was filled with the black profound fruit. Step by step, he walked towards the seaside with an indifferent expression. On the hilltop, the madam had been sitting there. Her tears had dried up. She looked at the sea, motionless. Yang Kai did not take her away, because living was more painful than dying. She only needed a release. A few hours later, Yang Kai arrived at the seaside. After waiting for a long time, the big ship of the Red Cloud sect arrived. Many people were waiting with Yang Kai. When they saw the big ship arrive, they all cheered. On the side of the ship, the cultivator of the Red Cloud sect blocked the way to the ship. He checked everyone's harvest. Those who completed the task of 3 kilograms were allowed to board the ship. Those who did not complete the task were directly taken to the medicine basket and thrown into the sea to be eaten by the monster beast. Dozens of people, only 3 or 4 who did not complete the task were thrown into the sea and became the monster beast's food. Yang Kai mixed in the crowd, but no one saw any clues. After all, these people who picked the black profound fruit were ordinary people. Which Red Cloud sect disciple would pay attention to ordinary people? After half an hour, the big ship set out again. It circled to the left peninsula, put down these ordinary people, and sent them to the house. Chapter 179. After returning to the Red Cloud sect's courtyard, Yang Kai's mood was somewhat heavy. If he hadn't met the madam, he would have tried to steal a ship and leave this place. But now, he didn't want to leave. Since the Red Cloud sect had obtained the entire turtle shell, they would certainly take action. The map they obtained was only the map of the outside. The most important part was in his hands. Yang Kai felt that he couldn't waste the madam's good intentions. She had mustered up the courage to let him memorize the map, not to let him bury it. If he guessed correctly, the Red Cloud sect would certainly take action within the next few months. Yang Kai thought about a lot of things and also had his own speculations. Yang Kai guessed that the reason why Miao Huacheng wanted to give the complete turtle shell to the Red Cloud sect was because of his son's future. On the other hand, it was because the Miao family didn't have the strength to explore the mysterious island. Therefore, he wanted to use this opportunity to gain a good impression of the Red Cloud sect and create a good future for Miaolin. The internal map of the island was enough to allow him to avoid most of the risks and reach the most important place. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of secrets were hidden in the mysterious island, but it was certainly worth the risk. The only problem now was how to sneakily work together with the Red Cloud sect. They had the map of the mysterious island. If he didn't go with them, he would never be able to reach that place. For the next few nights, Yang Kai frequently went out to inquire about information. From the conversations of some disciples, Yang Kai learned that the Red Cloud sect's higher-ups had obtained a mysterious sea map and were preparing for it. They wanted to go out and explore. These ordinary disciples didn't know much about the matter. They only vaguely heard about it from the conversations of the higher-ups. As for the specific situation, they weren't very clear. While Yang Kai was thinking hard about how to safely infiltrate the Red Cloud sect's exploration team, early one morning, the shouts of the Red Cloud sect's disciples could be heard in the courtyard. Not long after, all the ordinary people who were caught gathered together. These people looked frightened. Someone whispered, "Why are we going to pick herbs again? We have only been back for a few days. Didn't we pick herbs once a month? Heh, we are not going to pick herbs this time. As for what we are going to do, you don't need to ask. Just board the ship as usual." The Red Cloud sect disciple replied with a smile. When Yang Kai heard this, his heart trembled. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly came to a realization. If his guess was correct, then this morning was really an opportunity. As usual, they arrived at the seaside. At this moment, there was a ship that was even bigger than the ones they had seen in the past. This ship was about 20 zhang long and had 5 masts. The sails of the ship fluttered in the wind. The bow of the ship was like the head of a dragon, and its appearance was grand and flamboyant. Many people had never seen such a large ship in their lives, so they couldn't help but be shocked. Heavens, this is the Red Cloud sect's largest dragon boat. Where is it taking us? A knowledgeable person whispered. Yang Kai was more and more certain of his guess. Who would have thought that when he had racked his brains to find a way to sneak into the Red Cloud sect's exploration team, they would actually take the initiative to bring him here. The Red Cloud sect didn't bring these ordinary people to explore the treasures, but to work on the large ship. If they wanted to operate such a large ship, they would certainly need a lot of manpower. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's expression calmed down. Since this was the Red Cloud sect's exploration ship, there must be an expert on it. An expert that was more powerful than the Yuan Qi realm was the Immortal Ascension boundary. He could hide in front of an Yuan Qi cultivator, but if an Immortal Ascension boundary expert was interested and used their divine sense to spy on him, he would be exposed. Therefore, he had to be very, very careful. He absolutely couldn't reveal any flaws, otherwise he would die without a burial place. Along with the crowd, the Red Cloud sect cultivator caught up to the ship. Under the guidance of the cultivator, there were nearly 70 ordinary people who each received a different kind of work. Yang Kai's luck was good. He wasn't assigned to the bottom row and was responsible for miscellaneous tasks. There was no fixed task, but he had to do everything. This was exactly what Yang Kai wanted. Although it was safer to hide in the bottom row, Yang Kai was more willing to stay on the deck and inquire about all kinds of information. As long as he was cautious, he wouldn't attract the attention of the Immortal Ascension boundary experts. After waiting for a long time, a group of people from the Red Cloud sect arrived. Leading them were 2 old men. They were in the prime of their lives. They had red skin and white hair. Their eyes were like lightning. They had a dignified air about them. These two people were the top experts of the Red Cloud sect. One of them was an old man and the other was an old woman. They were talking and laughing as they walked towards the ship. Behind them were many of the Red Cloud sect's cultivator. There were both men and women. In total, there were about 50 of them. They were all the elites of the Red Cloud sect. A middle-aged man from the Red Cloud sect who was originally on the ship quickly shouted, "Welcome, martial uncles." Once he shouted, the Red Cloud sect disciples on the ship also hurriedly responded. The old man and old woman smiled and lightly floated onto the ship. Looking around, the old woman asked, "Is everything ready?" The middle-aged man respectfully replied, "Everything is ready. Now, we are only waiting for the arrival of the two martial uncles. Then, we can set sail." The old man replied and waved his hand. "You go and arrange it. Your martial uncle Lon and I will be in seclusion in the cabin. If there is nothing important, do not disturb us." "Yes." When the two Immortal Ascension boundary old men stepped into the cabin, Yang Kai involuntarily breathed a sigh of relief. The middle-aged man's position in the Red Cloud sect should not be low. He stood on the ship and arranged for the cultivator to board. After busying himself for half an hour, under his command, the ship slowly started to move. Yang Kai stood on the deck, pretending to do something while silently memorizing the direction of the ship. The ship broke through the wind and waves. It could travel 1,000 miles in one day and night. Gradually, there were no islands around, only the boundless ocean. The sun set and the moon rose. Yang Kai stayed on the ship for 3 days. He carefully did chores and learned some things from the conversations of the cultivator who boarded the ship. The purpose of this ship carrying so many people was indeed to explore that mysterious island. However, the cultivator of the Red Cloud sect called the mysterious island the Hidden Island. This word reminded Yang Kai of the many strange things he had heard in Sea City. The Hidden Island was one of them. It was rumored that the scenery in the sea serpent's embrace was not fake. But somewhere in the depths of the ocean, there was a real existence. But for some unknown reason, these scenes spread thousands of miles away and were imprinted in the eyes of the residents of Sea City. The places that appeared in the sea serpent's embrace could not be reached by ordinary means. Only with the island pass could one approach and enter. These islands that could not be easily approached and could not be seen were called the Hidden Island. On the Hidden Island, there was wealth, martial arts, and cultivation methods that could allow one to soar to the sky. There were also innumerable treasures of heaven and earth. Everyone wanted to go to the Hidden Island, but they always had no way. But now, this opportunity had fallen on the head of the Red Cloud sect. Therefore, the Red Cloud sect dispatched their elites and even dispatched 2 Immortal Ascension boundary experts to go to the Hidden Island to see what was going on. The Red Cloud sect only had 4 Immortal Ascension boundary experts. But now, half of them were gone. This showed the sect's determination. In the past few days, Yang Kai heard the most talk about the Red Cloud sect's cultivators yearning for the mysterious Hidden Island. He imagined what kind of opportunities and adventures he would obtain there. Yang Kai thought of the Heaven's Cave inheritance. He woke up the old demon who had been in seclusion and asked him. Only then did he know that the Hidden Island should not be the Heaven's Cave inheritance. Maybe it was because a master occupied an island to cultivate, but did not want to be disturbed by outsiders. Therefore, he arranged some kind of array to make the island disappear from the world's view. Or this Hidden Island had a natural array that ordinary people could not see. But in any case, there was indeed an opportunity in the Hidden Island. Yang Kai also remembered the names and strength of many of the Red Cloud sect's disciples through the chat. The middle-aged man was called Yu Xiaoping. He was Yuan Qi 9th stage and was an elder of the Red Cloud sect. Yuan Qi could be an elder. This Red Cloud sect was indeed not comparable to High Heaven Pavilion. Moreover, there their immortal ascension boundary experts were old. Although the elders of High Heaven Pavilion were also old, they were definitely younger than the two martial uncles. Of the two immortal ascension boundary experts who boarded the ship, the old man was called Ding Jiazi, immortal ascension boundary 5th stage. The old woman was called Wuxia Xianxia, immortal ascension boundary 4th stage. Both of them were grand elders of the Red Cloud sect. Usually, they would only meditate in seclusion within the sect. After all, half of their necks were already buried in the ground. If not for the importance of this matter, they would not have appeared. On this day, Yang Kai was silently cleaning the deck when he suddenly heard someone talking. Jing, why are you here alone? Didn't Miao Lin accompany you? Hearing the two words Miao Lin, Yang Kai's ears immediately perked up. He remembered that the Jiang family's madam had said that Miao Huacheng's son was called Miao Lin. He was the one who instigated the calamity that befell the Jiang family. Was it the same person? Yang Kai paid attention, but his hands did not stop moving. He deliberately walked over to the person who was talking and quietly looked up. On the other side of the ship, there was a beautiful woman enjoying the sea breeze. She wore a light blue dress, and the sea breeze made her dress stick tightly to her body, outlining her graceful curves. She was about 20 years old, with a perky chest, a slender waist, and slender legs. Her skin was not the usual wheat color of the seaside, but rather white like mutton fat jade, so delicate that it could be broken by the wind. However, this woman's expression was quite arrogant. Her eyes carried a sense of superiority. Beside her stood a middle-aged man. It was the Red Cloud sect's elder, Yu Xiaoping. It turns out that this woman is his daughter, Yuaoan. Yang Kai understood. He had heard the name Yuaoan many times in the past few days. Many young disciples of the Red Cloud sect were talking about her in private. Just like Su Yan's position in the High Heaven Pavilion, Yuaoan was also the object of admiration of many young elites in the Red Cloud sect. Chapter 180. Hearing Yu Xiaoping's inquiry, Yuaoqing's face showed a touch of impatience and disgust. She gritted her teeth and said, "He can't wait to stick to me." "Oh, you don't like him?" Yu Xiaoping laughed. "What do you think?" Yuaoqing snappily retorted. "Bear with it, this time, we still have to rely on him." Although Miao Huacheng gave us the map, he did not tell us much about his research over the years. He only taught Miao Lin, so if we want to find the hidden island, Miao Lin is indispensable. Yu Xiaoping softly comforted. Yuaoqing's pretty face was bitter as she gently shook Yu Xiaoping's arm. "Father, it's not like you don't know what kind of person he is. In the morning, he even tried to make a move on me. If it weren't for your repeated warnings, I would have thrown him into the sea." Yu Xiaoping's face was cold. "He made a move on you?" Yuaoqing felt very wronged. Before this incident, she had never heard of Miao Lin, but because of this incident, she had to compromise and appease Miao Lin. For the proud and arrogant Yuaoqing, this was tantamount to torture. "You have been wronged." Yu Xiaoping's complexion was not good. Yuaoqing was his daughter, he naturally treasured her and hoped that she could marry a dragon in the future and live a happy life. Miao Lin had no connections. He had no aptitude, and he had no strength. In the past, he was not even worthy of carrying his daughter's shoes, but now, in order to obtain information from Miao Lin, he could only let his daughter sacrifice her body. "Rest assured, when we find the hidden island, Father will uphold justice for you." Yu Xiaoping comforted. "I really hope we can arrive early." Yuaoqing gnashed her teeth. "When we get there, I will throw him into the sea. As long as you are happy." Yu Xiaoping smiled slightly. He did not care at all, as if his daughter was only talking about throwing an animal away. Sea City's Miao Huacheng would never have thought that things would develop to this point. He offered the sea map with the intention of fighting for a good future for his son. He wanted the Red Cloud sect to pay attention to Miao Lin. The Red Cloud sect's upper echelons also agreed to Miao Huacheng's request and wanted to focus on cultivating Miao Lin. But Miao Lin did not want to overestimate himself, thinking that his ability had increased, and set his sights on Yuao Qing. This was simply playing with fire. While they were talking, Yu Xiaoping suddenly said, "That brat is chasing over. If you really don't want to, then avoid him. But remember, don't lose your temper with him." "I know." Yuao Qing's chest heaved as she took a deep breath. Yu Xiaoping quickly left. A moment later, a young man in his 20s came to the deck, a look of expectation on his face as he looked around. When he saw Yuao Qing standing at the side of the ship, he couldn't help but smile and quickly ran over. Was this Miao Lin? Yang Kai memorized his appearance but didn't show it on his face. The young lady of the Jianghu family bit her tongue and committed suicide because she didn't want to be humiliated. Miao Lin was a man of striking appearance, except that his face was a little sallow. Other than the fact that his footsteps were a little shaky, everything else was fine. Rather than calling such a person a cultivator, it would be better to call him a hedonistic young master who indulged in wine and women. After all, the Miao family still had some power in Sea City. It was enough to support him in his extravagance outside. He came to Yuao Qing's side, his eyes filled with unconcealed love. Affectionately, he said softly, "Senior Sister Qing. The wind on the deck is strong, be careful not to catch a cold." Although Yuao Qing was disgusted to death, she had to squeeze out a stiff smile. "It's fine, the air on the sea is clear, it can blow away people's troubles." Yuao Qing's words were implicit, but Miao Lin acted as if he didn't understand at all, smiling gently. "So Senior Sister Qing is in a bad mood, is there something unhappy? You might as well tell Junior Brother is willing to share your worries." Yuao Qing's beautiful face flashed a trace of hidden anger, but she still smiled and shook her head, reserved and beautiful. Yang Kai was cleaning the deck, listening to the two talk, one feigning civility, the other in high spirits, and in his heart, he couldn't wait to throw Miao Lin into the sea. Yuao Qing hinted again and again, but he still acted as if he didn't understand, or perhaps he did, but he still shamelessly pestered her. It was really hard to have a good impression of him. The two of them talked for a long time. Just as Miao Lin was in high spirits, showing off the prestige of the Miao family in Sea City, a loud bang suddenly came from the bottom of the big boat. Immediately, the whole big boat shook. Standing on the side of the ship, Miao Lin and Yuao Qing both lost their footing and almost fell into the sea, but the two of them were cultivator after all. Their reactions were naturally extraordinary, extremely agile, and hurriedly stabilized themselves. It was unknown what Miao Lin was thinking. Perhaps he wanted to play the hero at the critical moment to win the favor of the beauty, or perhaps he wanted to take advantage of the situation, but after stabilizing himself, he actually exclaimed, "Senior Sister, be careful." While shouting, he reached out and hugged Yuao Qing's waist. Yuao Qing was a proud woman, even talking to him made her feel disgusted, so how could she be hugged by him? In a hurry, she twisted her body, avoiding Miao Lin's outstretched hand. At this moment, the ship shook violently again. Yuao Qing was in the middle of turning around, but this sudden shake really made it impossible for her to stand still, and she flew out diagonally, letting out a short cry of surprise. And the direction she flew out was actually Yang Kai's position. Yang Kai was wearing dirty clothes, holding a dirty broom in his hand. When he looked up and saw this scene, he was really shocked and did not know what to say. He stood here, just to eavesdrop on the two's conversation, to inquire about some information. How could he have thought that such a dramatic scene would occur? Seeing that Yuao Qing was about to throw herself at him, at this critical moment, Yang Kai pretended to slip, falling on his back, and also rushed forward a long distance. Almost at the same time he fell, Yuao Qing flew over him, falling heavily on the deck. She just couldn't die. Next to her, dirty water was poured over her head. A beauty admired by countless men, in an instant became a drowned rat. Her clothes and hair were all wet. Smelling the dirty water on her body, Yuao Qing almost vomited. Yang Kai also wailed on the ground, making a normal person's reaction. A beauty was flying towards him. As a normal man, what he should do was naturally to catch her steadily. Even if he was injured, he must not let her fall. But Yuao Qing was not a Buddhist woman, and Miao Lin was not a kind man. Yang Kai was sure that if he had caught Yuao Qing, then what he would have to face was the anger of this man and woman. Yuao Qing would be treated like an ordinary person because of him. Moreover, it would be a lowly servant who had touched her body, and Miao Lin would be angry because of jealousy, and he would not be able to see the sun tomorrow. So avoiding her was the best choice. The ship was still shaking. Miao Lin rushed to Yuao Qing's side, and finally found a chance to get close, and helped her up, saying in surprise, "Senior sister, are you okay? Get lost." Yuao Qing could no longer bear it. If this disgusting man did not want to hug her, how could she be thrown away? How could she be drenched in dirty water? How could she lose face, and stink? At this moment, Yuao Qing's heart was filled with killing intent. Being yelled at by her, Miao Lin looked stunned, and hurriedly took 2 steps back. At this time, many cultivators rushed to the cabin. Yu Xiaoping was among them. He rushed to the deck and looked down, his face changing. "It's the monster beast." All disciples prepare to fight. Looking up, seeing the dirty Yuao Qing, he could not help but be stunned. "Qing, are you hurt?" Yuao Qing clenched her teeth, staring at Miao Lin with incomparable resentment, then slowly shook her head. "You go back and rest. You don't need to worry about this." Yu Xiaoping shouted. Senior sister, I'll send you off." Miao Lin immediately followed. "No." Yuao Qing growled, her beautiful and dirty figure quickly disappearing from the deck. On the ship, those ordinary people were also quickly evacuating. The Red Cloud sect cultivator did not care about their life or death at this moment. If they stayed on the deck, it would be disastrous. Suddenly, a monstrous wave surged up from the side of the ship, bombarding the ship, shaking it a few times. Yang Kai hurriedly got up and followed the ordinary people into the cabin. Everyone huddled together, shivering. Many people were muttering incessantly, praying that the ship would not sink. If this ship sank, except for the 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary Supreme Elders, everyone else would probably die in the sea. Yang Kai listened for a moment, his tense mood gradually relaxing. He found that the 2 Supreme Elders of the Red Cloud sect did not move, which meant that the monster beast was not high level, and Yu Xiaoping was enough to deal with it. However, the number of these monster beasts was quite large, and from all directions came crashing sounds. The battle lasted for a full 2 hours before it gradually stopped. The attacking demonic beasts were either killed or repelled, and the noisy activity finally calmed down. The Red Cloud sect's victory, even the ordinary people could not help but cheer, as if they had also won the battle. Yang Kai saw this and only felt a burst of sadness. Not long after, the Red Cloud sect disciples called the ordinary people to clean the deck. When everyone came up to see, they were all shocked. On the deck, there were bloodstains everywhere, and there were also some strange-looking big fish. At this moment, they were all dead, their mouths wide open, their mouths full of fangs. No one from the Red Cloud sect died, only a few of the weaker ones were injured, but there were no major problems. Yang Kai followed the crowd to clean the deck of the ship's bloodstains, taking care of the sea monster beast that had been killed, sweating profusely and smelling of blood. Perhaps it was because they had already entered the depths of the sea, but after the first monster beast attack, in the next few days, monster beasts would come to visit them, and as time passed, the strength of these monster beasts also became stronger and stronger. In order to deal with these monster beasts, many sick ordinary people were ruthlessly thrown into the sea to attract the attention of the monster beast. Yu Xiaoping's face became more and more serious day by day, and Miao Lin was often called by him to the deck, where the 2 of them studied a turtle shell that was about the size of a millstone. Chapter 181. Half a month after leaving Red Cloud's island, the ship seemed to have lost its way. Yu Xiaoping was so anxious that his mouth started to burn. He was in charge of the turtle shell and was responsible for taking people to the hidden island. It could be said that the lives of the people on the ship were in his hands. He had a long way to go, but now he couldn't find the correct route. He was impatient and could no longer treat Miao Lin as calmly as before. Yang Kai often saw him yelling at Miao Lin on the deck, forcing him to tell him the information he had. Miao Lin naturally didn't dare to hide anything and told him everything he knew. The attacks of the monster beast in the sea were becoming more frequent and fierce. The two supreme elders of the Red Cloud sect had participated in the battle time and time again. If it weren't for them, the ship would have already been smashed into pieces by the monster beast. Even so, the Red Cloud sect had suffered heavy losses. More than a dozen of the 50 disciples they brought had died, and only half of the 70 ordinary people were left. The other half were thrown into the sea by the Red Cloud sect to attract the attention of the monster beast. On this ship, as long as you fell ill, it was equivalent to being abandoned. Yang Kai had seen what it meant to be cruel and merciless. In the face of the ordinary people who had no resistance, the Red Cloud sect's cultivator threw them into the sea under the sharp teeth of the monster beast as if they were livestock, just to delay a little bit of time. Human lives here were as light as grass. The remaining ordinary people lived in fear and trepidation every day. After 3 days, the people on the ship became even fewer. But the ship seemed to be in a sea territory and couldn't find the correct direction of the hidden island. Miao Lin was slapped a few times by the angry Yu Xiaoping. His mouth was full of blood, but he didn't dare to complain. On this day, when the sun rose in the east, Yang Kai, who was resting under the cabin, suddenly heard a surprised shout from the deck, "Hidden island, hidden island." This shout was filled with the joy and excitement of surviving a desperate situation, and it reached almost everyone's ears. Dang dang dang, all of the Red Cloud sect's cultivator began to move as they hurriedly rushed to the deck. The ordinary people also did the same. Yang Kai followed the crowd to the deck. When he looked up, he couldn't help but be shaken. Under the scorching sun, there was an illusory scene floating in mid-air a few thousand feet in front of the ship. It was a scene like a paradise. High mountains, flowing water, high mountains, and steep ridges. Birds flew in flocks in the sky, and there seemed to be the tinkling sound of a mountain spring in one's ears. What entered one's eyes was a scene that was too beautiful to behold. It was exceptionally enchanting, and there was an otherworldly aura everywhere. It was like a treasured land that no one had set foot on for thousands of years. Numerous rare flowers, plants, and peerless spirit medicine swayed in the wind as they grew healthily. It was lush and verdant, filled with the sound of birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers. There were also many unknown animals that flashed past everyone's eyes. They even brought along a string of colorful lights as they ran. Mirage. Yang Kai was fortunate enough to see this kind of beautiful scenery before in Sea City. Now that he saw it again, he naturally recognized it at a glance. It was rumored that the scenery that appeared in the mirage was real, but because of some special reasons, it was discounted to 10 million for the world to see. But this time, the mirage was somewhat different from the last time because it was too real. It was so real that it was as if he could reach out and touch it. It was as if it was real in front of his eyes. Yu Xiaoping was emotional. He held the huge turtle shell with both hands and carefully examined it. Suddenly, he laughed, I understand, I understand. Sea City is now the time to enter the island. No wonder we couldn't find the door, so it was like this. The two Red Cloud sect supreme elders were also emotional at this moment. The old man, Ding Jiazi, asked in a deep voice, Xiaoping, what's the situation now? The old woman, Wuxia Xianxia, also looked over. Yu Xiaoping didn't dare to neglect. With an excited smile on his face, he respectfully said, Martial uncles, I think we have arrived at the location of the hidden island. Where? Wuxia Xianxia's seemingly turbid eyes flashed with a trace of light. Yu Xiaoping pointed to the mirage in front of them and said, "There." After saying that, he hurriedly handed the tortoise shell in his hand to the two Grand Supreme Elders. "Martial uncles, please inject your vitality into this island guide. With the help of this island guide, we will be able to open the entrance to the island." Ding Jiazi and Huaxiang Lan looked at each other and didn't hesitate. They took the huge turtle shell together and then operated Yuan Qi, fiercely pouring it into the turtle shell. This turtle shell seemed ordinary, but in fact, it was very famous. Usually, no matter how others tried to probe it, they couldn't feel anything unusual. But at this moment, when Ding Jiazi and Huaxiang Lan poured Yuan Qi into it, they found that the turtle shell had become a bottomless hole, crazily swallowing their Yuan Qi. In just a short while, the two elderly Grand Elders were already on the verge of collapsing, their faces pale. "Not good." Ding Jiazi cried out in alarm and shouted towards the Red Cloud sect's cultivators, "What are you looking at? Quickly come and help me." When the Red Cloud sect cultivator heard this, they quickly rushed over and poured their Yuan Qi into the turtle shell. With the help of these people, Ding Jiazi and Huaxiang Lan were able to stabilize their position. Not long after, the plain turtle shell suddenly bloomed with a rainbow light. There seemed to be murmuring sounds coming from inside the turtle shell. The road map engraved on top of the turtle shell also seemed to be alive, constantly moving. One after another, the cultivator was drained of all their Yuan Qi and withdrew, exhausted. Only when the Red Cloud sect cultivator took turns to go up did the turtle shell seem to be full. The rainbow light that shot out from the turtle shell was as dazzling as the sun. Suddenly, Ding Jiazi and Huaxiang Lan exclaimed at the same time. A dense light burst out from the turtle shell, forcing the two people to retreat. The turtle shell turned into a stream of light and rushed straight to the sky. Two martial uncles. Yu Xiaoping was shocked. Ding Jiazi and Huaxiang Lan stood firm. Their faces were pale, but they waved their hands to indicate that they were fine. Everyone looked up and saw that the tortoise shell had flown several thousand feet away, landing right on top of the Fata Morgana. As rays of rainbow light shot out, the beautiful Fata Morgana slowly crumbled apart. With the disappearance of the mirage, it was as if an invisible barrier was broken. In everyone's field of vision, an island that was much larger than Red Cloud Island appeared without warning. Hidden Island. Yu Xiaoping's voice was trembling. On the ship, the Red Cloud sect cultivator was silent for a moment. Suddenly, they cheered and shouted loudly to vent their excitement. The purpose of their trip was to find the hidden island. They did not expect things to go so smoothly. Although they experienced many dangers on the road, they were scared but not in danger. Now, the hidden island was in front of them. It was only a matter of time before they became famous. Not only were the Red Cloud sect cultivator excited, but the ordinary people were also excited. They had heard rumors about the hidden island, but who would have thought that they would see it with their own eyes in their lifetime? Set sail. Target, the hidden island. Yu Xiaoping suppressed his joy and methodically issued various orders. However, before the people on the ship could take their places, an extremely uneasy feeling rose in everyone's heart. The originally calm sea suddenly had some waves, and the sea beside the ship bubbled up, as if it was boiling. "What's wrong?" someone asked in panic. Ding Jiazi and Huaxiang Lan looked dignified. They spread out their divine sense and their expressions suddenly changed. At the same time, they exclaimed, "Be careful." Before their voices fell, a huge wave rushed out from the left side of the ship. Something that looked like a tentacle suddenly came out from under the sea. The tentacle was huge, more than 10 feet long. It directly hit the deck of the ship with a thunderous force. Several ordinary people who could not dodge in time were smashed into meat paste on the spot. Accompanied by a loud noise, the deck turned into fragments and flew in all directions. The Red Cloud sect cultivator, under the leadership of the two supreme elders, attacked the tentacle. For a time, a variety of martial arts and weapons flew all over the sky. But no matter what kind of attack hit the tentacle, it could not hurt it. Even the means of the two supreme elders could not do anything to it. Hua, on the other side of the ship, another tentacle soared into the air and slammed down fiercely. This time, it hit the bow of the ship. The stern of the ship, which was more than 20 zhang long, was tilted up. The violent shaking caused everyone to lose their footing. The true element boundary masters and above used their true essence to fly into the air, while the rest of the martial artists and ordinary people fled in panic. "Steady, steady for me!" Yu Xiaoping shouted with all his strength, but how could he calm the people? Hua hua hua, 7 or 8 tentacles stretched out from under the sea at the same time, directly wrapped around the ship and dragged it to the bottom of the sea. A huge force came and everyone could feel themselves sinking quickly. It must be the island guardian monster beast. Ding Jiazi saw this scene and his face was aghast. The strength of the island guardian monster beast was beyond his imagination. With his means, he could not cope with it. He immediately called Hua Xianglan, "You and I will attack together and see if we can drive it away." Hua Xianglan looked serious and nodded. Before she made a move, her eyes widened. She shouted at Ding Jiazi, "Brother Ding, behind you." Ding Jiazi was stunned. He only felt a gust of wind coming from behind him. Soon after, his back was fiercely slapped. His whole body seemed to have been struck by lightning. With a "wah" sound, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Like a falling meteorite, he smashed into the sea. Not waiting for him to fall into the sea, another tentacle stretched out from under the sea and accurately rolled him up. Ding Jiazi's mouth made a sensational scream. The sound of bones breaking came from his body. He desperately urged his yuan qi, but still could not get rid of it. He stretched out a hand to Hua Xianglan and sorrowfully shouted, "Sister Lan, save me." The two Red Cloud sect supreme elders had an ill-fated relationship when they were young. They loved each other so much that they even became husband and wife. But later on, they did not know what happened. The two were no longer as close as before. Although they still contacted each other in private, they were not as harmonious as before. Now, facing Ding Jiazi's call for help, Hua Xianglan was stunned. She immediately used her movement skill and rushed to the hidden island without looking back. This monster beast could seriously injure Ding Jiazi. Naturally, it was not something she could deal with. In order to save her life, how could Hua Xianglan dare to stay here? She did not care about Ding Jiazi. She also did not care about the Red Cloud sect cultivator on the ship. The most important thing now was to save her own life. Ding Jiazi smiled miserably. Husband and wife are birds in the same forest. When disaster comes, they fly separately. Bitch. Chapter 182. Just as he finished speaking, Ding Jiazi's body was directly cut into 2 pieces. Thick blood spurted out and his internal organs scattered. His eyes widened as he fell into the sea. The Supreme Elder was killed in an instant. How could the Red Cloud sect cultivator still have the strength to fight? This tyrannical monster beast had not yet revealed its full face, yet it was already so powerful. What would happen if it revealed its true body? The original joy of finding the hidden island disappeared at this moment, leaving only a deep fear. Half of the big ship was dragged under the water, and the huge tentacle was still beating the hull. Every time it beat, the big ship became more and more tattered. What should we do? A Red Cloud sect cultivator cried out. He was still young, he still had a beautiful future, how could he fall here? Just as he finished speaking, he was smashed into minced meat by a tentacle, leaving behind only a voice full of lofty aspirations. It was as bloody as purgatory. At this moment, there was almost no difference between a cultivator and an ordinary person. Under the attack of the huge tentacle, no matter who it was, as long as they were hit, they would die. When the Yuan Qi expert saw Hua Xianglan escape, they naturally flew towards the hidden island. How could they have the time to care about the life and death of those disciples? But even the Yuan Qi experts could not escape the attack of the monster beast under the sea. Flying in the air wasn't necessarily safe either. Those tentacles seemed to have eyes, and they accurately swept towards the true energy boundary experts flying in the air. Every time they wrapped around one of them, they would be strangled to death without question. Yang Kai's expression was cold. He watched from beginning to end. From the appearance of the huge tentacle until now, only 10 breaths of time had passed. More than half of the Red Cloud sect people were killed or injured, and even more ordinary people died. It was not safe to stay on the ship. After a while, the big ship would be smashed apart. Even if it was not smashed apart, it would be pulled into the sea. Jumping into the sea to escape, there may be a glimmer of hope. It was just a possibility. Kai Yang didn't want to sit still and wait for death, so he anxiously roared, "Jump ship." He was not kindly reminding others, but if he jumped off the ship alone, it was easy to be targeted by those tentacles. If everyone jumped, they could distract the attention of the monster beast under the sea. Sure enough, after hearing Yang Kai's shout, those panicked people woke up as if from a dream. They hurriedly ran to the side of the ship and jumped without hesitation. Blood blossomed from the bottom one after another. Obviously, the people who jumped off the ship didn't escape, but there were still many people who were lucky and were swimming towards the hidden island. Feeling it was about time, Kai Yang also jumped down. The entire sea seemed to be boiling. Dozens of people were running for their lives in different directions. Yang Kai observed the situation as he swam, and soon he discovered something. It seemed that those who escaped quickly were more likely to be targeted. Most of the Red Cloud sect's martial artists had some sort of movement skill. Although many of them were unable to fly, their swimming speed was much faster than ordinary people. But from time to time, the people in the front would be swept by the tentacles from the bottom of the sea. In addition to a few bubbles, there was no trace of them. On the contrary, the ordinary people who fell behind were rarely attacked. Yang Kai did not know how the monster beast under the sea determined the position of these people, but since he found this situation, of course, he would take advantage of it. Holding his breath, restraining his breath and suppressing his heartbeat to the limit, Yang Kai was like a piece of duckweed on the sea. He slowly approached the hidden island. The tentacles did not look for him. While he was on edge, a violent crashing sound came from behind him. Yang Kai was shocked and turned his head. He saw a Red Cloud sect cultivator swimming towards him with a pale face. The movement was comparable to pouring salt into a pot of oil. Yang Kai secretly cursed. The Red Cloud sect cultivator quickly came to Yang Kai's side. Without looking at him, he put his hand on Yang Kai's shoulder, wanting to borrow his strength. At this time, a tentacle stretched out from behind the two people. Whether it was Yang Kai or the Red Cloud sect cultivator, they both found the crisis behind them. The Red Cloud sect cultivator was also clever. He put a little force on Yang Kai's shoulder, trying to grab him and throw him towards the tentacle. But when the Yuan Qi poured in, Yang Kai only floated up slightly and then sank back down. Instead, Yang Kai put his hand on the cultivator's shoulder. The vigorous and pure Yuan Qi poured out and directly hit the cultivator. "You!" The Red Cloud sect cultivator's face was full of shock and disbelief. Yang Kai's clothes were clearly the clothes of the ordinary people on the ship. He did not expect that this ordinary person would suddenly have the foundation of a cultivator. Caught off guard, he did not have time to react and flew out of the sea. The tentacle rolled and wrapped around him. Accompanied by a miserable scream, the man's bones were crushed. The broken bones pierced into his internal organs, instantly killing him. Yang Kai did not dare to move. He vigilantly stared at the tentacle in the air and narrowed his eyes. After a while, the tentacle slowly retracted and sank into the sea and disappeared. Sure enough, the more he moved, the more he would be targeted. Instead, like Yang Kai, not moving and not breathing was the most correct way to escape. After waiting for a while, Yang Kai continued to swim forward. The hidden island was not too far from the ship's accident site, but it was also not too close. It was about 10 miles away. This distance was nothing for a cultivator who lived by the sea for a long time. Even those ordinary people could easily swim across. Of course, the premise was that there was no strange tentacle attack. After spending a full hour, Yang Kai slowly swam to the hidden island. Stepping on the beach, Yang Kai directly collapsed on the ground. Lying on the ground, he looked up at the blue sky and gasped for breath. In this short hour, God knows how much he was worried. He was really afraid that a tentacle would suddenly appear behind him and roll him up. Fortunately, he found the right way to deal with it. The tentacle did not attack him from beginning to end. When he was escaping, he did not have time to care about the movements of other people around him. After a while, Yang Kai heard someone not far from him coughing softly. It was a woman's voice. Turning his head to look, after seeing who it was, Yang Kai secretly cursed his bad luck. On the beach 30 feet away, the Red Cloud sect's Yuao Qing was half kneeling on the ground. She was soaking wet, her clothes clinging to her body. Full breasts, full waist, round buttocks, slender legs. Her beauty was faintly discernible, causing people's imagination to run wild. She should have just escaped. She was vomiting seawater. Her wet hair was draped over her shoulders. Her beautiful face was somewhat pale. She looked pitiful. For this arrogant and vicious woman, Yang Kai did not have any good feelings. She sacrificed herself to obtain information from Miao Lin, but after that, she even wanted to throw Miao Lin into the sea. She really had a heart of snakes and scorpions. Although Yang Kai also wanted Miao Lin to die. Not wanting to have anything to do with her, Yang Kai quietly got up and walked towards the hidden island. You stop. Yang Kai did not want to have anything to do with her, but Yuao Qing also saw Yang Kai and shouted behind him. Yang Kai ignored her and still walked forward. I told you to stop, did you not hear me? Yuao Qing was furious. She quickly got up from the ground, her figure flashed a few times, blocking in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent. When he was on the big ship, he was very careful, but here, that did not mean he had to be the same. Yuao Qing's strength was at the separation and reunion boundary, much higher than Yang Kai's, but if they really fought, Yang Kai believed that even if he could not beat her, escaping would not be a problem. Yuao Qing also looked at Yang Kai curiously. She had some impression of this ordinary person who worked as a menial worker on the ship, but she hadn't expected that he wouldn't show any fear when facing her. His expression was also quite calm. He was not old, only a 15 or 16-year-old boy, but his courage was not small. Yuao Qing sneered in her heart, her yuan qi turned, drying her wet clothes, restoring her previous arrogant appearance, and said, I ask you, have you seen anyone else? No. Yang Kai frowned. Not a single one. There is one. Where? You. Yuao Qing took a deep breath, her breasts exaggeratedly rising and falling, almost breaking free from the shackles of her clothes, coldly said, You better behave, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Yang Kai did not like her cold arrogance, but he did not show it on his face. He was considering whether to get rid of this woman now and then rush into the hidden island. This was definitely a good time to escape. But before he could act, a cry of surprise came from the side, Senior Sister Qing, it's great that you're okay. Hearing this voice, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange. This was really a case of enemies meeting. Miao Lin had also come ashore nearby, and it seemed that he had been running for some time. At this moment, he was running from the palm trees on the side. Not only Miao Lin, but there was also another Red Cloud sect female disciple behind him. 3 Red Cloud sect cultivator, he could not deal with them for the time being. Yang Kai slowly put away his thoughts. Why didn't he drown? Yuao Qing clenched her teeth and cursed. Apparently she did not expect to meet this annoying fly on the island. Good people don't pay with their lives, scourges live for thousands of years. Yang Kai said meaningfully. Yuao Qing glared at him coldly, a very approving smile appearing on her face. Miao Lin rushed to Yuao Qing's side and said with great joy, "Senior Sister Qing, it's great to see you." Yuao Qing nodded lightly and arrogantly, her eyes cast behind him and asked, "Are you two the only ones here?" Miao Lin replied, "Well, I came up earlier, except for Senior Sister Jianghu, there is no one else nearby." The Red Cloud sect female disciple named Jianghu also walked over at this moment. The two sides converged. There were only 4 people, one of them was Yang Kai disguised as an ordinary person. The situation was worrying. Yuao Qing ran her fingers through her hair, looking back at the sea, she could not help but sigh faintly. Yang Kai also took a look and found that more than a dozen kilometers away, the big ship had been reduced to a pile of broken planks. The surface of the sea was dyed red with many broken limbs and pieces of flesh floating there, attracting the attention of many sharks. It was like hell on earth. "Can we go back?" Yuao Qing whispered softly. Chapter 183. Cough cough, I can't take it anymore. I'll eat and rest for a while. Originally, they thought that the Red Cloud sect was destined to become famous under the heavens after finding the hidden island. However, they didn't expect that the big ship would be destroyed. Even if the people who were still alive obtained some treasures from the hidden island, how could they return to the Red Cloud sect? Without a strong ship, even if they were immortal Ascension boundary masters, they would not be able to cross the distance of nearly 10,000 miles. Sadness and a faint uneasiness surged in the hearts of the 3 Red Cloud sect disciples. The 3 of them were young and had never encountered any great hardships. On this day, they were attacked by the monster beast and witnessed the deaths of countless elders. Human lives were as fragile as ants. If not for their good luck, they would have been like those people, their corpses turned into food for the fish and beasts. Fortunately, they were able to escape, but now they were trapped on this isolated island with no hope of returning home. Naturally, they felt sad. "Senior Sister Qing, don't worry, junior brother will definitely find a chance to take you back." Miao Lin was well versed in picking up girls. Although his heart was panicking, he knew that this was the best time to show off, so he quickly opened his mouth and said with sincerity. Yuao Qing was already in a bad mood, so when she heard him boast so shamelessly, she could not help but sneer, "What ability do you have to take me away? Can you build a ship that can withstand the monster beast's attack?" "No." Miao Lin was questioned, and his expression became awkward. "Then can you cross this distance of 10,000 miles? Yuao Qing asked again. "I can't. If you can't, then shut your mouth." Yuao Qing vented all her pent-up anger on the ship, and if it weren't for the fact that they were currently in dire straits, she would have already attacked Miao Lin. Jianghu quickly tried to persuade her, "Senior Sister Qing, don't be angry, Miao Lin was just casually speaking." "Humph." Yuao Qing swung her hair, turned around and walked along the sea, while coldly saying, "You don't have any ability, yet you still want to be a hero, overestimating yourself." Jianghu quickly followed. Miao Lin tried to comfort her, but after being ridiculed by Yuao Qing, his face turned ugly. He muttered under his breath, a trace of resentment flashing across his eyes. He then turned to look at Yang Kai, his murderous intent surging, seemingly wanting to vent his anger on Yang Kai. "Take him with you." Yuao Qing's cold voice came from the front. Miao Lin hurriedly responded, shooting a hateful glare towards Yang Kai before shoving him away. The 4 of them walked along the beach in a certain direction. Although Yuao Qing did not say what she wanted to do, Yang Kai knew that she wanted to find the Red Cloud sect disciples who had scattered because of their escape. This was undoubtedly the correct approach. Now that they were all alone and had no elders to hold down the fort, they naturally had to find someone to meet up with. But after walking for a whole day on the beach, they only found 4 people in distress. Moreover, only 2 of them were Red Cloud sect's disciples and the other 2 were ordinary people. The others were all scattered to unknown places. The team had expanded to 8 people, but their overall strength had not increased by much. These 5 Red Cloud sect disciples were all from the younger generation. The last 2 Red Cloud sect disciples they found were a man and a woman. The man was called Qi Yuan and the woman was called Luo Qianxian. Their strength was not very good, probably between the peak of the Qi transformation stage and the separation and reunion boundary. Not being able to find the elders, Yuao Qing looked a little flustered. Among the 5 Red Cloud sect disciples here, she was the strongest. She was already at the separation and reunion boundary 6th stage, the others were not as strong as her. Moreover, her status in the Red Cloud sect was quite high, so everyone naturally looked to her as their leader. They all expected her to lead them to the right path. This burden on her shoulders made her feel somewhat at a loss. At night, 3 ordinary people were instructed by the Red Cloud sect disciples to gather some firewood and set up a bonfire on the beach. Everyone gathered together to discuss what to do next. Some people proposed to look for the elders again, while others said to stay here and wait for others to find them. Their opinions were not unanimous. In the end, Yuao Qing said, "Since we have entered Hidden Island, we can't waste this opportunity. Tomorrow, we will explore the island. Maybe we will meet our martial uncles. Even if we don't meet them, if we get an opportunity, maybe we can leave here and return to the Red Cloud sect." Everyone felt that Yuao Qing's words were reasonable. Moreover, the wealth and opportunities hidden in Hidden Island were the biggest reason why they were so excited. Yang Kai waited for them to finish their discussion before he said, "Masters, if you enter the island, can you not bring the 3 of us with you? We are just seaside fishermen, in case we encounter any danger, we can't fight like you, we can only be a burden." The other 2 ordinary people also thought so, but they were not as bold as Yang Kai. At this moment, they all looked at Yuao Qing expectantly. They knew that the decision was in Yuao Qing's hands. Zhang Yu frowned slightly and nodded. "Yes, it is indeed a burden to bring you along." Originally, she thought that Yuao Qing would agree to leave these 3 ordinary people here, but she did not expect that Yuao Qing would only think for a moment before shaking her head and saying with a smile, "You were brought in by my Red Cloud sect. If we leave you here, you may encounter some danger. It is better to follow us and hope to get out of here alive." "Bitch!" Yang Kai cursed. How could he not know what Yuao Qing was thinking? This beautiful woman with a heart as venomous as a snake and scorpion would never be so kind. Although he thought so, he had no choice but to express his gratitude, sighing that he would have to follow the Red Cloud sect for a few more days. Anyway, he did not know much about Hidden Island, so he could follow them to explore the situation. When there was really danger, he would not be afraid of not finding a chance to escape. At night, the 5 Red Cloud sect disciples took turns to keep watch. The next day, a group of 8 people stepped into Hidden Island to explore. As soon as they entered the island, Yuao Qing revealed her true purpose, letting one of the ordinary people lead the way while the others followed behind. Although this person was extremely frightened, under Yuao Qing's threat, he had no choice but to obey. It was not until now that everyone knew why Yuao Qing insisted on bringing ordinary people, it was to be used as a pathfinder. After walking for a long time, they went deeper and deeper into the forest. They were surrounded by towering ancient trees that swayed endlessly. The rustling sounds made people feel uneasy. The ordinary person who was leading the way was like a frightened bird. His legs went soft and he fell to the ground, crying and begging for mercy. The Red Cloud sect disciples ignored him and continued to threaten him. After a long time, the ordinary person once again summoned the courage to walk forward. At noon, a row of fruit trees suddenly appeared in front of them, bearing some bright red fruits. No one knew what these fruits were, but they smelled very fragrant. The group was tired and hungry. At this moment, seeing so many fruits, their appetite was naturally aroused, and they could not help but swallow their saliva. Luo Qianxian reached out and picked one, wanting to taste it, but Yuao Qing coldly shouted, "Wait." Luo Qianxian's action paused, looking at her in confusion. "What's wrong?" Yuao Qing's face was cold. She took the fruit, her beautiful eyes looking at the three ordinary people. Seeing her expression, everyone knew what she wanted to do. In the case of not knowing whether this fruit was poisonous or not, the best way was to find someone to try it. The two ordinary people both looked flustered, not daring to look at her. Yang Kai also pretended to do the same. Yuao Qing looked at Yang Kai. She walked in front of him and stuffed the fruit into his hand, saying, "Eat it." Yang Kai held back his anger. Looking down at the fruit in his hand, he put it to the tip of his nose and smelled it. Intuitively, he felt that it was not poisonous, but in this world, what was good and what was bad, who could say clearly? "Eat it, it's not poisonous." Old Demon's voice came, "This little girl is really not a good thing. Do you recognize this?" Yang Kai asked with concern. If not for the old demon's reminder, Yang Kai would have made a scene even if it exposed his identity, but since the old demon said it was not poisonous, naturally he could eat it. In any case, he was hungry. Although his heart was clear, his face was still filled with embarrassment. Looking at the fruit in his hand, he felt like it was the most powerful poison in the world. Under Yuao Qing's repeated urging, Yang Kai reluctantly took a bite. It was very fragrant and sweet, somewhat like a ripe persimmon, but much more chewy. "Eat more," Yuao Qing ordered with a cold face. "Old demon, if I can kill this woman, I want you to torture her immortal soul." Yang Kai secretly swore in his heart. Old servant obeys. Old demon smiled. Waiting for Yang Kai to finish eating the whole fruit, the other 7 people did not move, all eagerly waiting for his reaction. After waiting for half an hour, seeing that Yang Kai was still fine, Yuao Qing involuntarily breathed a sigh of relief, waving her hand and saying, "You can eat, we'll rest here for a while, then we'll be on our way." Hearing her say so, Miao Lin and Qi Yuan quickly went forward to pick the fruit. The 3 Red Cloud female disciples did not move. After a moment, Miao Lin and Qi Yuan came back with a lot of fruit, eagerly handing it to the 3 women. Miao Lin was not stingy with his praise. "Senior Sister Qing is so clever, this time, if it weren't for you, I'm afraid we wouldn't have lived for more than a few days before being poisoned to death." Zhang Yu also said, "Yes, I've long heard that Senior Sister Qing is intelligent. Seeing you today, you really live up to your reputation." Hearing such praise, a faint smile appeared on Yuao Qing's cold face. While the 5 Red Cloud disciples were eating, Yang Kai and the other 2 ordinary people were not idle, constantly stuffing fruit into their mouths. There was a row of fruit trees here that bore quite a lot of fruits. The 8 of them ate and took, sweeping all the fruits clean. After eating and drinking, they once again set out. Perhaps because Yang Kai had taken a lot of risks, this time, the person leading the way was not him, but another ordinary person. After walking for a while, Qi Yuan suddenly pointed to the side and said, "Look over there, there's something flashing." Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing, and indeed found that there was a little shining light in the grass. "Let's go and see," Yuao Qing ordered. Soon, everyone came 30 feet away from the flashing light. Yuao Qing's cautiousness was once again reflected. As usual, she let an ordinary person test it out, while she stayed in place. Chapter 184. With his life in the hands of others, this ordinary person had no choice but to submit to Yuao Qing's tyrannical authority. Trembling, he stepped forward to take a look and said, "Masters, this is just a small blade of grass." Hearing him say this, the 5 Red Cloud sect disciples couldn't help but tremble. Zhang Yu hurriedly asked, "What kind of grass?" "It's snow white, very beautiful." The man replied, then asked again, "Do you want me to pick it up?" "Don't touch it," Yuao Qing coldly shouted, then led the Red Cloud sect disciples forward. Yang Kai also followed. When they approached, the 5 Red Cloud sect disciples couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It was indeed a snow-white grass, as eye-catching as jade. It looked crystal clear, and some fluorescent liquid could be vaguely seen flowing through the grass's meridians. Heavens! Jianghu exclaimed, "It's ice-skin jade bone grass." Yuao Qing's face also showed a smile. "Sure enough, it's an earth-grade high-rank spirit grass." Luo Qianxian was also quite excited, while Qi Yuan and Miao Lin were still calm. The reason for this was because the ice-fleshed jade bone grass was a spirit grass that was specially made for females. It was similar to the beauty's core that Yang Kai obtained in the Red Cloud sect's right peninsula. If a woman took the beauty's core, it would make her appearance slightly more beautiful, and if a woman took the ice-skin jade bone grass, it would make her skin crystal clear, delicate like a newborn baby. If the two were used together, it was enough to turn an ugly woman into a beautiful woman, having the effect of being reborn. Women loved beauty, and there were 3 women here. Which one of them didn't want to become more beautiful? Seeing this ice-skin jade bone grass, they would naturally be happy. Just entering Hidden Island and we've already obtained such a treasure, it looks like our trip will be a big harvest. Miao Lin looked quite excited. Yuao Qing didn't hesitate, directly bending down to pick the ice-skin jade bone grass, then took out a jade box from her arms and carefully put it inside. Jianghu and Luo Qianxian both looked at her, wanting to say something but hesitated. Yuao Qing smiled, "When we return to the sect, I'll let the people of the Pill Hall refine it. 2 junior sisters will definitely have a share." She also knew that now was not the right time to have a dispute with the Shi men, so she tried to appease them. Sure enough, Jianghu and Luo Qianxian's faces lit up with smiles. "Thank you, senior sister Qing. When the time comes to ask the Pill Hall to refine pills, we'll need senior sister Qing's help." After obtaining an earth-grade high-rank spirit grass, the worry and anxiety of the Red Cloud sects group was swept away, and the uneasiness that lingered in their hearts gradually dissipated, instead becoming relaxed and cheerful. It was as if they had not fallen into this place, but had come here in search of treasures. But it has to be said that the Hidden Island was a place that no one had set foot on for many years, so it did have a lot of natural treasures. After walking in the Hidden Island for 2 days, the harvest was already full. They collected more than a dozen kinds of exotic flowers and herbs, all of which were above the earth-grade mid-grade. They even found 1 or 2 heaven-grade herbs here. With this harvest, the 5 Red Cloud sect members were even more motivated. On this day, as they were walking, an expanse of hazy fog suddenly appeared before them, and it obstructed their line of sight. This fog looked strange, and the ordinary person leading the group stopped, his face showing some hesitation and fear as he turned to look at Yuao Qing. "Keep going." Yuao Qing remained unmoved, her beautiful face full of ruthlessness. The man had no choice but to walk forward. But just as his body merged into the fog, there was a sudden burst of crackling sounds, and a tragic cry came out of his mouth. It was short and hurried, and then his whole body collapsed to the ground, twitching non-stop. Everyone's face changed color, and they all stepped back, looking at the man's changes in horror. They saw that the man seemed to have been thrown into a pot of boiling oil, as if he was being melted by a raging fire. His body constantly emitted bursts of white gas, and his flesh and blood separated from his bones, falling to the ground and turning into a pool of dark red blood. In less than 5 breaths of time, a living person's flesh and blood was completely gone, turning into a pile of bones spread out on the ground. The air was filled with an indescribable smell. Ugh! Jianghu and Luo Qianxian were so scared that their pretty faces turned pale, bending over and vomiting. Although Miao Lin and Qi Yuan were better off, they were not much better. Yuao Qing's long eyelashes trembled uneasily, her face and lips suddenly lost all color, becoming extremely pale. Although she was also pale, she was not as bad as Jianghu and Luo Qianxian. The commoner who was standing beside Kai Yang felt his legs go soft as he fell to the ground. In the field, the only one who was still calm was Yang Kai. Even so, he felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet. If he had gone in, he was afraid he would have ended up like this. But then again, if Yuao Qing had really forced him to go in, Yang Kai would not have taken the risk. This fog is highly toxic. Yuao Qing stiffly turned around, glancing at the crowd, pretending to be calm, and said in a trembling voice, "Let's go around." Everyone had just seen such a terrible scene, so naturally they could not wait to leave, and at this moment they quickly followed Yuao Qing's footsteps. After walking for a few miles, the crowd finally calmed down. After surviving this calamity, the Red Cloud sect disciples all looked at Yuao Qing gratefully. If it weren't for her cautiousness, this time, one of the Red Cloud sect disciples would have perished in the fog, and that person might have been them. After this incident, they were even more impressed with Yuao Qing's decision to bring ordinary people to explore. Yang Kai also knew that he should look for an opportunity to leave. Otherwise, if they encountered a dangerous place like the one just now, he would definitely be pushed out by Yuao Qing. If he stayed with this group of people, sooner or later he would be killed by that scorpion woman. Now he only lacked an opportunity to make them panic and have no time to think about other things. The group was resting when a rustling sound suddenly entered their ears. Yang Kai frowned, feeling something was wrong. "What's that sound?" Miao Lin was a little nervous, suddenly standing up. "Is there a sound?" Qi Yuan listened carefully. "Shu, don't make a sound, listen carefully." Yuao Qing apparently also heard something. The crowd held their breath, and heard a buzzing sound coming from all directions. It sounded like the flight of bees, but it was evidently much louder than that. The buzzing sound was quickly approaching. Not only that, there was even a rustling sound coming from under their feet. Looking closely, they saw countless thin lines on the ground, gathering in the direction of their breathing, as if there was something underground that was quickly digging a hole to attack. "Not good, run." Yuao Qing's face suddenly changed, exclaiming, hurriedly running in a direction. The several Red Cloud disciples quickly followed. Although Yang Kai was looking for a chance to escape, he did not want to be exposed too early, not to mention, he did not even know what the enemy was, so naturally he wanted to use the hands of the Red Cloud disciples to find out first. The speed of several people was very fast. After Yuao Qing gave the order, they all flew out. After a few steps, suddenly there was a scream behind them. Everyone looked back, and in an instant they were scared out of their wits. They saw that the last ordinary person was now surrounded by a group of about the size of a bowl, strange-looking black insects. In his screams, his clothes were torn, his flesh and blood splattered, and in just a moment he fell to the ground dead. The eyes of several people trembled violently. Although they were cultivator, they did not recognize these ferocious insects. The unknown panic made them feel at a loss. Seeing the power of these insects, the 5 Red Cloud disciples ran even faster. At this moment, no one paid attention to Yang Kai. It was too late to escape. Who would care about him? After running for a while, Yuao Qing suddenly stopped. The several people behind her quickly asked, "What's wrong?" "There are more in front. We are surrounded." Yuao Qing's face was pale. Everyone looked, and sure enough, they saw a buzzing sound in front of them, an overwhelming number of black insects flying towards them. "Kill our way out." Yuao Qing made a prompt decision. The Red Cloud disciples quickly took out their weapons and followed her into the swarm. There were a lot of insects, but their levels should be very low. The 5 Red Cloud disciples formed a triangle, and after a while, they actually killed these insects in droves. This gave them some hope, and they began to work even harder. Yang Kai followed behind them, perhaps because the attacks of the 5 Red Cloud disciples attracted the attention of these insects. He was safe and sound, not being targeted by the insects. "Old demon, what the hell is this?" Yang Kai asked as he moved forward. "This old servant has never seen it before." "You haven't seen it before?" Yang Kai was speechless. The old demon helplessly said, "Please forgive me, young master, I have lived for so long yet I am still ignorant. This old demon, in a life-or-death situation, he still has the mood to talk nonsense. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly saw Qi Yuan reach out towards him, grabbing his collar and throwing him out. There were too many insects nearby, and for a moment he was unable to deal with them, so he wanted to use Yang Kai as a shield. Yang Kai's face went cold, knowing that he could no longer hide. His hands shot out, grabbing Qi Yuan's arm, and as he was about to be thrown out, he flipped over, neutralizing his strength. Landing on the ground, Yang Kai twisted his waist, and threw him towards the swarm of insects. Ah! Qi Yuan was stunned, not understanding how he was thrown out, and in the next moment his body was surrounded by insects, screaming miserably. Qi Yuan! Jianghu shouted in horror, immediately staring coldly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai sneered, his true Yang Yuan Qi suddenly erupting, his body glowing red like a burning fireball. The 4 Red Cloud disciples were stunned by this sudden change. They never thought that the ordinary person they had been working with for several days would have such a change. Not paying attention to the 4 Red Cloud disciples, Yang Kai directly rushed in the direction Qi Yuan had been thrown out. The swarm of insects quickly surrounded him, but in front of the blazing true Yang Yuan Qi, these small wing things were simply unable to withstand a single blow, falling down like dumplings, unable to fly even close to Yang Kai's body. The 4 Red Cloud disciples watched as Yang Kai, wrapped in the blazing Yuan Qi, broke through a gap, and elegantly left. Ah! Miao Lin was shocked, unable to close his mouth. Don't be distracted, follow me out. Yuao Qing bitterly glared at Yang Kai's back, gritting her teeth so hard they almost broke. It turned out that this person was not an ordinary person, but a cultivator who had hidden his strength. Chapter 185. Before, when he saw Yuao Qing and the others being so flustered, Yang Kai thought that these insects would be very difficult to deal with, but now that he had personally dealt with them, he discovered that this was not the case. Perhaps Yuao Qing and the others were difficult to deal with, but for him, it was a piece of cake. The wings of these little things were fragile, and their level was low. He didn't even need to make a move, just his hot Yang Qi was enough to burn their wings. Without the ability to fly, they could not pose much of a threat to Yang Kai. Their only advantage was their large numbers, and they could dig holes, shuttling through the ground. Their movements were extremely convenient, and they often jumped out from under Yang Kai's feet to attack him. Using his movement skill, Yang Kai quickly escaped the encirclement of the insects. After rushing forward a few miles, he suddenly stopped. He found that there was a hazy fog in front of him. It was the same fog that had just melted the ordinary person. What happened? Did he run back? Yang Kai was a little uncertain, and quickly ran along the edge of the fog, hoping to find a way out. But half an hour later, when a skeleton appeared in front of Yang Kai, his expression could not help but change. This skeleton belonged to the ordinary person who had just been melted. Not giving up, he continued to run. After a while, Yang Kai's face became gloomy. Not far in front of him, there was another corpse, but it was gnawed beyond recognition. The clothes on the corpse were familiar to Yang Kai. It was the uniform of the Red Cloud sect's disciples. And judging from the weapon beside him, this person was the one he had thrown out before, Qi Yuan. After running for so long, he was actually running in circles. The surrounding area of more than a dozen miles had been completely surrounded by the highly toxic fog. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai realized that these insects weren't as easy to deal with as they appeared to be. They were indeed unable to withstand a single blow from his Yang Qi, but he didn't know what kind of ability they had to actually use this highly toxic gas to seal off this large area. Unless he broke through the fog, there was no way to leave. Could he withstand the erosion of the fog? Yang Kai was not sure. After thinking for a long time, he finally decided to test the waters. Arriving at the edge of the fog, Yang Kai slowly stretched out his hand with a cold expression. His true Yang's secret art was pushed to the limit, and he even used the unyielding will. As soon as his fingers touched the fog, Yang Kai retracted his hand as fast as lightning. A series of crackling sounds came from his fingertips. Looking down, Yang Kai's face sank. The piece of flesh at the tip of his finger was almost melted. A piercing pain came, and Yang Kai decisively cut off the piece of flesh. He tore off his clothes and wrapped them around his wound. After which, he took a deep breath and scanned his surroundings. He had just separated from Yuao Qing and the others nearby, but where were they now? With the fog surrounding them, no one could escape. There were no other corpses here, so where did they go? Sha sha sha, wang wang wang, countless insects were like fish that smelled blood. They closed in on Yang Kai again. Yang Kai's expression changed. Forcing his true Yang Yuan Qi out of his body, he rushed to meet the insects head-on. It was as easy as before. After the wings of these strange insects were burned, they fell to the ground. However, their numbers did not decrease at all. Instead, there were more and more of them. Only God knew how many strange insects were hidden here. They covered the sky and covered the earth. Yang Kai ran while killing these little things. After circling several times around this area, he still could not find the slightest way out. He could not help feeling anxious. Although he had a lot of yang liquid in his dantian, enough to support his slaughter, his physical strength was always limited. If his physical strength was exhausted, even if he had more yang liquid, he could only sit and wait for death. Young master, this kind of insect monster beast generally has an insect king, just like a bee. At the critical moment, the old demon spoke. What do you mean? Yang Kai took the time to ask. Old servant is saying that if we can control the insect king, we may be able to escape from here. Do you know where the insect king is? Ahem. Old servant does not know. Yang Kai was not in the mood to blame the old demon for his nonsense, but he had thought of a possibility. Perhaps, these insects besieging him was not to kill him, but to hunt him down. The disappearance of Yuao Qing and the others, and the absence of any corpses, was the best proof. These Red Cloud sect disciples were most likely captured by these insects and taken somewhere. And that place should be the insect's nest. The same was true for the bees. Some bees were collecting honey outside, bringing it back for the queen bee to enjoy. Was it possible to interpret the behavior of these insects as collecting honey? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. A bold plan slowly took shape in his mind. Carefully speculating about the success rate of this plan, Yang Kai put away his true Yang Yuan Qi, panting heavily as he looked at the insects. Yang Kai no longer resisted, and the insects no longer attacked, instead surrounding him layer by layer. Young master, what are you doing? The old demon was shocked. Doing an experiment. Yang Kai's face was calm. He could not escape the fog surrounding him, and if he continued to fight like this, sooner or later he would die of exhaustion, so he might as well take advantage of this opportunity to fight back. If his guess was right, there would be some hope of survival. After confronting each other for a moment, the insects suddenly separated from each other and flew towards Yang Kai. The old demon shouted, "Young master, you can't just sit here and wait for death. Shut up." Yang Kai did not want to listen to him. All of his attention was focused on the dozens of insects rushing over, his whole body tensed up like a bow, waiting for the right moment to strike again. But to his delight and spirits, after these insects flew onto him, they actually didn't have any intention of killing him. Instead, they dragged, pulled, knocked, and pushed him, and pulled him towards a certain direction. Sure enough. Yang Kai's mouth bloomed into a smile. In this way, it could explain why there were no corpses of Yuao Qing and the others. Presumably, these people were also exhausted from fighting and were caught by the insects. Surrounded by tens of thousands of insects, the scene was a bit frightening, but Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, and he walked in the direction these insects were pulling him. Not long after, he came to a large pit. In this large pit, there was a dark cave, like the mouth of a man-eating beast, extremely ferocious. Yang Kai saw a tattered skirt at the mouth of the cave. The color and material were somewhat familiar. It was Yuao Qing's. They had really been caught. The speculation in his heart had been completely confirmed, so Yang Kai had nothing to worry about, and without waiting for the insects to urge him, he jumped directly into the cave. An unpleasant stench hit him in the face. The inside of this cave was full of twists and turns, and the underground was full of tunnels opened by the insects. It looked like a completely different world. As Yang Kai walked, he paid attention to the direction, and secretly left some marks where he passed. In the tunnels, from time to time, he could see many insects running back and forth. Moreover, the insects here were not only the size of bowls. There seemed to be many different kinds of insects. Some were almost the size of a person, some were the size of wash basins, some were the size of buckets, some were the size of basins, some were the size of buckets. They all looked extremely frightening. Because, he had actually become a prisoner of a group of insects. Wait until I find your insect king, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. Yang Kai's mood fluctuated. Led by the insects, Yang Kai walked for a long time in the tunnel before arriving at a relatively spacious space. It was not an exaggeration to say that this place was a cave, but it was actually a place where the insects stored their food. Because when Yang Kai came in, he found that the Red Cloud sect people were all trapped here. Many eyes looked at Yang Kai, and Yang Kai heard a burst of malicious and gloating laughter. It was coming from Miaolin. The Red Cloud sect people were more or less injured, and were sitting on the ground dispiritedly, all of them looking at Yang Kai with unkind eyes. The insects escorted Yang Kai here and then left, but outside the cave, there were several large insects taller than humans guarding, apparently to prevent these people from escaping. Entering the cave, Yang Kai did not pay attention to the Red Cloud sect people, and found a remote corner to sit down cross-legged. Yuao Qing stared coldly at Yang Kai, seeing him close his eyes in concentration, not speaking at all. She could not help but ask, "Who are you?" Yang Kai opened his eyes and lightly glanced at her. "Why did you sneak onto my Red Cloud sect's ship and hide your strength? Why are you so scheming?" Yuao Qing asked in succession. Yang Kai looked at her disdainfully, slowly saying, "First, it was not me who wanted to sneak onto your ship, it was your Red Cloud sect who brought me here. Second, if I did not hide my strength, would I still be alive? Third, I have plotted and schemed only to survive. Woman, don't question me with that arrogant face. If not for your Red Cloud sect capturing people everywhere, how could I be here? You dare talk to me like that?" Yuao Qing sneered. "Do you think you are so noble?" Yang Kai disdainfully said. "Senior Sister Qing, don't talk nonsense with him, he just killed Brother Qi Yuan." Miao Lin stared hatefully at Yang Kai. "We have to avenge Brother Qi Yuan." "Ah." Yang Kai laughed. "What are you laughing at?" Miao Lin gnashed his teeth at Yang Kai. "Do you not know how to write the word death? Idiot." Yang Kai looked at him contemptuously. "When I was working on the ship, I heard this woman tell your elder you that when we found Hidden Island, she would throw you into the sea. It's ridiculous that you didn't know." Yuao Qing panicked and quickly said, "I didn't say that." Then she glanced at Miao Lin and explained, "Don't listen to his nonsense." Miao Lin looked at Yang Kai and said, "Do you think I will believe your nonsense, slandering Senior Sister Qing?" "Senior Sister Qing, you don't have to explain, I know you won't do that." Only then did Yuao Qing nod. Whether she said it or not, she knows best. Yang Kai said coldly, looking at Yuao Qing, "You better not do anything, or you may alarm those insects." Yuao Qing took a deep breath, suppressing the murderous intent in her heart. She knew that what Yang Kai said was true. While they were talking, the big insects guarding outside had been alerted and were now poking their heads out to look at them. Although she wanted to kill Yang Kai, she really didn't dare to do it. The verbal confrontation was tasteless. Yang Kai just wanted to plant a thorn in Miao Lin's heart. After all, they were outnumbered, if they really wanted to deal with him, he would certainly not be able to get away with it. Only by making them suspect each other could he keep himself safe. Chapter 186. In the dark cave, Yang Kai and the Red Cloud sect members were on both sides, all recovering. From time to time, there would be a rustling sound coming from outside. It was the swarm of insects running back and forth. The 4 Red Cloud sect members were obviously not willing to sit still and wait for death. After recovering, they wanted to rush out. While they were recovering, they were also discussing, whispering to each other, guarding against Yang Kai's eavesdropping. After almost a day and a night, they were finally ready to move. Sneakily getting up, they slowly approached Yang Kai. Yuao Qing's pretty face was filled with murderous intent, so was Miao Lin. As for Zhang Yu and Luo Qianxian, they were following closely behind. Just as they approached Yang Kai, less than a foot away, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, looking at them with a smile. The 4 Red Cloud sect members paused. Let me guess. Yang Kai remained calm, his voice was also very low. In order not to disturb those insects, you don't want to kill me now, do you? Yuao Qing was as cold as ice. Hearing this she said, you know? Of course I know, isn't this what you're good at? Letting others take the lead, taking the risk for you, I've already learned many times along the way. You want me to lead the charge, don't you? Yuao Qing nodded slightly, coldly saying, since you know, don't try to resist, otherwise you'll be in for a treat. Yang Kai snorted, indeed, I'm not your opponent, but if you want to kill me, I'm afraid you'll have to expend some effort. If you're not afraid our fighting will disturb those insects, feel free to try. Yuao Qing's expression froze, the reason why she was so careful. She was afraid of attracting the attention of those insects outside. Yang Kai obviously understood what she was planning, so his voice was also very low. I'm warning you, don't have any ideas about me. If you want to escape, you'll have to rely on your own ability. Yang Kai coldly snorted, I won't be your vanguard. Don't you want to escape? Yuao Qing saw that her threats had failed, her tone slightly eased. These insects brought us here, definitely not for good, staying here will only lead to death. You and we will rush out together. Maybe there is still a way out. Yang Kai shook his head decisively. I want to escape, but I don't want to be used by others. Furthermore, even if I were to open the way for you. Now that we've all escaped with our lives, how would I know that you won't do anything to me? I can make you a promise. Yuao Qing, seeing Yang Kai show signs of loosening his grip, hurriedly struck while the iron was hot, as long as you take the lead and we can escape, no one from the Red Cloud sect will bother you. You don't have to say any more. I won't believe a woman with a heart as vicious as a snake. Yang Kai sneered and closed his eyes. Yuao Qing and the others did not know that the outside had been surrounded by the fog created by these insects, but Yang Kai was clear. Even if they were lucky enough to escape this worm cave, they wouldn't be able to run too far. Since that was the case, why waste this energy? Senior Sister Qing, kill him. It's useless to keep him around. Miao Lin had long wanted to kill Yang Kai. Now that he couldn't use him, he naturally wanted to kill him. Yuao Qing took a deep breath. Slowly, she shook her head. In this situation, escaping was the most important thing. Although this young man was hateful, if she really killed him, it would definitely alarm those insects, and the gains would not make up for the losses. You can escape as you wish, I won't ruin your plan. I also want to see if you can really leave this place. Yang Kai grinned at Yuao Qing. I hope you'll be bitten by those insects and die without a burial site. Yuao Qing viciously cursed Yang Kai, then turned to the other 3 and said, let's go. The 4 Red Cloud sect disciples quietly left the cave. Perhaps because it was night, the several large insects guarding outside were not disturbed by their actions, still standing there foolishly. Soon, the 4 figures disappeared into the tunnel. But after half a cup of tea's time, there was a burst of fierce fighting outside, mixed with the shouts of the 4 Red Cloud sect disciples. Apparently, they had been exposed and were being targeted by those insects. The sound of fighting gradually faded away until it finally disappeared. Yang Kai's mouth curled into a sneer, unmoved, still calmly meditating. In fact, escaping from this insect cave was not difficult, because these insects were not very difficult to deal with. The 4 Red Cloud sect disciples were able to escape when they were discovered, so naturally Yang Kai could do the same. The only thing that trapped him was that strange fog. He did not know how those insects created it, but its lethality was so great that Yang Kai was quite afraid of it. After about 2 hours, Kai Yang heard the sound of heavy footsteps coming from outside. Opening his eyes, he saw Yuao Qing, her hair disheveled, looking exhausted, followed by Luo Qianxian, followed by Miaolin. Zhang Yu was not here, so she should be dead. After those insects sent the 3 of them here again, the outer perimeter was much tighter. At this moment, the 3 Red Cloud sect disciples were no longer as domineering as before, all that was left was despair and exhaustion. Their bodies were covered with large and small wounds, looking extremely miserable. They did manage to escape from the insect cave, but they were chased by the insects that blotted out the sky and earth. In the end, they were unable to kill them all and were surrounded. After that, they were escorted back here. Yuao Qing and Luo Qianxian both squatted on the ground, their tender bodies trembling. Miaolin was not much better. Glaring at Yang Kai, Yuao Qing was really afraid that he would hit her when she was down, but Yang Kai did not pay attention to her, still meditating with his eyes closed. Senior Sister Qing. Senior Sister Zhang Yu was dragged away by those insects. Where did they take her? Luo Qianxian asked in a trembling voice. How would I know? Yuao Qing replied somewhat impatiently. Do we not care about her? How? We can't even protect ourselves now, how can we take care of her? Yuao Qing clenched her fists. When Zhang Yu was separated from them, she did not die, but was seriously injured, and then was dragged to another tunnel by those insects. What kind of fate awaited her? Yuao Qing did not know. Just as the two were talking, suddenly there was a very mournful scream in the tunnel. The scream was extremely tragic, as if someone was being tortured. It was Zhang Yu's voice. Yuao Qing and Luo Qianxian turned pale, their bodies trembling even more. Miaolin sat down on the ground. What happened to Senior Sister Zhang Yu? Who is torturing her? The blood-curdling screams rang out incessantly. It was clear that they were enduring unimaginable pain. The 2 women in the cave quickly covered their ears, no longer daring to listen. Yang Kai's heart was indifferent. Although these disciples of the Red Cloud sect were not good people, along the way, they were quite supportive of Yuao Qing's practice of using ordinary people as pawns. However, killing people was only a matter of time, but to be tortured before death was very cruel. Especially this torture. It was not given by humans. Zhang Yu's screams gradually weakened, and soon disappeared. Oh, we're dead. We definitely can't get out. Miaolin was a little scared. His strength was the lowest among the group, only in the Qi transformation stage. If it were not for the Red Cloud sect wanting to obtain information about the hidden island from him, how could they have brought him along? He thought it was an opportunity to show his face in the sect, but he did not expect to repeatedly encounter such a disaster. Now that he was in a dead-end situation, how could Miaolin, this debauchee young master who was addicted to wine and women, bear it? No, we will get out of here alive. Senior Sister Qing will take us out, right? Luo Qianxian shook her head vigorously. So naive that it made people feel sad. We can't get out, no one can leave here alive. Miaolin said in a daze. Shut up. Yuao Qing coldly rebuked. She turned to look at the always calm Yang Kai. Compared to her junior brother and junior sister, and compared to herself, she suddenly discovered this young man's psychological quality. He was more determined than anyone else in the room. From beginning to end, he did not panic, nor did he have the slightest uneasiness, he just sat there quietly, so calm that it made people look at him in a new light. But Yuao Qing did not believe that he was willing to die. As time slowly passed, Miao Lin and Luo Qianqian's panic spread. Fear reached the limit, both of them were a little nervous. Although Yuao Qing's psychological quality was strong, it was not that strong. Squatting in the corner, holding her knees with both hands, she kept trembling. At this moment, she regretted very much. She regretted not following the big ship to explore the hidden island. She regretted not going to find her father when the ship was destroyed. Otherwise, she would not have fallen into this situation. If she had Yu Xiaoping's protection, it would have been better than the current situation. But at that time it was so chaotic, Yuao Qing did not know whether her father was still alive. After all, under the attack of the giant tentacle, even a supreme elder like Ding Jiazi died. Yu Xiaoping, a Yuan Qi 9th stage cultivator, if he died there, it was normal. But, father, if you are alive, where are you? Her daughter was about to die. She called out to the heavens, but there was no answer. The proud Yuao Qing could not help but shed some tears. She did not know how much time had passed, but just as Yuao Qing was about to fall asleep, she suddenly heard some heavy breathing sound in front of her. Yuao Qing was shocked. Opening her eyes, she saw Miao Lin approaching her with a crazed look on his face. His eyes were burning with undisguised passion. Miao Lin, what are you doing? Yuao Qing shouted coldly, involuntarily shrinking back. Senior Sister Qing. Miao Lin licked his dry lips and smiled. Junior brother is deeply in love with you, senior sister knows, right? Yuao Qing frowned. She found that Miao Lin's situation was somewhat wrong. It seemed that under great pressure, his psychological defense was broken. Senior sister is like a goddess, junior brother is very fond of you, every night he dreams of you. Miao Lin continued to approach Yuao Qing, his mouth affectionately confessing. His words immediately changed. In the dream, we are honest with each other, making love with each other, you don't know how happy we are. These words made Yuao Qing a little angry, and she slapped Miao Lin's shoulder. How could Miao Lin resist? He flew back, but Yuao Qing was already exhausted, and her palm did not have much power, so naturally it did not hurt Miao Lin. Standing up again, Miao Lin still approached Yuao Qing with an obscene smile, shamelessly saying, junior brother knows, senior sister's status is noble, and has always been a person with eyes above the top of her head. Because of this, I'm afraid senior sister hasn't had sex yet, right? Chapter 187. Miao Lin's words were so blunt, his intentions were obvious. Yuao Qing's pretty face turned coldly saying, if you dare talk nonsense again, I'll kill you. Hey! Miao Lin was not afraid. Anyway, we're all going to die, what difference does it make? Senior sister, you've already lived in this world, are you willing to die with your virginity? This is too much of a pity, it's better to let junior brother serve you tonight, let you taste the most wonderful pleasure in the world, then you can die without regrets. Yuao Qing gasped heavily, obviously enraged, her eyes cold as ice as she glared at Miao Lin. She had not expected that under the tremendous pressure of life and death, this junior brother she had always looked down upon would be so bold and crazy, even attempting to encroach on her. But Yuao Qing obviously would not let him do as he pleased. Killing intent flashed in her eyes. As long as Miao Lin dared to come closer, she would not hesitate to kill him. Miao Lin also saw this point. He was determined to go all out to get close to her, but he could not summon up the courage to do so. He and Yuao Qing were in a deadlock for a long time before he smiled and retreated. Yuao Qing could not help but relax. In this kind of place, unless it was absolutely necessary, she really did not want to fight with anyone. Silence reigned in the cave. But this silence did not last long. After about an incense stick worth of time, heavy breathing of a man and a woman could be heard at the same time. Yang Kai and Yuao Qing both frowned, looking in the direction of the sound. With just a glance, Yang Kai was speechless, and Yuao Qing was also stunned. Miao Lin did not manage to persuade Yuao Qing, but at this moment, he was actually kissing Luo Qianqian passionately. Perhaps it was Miao Lin's flowery words that worked, or perhaps it was the pressure of death that she needed to relax, or perhaps it was because Luo Qianqian was not a strong woman, but she and Miao Lin were hugging each other, rolling on the ground, hugging and groping each other, kissing fiercely. As if there was no one else around, the scene was hot and humid. Listening to the passionate breathing in the cave, Yang Kai's blood began to flow faster. His throat was burning, and he couldn't help but purse his lips. He had been separated from Su Yan for 3 or 4 months now, and with the passage of time and the improvement of his own strength, the influence of the yin-yang joyous unification art on him had also become deeper and deeper. Previously, when he was exploring the hidden island on the Red Cloud sect's ship, it was still fine. In those days, he had to be careful everywhere, and there was no time to think about too many things. Later, when he was trapped in the hidden island, he had to act with Yuao Qing and the others, even though sometimes his heart would involuntarily have some thoughts. However, Yang Kai was able to suppress it with his own willpower. If nothing unexpected happened, Yang Kai believed that he could hold on for a long time until he returned to High Heaven Pavilion to find Su Yan for dual cultivation. But, even if you beat Yang Kai to death, he would never have thought that there would be a day when someone would act out a live sex scene in front of him, just 3 feet away from him, right under his nose. This kind of stimulation was more intense than any verbal or physical seduction. This is from the visual. His sense of hearing, smell, and omnidirectional stimulation. Even a saint would have some ripples in his heart, not to mention Yang Kai, who was deeply affected by the joyous unification art. It was like a beggar who had been hungry for several months, suddenly having a table full of delicacies placed in front of him. Yang Kai couldn't wait to slap Miao Lin and Luo Qianqian to death. Yang Kai felt uncomfortable all over. How could the other outsider, Yuao Qing, not feel uncomfortable? At first, she was stunned, her cheeks flushed red. Then, her small mouth opened slightly, and she was stunned. It wasn't until Miao Lin and Luo Qianqian rolled over to her feet, their clothes in disarray and their breathing heavy, that they finally woke up from their stupor and hurriedly ran towards Yang Kai's direction. The cave was not big, so when Miao Lin and Luo Qianqian rolled on the ground, the space left for Yang Kai and Yuao Qing was very small. The scene was a bit strange and bizarre, perhaps it was rare to see such a scene in thousands of years. A man and a woman were passionately venting on the ground, while another man and woman sat on the side and watched. No matter how one looked at it, this was the extravagant life of the rich. Adulterous couple. Yang Kai and Yuao Qing cursed in their hearts almost at the same time. But at this time, who could blame Miao Lin and Luo Qianqian? Yuao Qing was almost ashamed, and Yang Kai was not in the mood to meddle in other people's business. He was desperately trying to suppress the surging desire in his heart. Their breathing became heavier and heavier, and their clothes were scattered all over the ground. Miao Lin and Luo Qianqian soon faced each other, the air was humid, and the scene was very charming. Accompanied by a suppressed cry of surprise, immediately there was the sound of waves and a man and a woman moaning. Yuao Qing almost involuntarily leaned towards Yang Kai. At this time, she felt that this boy was the only one she could rely on, at least, compared to the confused Miao Lin and Luo Qianqian, he was much more reliable. Get out of my way. Yang Kai was already struggling to resist, but Yuao Qing was still recklessly sticking to him. Her soft tender body and the scent of a young girl wafted out, almost making Yang Kai's efforts go to waste. The rough attitude and the low cursing made Yuao Qing sober up a little. She angrily turned to stare at Yang Kai, but found that the other party was staring at her with a pair of scarlet eyes. These eyes, compared to Miao Lin's, they were filled with even more madness. Yuao Qing's whole body went cold, only then did she remember that the boy beside her was also a man. She hurriedly dodged to the side, but the intense panting and moaning were like a demonic sound pouring into her ears, causing her body and mind to undulate along with it. Her entire body felt somewhat warm, as if there was a ball of fire burning in her lower abdomen. Even the breath she exhaled was scorching hot. A feeling she had never felt before spread throughout her body, making her feel weak and weak. In a panic, Yuao Qing hurriedly covered her ears with both hands, squatting to the side with an aggrieved expression, shaking her head vigorously. She had always been high and mighty in Red Cloud's sect. Usually, any male of the same generation who saw her would be courteous, either showing off their great strength or their profound knowledge. She had never even heard of the matters between men and women, let alone someone who dared to be so presumptuous in front of her. Those weird noises and exaggerated movements were like sledgehammers smashing on her head, making her dizzy and almost unable to think. Time passed so slowly, every breath seemed to be a kind of torture. She did not know how much time had passed, but Yuao Qing heard that junior sister Luo let out a high-pitched and sharp cry, like a dying scream. Even her breathing had stopped. This made her panic. Junior sister Luo was also dead? But then, this junior sister Luo inconceivably came back to life. She began to babble again. At this moment, Yuao Qing no longer had the arrogance of the past. She was like a hedgehog that had been stripped of its thorns. She only wanted a quiet place to rest. Yang Kai was also unable to bear it. He felt that if he did not make a move, he was destined to fall. But before he could do anything, many large insects rushed in from the outside, arriving in front of Miao Lin and Luo Qianxian. It raised its sharp claws high up in the air and stabbed down fiercely. Real screams came out. Miao Lin and Luo Qianxian were almost penetrated together, and then dragged out by those large insects. "Senior Sister Qing, save me!" Luo Qianxian shouted in panic. Yuao Qing was only trembling. How could she have the ability to save her? Blood was scattered along the road. Miao Lin and Luo Qianxian were dragged away by the large insects, gradually moving away. Not long after, the mournful screams gradually weakened, and finally disappeared. As Miao Lin had said before, to be able to have a good time before death, she could die with no regrets. After waiting for the two people's voices to disappear for a long time, Yuao Qing quietly let go of her ears and turned to look. After finding that they were no longer there, she could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. That scene just now had really embarrassed her to the point of being unable to show her face. So even if she knew that her junior brother and junior sister were dead, she did not feel the slightest regret, only relief. Just as she patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief, she suddenly found that the boy was looking at her with a greedy gaze. Immediately, he jumped up, like a cheetah hunting for prey, fiercely pouncing towards her. He was panting heavily, and his breath was boiling hot. Just like the presumptuous Miao Lin, no, even crazier than Miao Lin. "You court death!" Yuao Qing shouted, raising her palm towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai also sent out a palm, Burning Sun's three-layer blast. Three fierce bursts of true Yang Yuan Qi rushed into Yuao Qing's delicate arm. Poor her, a dignified separation and reunion boundary sixth-stage cultivator, who had just fought a battle with the insect swarm, had not yet recovered much Yuan Qi, and her mind was unstable, unable to display even 30% of her strength. How could she withstand Yang Kai's strange move? When the first burst of Yuan Qi burst out, she easily resolved it, but before she could breathe a sigh of relief, the second burst of Yuan Qi violently erupted. Yuao Qing panicked and circulated her Yuan Qi to resist, finally managing to avoid danger. When the third burst of Yuan Qi burst out, Yuao Qing's beautiful face suddenly turned pale. Screaming, she flew out like a broken kite. Her jade arm was broken. The pain was so excruciating that she almost burst into tears on the spot. Not waiting for her to get up, Yang Kai had already pounced on her and sent out another palm, dislocating her other arm. Yuao Qing endured the pain, bent her knee, and viciously kicked Yang Kai's crotch. Yang Kai nimbly turned over, barely avoiding it, but with a sweep of his hand, Yuao Qing let out a muffled groan, her thighs softly falling to the ground. With 3 of her 4 limbs broken, Yuao Qing could not even stand up, let alone attack. She stared blankly as the young man's eyes turned red. Like a bull in heat, he bent down and leaned over her body, wantonly kissing her neck and cheeks. Her chest was kneaded by his hand. He didn't have the slightest bit of tenderness for the fairer sex. He only had violence and recklessness on his body. "No, don't." Yuao Qing struggled, crying, listening to the sound of her clothes being torn, but she could not resist at all. The jade body that countless Red Cloud sect disciples dreamed of, but had no chance to get close to, gradually appeared in this cave, white and delicate, her skin as white as snow, delicate, her figure impressive. The young man kissed her all the way down, nibbled. Yuao Qing could clearly feel that there were rows of teeth marks left on her body. A sense of humiliation welled up in her heart. Yuao Qing's heart almost died. This young man, at this moment, seemed to have changed into a different person. He was like a demon full of evil, bloodthirsty and cruel to the point of making people's hearts palpitate. Chapter 188. Her only remaining snow-white underwear was also torn apart by him, revealing Yuao Qing's naked body. While she was crying and begging for mercy, Yang Kai pulled at his clothes and quickly got up, his throat emitting a low roar. The Red Cloud sect's proud daughter of heaven was powerless to resist, slowly closing her eyes, no longer crying, no longer begging for mercy, letting the tears fall from her eyes. Perhaps, what Miao Lin said before was right. She was about to die, what was there to protect? Although this boy now looked violent and evil, compared to that scum Miao Lin, at least he was much better. A sharp pain came from her chest, it was from being pinched. Yuao Qing could not help but cry out miserably. Just when she thought she was doomed to lose her innocence, and was about to be defiled, the boy riding on her suddenly stopped. Yuao Qing opened her eyes slightly, only to see that he was still staring at her with those red eyes. Those eyes were also filled with lust, greed, and possessiveness, but from time to time, there seemed to be a trace of struggle and resistance flashing across them. The hot air from his nostrils was enough to melt gold and break iron. His eyebrows were tightly knit, and his face was filled with pain, as if he was enduring something. Suddenly, this boy's body erupted with a palpitating energy, making him look more and more evil. Following the eruption of this energy, his strength actually increased at an unimaginable speed. Qi Transformation Level 4, Level 5. Level 8, Level 9, Separation and Reunion Boundary Yuan Qi Fluctuations. Until he broke through to Separation and Reunion Boundary second stage, it slowly stabilized. With the improvement of his strength, the madness in his eyes became more and more intense, but that kind of struggle and resistance also became more and more violent. Suddenly, he climbed down from her, sitting cross-legged on the ground, gritting his teeth and growling, "Stay away from me. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences." Yuao Qing, who thought she was doomed, was stunned. As if she had been granted amnesty, she struggled to pick up a piece of clothing with her broken arm, covering her white and flawless body. Bending her good leg, she slowly moved to the edge of the corner, staring at Yang Kai in horror, her tender body trembling. Yang Kai was very sober. From beginning to end, his consciousness was clear, including when he pounced on Yuao Qing, including tearing off her clothes and ravaging her body. However, this kind of instinctive impulse had reached its peak under the stimulation of Miao Lin and Luo Qianxian. It was impossible to control it. While enjoying the release of the desire buried deep in his bones, Yang Kai was also resisting its influence on him. In the end, he had no choice but to use the unyielding will to suppress it. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai finally understood what Su Yan meant when she said this kind of desire was hard to resist. If the woman he was alone with wasn't Yuao Qing, if Su Yan was nearby, even if he had to climb a mountain of swords or dive into a sea of fire, Yang Kai would have gone to find her. The blood and qi in his chest roiled fiercely. Every piece of flesh and every cell in his body was calling out, yearning for a woman's soft and fragrant comfort. The Yuan Qi was restless and violent, rolling up the entire cave, whimpering and whistling, disturbing the big insects that were probing around to investigate. On his upper body, his skin was blood red, looking very frightening. However, not too far away from him, there was a completely naked beauty who had no strength to resist. As long as he was willing, he could take her for himself at any time and taste the wonderful taste of pleasure. For the current Kai Yang, this was undoubtedly another kind of test. Trying not to think about her, even Su Yan's figure was forcibly erased from his mind by Yang Kai. Yang Kai immersed himself in his own body, constantly circulating his true Yang's secret art, endlessly feeling the mysteries of the unyielding golden skeleton to distract himself. Last time, he had comprehended the unyielding will from the unyielding golden skeleton, but Yang Kai knew that there were still some things hidden in his golden skeleton. His strength was not enough, and his perception was not enough, so he could not comprehend them for the time being. Taking advantage of today's opportunity, Yang Kai once again deeply felt the unyielding golden skeleton. He did not seek to comprehend the mysteries of the unyielding golden skeleton, only to stabilize his irritable desire. The effect was not bad. Although the situation was not alleviated, at least it had stabilized. Yuao Qing was also tactful, knowing that Yang Kai must be desperately resisting her, so naturally she did not dare to make any noise, lest she attract Yang Kai's attention. She just curled up in the cave, motionless. As time passed, Yang Kai's situation gradually improved, his irritable mood slowly calming down, and his surging Yuan Qi also showed signs of being restrained. After an unknown amount of time, when Yang Kai's violent aura disappeared, the cave once again returned to calm. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai opened his eyes, and the temporary increase in strength from the unyielding will also slowly disappeared, and his realm fell. Separation and reunion first stage. Qi transformation 9th stage, 8th stage. 5th stage. He had stabilized. This time, he had successfully resisted the desire in his heart, and his strength had actually increased by a stage. Although this was an unexpected gain, Yang Kai's expression was as calm as an ancient well. He frowned slightly, sitting there motionless, lost in thought. This time, while comprehending the mysteries of the unyielding golden skeleton, although he hadn't gained anything, it wasn't like he hadn't made any progress. Somehow, Kai Yang felt like there was a layer of shackles blocking his path. As long as he could break through this shackles, the other mysteries of the unyielding golden skeleton would appear. Unfortunately, his current strength and understanding of the martial Tao were still too weak, not enough to break this shackles. He could only wait for another opportunity to comprehend it. Letting out a long breath, Yang Kai turned his head and looked around, glancing at Yuao Qing who was staring at him in the corner. In her beautiful eyes, there was panic, but also a trace of resentment and resentment. Any woman who encountered such a situation would not be able to remain calm. Yang Kai stood up and walked towards her step by step. "Don't come here." Yuao Qing shouted fiercely, her body trying to retreat, but behind her was the cave wall, where could she retreat to? Yang Kai's mouth curled into an inexplicable smile, slowly squatting down in front of her. "Get out of my way." Yuao Qing's hands were unable to move, but she steeled her heart and slammed her head into Yang Kai. Yang Kai did not move, letting her head hit his forehead. With a loud thud, Yuao Qing was on the verge of collapsing, her bright forehead suddenly turning red. Yang Kai reached out a hand, grabbed her dislocated arm, pulled it down and pushed it up. Accompanied by a crisp crack, Yuao Qing screamed, the pain made her sweat for a moment, instinctively swinging her palm towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai countered with a palm, defusing her attack, coldly saying, "If you want to die, I can kill you now." The cold tone, the cold look in his eyes, made Yuao Qing stunned on the spot, only then did she realize that her dislocated arm had been fixed. Ignoring her murderous gaze, Yang Kai reached out and rubbed her thigh, circulating his Yuan Qi to resolve the internal injury there. A warm feeling came, making Yuao Qing somewhat unbearable. After dealing with her injured arm and thigh, Yang Kai slowly got up and sat to the side. Yuao Qing looked at him incredulously. She could not believe that this young man would treat her so kindly. Not long ago, he used a kind of overbearing method to destroy her body in an attempt to possess her. She had no friendship with him at all, and even had a grudge against him. Why would he do this? Unable to understand, Yuao Qing clenched her teeth, secretly observing Yang Kai while putting on her clothes. Hearing this movement, Yang Kai naturally knew what she was doing. Without opening his eyes, he knew that there must be endless scenery, causing people to daydream, but unexpectedly, he did not have much of a reaction. Thinking about it carefully, perhaps it was the accumulation of these past few months, all of which had been resolved during the resistance, so he could be so calm. This was a good way to cultivate one's mind, accumulate for a period of time, then find a way to resist. Once the resistance was successful, whether it was strength or state of mind, both could be improved. Inadvertently, Yang Kai found a suitable cultivation path for himself. The cave was quiet again. Yang Kai and Yuao Qing sat at opposite ends of the cave, one waiting patiently, the other frightened. No one spoke. About a day later, there was a sudden movement outside. It was the big insects coming to catch them again. Yang Kai's expression shook, opening his eyes, but Yuao Qing was terrified, afraid that she would follow in the footsteps of her junior brother and junior sister. Just as she was worried, she saw Yang Kai stand up on his own and walk out. He wasn't trying to save Yuao Qing out of kindness. This woman's heart was vicious. She was definitely not a good person. Not to mention that Kai Yang hadn't done anything to her before. Even if they had a physical relationship, Kai Yang wouldn't have let her live. Before, when he connected her arm, it was also to return a favor. After all, this breakthrough was also thanks to her. Letting her go, the two of them were even. No one owed the other. Yang Kai now took the initiative to come out. His main purpose was to find the Insect King. If he wanted to leave this damned place, he had to find the Insect King. Combined with what he had seen in the past few days and his own experience, Yang Kai was sure that these insects had captured them for the Insect King to enjoy. Perhaps seeing Yang Kai so tactful, the big insects were not as cruel as they had been to Miao Lin and Luo Qianxian, but one of them led the way, while the others pushed and bumped Yang Kai from behind, urging him to move faster. Yuao Qing stared at all of this in a daze, the corners of her mouth curling into a happy smile, but soon she began to cry again. She naturally wished for Yang Kai to die, but if Yang Kai really did die, she would be the only one left at this moment. Compared to that, she would rather Yang Kai live. After many twists and turns in the wormhole, Yang Kai did not know how long he had walked before he came to a huge cave. The big insects drove Yang Kai into the cave and did not follow. Old demon. Yang Kai vigilantly looked around while calling out in his mind. But the old demon, who was always on call, did not respond this time. Yang Kai was stunned, thinking that something had happened to him, so he hurriedly checked, and could not help but laugh. He didn't know when this old devil had sealed off his divine sense. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai unsealed him and asked. "Young master, are you done?" The old demon smiled. "What do you mean?" Yang Kai frowned. Chapter 189. "Didn't you and that woman called Yuao Qing, he. The old demon smiled wretchedly. "Young master has said before that if you were alone with any woman, this old slave would have to seal his divine sense. This old slave will remember that." This really had been said before. Yang Kai nodded slightly, but did not explain, instead saying, "I'm afraid I'll have to see that Insect King soon. I'm going to try to subdue it. You stay by my side." Hearing that Yang Kai was going to do something serious, the old demon also quickly became serious. "This old slave obeys." Yang Kai looked around and found that the cave was very spacious. Only an unpleasant stench was spreading in the cave. After searching for a long time, Yang Kai still could not find the Insect King. Instead, he found a lot of bones and corpses in the cave. Jianghu, Miao Lin, and Luo Qianxian of the Red Cloud sect were all here. These three people seemed to have suffered great pain when they were alive. Their eyes were wide open, and their flesh and blood were shriveled up like dead wood, looking very frightening. Jianghu was the first to die, and was the most severely shriveled. Miao Lin was not much better than her, only Luo Qianqian seemed to have some moisture in her flesh and blood, but only a little. Young master, this insect king seems to have sucked their flesh and blood dry. The old demon said in a deep voice. Yang Kai nodded slightly, squatting down in front of Luo Qianqian's body. This Red Cloud sect disciple was having sex with Miao Lin when she was captured by the big insect, and at this moment she was still naked. The originally beautiful young girl's face was now terrible, it really made people sigh. Where was the insect king? Just as Yang Kai was vigilant and suspicious, Luo Qianqian's body seemed to move slightly, and then a golden light suddenly rushed out from her arm, directly attacking Yang Kai. Young master, be careful. Yang Kai was vigilant, although it happened suddenly, he was not flustered. Circulating his true Yang Yuan Qi, his footwork unfolded, and his figure flashed, appearing more than a dozen feet away. But before he could stand firm, he found that the golden light had actually arrived in front of him. So fast. Yang Kai's expression changed, and he flashed out again. Just like before, the golden light flew over again. Yang Kai heard a slight buzzing sound. In the golden light, he vaguely saw a figure that looked similar to those strange insects, but it was countless times smaller. This was the Bug King? Yang Kai originally thought that the Bug King would be a big guy, but he didn't expect it to be so small. However, the speed at which it flew was amazing. As the Bug King, it was definitely more ferocious and difficult to deal with than those strange insects. Not daring to be slow, Yang Kai used his footwork to circle around the insect king in the cave, waiting for an opportunity to attack. After 15 consecutive flashes, the insect king exhausted all of its Yuan Qi, but the distance between it and Yang Kai did not widen. Instead, it got closer. There was no way to avoid it anymore. Standing firm, Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he punched out towards the golden light. The true Yang Yuan Qi fiercely erupted. A shocking thing happened. This punch did not send the Bug King flying. Instead, Yang Kai felt a pain in his fist, and the golden light disappeared without a trace. Hurriedly withdrawing his fist, Yang Kai looked aghast. He found that there was a small bloody hole in his fist, and under his skin, there was a bulge that drilled into the back of his hand and disappeared in the blink of an eye. What kind of insect is this? Yang Kai was scared out of his wits. He wanted to run over and subdue the Bug King, but he didn't expect to suffer such a big loss. It actually drilled into his body. He quickly sat down cross-legged, carefully feeling his body, but there was nothing unusual. It was as if the bug drilled into his body and suddenly disappeared. Young master, do you feel anything wrong? The old demon asked in alarm. No. Yang Kai was also puzzled. Looking at the state of the Red Cloud people, the Bug King must have drilled into their bodies and sucked their flesh, but why was nothing happening to him? No, look carefully again. This old servant suddenly remembered an ancient insect that is somewhat similar to this thing. Yang Kai naturally knew that something was wrong. He quickly immersed his mind and investigated the arm that the Bug King drilled into. After a long time, he finally found some traces. This Bug King, at this moment, drilled into the star space on the back of his hand. This star space was opened by practicing the star mark martial skill. Usually, this space accumulates Yuan Qi, waiting for a time to erupt. According to the words of the old demon, this martial skill was a one-time deal. Once it was used, it was either you die or I die. Last time in the Heaven's Cave Inheritance, Yang Kai also relied on the star mark to severely injure the turtle-shaped monster beast. This strange Bug King could actually drill into this space. Moreover, Yang Kai clearly felt that the huge amount of Yuan Qi he had accumulated in the star space over the past few months was being crazily devoured. In just a moment, a quarter of the Yuan Qi was gone. Once it drilled in, Yang Kai had no way to get it out, unless he cut off his hand. When he told this to the old demon suddenly became anxious. Bad, bad. If it drains all the yuan qi, it will suck young master's flesh and blood. At that time, young master will definitely die, and if you die, this old servant will also be buried with you. What should we do? Yang Kai frowned, his mind turning rapidly, thinking of countermeasures. He never thought that this bug king would be so strange that it could even devour the yuan qi. A moment later, the yuan qi in the star space decreased by a lot, and it was about to reach the bottom. The pitiful Yang Kai's star mark had been accumulating power for several months, but before it could even be used, the insect king had taken drastic measures against it. In order to prevent the bug king from having any ideas about his flesh and blood after devouring the yuan qi, Yang Kai hurriedly operated the true yang tactics and poured the true yang yuan qi in his meridians into the star space. The bug king became more and more excited as it devoured. Although this method could not cure the root of the problem, it could at least buy some time. Yang Kai and the old demon quickly thought of countermeasures. After a long time, Yang Kai suddenly asked, "Old demon, can you enter the star space?" The old demon was stunned. "Old servant has not tried, but even if old servant can enter, I am not the bug king's opponent. Its speed is too fast, and, maybe it can even devour divine souls." If that was the case, then the old demon was simply throwing himself into a trap. "Try and see if you can enter," Yang Kai urged. "Do you really want to go in?" The old demon was uneasy. "Don't talk nonsense." The old demon was helpless, but at this moment, Yang Kai was also in danger, so he could not escape. Bracing himself, he wrapped the soul breaker all around himself and came to the back of Yang Kai's hand, muttering a few words in fear, then rushed into the star space. A moment later, the old demon fled in panic. It can really devour divine souls. Old servant is terrified. Just now, if he had not run fast enough, if the bug king had not been devouring Yang Kai's yuan qi, he would not have been able to escape. "If you can go in, then it will be easy." Yang Kai smiled. "Young master, you have a countermeasure?" The old demon heard him say so and was overjoyed. "I'm not 100% sure, I'm just giving it a try," Yang Kai said, directly using the unyielding will to frantically extract the unyielding golden skeleton's energy. At the same time, the Dantian's yang liquid was constantly exploding, turning into a huge amount of energy and continuously pouring into the star space. Yang Kai's body could be said to have 3 energy warehouses. One was the star space on the back of his hand. This was the star mark's exclusive warehouse, so it stored the least amount of energy. The second was the Dantian's yang liquid. This was the foundation of Yang Kai's fighting strength. The power of all his martial skills and moves depended on the Dantian's yang liquid. The third, and also the largest warehouse, was the unyielding golden skeleton. The unyielding golden skeleton could accept any kind of energy. Yang Kai's pills, spirit grass, spirit fruit, spirit cultivation, as long as it was not of the yang attribute, it could all be stored here. Therefore, in terms of storage capacity, the unyielding golden skeleton's energy was many times greater than the total amount of yang liquid in the Dantian. At this moment, the yuan qi fluctuations emerging from Yang Kai's body could be said to be extremely terrifying. With the influx of energy, the bug king in the star space also began to devour it, becoming more and more intoxicated. "Young master, you..." The old demon was stunned. "Are you trying to stuff it to death?" "It's best if it can, but if it can't, then you'll have to go in and fight." Yang Kai's answer was concise and comprehensive, and then he poured his energy into the star space. As time passed, the bug king that had drilled into the star space was gradually at a loss. It was somewhat intelligent, otherwise it would not have been able to command its subordinates to surround and capture prey. In the past, when it caught prey, it would first devour the various kinds of energy in the prey's body, and after swallowing the energy, it would then consume the flesh and blood of the prey. But this time, it found that something was wrong. The energy in the body of this new prey was actually endless, without the slightest sign of exhaustion. Although it was very happy at first and ate until it was full, its body soon began to swell. It could not eat anymore, but the energy still continued to pour into its body, causing it to become restless and restless, rushing left and right in the star space. However, it was easy to get in, but how could it be so easy to get out? Yang Kai had fought with it before and knew that it was extremely fast. Once it regained its freedom, it would be very difficult to capture, so naturally it was impossible to let it leave. The constant influx of energy was equivalent to sealing the exit, making it impossible for it to escape. Yang Kai's true Yang secret art was pushed to the limit. More than half of the Yang liquid in the Dantian had burst open and poured into the star space, where it was completely swallowed by the Bug King. On the back of his hand, there seemed to be a buzzing sound as the Bug King tried to escape. With a fierce grin on his face, Yang Kai once again burst open a few drops of Yang liquid, along with the energy extracted from the unyielding golden skeleton, and sent them all into the star space. As the Yang liquid continued to explode, Kai Yang's flesh and blood had already turned red. His whole body was steaming hot, as if he was being roasted under the scorching sun. His skin was also oozing with blood. Old demon! Yang Kai felt that it was about time and called out in his mind. Seeing Yang Kai so determined, the old demon's heart became somewhat ruthless, and without hesitation, he drilled into the star space with the soul breaker all. Chapter 190. Yang Kai could feel that the old demon and the insect king were fighting fiercely in the star space on the back of his hand. Although the old demon wasn't the insect king's match at first, the insect king couldn't digest the energy it had swallowed. Its body became bloated and its speed was greatly reduced. The old demon was actually evenly matched with it. As time passed, the insect king swallowed more and more energy, and the old demon gradually turned the situation around and gained the upper hand. The soul breaker all displayed its power and forced the insect king to retreat, leaving wounds everywhere. The back of his hand was burning hot. After withstanding so much energy, Yang Kai himself was also injured. Looking down, the originally hidden star space was now blooming with light. As usual, the endless star field appeared before his eyes. In the star field, Yang Kai seemed to be able to see two figures, one black and one gold, crisscrossing each other. A burnt smell came out. It was because he had poured in too much true Yang Yuan Qi and burned his hand. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and continued to pour in true Yang Yuan Qi. The huge amount of Yuan Qi not only overwhelmed the insect king, but also affected the old demon. The old demon's divine soul and the soul breaker all were evil things. True Yang Yuan Qi was their nemesis. If it hadn't recognized Yang Kai as its master, the old demon wouldn't have been able to hide the soul breaker all in his body. Normally, it wouldn't be a problem, but now, the old demon faintly felt as if he was about to be melted by the extremely hot and Yang Yuan Qi. The old demon's heart was filled with uneasiness. It anxiously conveyed its thoughts to Yang Kai, but it still didn't get a response from Yang Kai. As if it had waited for thousands of years, the old demon vaguely heard Yang Kai's call. "Come out." The old demon almost burst into tears. Just now, he even thought that Yang Kai was ruthless enough to destroy him and the insect king, so he didn't give him any response. Now that he heard the young master's call, he was moved to the point of dying for his friend. Not daring to linger, Yang Kai opened a gap in the star space. The old demon instantly fled. The insect king also wanted to run out, but the gap opened and closed. He didn't give it a chance at all. Star mark! Yang Kai bellowed as he slowly raised his right fist. The pattern of the endless star field hovered around him, rendering this gloomy cave into a starry sky. With a loud bang, the entire insect cave seemed to tremble a few times. Yang Kai even spat out a mouthful of blood. There were no traces of star mark in the surroundings, so the old demon saw everything that had happened. He was shocked and couldn't help but exclaim, "Young master." "I'm fine." Yang Kai spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, his face pale as he panted heavily. He lowered his head and looked at his right hand. On the back of his right hand, it was a bloody mess, and even the veins and white bones could be faintly seen. After carefully inspecting it, Yang Kai suddenly smiled. The insect king was already dead, and there was no longer any aura in its body. First, it had been fed so much energy by him. Then it was heavily injured by the old demon, and then it took a star mark. It was a miracle that it could survive. The old demon's heart trembled, and after a while, he sincerely said, "Young master, this old servant admires you." He couldn't help but admire Yang Kai's star mark. He didn't attack the target, but instead directly detonated it on the back of his hand. If there was even the slightest mistake, Yang Kai would have died without a doubt. Fortunately, Yang Kai controlled it very well. Most of the damage from this move was added to the insect king's body, and he only suffered a little bit. To be so ruthless to himself, this wasn't something a normal person could do. The old demon sincerely admired Yang Kai. "Be vigilant of your surroundings, I may need to recover for a few days." Yang Kai tore open his clothes and wrapped his injured right hand. After hurriedly warning him, he closed his eyes. The power of the star mark was enormous. In the past, Yang Kai was able to beat a rank 6 monster beast to the ground with a single punch. Now, even though he only suffered a little bit, it wasn't something a chi-transforming stage 5 cultivator could deal with. His right hand was in severe pain, his yuan chi was in chaos, and his internal organs were somewhat displaced from the shock. The only thing that made Yang Kai feel gratified was that although the back of his hand was bloody, the star space still existed, so he didn't have to worry about not being able to use the star mark in the future. It took a lot of effort for Yang Kai to get his yuan chi in order. He constantly operated the True Yang secret art, controlling the True Yang yuan chi in his body to warm the injured area and remove the blood clots in his body. After 2 days, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and asked, "Those insects didn't come in, right?" This was the problem he was most worried about. He didn't need to worry too much about those small insects, as they were low level, but there were a lot of them, but those large insects were clearly not low-level monster beast, any one of them was not much worse than the Red Cloud sect disciples. "No." The old demon replied, "Those insects didn't dare to come in here, this is the insect king's residence." "That's good." Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief, and couldn't help but feel that his injuries were healing much faster than before. He untied the cloth wrapped around his right hand. Although the back of his hand was still bloody, it was clearly healing quickly, and the white bones and veins could no longer be seen. The old demon seemed to know Yang Kai's doubts, and said, "Last time, young master refined a few drops of blood congealing beads on the right peninsula of Red Cloud sect, and his blood and chi greatly increased. Naturally, his recovery is faster than before, and with more blood and chi, his vitality is more vigorous. So that's how it is." Yang Kai secretly nodded. "Young master, although the insect king is dead, did you feel that it left you something?" The old demon asked a question that made Yang Kai puzzled. "What is it?" "This old servant doesn't know, please examine it carefully." Listening to his serious tone, Yang Kai also frowned, and immersed himself in searching his body. After a long time, he really did find that there was something wrong with his body. There was an unusual energy settling in the dantian, but this was not the true Yang Yuan Qi that he cultivated, nor was it absorbed by the unyielding golden skeleton. Staying in the dantian, if not for the old demon's reminder, Yang Kai wouldn't have discovered it. What's going on? The insect king's residual energy? Yang Kai was suspicious. Hearing him say this, the old demon couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Sure enough. What do you know? Tell me in detail. Young master, do you remember this old servant saying that this thing is similar to an ancient insect that I know of? Yang Kai nodded. At first, this old servant was only suspicious, but not sure. After all, I have never seen this kind of thing with my own eyes, only heard about it. Later, when I fought with it, I was 50% to 60% sure. Now that the young master feels something different, I can be sure that it really is that ancient insect. What kind of insect? The heaven-devouring great emperor insect. After the old demon said the name, he quickly congratulated, "Congratulations, young master, you will soon obtain another treasure." The young master's good fortune is profound, this old servant is envious. Speak clearly. Yang Kai sat up straight, ready to listen to the old demon talk about some unknown secret. These ancient mutated insects eat anything, and they especially like to devour all kinds of energy and flesh. Moreover, every heaven-devouring great emperor insect has a kind of opportunity. If someone can refine it, they can obtain great benefits. This opportunity can be a supreme skill, it can be a kind of top martial skill, it can be a powerful secret treasure, it can be a lot more likely to increase one's strength without any side effects. There are thousands of changes, it is unknown, it all depends on one's luck. How can an insect have these things in its body? I can understand that it can increase one's strength, but it is too strange for it to have a supreme skill or martial skill, isn't it? Yang Kai was surprised. Young master, you may not know, but this heaven-devouring great emperor insect is very rare, it contains the heavenly way, it has so many wonders that even this old servant is inferior to it. Moreover, there are many supreme skills and martial skills in this world, they are born by the heavens and earth, existing in the world, they are discovered by the fated people, so it is not surprising that these things appear in the body of an insect, not to mention that it is the famous heaven-devouring great emperor insect. The old demon's tone was full of envy, but after seeing that Yang Kai did not respond for a long time, he said in amazement, "Young master, you don't believe it?" "I don't know, but since it can be refined, we will know whether it is really so magical after refining." Yang Kai did not say whether he believed it or not. What he heard was false, but seeing was believing. What's more, old demon had only heard about these heaven-devouring insects from hearsay, so he didn't know the truth. Closing his eyes again, Yang Kai used his mind to communicate with the strange energy that settled in the Dantian, and used the True Yang's secret art to burn it with the hot True Yang Yuan Qi. 1 cycle, 2 cycles. Day after day, the energy slowly changed. In the beginning, it was incompatible with Yang Kai, after all, it was something left behind by the insect king, not something that belonged to Yang Kai himself. But as it was burned, it gradually became infected with Yang Kai's aura, and finally, one day, it suddenly split into two and uncontrollably entered Yang Kai's body. At the same time, Yang Kai felt a sharp pain coming from both sides of his shoulder blades, as if he had been branded with iron. The pain came quickly and left quickly, and before Yang Kai could react, it had already disappeared. Carefully checking his own strength, he found that he was still at Qi transformation stage 5. The old demon, this big liar. Yang Kai was angry. Although he did not believe what the old demon said before, he still faintly hoped that his strength would increase. But even after refining that thing, his strength did not increase at all, not to mention a supreme secret art, a peerless martial skill, and not even the shadow of an artifact. Opening his eyes with an ashen face, the old demon impatiently asked, "Young master, did you gain anything?" "Gain my ass, that thing has already been refined." Yang Kai unhappily replied. The old demon was shocked. "Impossible, this is the legendary heaven-devouring great emperor's heavenly energy left behind. Legends are all lies." Yang Kai said sincerely. No, young master does not know, but this old servant remembers that there was an enemy who, because he refined the heaven-devouring great emperor's insect, obtained a supreme secret art, and became famous. This is not a legend, this is a real thing, this old servant swears with his life, with his soul. The old demon almost swore. Chapter 191. Generally speaking, if the old demon dared to guarantee something with his divine soul, he was 90% sure of it. Hearing him say this, Yang Kai couldn't help but have a serious expression. If that really was the so-called heavenly energy, then he definitely wouldn't have come out empty-handed. Recalling everything that had just happened, Yang Kai focused his attention on the shoulder blades on both sides of his back. When the strange energy was refined, he felt a burning sensation in his shoulder blades. Other than that, there was no other abnormality. When he focused his attention there, Yang Kai clearly felt his yuan qi rush to his shoulder blades, and an inexplicable feeling of being bound appeared in his heart. When this feeling came, he couldn't help but increase the output of his yuan qi. Suddenly, the binding was broken. My God! The old demon groaned. If he had a physical body, he would be in a state of shock right now. This old demon had lived for who knows how many years. Although he had been sealed all this time and had only recently come out, he was very knowledgeable. There was very little in the world that could make him lose his composure. But now, he had lost his composure. Yang Kai was also stunned. He never thought that such a bizarre thing would happen. On his back, there were 2 wings made purely of true Yang Yuan Qi. The wings weren't big, only about 5 feet long. The true Yang Yuan Qi that was made of them seemed to be quite unstable. It swayed and shook according to the ups and downs of Yang Kai's mood. Looking sideways, Yang Kai's eyes trembled. This pair of wings that grew out of his shoulder blades had a grand design that revealed a sense of elegance. Especially the color of the true Yang Yuan Qi, it was like a raging flame, giving people a wild and unrestrained feeling. Yang Kai and the old demon didn't speak. It was as if they had lost the ability to speak. All of their minds were focused on the wings. After a long time, Yang Kai suddenly came back to his senses. He frowned and said, "Old demon, what is this?" The old demon swallowed his saliva and said, "The power of flight." Secret treasure? No. This is much more valuable than a secret treasure. This is an ability bestowed upon young master by the heavenly energy. This old servant does not understand the mysteries behind it. Only young master can figure it out yourself in the future. Yang Kai nodded slightly, and with a thought, the 2 yang inflammation wings on his back flapped, rolling up a light breeze in the cave. It actually brought him up into the air. But before he could fly too high, he hit the cave wall and the flaming yang wings on his back suddenly disappeared, causing Yang Kai to plummet to the ground, his vision blurred. He carefully studied and experimented for a long time. Yang Kai confirmed that he really obtained the power of flight from the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. The pair of yang inflammation wings was indeed condensed from the true Yang Yuan Qi in his body. After confirming this, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel relieved. With the Red Cloud sect's people in the hidden island, although Yang Kai didn't say anything to the old demon these days, he was actually a little worried. He didn't know how to go back. Originally, he wanted to cultivate to the Yuan Qi realm and have the ability to fly before making any plans. Or catch a flying monster beast on the hidden island. Or carry him back, but no matter which method it was somewhat unreliable. After all, the hidden island was thousands of miles away from Sea City. Even an immortal Wander realm expert might not be able to fly over, let alone the Yuan Qi realm expert and the monster beast he could catch. Now, he could use the true Yang Yuan Qi to condense a pair of yang inflammation wings behind his back. The problem that troubled Yang Kai was solved. This pair of yang inflammation wings. According to the old demon, it came from the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's remaining heavenly energy, not a secret treasure. It was not a martial technique, but a special ability that had been derived from it. But if he wanted to use this ability, similarly, it would consume a lot of primordial qi. The cave was not suitable for testing the yang inflammation wings. Yang Kai restrained the excitement in his heart and suddenly thought of a problem. "Old demon, you said that the insects outside, young master, you think too much. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's insects are very rare. Although it has many descendants, the insects outside can no longer be considered as heaven-devouring Great Emperor's insects. They are just a kind of monster beast. The old demon obviously knew what Yang Kai was thinking. Sigh. Yang Kai sighed, but thinking about it, those insects couldn't be killed. If every one of them had heavenly energy in their body, wouldn't it be terrible? Yang Kai's expression changed again, but after refining the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's insect, I found that I can control those insects. Is there such a thing? The old demon was surprised. Try it and you will know. Yang Kai's mind turned, and a large number of insects rushed in from outside. Some were big and some were small, but they all stopped outside the cave, as if this cave was a forbidden area for them. Huh. It's really like this. Yang Kai laughed. Although those small insects were not lethal, there were a lot of them. What made Yang Kai happy was that those big insects were all 3rd or 4th grade monster beast, and there were even 2 that had reached the 5th grade. 5th grade, which was equivalent to an Yuan Qi master. Searching for treasures in the hidden island would be a lot easier with their help. This trip into the tiger's den was really the right one. In a good mood, Yang Kai walked out of the cave, and those large and small insects quickly retreated, taking the initiative to make a path for him. Seeing this scene, the old demon couldn't help but be amazed. After this matter, Yang Kai planned to directly leave this insect cave and take this group of insects to the hidden island, but suddenly he remembered a person. Yuao Qing. He didn't know what happened to this Red Cloud sect's proud daughter at the moment. If she was already dead at this moment, then naturally ashes to ashes, earth to earth, all the previous grievances could be put aside. If she was not dead, Yang Kai wanted to take her with him. It was not to take care of her, but there were definitely Red Cloud sect masters on the hidden island. If he accidentally encountered those masters after going out, with Yuao Qing in his hand, it would always be a bargaining chip. Thinking of this, Yang Kai followed the path in his memory to the place where Yuao Qing was imprisoned. After walking for a long time, they finally arrived at the cave from before, but when Yang Kai poked his head inside to take a look, his expression immediately changed. In this cave, Yuao Qing was not the only one. In addition to her, there were 3 other people. 2 of them were the Red Cloud sect's younger generation disciples, and the other was an elder of the Red Cloud sect. Yang Kai had heard his name when he was on the ship. Meng Xingyuan, although his strength could not be compared to Yu Xiaoping, he was also a 7th-layer Yuan Qi master. Why were they here? Yang Kai was stunned. Meng Xingyuan and the others were here, it was Yuao Qing's luck. After the ship was destroyed, the Red Cloud sect's people scattered. Meng Xingyuan gathered several disciples, and like Yuao Qing and the others, they explored the hidden island while looking for disciples. For many days, they encountered many dangers along the way, and the disciples suffered heavy casualties. Now, only 2 people were left. Today, when they arrived here, they found that the outer layer of fog was a bit strange, so Meng Xingyuan flew in with the 2 disciples to investigate. When they investigated, they found Qi Yuan's body, and then followed the clues to this insect cave. At the entrance of the insect cave, there was a piece of torn cloth from Yuao Qing's dress. Meng Xingyuan immediately knew that the situation was not good, so he led the 2 disciples to sneak in. He thought it would be very difficult, but he did not expect that they would not encounter any attacks along the way, and so easily found Yuao Qing. How could they know that all those insects had just been summoned by Yang Kai, so it was so smooth? When Yang Kai came back, Meng Xingyuan and the Red Cloud sect disciple had just arrived. Yuao Qing was in a daze, and in fear, she described what had happened to her in the past few days, as well as the fate of Zhang Yu and Luo Qianxian. While she was talking, Yang Kai appeared, and both sides were stunned. Meng Xingyuan did not remember that the Red Cloud sect had such a disciple, and Yuao Qing obviously did not expect that Yang Kai could come back alive. But immediately, Yuao Qing's eyes surged with resentment and anger, and she gritted her teeth and said, "Martial Uncle Meng, this person is not a disciple of my Red Cloud sect, but a thief who mixed in with the ship." Qi Yuan was killed by him. I asked Martial Uncle Meng to take action, and avenge junior brother Qi Yuan. She did not mention that Yang Kai had humiliated her, fearing that if this matter spread, it would not be good for her. Before, she did not dare to do anything to Yang Kai. First of all, there was only her and Yang Kai here, and some of them were in the same boat. Second, she was physically and mentally exhausted, and was not Yang Kai's opponent. But now it was different. Meng Xingyuan and the others had found this place, so she could safely leave. For Yang Kai, this man who had stripped her clothes and profaned her body, how could Yuao Qing be willing to let him go? She could not wait to tear Yang Kai into pieces with her own hands, to vent the hatred in her heart. As long as he died, no one would know what had happened that day, and she would still be the proud daughter of the Red Cloud sect. After saying this, Yuao Qing slightly raised her head, looking at Yang Kai arrogantly, her eyes filled with the joy of revenge. Meng Xingyuan's face became cold, and he shouted, "Boy, you have guts. You dare to kill my Red Cloud sect disciple. Kill him for me." These words were directed at the two Red Cloud sect disciples. As soon as his voice fell, the two did not hesitate to kill Yang Kai. Yang Kai stared deeply at Yuao Qing, his eyes flashing with a trace of coldness. His figure flickered, and he flashed more than 10 feet away. When the two Red Cloud sect disciples caught up, Yang Kai flashed again, and after a few more times, disappeared without a trace. So fast. Meng Xingyuan could not help but exclaim, that footwork was really amazing, and he did not know what level of martial skill it was. "Qing, can you still walk?" Meng Xingyuan asked. Yuao Qing nodded. "Go out with Martial Uncle. I want to see how that boy leaves that fog." Meng Xingyuan coldly snorted, but he was not in a hurry. As long as the fog was still there, any cultivator below Yuan Qi would not be able to leave, unless they had a flight-type artifact. "Martial Uncle, you must kill him." He even wanted to humiliate junior sister Luo Qianxian. If I had not stopped him, he would have already succeeded. Yuao Qing's beautiful eyes were cold. Without the slightest bit of guilt, she slandered Yang Kai. Meng Xingyuan was furious, daring to have ideas about my Red Cloud sect disciple. He is really bold. "Qing, rest assured, when Martial Uncle catches him, he will be skinned alive." Yuao Qing showed a cold smile. Chapter 192. Not waiting for Meng Xingyuan and Yuao Qing to go far, the sound of a fierce battle suddenly came from outside. A moment later, the two Red Cloud sect disciples who had chased Yang Kai retreated in embarrassment. "What happened?" Meng Xingyuan asked. "Martial Uncle, there are so many insects." One of them hurriedly replied with an ugly expression. There was no need for him to answer, as a buzzing sound entered Meng Xingyuan's ears, and in the next moment, he saw a large mass of dark, fog-like things rushing towards him. This black mass was made up of a type of black insects that were only the size of a fist and were waving their wings. As far as the eye could see, these insects completely occupied the tunnel, and there were countless of them. Yuao Qing cried out involuntarily, "Martial Ant, we were caught by these insects." Meng Xingyuan's face became cold, shouting, "Retreat behind me." With a single step, he rushed to the front of the Red Cloud sect disciples, his hands opened wide, and a fierce Yuan Qi burst out. When the strange insects were struck by Meng Xingyuan's attacks, they fell down like dumplings, creating a vacuum in front of him. "Martial Uncle is so strong." One of the Red Cloud sect disciples was dazzled, and could not help but praise. "Follow me and kill." Meng Xingyuan's aura was as deep as an abyss, as he took the lead, using his own means to kill. The two Red Cloud sect disciples protected Yuao Qing in the middle, following closely behind Meng Xingyuan. Meng Xingyuan pushed forward step by step. Every time he made a move, he would definitely be able to kill off several dozen mutated insects. However, there were simply too many of them, and he could not kill them all. After making over 10 moves consecutively, he could not help but feel a little out of breath. His footsteps paused for a moment, and he took in a deep breath to suppress his churning vital energy and blood. Once again, he performed a fierce move. Along the way, the ground was covered with insect corpses, forming a thick layer. After rushing out about 500 feet, Meng Xingyuan suddenly stopped, his expression changing. From the depths of the cave came a cracking sound. The cave wall above them. Also, chunks of mud were falling down. Immediately, a rumbling sound entered their ears. The whole cave shook. Not good. Meng Xingyuan exclaimed, "This place is going to collapse, let's go." The 3 Red Cloud sect disciples behind him were also shocked and hurriedly followed his footsteps. However, there were countless strange insects blocking the way. They couldn't speed up even if they wanted to. Meng Xingyuan used all of his strength, but he was still unable to make those strange insects retreat. In his haste, there were some that managed to slip through and attack the 3 people behind him. This caused them to be flustered. After running for another 300 feet, the tunnel in front of them suddenly collapsed, completely blocking their way. Meng Xingyuan and the 3 Red Cloud sect disciples' faces were ashen, and Yuao Qing was even more stunned. Apparently, she had not expected that just as she had seen a glimmer of hope, she would once again fall into despair. The rumbling continued as Yang Kai rushed to the entrance of the cave. The moment he exited the insect cave, the ground beneath his feet suddenly sank down. He didn't dare to stay any longer. Yang Kai continued to run forward. When he was attacked by the 2 Red Cloud sect disciples, Yang Kai had already ordered those strange insects to destroy the wormhole. He knew that if he were to face an Yuan Qi expert head-on, he would definitely not have a good ending. Now that he had these strange insects in hand, he naturally had to make use of them. These insects were good at digging holes, so destroying their own nest was even easier. The sound of mountains collapsing and the earth cracking could be heard. Yang Kai continued to run for several miles. Only then did he stop and look back. He saw that with the entrance of the wormhole as the center, in a radius of several miles, the earth had sunk a great deal. The entire wormhole had completely collapsed. But Yang Kai was still not at ease. He did not know if such a collapse could take the life of an Yuan Qi expert. With a thought, he ordered those strange insects to search for traces of the Red Cloud sect disciples underground. He had to eliminate them completely. After waiting quietly for about a cup of tea's time, Yang Kai suddenly heard an unwilling and mournful scream coming from underground. It was Meng Xingyuan's scream. It should be that the strange insects had found him and were now fighting. Gradually, the scream was so weak that it could not be heard, and finally disappeared. Meng Xingyuan, an Yuan Qi expert, had died. Those Red Cloud sect disciples, whose strength was far inferior to him, naturally could not survive. They were probably buried deep in the wormhole the moment it collapsed. It's a pity that such a beautiful woman died. The old demon sighed. Yuao Qing was definitely a rare beauty, but this woman was vicious and had a heart like a snake and scorpion. She really deserved to die. The old demon only felt some regret. Yang Kai remained silent, his expression indifferent, quietly standing in place. Not long after, the earth within a few miles began to squirm. Countless strange insects drilled out of the ground and surrounded him, waiting for orders. These strange insects would be the survival and exploration of Yang Kai on Hidden Island. Since he had mixed into the Red Cloud sect, Yang Kai had been very careful, as if he was walking on thin ice. Until now, he had finally gotten rid of the Red Cloud sect people, giving him a sense of relaxation and freedom. It was time to make a big move. These strange insects could fly, and their speed was not slow, so Yang Kai was not worried about not being able to take them away. Leading these strange insects outside, Yang Kai came to the edge of the fog blockade and issued the order to break the fog. Immediately, several big guys flew over, rushing into the fog and gnawing at it. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the fog blockade of more than a dozen miles was quickly gnawed open. Yang Kai's expression changed. This fog could be used as a killing move, but it seemed that this fog could only be sprayed out by those big strange insects. The fist-sized insects simply did not have this ability. In the next few days, Yang Kai did not rush to explore Hidden Island. Instead, he first found a hidden place to familiarize himself with his Yang inflammation wings. A few days later, Yang Kai stood in the air above Hidden Island, observing the entire island. In mid-air, everything about this mysterious island was imprinted in his eyes. Based on the map he obtained from the Jianghu family's madam a few months ago, Yang Kai quickly identified his location and found the correct route. After flying forward for a while, Yang Kai landed on the ground and used his footwork to rush forward. Using the Yang inflammation wings would be much faster, but the consumption of Yuan Qi was also huge. On this mysterious island, Yang Kai did not dare to waste the Yang liquid in his dantian. Flying in the air would easily expose him as a target. It was very likely that he would be targeted by the flying monster beast or an expert of the Red Cloud sect. Although using footwork to hasten his journey was much slower, it was the safest way. For several days, Yang Kai was on his way. Along the way, if he encountered any heavenly treasures, he would not hesitate to eat them and temper them into the energy of his unyielding golden skeleton. Hidden Island was indeed full of dangers. Powerful monster beasts were everywhere. If Yang Kai was not careful, he would have been in a big battle. In the past few days, he had not found any trace of the Red Cloud sect people, which made Yang Kai wonder if they were all dead. But as he approached his final destination, Yang Kai finally saw some traces of human activity. He became more cautious. In the center of Hidden Island was a lonely peak, about 100 feet high. Jagged rocks, the scenery was unique. According to the pattern given by Madame Jiang, Yang Kai could determine that the final destination of the pattern was this lonely peak. But now it seemed that the Red Cloud sect people were also aiming for this place. He did not know how many people they had and what kind of strength they had. Arriving at the lonely peak, Yang Kai hesitated for a long time, then gritted his teeth and climbed up. Suppressing his heartbeat and holding his breath, Yang Kai had only climbed half the distance when he heard a violent sound coming from above, shaking the entire lonely peak. His heart trembled, knowing that something must have happened above. He could not help but quicken his pace. After waiting for an incense stick to burn, Yang Kai arrived at the peak, quietly lurking on the side, sneakily looking in the direction of the source of the sound. About 100 feet away, several people from the Red Cloud sect were fiercely bombarding a stone door. After observing for a while, Yang Kai could not help but relax. Among these people, there was no Grand Elder Wuxia Xianxia of the Red Cloud sect. The leader was impressively Yu Xiaoping, and the rest were mostly true element boundary experts. But at the moment, these people looked quite embarrassed. They should have suffered a lot along the way. Many of them were wounded and covered in blood. Fortunately, they were in such a state, otherwise Yang Kai estimated that he would not have been able to sneak in without being discovered. These people wielded their weapons and unleashed their moves, bombarding the stone door in front of them again and again. Each attack caused the stone door to tremble incessantly, and from the stone door, a dense halo of light spread out, causing their attacks to be ineffective. "Brother Yu," one of them gasped, "what do we do now?" Yu Xiaoping's face was gloomy, quite impatient. "What else can we do? Continue to attack, we must break this damn stone door. My Red Cloud sect has suffered heavy losses this time, even 2 of our Grand Elders have fallen. If we do not gain anything, how can we go back?" Hearing this, Yang Kai could not help but be overjoyed. It turned out that Wuxia Xianxia was also dead. He just did not know how the Immortal Ascension boundary old woman died. But this news undoubtedly made Yang Kai eat a pill of reassurance, and he was no longer afraid. Yu Xiaoping rushed forward, desperately urging his true essence, again and again violently attacking the stone door, hissing, "2 Grand Elders have fallen, the Red Cloud sect disciples have suffered heavy casualties, and this Yu's daughter's whereabouts are unknown. Everything is just for this broken door. If we cannot break it, we will kill ourselves here. Why should we continue to live in this world? Yu Xiaoping's madness made the other people's faces not look good. This time, going out to explore the hidden island was a wrong decision. If they had known that this trip would be so dangerous, how could they have left the Red Cloud sect? With the Red Cloud sect's heritage, they obviously did not have the qualifications and strength to explore the hidden island. But Yu Xiaoping's words obviously aroused these people's enthusiasm. They were not in a hurry to recover, and all of them silently attacked the stone door together. This stone door was definitely a barrier left behind by a predecessor. Although it was incomparably sturdy, it did not mean that it was unbreakable. The several true element boundary masters did not stop attacking, and the sound of something crashing could be heard coming from the lone peak. In less than an hour, a few cracks had appeared on the stone door. Seeing hope, the Red Cloud sect people became even more ruthless. Chapter 193. Gradually, more and more cracks appeared on the stone door, and it was about to shatter. But all of a sudden, the clear cry of an eagle could be heard from afar. The Red Cloud sect members who were attacking the stone door suddenly paled. "It's the giant eagle!" A person shouted in horror, "It's the giant eagle that tore apart the Supreme Elder." They couldn't help but panic. Before, under the leadership of Wuxia, they explored the hidden island and gained a lot. A few days ago, they suddenly found a bird's nest on a cliff. Inside, there was a young bird that had not yet grown up. Although it had not yet grown up, it was still very handsome. At a glance, one could tell that it was not a low-grade monster beast. Wuxia was delighted to see it, so she flew up and caught the young bird, preparing to raise it. Who would have thought that this would provoke a huge problem? Less than half a day after catching the young bird, it was found by its parents. They were two incomparably huge and terrifying giant eagles, whose strength was at least at the 6th order. Although Wuxia was an immortal Ascension boundary master, she could barely cope with one giant eagle, but the two giant eagles were angry that she had caught their offspring, so they joined forces to attack her. Wuxia could only hold on for less than half an hour before she was torn apart alive. At that time, Yu Xiaoping and the others were scared out of their wits. They hid in the woods, not daring to come out, let alone help. After the giant eagles tore apart Wuxia, they hovered in the sky for a long time before slowly leaving. Originally, Yu Xiaoping and the others thought that they had escaped, but they did not expect that these two beasts would be so vengeful. Today, they finally found their traces. An eagle cry came out, causing Yu Xiaoping and the others to break out in cold sweat. A moment later, another eagle cry came from afar, echoing the previous one. Looking around, they could see that from the east and west, there were two black dots rapidly approaching. "Quickly, quickly break this stone door!" Yu Xiaoping shouted in horror, "Otherwise, we will all die." Two 6th-order monster beasts, with their Yuan Qi cultivator strength, they simply could not cope. Once caught, only death awaited them. There was no need for Yu Xiaoping to remind them. Which one of the remaining people were not using all of their strength to attack the stone door? However, although more and more cracks appeared on the stone door, it still stood upright in front of them, blocking their way. As the giant eagle rapidly approached, one of the Yuan Qi masters couldn't bear the pressure of death and hurriedly used his footwork to escape. "Come back! Junior brother Zhang, come back!" Yu Xiaoping roared, "If we put in more effort, we'll be able to break through this stone door and hide inside. If you run now, where can you run to? How could that junior brother Zhang be willing to stay?" Wind blew under the soles of his feet as he ran for his life. The crowd didn't see any hope in the first place. After being provoked by this junior brother Zhang, one of them immediately retreated. He hurriedly said, "Let's run quickly. I'm afraid this stone door won't open for a while. If we run now, we still have a chance of survival." After saying that, he also hurriedly ran down. They didn't have enough manpower to begin with. Now that they were suddenly missing 2 people, they couldn't see any hope. The others also stomped their feet hatefully and hurriedly dispersed, each fleeing for their lives. Kai Yang hid himself well, not daring to move a single muscle. Quietly looking up, he saw 2 giant eagles appear in the sky. Even though they were separated by a distance of several hundred feet, these giant eagles looked extraordinary and majestic. If they really landed, Yang Kai estimated that they were at least 7 or 8 feet long. 2 pairs of sharp eagle eyes stared at the fleeing red cloud cultivators below and swooped down. Not long after, a mournful scream came from afar. When it reached Yang Kai's ears, it made his heart tremble. When it reached the ears of the red cloud cultivators, it made them tremble with fear. They knew that another person had been killed by the giant eagles. Almost at the same time as this scream stopped, another scream came out. The second person was killed by the giant eagles. Yuan Qi experts, in front of the 6th Order Sky Overlords, were as fragile as newborn babies, without any power to resist. Yang Kai didn't dare to make any rash movements, so he stayed in place and waited for a whole day. After confirming that the 2 giant eagles and the Red Cloud sects people had all disappeared, he finally came out of his hiding place. His face was full of lingering fear. Fortunately, he did not rely on the wings of Yang Inflammation to fly around. Otherwise, if he encountered those 2 giant eagles, he was afraid that he would have met with disaster. Frowning, Yang Kai came in front of the stone door. Looking at the broken cracks, he operated his Yuan Qi and punched it. The stone door shook, and the cracks became denser. The fog on the stone door was not as gorgeous as before. Instead, it gave off a feeling that it was about to run out of oil. Aware of this, Yang Kai's spirit was greatly aroused. Punch after punch, he fiercely attacked the stone door. Who would have thought that after several hundred punches, the stone door was still the same as before? Strange. Yang Kai frowned. Thinking about it, he called out in his mind. After waiting for a long time, a buzzing sound came. It was the group of insects that followed Yang Kai. These insects were not far behind Yang Kai, waiting for any danger so that Yang Kai could summon them to help, but he did not expect that they would not be used at all. Summoning the big insects, Yang Kai asked them to spit out some kind of strange fog towards the stone door. Yang Kai wanted to see if this strange fog could erode the stone door. The several large insects were well behaved. After receiving the order, they came to the stone door and opened their mouths to spit out white fog. Crackling sounds came out. The stone door was indeed corroded a little. Seeing this, Yang Kai nodded. Letting the large insects continue to spit out the fog, he sat to the side to recover. About an hour later, Kai Yang suddenly heard a crashing sound. Opening his eyes, he saw that the stone door had been shattered, revealing a dark cave entrance. Yang Kai did not rush in. Instead, he let the group of insects fly in first to explore. After waiting outside for half a day, the group of strange insects flew back safely. After confirming that there was no danger inside, Yang Kai stepped inside. After entering, he ordered the insects to guard the entrance and let the large insects spit out a layer of fog to block the entrance. With these insects and the fog as a barrier, Yang Kai believed that even if the Red Cloud sect people escaped the giant eagle's pursuit, they would not be able to come back. As they walked deeper into the cave, it wasn't a straight path. Instead, it spiraled downwards. Before going far, Yang Kai felt comfortable all over, as if in this cave, the heaven and earth energy was extremely rich. The more he went down, the stronger this feeling became. After going down for several thousand feet, Yang Kai estimated that he had reached the bottom of this lonely peak. Only then did he see the end of the road. Below was a huge and spacious space. The stone walls were dotted with traces of light, making this place look somewhat magnificent. On both sides of the road, there was a row of stone shelves divided into many layers. Each layer had something placed on it. Yang Kai strolled forward, arriving in front of the stone shelves. With the help of the light, he glanced at the top layer. Supreme Solitary Sect? Yang Kai looked at the 3 large words engraved on the stone shelves. He could not help but be surprised. He had heard of this sect when he was traveling in Sea City. It was the only transcendent force overseas that was comparable to the central capital's 8 great families. The sect had countless disciples and many experts, and its reputation was widespread. Did this sect have some kind of relationship with this place? On this layer of stone shelves engraved with the word Supreme Solitary Sect, Yang Kai saw a treasure seal. Reaching out and picking it up, he found that it was not light. This treasure seal should have been carved from some kind of precious material. It could even be said that this treasure seal itself was an artifact. After examining it, Yang Kai was surprised to find the word Supreme 1 to 2 at the bottom of this treasure seal. Sure enough, this was a treasure of Supreme Solitary Sect. But why would it appear here? With a trace of doubt, Yang Kai looked down at the next layer of stone shelves. This layer of stone shelves was also engraved with words, and surprisingly, it was a great sect that Yang Kai had heard of before. Ancient Cloud Island. Although this sect's strength was not comparable to Supreme Solitary Sect, it was still considered a first-class force in the Endless Sea Islands. Placed on this stone shelf was a book of cultivation techniques. Yang Kai casually flipped through it and felt that this secret art was not simple. Its grade should not be low, at least a heaven-grade secret art. However, Yang Kai already cultivated the true Yang secret art and the art of yin-yang joyous unification, so he did not need this secret art, so he just casually put it down. Looking further down, Yang Kai's expression became more and more strange. On each layer of this stone shelf, the name of a great sect was engraved, and on each layer, there was also something. Whether it was a martial skill or a secret art, an artifact, or some kind of token, there were many strange things. These sects were all first-class and second-class forces in the Endless Sea Islands. There were more than a dozen of them. A third-class force like the Red Cloud sect was simply not qualified to appear on these stone shelves. If his guess was correct, then these things on these stone shelves really belonged to those sects. But, why were they all gathered here? Looking at this, Yang Kai suddenly remembered something. It was a strange story he heard in a teahouse in Sea City. It was said that 300 years ago, there was a person who begged all the sects in the Endless Sea Islands, wanting to be a disciple of one of these sects. However, his aptitude was somewhat unsightly, and every time he went to a sect, he would be rejected and driven away. Some sect disciples even mocked and ridiculed him, and even fought with him. His perseverance was not bad, and even after visiting all the sects in the Endless Sea Islands, he still had no results. Disheartened, this person was also somewhat desperate, and hated those sects that were not willing to accept him. He vowed to find a way to cultivate. This matter was originally just a small matter. Those famous sects would reject countless people who wanted to join them every year, and he was just one of them. However, 30 years later, a major event happened overseas. The Greater One Sect's sect master seal was lost, and it was unknown which divine thief had sneaked into the sect and stolen it. Immediately after, the Endless Sea Islands' great sect sent out news that all of them had lost their treasures. Some of these things were very valuable, and some were not necessarily very valuable, but all of them had a special meaning to these sects. For a time, the great sects were in panic, afraid that the divine thief had set his eyes on their treasures. But even if they were on guard, they still could not avoid the fate of being stolen. That stealthy thief, in the most impossible situation, always took away the things that they guarded so closely. Chapter 194. At that time, this matter caused an uproar overseas, and all the major sects lost face. More than a dozen treasures were stolen one after another, which also aroused the anger of these sections. All parties gathered together, and the old men who had been in seclusion all year round set out, wanting to find the whereabouts of the thief and recover the lost treasures. Hard work paid off. After several months of investigation, these sects finally found some clues. All kinds of signs indicated that the person who stole the treasures of more than a dozen major sects was actually the person who was driven out of the sect 30 years ago. It was unknown what kind of fortuitous encounter this person had, but in just 30 years, he had cultivated his strength to an unattainable level. At this point, the major sects finally knew why someone would steal their treasures. It turned out that this person held a grudge for being driven out of the sect, and wanted to teach these snobbish sects a lesson. The experts of those sects asked this person for the stolen treasures, but were refused. Because of a disagreement, the two sides launched a deadly battle on the sea. This person had single-handedly dealt with the joint attack of experts from more than 10 great sections. In that battle, several isolated islands had been destroyed, and the experts from those great sects had also suffered heavy casualties. As for whether the thief was still alive or not, no one knew. Because after the experts who participated in that battle returned, they did not mention a word about this matter. Some people said that he was killed, some said that he was seriously injured and fled. No one knew the truth. As time passed, the experts who participated in the battle were all dead, and this matter slowly subsided, but the stolen treasures were never found. Yang Kai also thought that this was a story casually made up by the predecessors. After all, many of the so-called strange stories were made up by the storytellers in order to make a living. In 10 strange stories, it was already very good if 3 of them were true. Even these 3 items, which were rumored by countless people, gradually lost their original flavor, and a lot of exaggeration was added to it. But, seeing all this today, Yang Kai knew that it was not a story, but something that really happened. The Greater One Sect's Master's Seal must be driven by the Greater One Sect's unique mantra in order to become a killing treasure. At this moment, at the top of this stone shelf, it was covered in layers of dust. Ancient Cloud Island Supreme Secret Art, Azura Sect Hallowed Artifact, Falling Flowers Sect's Thousand Blossoming Blood Begonia. Which one of these wasn't priceless? Which one of these wasn't of great significance to these sects? Even if some of these items on these stone shelves didn't have much value, since they were placed here, they were immeasurable treasures to these sects. It turned out that the things that person had stolen were all placed here. Yang Kai's mood fluctuated. He could imagine how much of a shock these things would cause to the Endless Sea Island's great forces if they appeared. Oh, the grade of these artifacts isn't bad, young master, would you like to collect a few for self-defense? Old Demon suddenly asked. There weren't many artifacts here, only 3 of them. Besides the Greater One Sect's Master's Seal, which required a matching mantra, Yang Kai could take the other 2 if he really wanted to use them. These artifacts were all at least heaven grade, so Yang Kai was naturally tempted. But if he were to use it outside and reveal any traces of himself, then it would only lead to trouble, so Kai Yang had some misgivings. Ignoring the old demon's inquiry, Yang Kai put the things in his hands back on the stone shelf before walking forward step by step. After walking for a short time, he was greeted by a rich and pure world energy. Not far in front of him, there seemed to be a 5-colored brilliance that tugged at Yang Kai's heartstrings. Yang Kai's expression brightened, and he couldn't help quickening his pace. Turning a corner, Yang Kai entered a place that looked like a living room. The 5-colored brilliance was coming from here. Looking up, Kai Yang could only see a lotus flower the size of a wash basin floating in the air. Next to this lotus flower, there was something that looked like water, wrapping around this 5-colored lotus flower. Although it looked like liquid, it wasn't liquid. Instead, it gave Yang Kai an inexplicable feeling of palpitations, as if his soul was somewhat flustered and unstable. Soul-warming lotus. The old demon exclaimed, it's actually a soul-warming lotus. Heavens, a soul-warming lotus actually appeared here, and it's a 5-colored soul-warming lotus. Treasure? Yang Kai licked his lips and asked with some excitement. More than a treasure, this is simply a supreme treasure, young master. The old demon was so excited that he was somewhat incoherent. This is a soul-warming lotus, a treasure that all cultivators in the world dream of obtaining. No matter how high your strength is, no matter how strong your cultivation is, this thing will be of great use to you. Why didn't this old master find this thing back then? Yang Kai chuckled. From what you're saying, you can't collect this thing? The old demon shuddered and said, young master is joking, this old servant is now just a wisp of soul. Not to mention collecting it, if I were to come into contact with it, it would be strange if it didn't collect me. Tell me, what is the use of this thing? For better or worse, you're an old demon, so don't be so flustered. The old demon was choked speechless for a long time, thinking to himself, you're just an ignorant fool who doesn't know how rare and precious this thing is, so you can be so calm. If you knew of its great use, you would definitely lose your composure like boss. But why isn't this old master's luck as good? On the contrary, the young master's luck is great. A few days ago, he refined a trace of heavenly energy and obtained the ability to fly, and now he actually encountered the soul-warming lotus. Just how heaven-defying must his luck be to be able to continuously encounter such great luck? Filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred, the old demon held back for a long time before he finally recovered. He deliberated and said, the soul-warming lotus, as its name suggests, is a heavenly treasure used to nourish one's soul. Young master, you know about soul, right? Although you're currently in the chi transforming stage and can't cultivate soul, it still exists in your mind and your perception originates from soul. Once you reach the immortal ascension boundary, you can begin to cultivate. The stronger your soul, the more obvious the benefits. If two people of similar strength were to fight, the one with the stronger soul would undoubtedly have the upper hand. Yang Kai frowned and impatiently interrupted him, get to the point. Was this old demon treating him like a 3-year-old child? Although Yang Kai couldn't cultivate soul, he still knew about it. Yes. The old demon was gloomy and continued, cultivating soul is very difficult. It's many times more difficult than improving one's physical strength. However, there are some heavenly treasures that can improve one's soul, and the soul-warming lotus is one of those treasures. This kind of heavenly treasure will never disappear and will never be refined. Once it's collected, it will only exist in the cultivator's soul sea. There's no need to care about it, as it will constantly nourish the cultivator's soul sea, slowly making it stronger and more condensed. It can't be refined, but it also won't disappear. That's right, because there's no one in this world whose soul sea can refine the soul-warming lotus, not even those who stand at the peak of the world. The old demon's tone was solemn and heavy. This is a very special kind of heavenly treasure. In terms of value, it's much more valuable than the heaven-devouring great emperor bug that young master refined a few days ago. This is because it will accompany you for the rest of your life. From the moment you collect it until the end of your life, it will nourish you, all the time, all the time, all the time. All you need to do is sit back and enjoy the fruits of your labor. Good stuff, I want it. Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he was about to rush forward. Wait! The old demon shouted, young master, don't be rash. The old demon was scared to death. Just now, Yang Kai had shown no interest, but now he was suddenly full of interest. This change was so fast that he was almost caught off guard. What's wrong? Yang Kai was a bit displeased. Young master, do you see a layer of something like liquid around the soul-warming lotus? Do you know what it is? The old demon asked. What? This is the sea of consciousness left behind by the strong after they die. It contains the power of their divine sense. Young master, if you rush in so recklessly, with your chi transforming stage strength, I'm afraid you'll immediately die. Sea of consciousness? Yang Kai was stunned. Can a person's sea of consciousness be preserved after they die? The sea of consciousness was originally ethereal and formless. It was a manifestation of one's mental strength. When a person died, it was like a lamp going out. Naturally, the sea of consciousness couldn't be preserved. Others can't, but when a person who possesses the soul-warming lotus dies, their sea of consciousness will be preserved. This is the strength of the soul-warming lotus. The old demon explained, "Oh right, young master, if you collected the soul-warming lotus and died that day, it would also be like this." Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes. He lowered his head and saw that there was indeed a skeleton under the soul-warming lotus. Presumably, this skeleton was that godly thief who had caused a huge uproar that year. He died here, but the soul-warming lotus and his sea of consciousness were preserved. Raising his eyebrows, Yang Kai asked, "Old demon, don't you need this kind of mental strength?" The old demon laughed and said, "Young master is right. If young master doesn't have any other orders, this old servant will begin to devour this person's sea of consciousness. How long do you need?" "I can't say, it might take a month." The old demon replied, "After all, this person wasn't weak when he was alive. With the help of the soul-warming lotus, his sea of consciousness is quite good. A month, then I'll help you guard." Yang Kai nodded. "No need, young master, look over there. The soul-warming lotus isn't the only treasure here." Yang Kai turned his head and looked over. He saw that at the bottom of the cave, there was a dense and pure mist. Energy visible to the naked eye was surging. Ever since he entered here, Yang Kai's gaze had been attracted by the five-colored lotus, so he didn't pay much attention to it. "What is this?" "Pure heaven and earth energy. It can also be called an earth vein. Young master, good luck. You can go absorb the heaven and earth energy in this earth vein to cultivate. Once this old servant has refined this sea of consciousness, I'll come back to collect the soul-warming lotus." "This is an earth vein?" Yang Kai was stunned. That thief from 300 years ago really found a good place to cultivate. No wonder he could cultivate to the point where all the great sects were helpless against him in just 30 years. It turned out that not only did he have the help of the soul-warming lotus, he also had this earth vein. "It's just a small earth vein. Moreover, it's about to dry up," the old demon replied. "All right, go do your thing. Don't worry about me." The old demon was overjoyed. He hurriedly flew out with the soul breaker all wrapped around him. He rushed to the edge of the sea of consciousness and began to devour it. Yang Kai even heard him let out a satisfied sound, like a hungry ghost who had been thirsty for many years hugging a naked beauty. Chapter 195. Yang Kai walked into the earth vein, and as soon as he was enveloped by the dense world energy, he felt a burst of comfort throughout his body. He did not need to circulate his secret art, his hundreds of millions of pores automatically opened up, and every inch of his flesh and blood, and every cell in his body rejoiced. Very rich and pure world energy, Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised. Sitting down cross-legged, Yang Kai began to circulate his secret art, like a whale sucking in water, swallowing the earth vein's energy. In the past, that god thief had used 30 years to cultivate to the point where many of the endless sea island sects had a headache. Firstly, he had the help of the soul-warming lotus, and secondly, he had this earth vein. The former nourished his spirit, while the latter nourished his body. With these two treasures, it would be strange if his strength did not increase quickly. It was a pity that this was only a small earth vein. The amount of heaven and earth energy it contained was not very large. Furthermore, it had been absorbed by the thief for 30 years. There was not much heaven and earth energy left in the earth vein. It was about to dry up. But even so, for the current Yang Kai, it was still a great supplement. His body's special characteristics allowed him to absorb world energy much faster than the god thief of the past. The unyielding golden skeleton was like a bottomless pit, so no matter how much world energy entered his body, it would be swallowed up, so there was no need to worry about it holding up. Moreover, the earth vein's world energy was pure and rich, so there was almost no need to burn it. After circulating through his meridians, the world energy would flow into the unyielding golden skeleton's large warehouse, becoming Yang Kai's reserve. As Yang Kai swallowed the earth vein's world energy, the old demon swallowed the knowledge sea energy of the god thief. The two did not interfere with each other, and were both physically and mentally happy, forgetting the passage of time. After a full month and a half, Yang Kai took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. The small earth vein had been unrestrainedly absorbed by Yang Kai, and had been completely drained, so the world energy visible to the naked eye no longer existed. Carefully feeling his current realm, Yang Kai's face lit up with joy. Unknowingly, his strength had risen to the Qi-transforming 9th stage, and he was only one step away from breaking through to the separation and reunion boundary. Moreover, Yang Kai could feel that the energy in his body, whether in terms of quality or quantity, had already reached the separation and reunion boundary. The only thing missing was the comprehension of martial arts. The advancement of every major realm required one's own comprehension. It was the same when he was advancing to the initial element stage, and it was the same when he was advancing to the Qi transformation stage. Now, if he wanted to advance to the separation and reunion stage, he would also need to comprehend. However, Yang Kai had yet to touch that layer of shackles. It depended on luck and opportunity, and was not something that could be achieved through hard work. He looked up and saw that the old demon had already absorbed all of the knowledge sea energy around the soul-warming lotus and was waiting for him to wake up. In front of him was the multicolored soul-warming lotus. Yang Kai slowly stood up and walked in front of this supreme sacred object. "Old demon, is there a need to pay special attention to it?" Yang Kai asked. "There is no need to pay special attention to it. If young master was an immortal ascension boundary expert who had cultivated his divine sense, he may need to struggle with it, but young master has not yet cultivated his divine sense, so all you need to do is accept it." Since there was no need to pay special attention to it, Yang Kai did not hesitate and stretched out his hand towards the multicolored soul-warming lotus. Just as his fingers touched the lotus, it disappeared. At the same time, Yang Kai suddenly felt refreshed, his mind clearer than ever before, and even his perception had become much stronger. Involuntarily, Yang Kai took a deep breath, his whole body shivering in comfort. Even if he carefully probed, he could not find any trace of the soul-warming lotus, but Yang Kai knew that it was definitely in his mind at this moment. Only after he had cultivated his divine sense would he be able to see it. The multicolored soul-warming lotus, ah! The old demon was both envious and jealous. Yang Kai laughed. "Young master, in the future, you should find some precious treasures that can nourish your divine sense so this soul-warming lotus can absorb them. Once it one day evolves into 7 colors, it will be of even greater help to you." "It can grow?" Yang Kai was somewhat surprised. Of course, when the soul-warming lotus is born, it only has one color, but it also has different grades. The more colors it has, the higher its grade. The highest grade it can reach is 7 colors. For example, a single-color soul-warming lotus requires 100 years to double the size of a person's knowledge sea, a 5-color soul-warming lotus only requires 20 years, and a 7-color soul-warming lotus only requires 5 years. Amazing! Yang Kai was secretly speechless. Although he had yet to cultivate his divine sense, he knew how difficult it was to cultivate it. Just as the old demon had said before, cultivating one's divine sense was more than 100 times more difficult than cultivating one's body. But now, with the help of the soul-warming lotus, he didn't have to worry about it at all. His divine sense would become stronger and more condensed. Speaking of which, the multicolored soul-warming lotus is not bad. Yang Kai wasn't dissatisfied. Being able to obtain this thing was already heaven-defying luck. He couldn't expect to obtain a 7-color lotus in one go. Naturally, it's a very good treasure. When it grows to 7 colors in the future, it will be the world's most precious treasure. But this thing grows very slowly, and it only absorbs the energy of precious treasures that can strengthen one's divine sense. If you want to turn this multicolored lotus into a 7-color, young master will have to put in a lot of effort. Let's just leave it to fate. I won't force it. Yang Kai was more open-minded. If it could become a 7-color lotus in his lifetime, then it would be his luck. If it couldn't, then there was no point in forcing it. It's good that young master has this kind of attitude. The old demon felt a burst of admiration. He was young, but he was calm and steady. The more he interacted with Yang Kai, the more he felt a sense of admiration. If it were any other young man, with the old demon's belly full of tricks and experience, he would have long since tricked them. But in front of Yang Kai, the old demon didn't dare to have any bad intentions. He respected him in everything. It's time to go out. Yang Kai took a deep breath. After staying here for more than a month, he had already collected the soul-warming lotus and absorbed the earth vein. He had already obtained all the benefits, so there was naturally no need to stay here. Before leaving, Yang Kai dug a hole and buried the bones of the divine thief inside. Walking all the way out, when he passed by the stone shelf, Yang Kai hesitated for a long time before restraining his restless thoughts. He didn't look at the artifacts that made his heart beat faster and strode away. There were 3 artifacts on the stone shelf. In addition to the Tai seal, Yang Kai could take the other 2 for his own use. But the divine thief didn't use them, so there must be some kind of mystery. Perhaps once he used these things, those overseas sects would be able to sense it through some special method. This was not Yang Kai's own speculation, but it was the truth. Many great sects had placed barriers on their hallowed artifacts. Within a certain range, if an outsider tried to use it, it would be detected. Yang Kai was planning to return to Sea City, so naturally he didn't dare to refine this hot potato. He would leave them here first, and then come back to pick them up when he left the island. A few thousand feet up, Yang Kai once again arrived at the top of the lonely peak. The group of insects were still dutifully guarding the broken stone door. The Yuan Qi experts of the Red Cloud sect showed no signs of returning, presumably they were all hunted down by the 2 giant eagles. Letting the big insect break through the fog at the door, Yang Kai walked out. Standing on the lonely peak, Yang Kai looked around. This place was thousands of miles away from Sea City. If he wanted to leave the island, he could only rely on the Yang Inflammation Wings, but using the Yang Inflammation Wings would consume too much Yuan Qi. After all this time, the Dantian only had 30 drops of Yang liquid left, which was not enough to support him flying thousands of miles. Flying thousands of miles was already very difficult, and once he encountered a storm at sea, he may need to take a detour to avoid it. In this way, the demand for Yang liquid would be even greater. He would need at least 400 drops of Yang liquid to leave this damned place. 400 drops, was there so many Yang attribute heaven and earth treasures on the island? Yang Kai was somewhat uncertain, but in any case, looking for Yang attribute heaven and earth treasures to increase the amount of Yang liquid in the Dantian was the most important task. Letting the insects once again spit out fog to seal the cave, Yang Kai left a lot of insects here to guard, and took the other half of the group down the lonely peak. For many days, Yang Kai searched for Yang attribute heaven and earth treasures, and the harvest was quite good. In just 4 or 5 days, the amount of Yang liquid in the Dantian broke through to more than 100 drops. With the guidance of the origin of Yang seal on his chest, as long as it was within 3,000 feet of Yang Kai, these heaven and earth treasures could not escape Yang Kai's search. Yang Kai was not in a hurry. Now on the entire island, he was probably the only living person. In addition to those powerful monster beasts, Yang Kai could be regarded as the master of the island. Exploring and collecting heaven and earth treasures, he would pick them all together. If it was Yang attribute, he would absorb it on the spot and turn it into Yang liquid, and if it was not Yang attribute, he would keep it first and put it in his bag. Occasionally, he would come across some strange flowers and herbs guarded by the monster beast, and Yang Kai would instruct the insects to distract the monster beast's attention, while he waited for the opportunity to pick them. It was always scary but not dangerous. The map he had obtained from the Jiang family's madam had been a great help. Previously, Yang Kai didn't know what was so mysterious about the marked locations on the map, but after accidentally entering a certain area and encountering a 6th-order monster beast, he realized that the marked locations were all dangerous places. Since then, Yang Kai had avoided these marked points, and did not encounter too much trouble. Traveling north and south, in less than half a month, Yang Kai had explored the entire hidden island. All the precious treasures that could be harvested had been picked up, filling up a large bag. These things were all earth and heaven-level treasures, more than 10 times more than what Yang Kai had obtained on the right peninsula of Yunxia. He also harvested a lot of Yang attribute things, but until now, Yang Kai still only had about 300 drops of Yang liquid in his dantian. 300 drops of Yang liquid, if he was lucky enough, maybe he could fly to Sea City. But maybe, Yang Kai was not completely sure. If he could not fly to Sea City and accidentally fell into the sea, he would certainly die. Even if he could not drown, the monster beast in the sea would be enough to take his life. He had to find some more Yang attribute items to gather 400 drops. Only then would he be absolutely certain of success. Could it be, he really had to stroke the tiger's whiskers? Thinking about it, Kai Yang's heart hardened and he made up his mind. Chapter 196. A few days ago, when Yang Kai had accidentally passed by a dangerous place, he had sensed a Yang attribute treasure, but because that place was specifically marked on the map, Yang Kai did not dare to go there. Now it seemed that he had no choice but to go there. All the Yang attribute treasures on the island had been collected, and if he wanted to collect 400 drops of Yang liquid, there was no other place besides there. The only thing he did not know was what kind of monster beast was guarding that place. He had to be careful, in case he encountered the 2 giant eagles he had seen a few days ago. Even if Yang Kai had the Yang inflammation wings, he would not be able to escape from their pursuit. After spending a day's effort, Yang Kai arrived at the perimeter of the dangerous place. Yang Kai thought about it for a long time before ordering his insects to take some precautions, carefully speculating about any possible situation and how to deal with it. Only after he had a plan in mind did he set off. The origin of Yang on Yang Kai's chest once again emitted a scorching hot reaction. A few hundred feet in front of him, there was indeed a Yang attribute item, and its grade was not low either. If there was enough energy, it would be enough to refine 400 drops of Yang liquid. Success or failure would depend on this adventure. At this moment, Yang Kai was not afraid. Step by step he walked towards the direction of the Yang origin seal's reaction. There seemed to be a fishy smell in the air, and there were traces of the monster beast, all of which indicated that there was great danger ahead. After a few hundred feet, the fishy smell became stronger. Yang Kai faintly saw that not far ahead, there was a huge dark red rock standing there. The Yang Qi that the Yang origin seal had sensed was coming from this rock. Yang Kai was delighted. He suddenly felt that there was hope to return home. Such a large piece of Yang attribute stone, if he absorbed all the Yang Qi, he could easily obtain 400 drops of Yang liquid. This stone should be similar to the Yang inflammation stone mined by the blood group, but its texture was much better than the Yang inflammation stone. Continuing to approach cautiously, Yang Kai saw that there was a cave entrance that was not too deep at the bottom of the rock. Inside the cave, there was a handsome monster beast. It was squinting its purple eyes and staring at him. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. He never thought that his whereabouts would be exposed like this. However, the monster beast didn't seem to want to chase after Yang Kai. Instead, he just crouched in the cave and looked at him with ill intentions. This was its lair, the source of its strength and survival. Unless it was absolutely necessary, it would not leave. After walking another 300 feet forward, the demonic beast let out a low roar, and its purple eyes flashed with a ferocious light. It slowly stood up and walked out of the cave. It was only at this moment that Yang Kai finally saw its true form. It was a monster beast that looked like a wolf, but its whole body was covered in dark red fur. It was about 20 feet tall and had sharp fangs at the corner of its mouth. It bared its fangs at Yang Kai. An invisible pressure descended. Yang Kai almost couldn't breathe. A 6th grade monster beast. It was definitely a 6th grade monster beast. It was not much weaker than the giant eagle he saw a few days ago. Such a monster beast, even if Yang Kai tried his best, it would be impossible for him to kill it. Slowly bending down, Yang Kai picked up a stone at his feet while being vigilant of the monster beast's movements. Then, with all his strength, he threw the stone at the monster beast. Such a blatant provocation completely enraged the dark red wolf monster. Yang Kai only saw a red light flash in his eyes. The monster beast appeared 300 feet away from him. What a fast speed! Yang Kai's face darkened. Without hesitation, he quickly turned around and used his footwork to quickly retreat. There was a whistling sound of wind behind him. It was the monster beast quickly approaching. Yang Kai's hair stood on end. His spine was filled with cold wind. He increased his speed to the limit and kept flashing. "Young master, it's not good. It's about to catch up with you." The old demon cried out in fear. "Help!" Yang Kai didn't dare to be distracted and continued to run forward. The old demon responded and turned into a black gas with the soul breaker all wrapped around it. It rushed toward the wolf monster. The monster beast reacted quickly. It opened its mouth and bit the soul breaker all while running. The old demon was scared and screamed again and again. The wolf monster couldn't bite the soul breaker all in half. It found that the all was hard to chew and spat it out. The old demon still had a lingering fear. This period of delay allowed Kai Yang to open up some distance between them. Dashing forward another 1,000 meters or so, Yang Kai finally arrived at the location where he had laid out his plan. Yang Kai no longer tried to escape, but instead turned around to face the monster beast, only to see it pounce towards him like a shadow. As it flew through the air, the sharp fangs in its mouth reflected a terrifying light. Yang Kai moved his feet and flashed more than 100 feet away. Before he could stand firm, the wolf monster rushed over again. Its speed was not much slower than the insect of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. Yang Kai suddenly felt the pressure on him decrease. He used his footwork again and fought with it. At this moment, the old demon finally arrived and cooperated with Yang Kai to distract the wolf monster, slightly alleviating Yang Kai's awkward situation. One man, one demon, and one wolf dashed endlessly within a radius of several tens of feet. Several times, Yang Kai was almost pounced on by it, but always at the most dangerous moment, he managed to escape. Even so, Yang Kai's whole body was dripping with sweat. Using the strength of Qi transformation level 9 to deal with a 6th-order monster beast was really overestimating himself. Without the help of his self-created footwork, he would have been bitten to death by the monster beast. But in order to leave the hidden island, Yang Kai had to take risks. After fighting for a full incense worth of time, Yang Kai looked around and revealed a smile. The young inflammation wings on his back opened and he flew into the sky. "Old demon, you and these insects block it, I'm going," Yang Kai said, turned around and flew toward the big stone. "Young master, you have to hurry up. This old servant is really afraid that it will swallow me." The old demon was uneasy. Although there was no danger hiding in the soul breaker all, it would be very scary if it was swallowed. The monster beast stared at the direction Yang Kai left. As if it was aware that he wanted to take its place, it couldn't help but roar and chase after him. But after running for a short distance, he ran head-on into a cloud of fog. A burst of light sound came out, and the wolf monster howled. It hurriedly retreated and stared at the white fog in front of it with fear. This circle of fog really lived up to Yang Kai's expectations. The strong 6th-order monster beast couldn't enter and leave freely. Its powerful corrosive ability was enough to hinder its steps. The wolf demon was also smart. It knew that the fog was very lethal, so it quickly changed its direction and tried to rush out from the other side. However, after it made a big circle, it found that the area around it had been wrapped in fog at some point. It covered the sky and the earth, so it had no way to go up and no way to go down. This was Yang Kai's previous deployment. In advance, he let the big insect spit out a large circle of fog here, deliberately leaving a gap. He led the wolf monster in and then closed the gap. He used the yang inflammation wings to leave calmly. From the beginning to the end, he didn't want to kill this powerful sixth-order monster beast. He didn't have the ability to kill it. He only wanted to trap it. Sha sha sha, a scalp-numbing sound came from underground, and the entire ground boiled. Immediately, countless strange insects drilled out from the ground and fearlessly attacked the demon wolf. The wolf monster roared angrily, and a burst of fire gushed out from its body. Before the insects could get close, they fell down. The old demon didn't dare to get close. It just flew around to distract the wolf monster. On the other side, Yang Kai had flown to the big stone. He stretched out his hands and pressed on the stone, madly circulating the yang qi in the stone, and pulled it into his body. The yang energy contained in this big stone was indeed much better than the yang inflammation stone. No wonder the wolf monster would cultivate here. This stone was also very beneficial to it. The surging yang energy entered his body, and in the blink of an eye, his meridian swelled. Drip, a drop of yang liquid formed and fell into the dantian. Drip. Drip, Yang Kai felt that he had never heard such a beautiful sound in his life. The yang liquid in the dantian was increasing at the rate of 1 drop per breath. 320 drops, 350 drops, 380 drops, in less than 100 breaths' time, Yang Kai had already achieved his goal. The yang energy in the big stone was almost depleted by 1/10. However, Yang Kai didn't stop. He was still circulating the true Yang's secret art. The wolf monster's howls came one after another, mixed with anger and murderous intent. After all, it was a 6th-grade monster beast. Yang Kai didn't know how long the fog could delay it. If it hardened its heart and rushed out without caring about its own injuries, the insects wouldn't be able to stop it. After a while, the dantian had more than 500 drops of yang liquid. This amount was definitely enough to support him flying to Sea City. At this moment, a black gas suddenly flew over. It was the soul breaker all. The old demon anxiously said, "Young master, run for your life. That guy is about to rush out." Before his voice fell, Yang Kai saw a fiery red figure quickly approaching him. It had already rushed out. The wolf monster's body was covered in flames. It was this layer of flames that resisted the erosion of the fog, only causing it some minor injuries. 100 feet, 80 feet, 50 feet, 30 feet, the wolf monster was as fast as the wind. With a whoosh, the yang inflammation wings on Yang Kai's back spread out again. At the same time as the wolf monster pounced, he quickly flew into the sky. Looking down, the wolf monster was staring at him with its pair of purple eyes, its throat constantly roaring. Yang Kai grinned, "Thank you. In fact, I didn't give you much yang qi. I only took 2/10. You don't have to be so resentful, right?" As if it understood Yang Kai's words, the wolf monster was extremely annoyed by his attitude. It roared again and again. Yang Kai didn't want to deal with it anymore. Maintaining the yang inflammation wings consumed yuan qi. With a flap of the yang inflammation wings, he quickly flew away. The wolf monster was also tactful. It knew that it couldn't do anything to an enemy that could fly, so it naturally didn't chase. Coming to the previous place, Yang Kai put away the bag of heaven and earth treasures and led the surviving insects in the direction of the lonely peak. 2 days later, Yang Kai came to the lonely peak. He entered the cave and took down the things on the stone shelf one by one. Although he didn't dare to rush to refine these things, he also didn't want to leave them here. If used properly, every single thing here could be a great killing weapon. Now that he had collected enough yang liquid, it was time to leave the hidden island. Chapter 197. On the boundless sea, a figure was flying at high speed. On the back of this figure, there were 2 wings like that of a large bird. However, this pair of wings were like blazing flames. As it flew past, even the air was scorched to the point of distorting. Yang Kai had left the hidden island for a day and night. He had been flying for a day and a night, carrying 2 large bags in his hands. One bag was the heaven and earth treasures collected from the hidden island, and the other bag was the things on the stone shelf. Flying with these 2 bags was really not a good thing. There were several times when Yang Kai wanted to throw them all into the sea, but he couldn't bear to do so. The yang liquid in the dantian was decreasing all the time. The yang inflammation wings required a huge amount of yuan qi. In just one day, he had lost nearly 200 drops of yang liquid. If he hadn't made sufficient preparations before, it would definitely not be enough to support Yang Kai's return to Sea City. The alien insects were left on the hidden island. Although these insects were very obedient and sometimes very useful, Yang Kai really didn't know how to take them away, so he could only reluctantly give them up. The sea stretched as far as the eye could see, and the blue sea water undulated beneath him, reflecting the clear blue sky. It gave birth to a feeling of insignificance and panic for no reason. Fortunately, the weather was good these days, and Yang Kai didn't encounter the storm that he was worried about. After flying for so long, Yang Kai was really tired. The head-on wind almost made his face numb. His physical consumption was serious, but he didn't feel tired mentally. Yang Kai estimated that it was related to the soul-warming lotus. This supreme saint-quality item was absorbed into his body and warmed his spirit, so naturally he didn't feel tired. Squinting his eyes, about 50 miles ahead, there were traces of a small island. Yang Kai's expression shook, and he quickly turned and flew in that direction. Not long after, he arrived. With the flaming yang wings, the speed at which he could travel was truly incredible. When he arrived, Yang Kai saw that it wasn't an island at all. It was just a stone that covered an area of about a few feet. He didn't know why it was protruding from the sea. He didn't care so much and quickly put down the 2 bags in his hands, collapsed on the stone like a pile of mud, and took deep breaths. After a long time, Yang Kai recovered. He rubbed his face with both hands and slowly recovered the feeling in his face. Hee, young master's strength hasn't reached the yuan qi stage. After reaching the yuan qi stage, with the yuan qi protection, flying won't be so uncomfortable. The old demon comforted him. I know why cultivators below yuan qi, even cultivators with flying artifacts, don't dare to use it. Actually, young master, you're already doing well. If not for the fact that you refined a few drops of blood congealing pearls earlier on and your qi and blood aren't vigorous enough, you wouldn't have been able to last this long. After recovering for half a day, Yang Kai set off again. After another day and night, Yang Kai finally saw the distant land appear in his eyes. The yang inflammation wings on his back were too eye-catching, and the 2 bags in his hands couldn't be exposed. Otherwise, he would definitely attract a fatal disaster. He deliberately found a remote place, and after confirming that there was no one around, he landed. After checking, he found that there were only a few drops of yang liquid left in the dantian. In 2 days, he had consumed more than 400 drops of yang liquid. If he hadn't been prepared beforehand, he would have been unable to bear such a loss. Looking around, Yang Kai was unfamiliar with this place, but he felt that it shouldn't be far from Sea City. Because on Yunxia's ship, he had been observing the direction every day. This time, when he left Hidden Island, he also flew in the opposite direction. After walking for a long time, he finally reached the main road. Yang Kai was now covered in dust, and his clothes were tattered. He looked no different from a poor person. However, the 2 bags were somewhat tempting. If he encountered a bandit on the street, he was afraid that it would be troublesome. Walking along the main road, he passed by a small tea house. After asking the couple selling tea, Yang Kai realized that he was indeed a bit off track. This place was 1,000 miles away from Sea City. After determining the location, Yang Kai once again spread out his yang inflammation wings and flew in the direction of Sea City. There was still a grudge that had not been settled. An hour later, Yang Kai arrived near Sea City. He didn't immediately enter the city, but instead looked for the old man and his granddaughter's residence by the sea. The tattered door was wide open, and the sea breeze poured into the house, making the whole house seem unusually cold. Stepping in, Yang Kai found that the furnishings in the house were no different from the night he was captured. The old man and the silent little girl were no longer there, they should have already left. When he left that night, he gave the old man a lot of money, enough for him and the little girl to live a carefree life for several lifetimes. As long as he was careful, he wouldn't have to suffer any more in the future. Finding a safe and secluded place nearby, Kai Yang carefully hid the 2 parcels and only took 1 earth-grade mid-rank spirit medicine to exchange for some silver coins. One day later, Yang Kai appeared in Sea City. He didn't do anything, he just went around to inquire about useful information. For the next few days, Yang Kai spied on various aspects of information, returning to his house by the sea at night. 3 days later, Yang Kai made his move. His goal was the Red Cloud sect. Although the death of the 3 Jianghu family girls had little to do with the Red Cloud sect, it was still somewhat involved. What's more, Yang Kai and the Red Cloud sect had an irreconcilable grudge. The parents of the silent little girl should also have died in the Red Cloud sect. One night, Yang Kai quietly flew out and made some arrangements. There was no need to do anything, he just needed to watch from the sidelines. Early morning, Ancient Cloud Island. The disciples woke up from their cultivation, each performing their own duties, dealing with the big and small matters on the island. As a first-class force in the Endless Sea Islands, Ancient Cloud Island occupied as many as 3 islands. Compared to the Red Cloud sect, whether it was in terms of capital or the quality of their disciples, they were far superior. Relying on the resources produced on these 3 islands, the disciples were able to live up to expectations. For hundreds of thousands of years, they had produced many geniuses. Although they couldn't compete with a transcendent force like the Supreme Solitary Sect, their reputation was still illustrious, and few dared to provoke them. However, the disciples of Ancient Cloud Island all knew that their sect had a secret that they couldn't talk about. 300 years ago, they had lost a supreme secret art and had never been able to find it. Such a secret existed in every great force in the Endless Sea Islands. However, the younger generation were very curious about these things, so if there was even the slightest leak, they would always try to get to the bottom of it. 1 spread to 2, 2 spread to 3, and in private, everyone was well aware of this secret, but they would never discuss it in front of the sect elders. Zhong Miao was an ordinary disciple of Ancient Cloud Island, her aptitude wasn't very good. After entering the island for several years, she had only managed to cultivate to the Qi transformation 2nd stage. She was arranged to live in a remote place on Ancient Cloud Island, feeding the several peacocks on the island. These peacocks were the favorite pets of one of the island's elders. Zhong Miao didn't have much to do, so besides taking care of these peacocks, she spent all her time diligently cultivating. She knew that with her mediocre aptitude, wanting to stand out on Ancient Cloud Island was harder than ascending to the heavens. However, she didn't complain to the heavens or anyone else, just doing her best was enough. When she woke up in the morning, Zhong Miao opened the door as usual, wanting to feed the peacocks that were much nobler than her, but just as she stepped over the threshold, she saw a dagger inserted into the door, and under the dagger was a letter. Strange, who would leave a letter here? Zhong Miao was puzzled, but still reached out and took the letter. Looking down, she saw a line of words written on it, Ancient Cloud Island's Elder, Island Master. Zhong Miao suddenly pouted, thinking that it was some senior sister or brother who was teasing her. It wasn't like this had never happened before. Her strength was low, her status was low, she had no connections, and she wasn't beautiful. There were always some annoying brother or senior sister who would find ways to bully her for fun. On top of that, the line of words on this letter was too strange, it actually said Island Master or Elder. Since it's for the Island Master or Elder, why put it on my door? Zhong Miao's chest heaved up and down, feeling a little wronged, these people were really too annoying. Feeling slightly annoyed, she opened the letter and pulled out a yellowed page. Looking at it, she whispered softly, Broken Moon transformation art? As soon as she read it out loud, her expression froze for a moment. Why does it sound so familiar? Moreover, this yellowed page seemed to be quite old. It was at least a few hundred years old antique. Broken Moon Transformation Art? Zhong Miao muttered to herself again as some information flashed across the depths of her mind. Her pair of eyes suddenly widened as her pretty face filled with disbelief. Her two jade white hands couldn't help trembling, as if the pages of the book had suddenly become scalding hot. Isn't this the name of that supreme secret art? She had heard in private that the secret art lost by the sect 300 years ago was called the Broken Moon Transformation Art. A few days ago, she had heard the elder who came to visit the peacock say that if it weren't for the Broken Moon Transformation Art being lost, the cultivation speed of the talented brother and senior sister on the island would have been much faster. Is this true or false? Zhong Miao suddenly became flustered, and she wanted to cry. Glancing at the yellowed page again, she quickly stuffed it back into the letter, not even caring about the peacocks, lifting her skirt and running out. Along the way, she encountered a few annoying brother and senior sister, but Zhong Miao didn't even hear how they ridiculed her. After running for more than a dozen kilometers, she finally arrived at the residence of the owner of the peacocks, Han Zhao. But before she could enter, she was stopped by her two brothers. "What do you want?" one of them coldly shouted. Zhong Miao gasped for breath, and after a long time calmed down, clutching her chest and trembling as she said, "Two brother, I want to see Elder Han, I have something important to report." Although her status was low, she knew that this matter was of great importance and did not dare to speak about the Broken Moon Transformation Art casually. The brother sneered and said, "Elder Han is in seclusion, he won't see anyone." "You really have something important to report?" Zhong Miao said anxiously as she tried to rush inside, but was unexpectedly pushed back by her brother. "You're just a little girl who feeds the peacocks, what kind of important matter could you possibly have?" The other man chuckled, apparently looking down on his junior sister. Zhong Miao puffed up her cheeks and glared at her two brothers, but since they refused to let her pass, she couldn't do anything. Helplessly, her mind raced, and without knowing where she found the courage, she put her hands around her mouth and shouted, "Elder Han, bad news, your peacocks are all dead." Chapter 198. A girl's voice was crisp and penetrating, coupled with the fact that it was early in the morning and this was the elder's residence. There wasn't much noise in the surrounding area. Zhong Miao's shout could be said to have traveled 10 kilometers, allowing all the nearby ancient Cloud Island disciples to hear it clearly. When the two brothers in front of her heard this, their faces instantly turned white, their legs going soft and they almost fell to the ground. The nearby ancient Cloud Island disciples who were walking or cultivating were also stunned for a moment before they hurriedly ran away. With Zhong Miao's shout, it was as if she had unleashed a deadly forbidden technique, causing everyone to flee for their lives. It's over, Elder Han's peacocks are actually dead, they were Elder Han's lifeblood. Although these peacocks were just ordinary beasts, they were all rescued and raised by Elder Han's late wife. Elder Han Chao was a sentimental man. After his wife passed away, he had placed all of his thoughts on these peacocks and would visit them every few days. His attitude towards these peacocks was even closer than that towards his own sons. But, now they were all dead. All the ancient Cloud Island disciples who heard those words could imagine how angry Elder Han would be. When the city gates caught fire, the fish in the moat would be implicated. If they didn't escape now, when Elder Han's anger flared up, they would be implicated. Little girl, do you know what you're saying?" The brother in front of Zhong Miao was terrified, his words somewhat incoherent. He also wanted to run, but he didn't have the courage. "Who's talking nonsense?" A roar came from Han Chao's residence. The next moment, an old man with white hair and beard shot out like lightning, landing in front of Zhong Miao and the two ancient Cloud Island disciples. It was Elder Han Chao. Looking over, they saw Han Chao with bloodshot eyes, wearing nothing but pajamas, his feet bare. Apparently, he hadn't even had time to change his clothes or put on his shoes before rushing out in a hurry. The supreme pressure of an immortal Ascension boundary master suddenly fell, causing Zhong Miao and her two disciples to involuntarily shiver. Han Chao's pair of eyes were filled with murderous intent. Sweeping his gaze around, he fixed it on Zhong Miao and snapped, "What happened to this old master's peacocks?" Zhong Miao was scared half to death and didn't dare to answer. Lowering his head, he held the letter with both hands and respectfully handed it over. Han Chao suspiciously looked at this female disciple who was looking after his peacock. He reached out and took the letter. Taking a deep breath and suppressing the anger in his heart, he casually pulled out a yellowed page from the letter and casually glanced at it. In the next moment, Han Chao's eyes widened like a quail in the middle of winter with nowhere to hide. His entire body was trembling incessantly, and his throat was making sounds. It was as if he had swallowed a piece of bone that was stuck in his throat. He couldn't say anything for a long time. When the two male disciples saw this scene, they suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. It seemed that Peacock's death had dealt a heavy blow to Elder Han. Even though he was an immortal Ascension boundary master, at this moment he was unable to bear it. "Elder Han!" Zhong Miao called out weakly. Han Chao woke up from his stupor and quickly stuffed the yellowed pages back into the letter. Stomping his foot angrily, he scolded Zhong Miao, "Such a big thing, why didn't you report it earlier?" The two male disciples' hearts clenched and they quietly stepped back a few steps, afraid they would be implicated. Both of them stared at Zhong Miao with some sympathy. Zhong Miao said with an aggrieved expression, "I only found out this morning and quickly came to report it. These two brothers wouldn't let me in, so I called out. Elder, it's not our fault." The two male disciples' legs went soft and they quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. Han Chao didn't pay any attention to them, his figure flashing and disappearing. Zhong Miao and the other two were stunned. Before they could breathe a sigh of relief, Han Chao returned, his eyes sweeping over Zhong Miao like a hawk, and asked, "No one else knows about this, right?" Zhong Miao quickly shook her head. "Good job, come with me." Han Chao grabbed Zhong Miao's arm and disappeared again. After waiting for a long time, the two kneeling disciples finally dared to slowly get up, glancing at each other, both of them somewhat confused and speechless. "Is this elder too angry?" The peacocks were all dead, so why was he still praising his junior sister for doing a good job? Shouldn't he be teaching her a lesson? Moreover, his junior sister's shout should have been heard by everyone on Ancient Cloud Island, so how could no one else know? Ancient Cloud Island's island master's residence, Zhong Miao knelt in the main hall, surrounded by silence, not a single person in sight. After Han Chao brought her here, he no longer cared about her, but Zhong Miao found that all the elders and protectors on the island had hurried to this hall. A group of 70 to 80-year-old men had gathered together, discussing something. After waiting for half a day, this group of people came out with dignified expressions and left one by one, leaving behind only Elder Han Chao and Ancient Cloud Island's island master Gu Feng. The two of them walked over to Zhong Miao together, Gu Feng gently saying, "Get up. Disciple doesn't dare." Zhong Miao lowered her head. Gu Feng chuckled and casually threw an item in front of Zhong Miao, saying, "Take this token and go to the pill hall to get some pills you need, then go to the profound spirit cave to cultivate." Zhong Miao trembled as she stared at Gu Feng in disbelief. Profound spirit cave. That was the cultivation holy land with the richest world energy density on Ancient Cloud Island. Cultivating there was 3 times more efficient than anywhere else. Only those with outstanding talent who were considered by the elders to have a bright future, such as her brother, senior sister, and senior sister, could go there. A nobody like her could even dream of going there. But now, the island master actually ordered her to go to the profound spirit cave to cultivate? Moreover, she could go to the pill hall to get pills? The token in front of her was the island master's token, holding it was equivalent to the island master himself, capable of commanding all the disciples on Ancient Cloud Island. "Don't doubt it, this is what you deserve." Han Chao, who had never given her a smile before, was now looking at her with an amiable smile, as if he was her grandfather. Suddenly changing the subject, Han Chao said, "But remember, no matter who asks you about today's matter, disciple doesn't know anything." Zhong Miao was not a fool and naturally knew how to answer. Han Chao nodded with satisfaction and waved his hand, "Go." "Many thanks, Island Master, many thanks, Elder Han." Zhong Miao happily thanked him, feeling like she had hit the jackpot today. She had only found a letter on the door and had actually obtained such a huge benefit. Who was this benefactor who had left her such a blessing? Not even revealing his name, in the future she would not be able to find him to repay this kindness. Picking up the Island Master's token, Zhong Miao floated out of the hall, still feeling like she had just woken up from a dream. On ancient Cloud Island, the undercurrents were surging. Some of the more astute disciples noticed that all the masters on the island were hurriedly gathering in one place, but no one knew what they were busy with, faintly giving off an oppressive feeling like a storm was brewing. At midnight, many of ancient Cloud Island's masters gathered together and boarded a large ship, heading towards a certain direction. 200 of ancient Cloud Island's masters were gathered on the ship, with the island master himself, 4 great elders, 3 protectors, and countless Yuan Qi masters. Of the people on the ship, even the weakest was a separation and reunion boundary cultivator. Except for a limited number of people who knew the truth, everyone else was confused. The next day, at dawn, the ship approached an island. "Isn't that Red Cloud's island?" someone recognized. "What are we doing here?" Although Red Cloud's sect was only a third-class force, not comparable to ancient Cloud Island in terms of heritage, it was still a sect. The Endless Sea Island's forces generally developed independently, each mind their own business. No one had expected that the destination of this voyage would actually be Red Cloud's island. Did they want to go to war with Red Cloud's sect? Gu Feng was a tall and sturdy man, his eyes flashing like lightning. Standing at the bow of the ship, he shouted, "This island master has received reliable news that my ancient Cloud Island's Broken Moon transformation art, which was lost 300 years ago, is now in Red Cloud's sect." Broken Moon transformation art. Everyone on the ship was in an uproar. This was ancient Cloud Island's supreme secret art, lost 300 years ago and still not found, so how could it suddenly appear in Red Cloud's sect? Gu Feng obviously didn't want to explain too much, so he continued, "Today, search Red Cloud's sect. We must find the Broken Moon transformation art and fulfill the wishes of my ancient Cloud Island's ancestors. If there is any resistance, kill without mercy. If there is any lying, kill without mercy. Today's battle is for the Broken Moon transformation art. If we can find it, all of you will be heroes of my ancient Cloud Island. Set foot on the island." Gu Feng waved his hand, and the masters on the ship quickly set foot on Red Cloud's island. A short time later, mournful screams rang out from Red Cloud Island, mixed with the sounds of fighting and cursing. It was currently dawn, the time when everyone was most relaxed. Ancient Cloud Island had come prepared, and had even launched a sneak attack. With unparalleled strength, how could Red Cloud's sect possibly resist? The 2 remaining Supreme Elders came out to resist, but they were all killed by ancient Cloud Island's elders. The Red Cloud sect's sect master and elders were all killed. Wherever ancient Cloud Island's masters went, people were thrown off their feet. On this day, Red Cloud sect's blood flowed like a river, corpses piled up like mountains. More than half of the island's disciples were killed or injured, and all the separation and reunion boundary masters were slaughtered. Found it, I found it, ha ha ha. Han Chao's hands trembled as he searched the body of a Red Cloud sect elder and found a yellowed ancient book. It was ancient Cloud Island's Broken Moon transformation art. Hurriedly bringing this supreme secret art back to the ship, he handed it over to Gu Feng. The island lord of ancient Cloud Island, the master, also burst into tears, his voice trembling as he said, "The heavens have blessed this Gu Yun. After 300 years, the Broken Moon transformation art has finally been found. My Gu Yun ancestors, you can all rest in peace." Han Chao excitedly asked, "Island Lord, what should we do with the remaining Red Cloud sect disciples? Kill. Gu Feng's expression was cold. With only one word, he had decided the fate of the Red Cloud sect disciples. Regardless of how the Broken Moon transformation art had fallen into the hands of the Red Cloud sect, or how many people had seen this unique book, if they were all killed, no one would know the secret of the Broken Moon transformation art. In order to ensure that Gu Yun's supreme secret art was not leaked, what was the point of slaughtering an entire island? Chapter 199. However, there was a doubt in Gu Feng's heart, and that was, who was the one behind all this? He was old and experienced, so he knew that this person must have some kind of grudge with the Red Cloud sect and wanted to kill with a borrowed knife, so he deliberately leaked the whereabouts of the Broken Moon transformation art. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence? But even though Gu Feng was clear about this, he had no choice but to comply with this person's wishes and become his butcher knife. Because the Broken Moon transformation art was too important to ancient Cloud Island. Who was this person? With such a scheming method, he really couldn't be underestimated. At this moment, in a restaurant in Sea City, Yang Kai was sitting by the window, holding a glass of wine in his hand, looking in the direction of Red Cloud Island, his expression indifferent. Drinking and eating. Yang Kai sat there from morning until night, not moving at all. The battle on Red Cloud Island also lasted from morning until night. Almost all of the disciples were slaughtered, only a few fish managed to escape. Of the 200 people from ancient Cloud Island, only 30 were injured or killed, while destroying a third-class sect. This price was well worth it. Night fell again. Yang Kai threw down a silver ingot and slowly left the restaurant. All he did was to leave the Broken Moon transformation art in Red Cloud sect, take a page and send it to ancient Cloud Island. That was all. With a flip of his hand, Red Cloud Island was destroyed. Sea City, 1,000 Gold Wine Pavilion. This was a place to seek pleasure, a place to hide filth. The girls were dressed up with heavy makeup, gorgeously dressed, and wearing revealing clothes. Their charm was boundless as they leaned against the handrails on the second floor, laughing and greeting each other. Outside the entrance, there were also many charming girls openly soliciting customers. From time to time, a well-dressed man would be pulled into the pavilion. Half of the street was filled with the rich fragrance of rouge and girls. Yang Kai came to the front of the 1,000 Gold Wine Pavilion alone. Just as he was about to step inside, a young girl about 17 or 18 years old walked up to him. This young girl also had delicate features, but her makeup couldn't hide her delicate features. The young girl's beautiful eyes were full of expectation, and she smiled sweetly, "Good night, young lord." Her voice was clear and sweet, making Yang Kai's eyes light up. Speaking of which, since the last time he was aroused by Yuao Qing on Hidden Island, he had suppressed it for a long time. With the improvement of his cultivation and strength, the effects of the joyous unification art were slowly becoming stronger. Now that he saw this young girl, Yang Kai's mind couldn't help but be swayed. Here, as long as you paid, you could do whatever you wanted. There were no moral restraints. Everyone played along and took what they needed. It was just a transaction. After one night, no one would remember who it was. It was a good place to vent their anger. But when he thought about how this seemingly pure girl had been tasted by countless others, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a bit bored. The girl observed his expression and smiled sweetly. "Is this the first time you've come to a place like this?" Kai Yang blushed a little and stubbornly said, "No." Although the young girl wasn't very old, she had been in this business for a long time. Naturally, she wouldn't tear down Yang Kai's face. Instead, she stepped forward and stretched out her jade arm to hold onto Yang Kai's arm. "If young lord wants to seek pleasure, why don't you let this servant serve you well?" Kai Yang nodded his head indifferently, his expression indifferent. The young girl giggled and led Yang Kai inside, intentionally or unintentionally bumping into Yang Kai's elbow as they walked. Being stimulated by her, Yang Kai's breathing became slightly heavy. The young girl was more and more certain that this was the first time this young lord had come to this kind of place. Entering the inner hall, a burst of hot air hit his face. Since it was a brothel, the scene inside was naturally somewhat unsightly. The engravings and murals on the walls, as well as the screens, tables, and chairs placed in the lobby, were all patterns that would cause one's imagination to run wild. Yang Kai swept his eyes around and was shocked. It turns out there are so many strange and unimaginable things. And, when I return to High Heaven Pavilion, I'll have to find Su Yan and try it out. The lobby was filled with constant laughter. Some people were openly flirting with the young girl in their arms, some were passionately kissing, and some were even reaching into the young girl's clothes and groping her. The sound of panting, tender moaning, and playful banter filled the air. Yang Kai couldn't bear it and his face became a little red. The young girl's eyes narrowed as she stood on tiptoe and whispered into Yang Kai's ear, "Young lord, do you want to drink wine and be merry here, or do you want to book a room to spend time with this servant? Everything is up to you. It's too noisy here. Then come with me, young lord." The young girl chuckled, pulling Yang Kai's hand and leading him to the stairs. Going up to the third floor, they found an empty room and the young girl pulled Yang Kai inside. "Young lord, please sit down first, this servant will arrange some food," the young girl said gently. "Wait a moment." Yang Kai called out to her. The young girl giggled and covered her mouth. "Young lord, are you impatient to wait?" Yang Kai blushed and shook his head. "Actually, I like older women." The young girl was surprised, but she wasn't angry. Everyone has their own preferences. She had seen at least 80 men, if not 100, and many of them had their own special interests. "Then this servant will call an older sister in?" The young girl gently asked for Yang Kai's opinion. "No need to trouble yourself, call your procuress in." Yang Kai lightly coughed. The young girl was a little dumbfounded. None of the guests who came here to seek pleasure had ever made such a request. Although the procuress in the brothel was a girl who accompanied the guests when she was young, with the passing of her youth, very few people cared about her. It was precisely because there were no guests that she became a procuress. The young girl hesitated. "Young lord, are you sure you want to call mother in?" "Call her." Yang Kai casually threw out an ingot of silver. The young girl nodded. "Young lord, please wait a moment, I don't know if mother is willing, I will go and ask first." "This young lord looks young, why does he like old women?" The 1,000 gold wine brothel's mother was in her 40s. That age was more than enough to be this young lord's real mother. Wasn't his taste a bit too heavy? But the guest had the freedom to choose what kind of woman he wanted, so the young girl naturally wouldn't blame the 1,000 gold wine brothel for opening its doors for business, as long as there was money to be made. Yang Kai quietly waited in the room for a moment before the door was opened. He coldly looked and saw a somewhat obese woman with heavy makeup walk in. When she was young, she was quite beautiful, but at this age, with the weight of her body, the charm of youth had disappeared, leaving only a body of fat. Just now, when the young girl reported that there was a young lord who wanted her to accompany him in drinking, the procuress was very happy and quickly rushed over. When she came in and saw that it was really a handsome young lord, the procuress liked him even more, thinking that she still had some charm. Walking forward, the procuress smiled beautifully and politely greeted this young lord. Before she finished speaking, Yang Kai reached out and grabbed her, pushing her to sit in a chair. Shwa, a sharp dagger was inserted in front of the procuress. The procuress's face suddenly became pale, staring at the dagger, her whole body trembling. "This young lord, what do you want to do?" The procuress was also a shrewd person. Now, she didn't know that Yang Kai didn't come here to seek pleasure, but to cause trouble. "I want to ask you something." Yang Kai pulled a chair and sat in front of her, speaking in a low voice. "Young lord, please ask. If this servant knows, I will not dare to conceal anything." The procuress was frightened. "About 3 or 4 months ago, didn't you buy a 30-year-old beautiful woman?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked at the procuress. The procuress forced a smile. Young lord's question is not clear. How can this servant remember? There are often some women who are sold in the brothel. The Miao family sold her. The procuress's face slightly changed. Seeing her expression, Kai Yang continued, she even scratched her own face, swearing that she wouldn't accept any guests. Then, she was sold to the Red Cloud sect. So, do you remember? The procuress shook her head. There is no such person as the young lord said. Yang Kai swung his hand and slapped her. A crisp sound came out, and the procuress's face had a palm print. There really is no such person. Another slap. Young lord, slap. This servant did not lie to you. Slap. This servant remembers. The old brothel keeper hurriedly cried out. Several heavy and powerful slaps fell down, causing her to see stars and several of her teeth to fly out. If she continued to be stubborn, she might be beaten to death. This young man in front of her was clearly a bloodthirsty martial artist, so how could an ordinary person like her possibly resist? There was such a woman, but her body was not sullied, and her face was scratched by herself. It has nothing to do with us. I know. Yang Kai nodded slightly, then asked, then, who hit her? Forced her to receive guests? Yes, yes. The procuress looked terrified. She never thought that the beautiful woman would have such a background. Who? Yang Kai pulled out the dagger in front of her and casually picked at her nails. It was this servant who hit her. Young lord, please spare me, I just lightly whipped her a few times, that's all. All the girls who were sold to the Red Cloud sect, if they were not willing to receive guests, they would be trained like this. This servant did not know that she was one of your people. If this servant knew, even if you beat this servant to death, this servant would not dare to treat her like that. The procuress said while she knelt down and kowtowed. Yang Kai took a deep breath and put the dagger on the procuress's neck with an indifferent expression. No, don't kill me. The procuress screamed, this servant has already told you everything, please spare my life. As soon as her voice fell, the dagger in Yang Kai's hand moved in a circle, splashing blood. The procuress's eyes gradually dimmed, and her body softly fell to the ground. Wiping the blood on the dagger, Yang Kai got up and left the room, striding outside. The girl who led Yang Kai in just now saw him running out again and couldn't help but smile. Young lord, did you have fun? Yang Kai ignored her, and his attitude stunned the girl. She quickly ran to the room on the third floor and pushed the door open, only to see the floor covered in blood and the procuress lying on the ground in a deep sleep. Screams rang out, and the entire 1,000 Gold Wine Club suddenly became chaotic. Sea City, Miao family, brightly lit. The Miao family had not been in High City for very long, but Miao Huaqing was still a man with some means and ability. He was able to make friends from both sides, marry a girl from the Shang dynasty, and have children with her. He was able to take root in this place, and had developed quite a bit over the years. Although the family was not big, they could still earn 200,000 to 300,000 taels of silver every year. Miao Huaqing did not have to worry about food and clothing, and lived a comfortable life. Chapter 200. Especially in the past few months, Miao Huaqing felt that he had gained a lot of good luck. First, the Jiang family's widow brought a lot of valuable things to him, which doubled the Miao family's wealth overnight. Later, he contributed the mysterious turtle shell to the Red Cloud sect. The Red Cloud sect elder personally promised to train his son Miao Lin well in the future, and also gave him some cultivation pills. His son being valued, Miao Huaqing felt sincerely gratified and happy. Even exploring the hidden island was such an important matter. The Red Cloud sect had brought his son along, which showed the Red Cloud sect's sincerity. Miao Lin had told him that in the future, he must take the girl named Yuao Qing as his wife. Once his son succeeded, Miao Huaqing felt that his own status would also rise. He had inquired clearly that Yuao Qing was the only daughter of one of the Red Cloud sect elders. If his son really got his hands on her, the Miao family's future would be bright. The only thing that made him feel a little regretful was that the Jiang family's lady resisted too strongly that day, and he did not succeed. Thinking of the lady's plump white body, dignified and gorgeous appearance, Miao Huacheng was a little annoyed. If he had not been so angry at the time, he would not have sold her to the 1,000 gold wine pavilion. He would have kept her and trained her until she became docile and obedient, becoming his plaything. Women, once they were in bed, he could play with them however he wanted. As long as she was comfortable, he could guarantee that she would forget her duties. Later, when Miao Huacheng went to the 1,000 gold wine pavilion to seek pleasure, he heard from the brothel keeper that the lady had scratched her face. She was staunch and loyal, and could no longer receive guests, so he was forced to sell her to the Red Cloud sect. Humph, falling into the hands of the Red Cloud sect, what good fruit would there be to eat? Miao Huacheng sneered, not knowing how to appreciate kindness. This was the end. Sipping a mouthful of wine, Miao Huacheng laughed, hugging a beautiful maid in each hand. For a moment, he was somewhat proud of himself. 2 beautiful maids, one on the left and one on the right. They were both girls that he had spent money to redeem from the 1,000 gold wine pavilion, beautiful and moving. Miao Huacheng had spent the past few days in bed with them. At this moment, the 3 of them sat on the bed. There was a small table on the bed with a few exquisite dishes on it. Miao Huacheng was more or less wearing pajamas, while the 2 beautiful maids were practically naked, only wearing underwear. 80% of their beautiful delicate bodies were exposed. Slim waists, slender legs, full breasts and perky buttocks, nothing could be imagined. Drink and be merry. From time to time, Miao Huacheng would touch the body of the girl beside him a few times. His eyes gradually blurred, and his interest gradually rose. Take the table away. Master will teach you 2 a new trick. Miao Huacheng waved his hand and said drunkenly. 2 beautiful maids stood up with smiles on their faces and removed the table and dishes. Hee, come here. Miao Huacheng waved at them with a lewd smile. When they reached the bedside, he suddenly pulled them into his arms. In 2 to 3 seconds, the 2 girls' undergarments were stripped off. Miao Huacheng placed them side by side on the bed. Taking off his own clothes, a vicious dog pounced on one of the delicate bodies. Just as he was about to take action, a mournful and short scream suddenly came from outside the door. This scream made Miao Huacheng's heart tremble. Almost in an instant, he jumped up. Only to hear an angry shout from outside, "Whose kid is this? How dare you come to the Miao family and behave atrociously?" As soon as the voice fell, there was another puff sound. The guards around all moved together, roaring again and again. Obviously, they had already started fighting. Miao Huacheng did not rush out, but listened carefully. A moment later, his expression changed. He found that the strength of the person who came was very strong. The guards he recruited were actually killed one by one. Yang Kai, dressed in black, came from the Miao family's gate, holding a steel knife in his hand. When the knife flashed, someone would die. The cultivator of this small family was not comparable to the disciples of the sect forces. Many of the recruited guards were people who did not have much future in martial arts. They gave up on continuing to cultivate and then surrendered to these families to earn a living. The Miao family was not a big family, so how strong could those who were recruited by the Miao family be? Yang Kai had investigated everything about the Miao family a few days ago. The strongest person in the Miao family was Miao Huacheng, who was only at the peak of the separation and reunion boundary. The other guards also had a few separation and reunion boundary cultivators, but most of them were Qi transformation stage cultivators. These people's talents were mediocre. They had cultivated for 20 to 30 years or more, but had only reached this realm. They were all recruited by Miao Huacheng to act as guards, helping the tiger do evil. When Yang Kai broke in, he was discovered by these guards, and after 10 breaths of time, several of them died. His strength had already reached the Qi transformation 9th stage, which was much higher than most of the Miao family's guards. Not to mention, Yang Kai had come in anger, his yuan qi surging violently, giving off a menacing aura, making him look like an evil demon. In the darkness of the night, a pair of scarlet eyes flashed with a ferocious light. This baleful aura caused the Miao family's guards to tremble in fear. To deal with the Red Cloud sect, Yang Kai had no choice but to rely on ancient Cloud Island. But to deal with the Miao family, Yang Kai had to do it himself. Grievances could only be truly resolved with his own hands. "Little brat, who the hell are you? With such strength at such a young age, which island are you from?" One of the Miao family's separation and reunion boundary guards frowned and asked. To reach the peak of the Qi transformation stage at such a young age, besides the disciples from the outer Sea Islands, none of the families in Sea City could cultivate such a person. Therefore, this guard was really afraid. None of the outer Sea Islands forces were something the Miao family could provoke. If he killed this young man, it would cause unnecessary trouble. Although he had taken Miao Huacheng's money and was working for the Miao family, he didn't want to get into trouble. But this boy was very strange. Since entering, he had not said a single word, only killing people, which really made him angry. Even if you came to the Miao family to kill, you should at least have a reason, right? "Young man, where did you learn from? Can you tell me about it?" The man asked again for the sake of caution. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent. In his hand was a steel blade dripping with blood. Step by step, he walked inside. Yang Kai's attitude completely enraged the Miao family's guards. The guard who spoke before roared, "Kill him for me. What if he is a disciple from one of the outer Sea Islands?" Someone was uneasy. This boy's body is full of evil qi, and he doesn't even care about it. He must be a mad demon. How could there be such an evil cultivator on those islands? These words made sense. Yang Kai had not said anything since he came in, nor did he answer their questions. He had only walked and killed. If he wasn't a mad demon, then what was he? Slaying evil and eliminating evil was everyone's responsibility. Thinking of this, the Miao family's guards no longer hesitated. Under the leadership of several separation and reunion boundary experts, they all rushed forward. Yang Kai waved his hand, and a black qi flew out. The steel blade in his hand flashed. He faced a qi transformation realm guard and chopped down. His opponent tried to parry with his long sword, but when the two blades came into contact, the long sword was directly broken. The hot true yang yuan qi circulated around the steel blade, and not only did it break his sword, but it also split his body in two. Blood fell like rain, and internal organs were everywhere. The two separation and reunion boundary experts attacked from the side, but before they could get close to Yang Kai, a strange laughter suddenly sounded in their ears. This kind of soul-stealing sound made their hair stand on end. They thought that there was some kind of expert hiding nearby. With this hesitation, they did not have the courage to attack Yang Kai. The old demon had already arrived in front of them with the soul breaker all. In the dark night, the old demon attacked from the shadows. Feeling the danger, the two separation and reunion boundary experts quickly blocked. Ding ding dang 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 sounds rang out. The old demon's attack was not successful, so it immediately fled. The soul breaker all instantly arrived in front of a Qi transformation realm level 5 guard. The soul breaker all poured into his chest and came out of his back, taking away his soul. On the Red Cloud Island, the old demon had swallowed a lot of evil qi. On the hidden island, he had also swallowed the divine sense of that godly thief. At this moment, the old demon's fighting strength was much higher than before. It was no longer the same as before. Killing a Qi transformation stage martial artist with a single strike was simply too easy. Not to mention, he was wrapped in the soul breaker all, using his soul to drive this artifact, making it even more difficult to guard against. When the old demon showed its power, Yang Kai killed two Qi transformation realm guards. When the other Qi transformation realm cultivators saw Yang Kai's ferocity, how could they dare to come forward? Only the three separation and reunion boundary experts were in a dilemma. They were vigilant against Yang Kai and also against the old demon. Their palms were full of sweat. The three of them exchanged glances with each other. Their hearts hardened, and they angrily shouted, "Boy, die!" The three of them attacked at the same time. Yang Kai raised his steel saber to parry, while the old demon supported from the side. 2 against 3, they were not afraid at all. With a crack, the steel saber shattered. The separation and reunion boundary cultivator who was fighting Yang Kai staggered back a few steps. Before he could stand firm, Yang Kai had already flashed in front of him and fiercely punched him in the chest. Pang, pang, pang. 3 muffled sounds were heard. The man felt something sweet in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. 1 blow was enough to seriously injure him. The power of the burning sun's 3-layer explosion could be seen clearly. Without waiting for the other 2 to save him, Yang Kai had already retreated. The old demon immediately attacked. Taking advantage of the Yuan Qi in his body being disrupted, the soul breaker all pierced the man's throat and stayed in his body for a moment before flying out again. Ha ha ha. I finally ate a decent spirit. The old demon's loud laughter was heard, accompanied by the sound of chewing. The remaining 2 separation and reunion boundary cultivators were aghast. Before they could recover, their vision blurred. Yang Kai, who was more than 10 feet away, had unexpectedly returned to them. His 2 palms were completely red, like soldering iron, and slammed toward their chests. The 2 of them let out a strange cry and fiercely urged their Yuan Qi to meet the attack with their palms. Pa, pa. 2 sounds were heard. Yang Kai's face paled, and he quickly retreated. The other 2 people did not have it easy either. They only felt a burning pain on their palms, and a tyrannical, fierce, and scalding Yuan Qi drilled into their bodies. They did not dare to be negligent and hastily resisted. After neutralizing 1 wave, there was another. 3 waves of Yuan Qi, like 3 waves, rushed into their meridians, causing their arms to explode into a bloody mist. Screams were heard. Yang Kai had already returned. His self-created footwork allowed him to appear and disappear like a ghost. He flashed behind the 2 people and fiercely punched. Pang, 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 the 2 people's bodies were like rags. Caught off guard, they took a few punches before they could hurriedly dodge. However, the true Yang Yuan Qi that had invaded their bodies remained. The 2 people's faces were flushed red. They used all their strength to neutralize the scalding Yuan Qi. The old demon once again pounced on them. Taking advantage of their unpreparedness, he suddenly attacked and nimbly took their lives. Chapter 201. My God, run! The only 3 separation and reunion boundary guards of the Miao family had been killed in less than 30 breaths of time, so how could the surviving Qi transformation stage cultivator dare to stay? With a strange cry, they all rushed out. Jia jia jia. Don't even think about running away, all of you will stay for this old man. The old demon laughed crazily, the soul breaker all shuttled back and forth, each time taking a life. More than a dozen Qi transformation stage guards were all lying on the ground. The ground was littered with corpses, and the smell of blood filled the air. Yang Kai's Yuan Qi was rolling more violently, and his whole body was covered with evil Qi. With his dark clothes, he really looked like an evil demon. Pang! The front door opened, and Miao Huacheng hurriedly rushed out, but when he saw the scene in the courtyard, his expression could not help but change. When Yang Kai had rushed into the Miao family's house and caused a ruckus, he had already heard it. He wanted to have sex with the 2 beautiful maids, so he had just taken off his clothes. Even though he knew that there was a great battle outside, he still had to put on his clothes first. Otherwise, how could he run out naked? The screams of the guards made Miao Huacheng panic, so much so that he even buttoned 2 buttons wrong. He hurriedly put on his clothes and rushed out, only to see that none of his guards were left. They were all lying on the ground. In front of him, a black-clothed man whose face could not be seen was walking towards him step by step. His yuan qi was berserk beyond recognition. Although it was fierce, it was only at the peak of the qi transformation stage. This discovery made Miao Huacheng's panicked mood relax. "Who are you?" Miao Huacheng angrily shouted, staring at Yang Kai with vigilance. The other side did not answer, but his footsteps gradually quickened. Courting death. Miao Huacheng's heart was filled with anger, and he also walked towards Yang Kai. The distance between the two quickly closed. When they were only 3 feet apart, Miao Huacheng suddenly pointed at Yang Kai, and a sharp wind suddenly shot out, making a whimpering sound. Yang Kai instinctively moved to the side, and the wind brushed past his shoulder, leaving behind a trail of blood. Miao Huacheng was surprised. He did not expect that at such a close distance, the other side could actually dodge his finger, but he did not panic, and sneered. He flicked his finger again. Although this move was not a high-level martial skill, it was fast, and the consumption of yuan qi, it was hard to defend. As soon as Yang Kai's finger shot out, Miao Huacheng suddenly lost sight of him. The next moment, Miao Huacheng felt a hot sensation behind him. Insignificant skill. Although he was shocked, Miao Huacheng, he was still a cultivator at the peak of separation and reunion stage, and had some skills. Miao Huacheng. Miao Mi Miao Yang, Miao Huacheng, Miao. Turning around, Miao Huacheng jumped into the air, both palms pushed out, and his yuan qi was pushed to the limit. He shouted, "Wild wind kill." A faint whistling sound could be heard as Miao Huacheng's 2 palms danced in the air, leaving behind a series of afterimages as he sent out a series of invisible wind blades towards Yang Kai without pause. Although these attacks could not be seen with the naked eye, Yang Kai's senses were sharp, and he could still judge the trajectory of these wind blades. His body flashed, and he hurriedly dodged. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The wind blades came one after another, brushing past Yang Kai's clothes and hitting the ground, cutting many cracks in the ground. However, Yang Kai was still unscathed, only some pieces of his clothes fluttered in the air. Miao Huacheng's face became cold, his speed suddenly increased, and he shouted, "Let's see how you dodge." More than a dozen wind blades attacked at the same time, blocking Yang Kai's dodging space. Yang Kai's face darkened, and he did not waste any more time. His yuan qi burned, and his whole body became as dazzling as the sun. His arms crossed in front of him to protect his vital parts. A series of muffled sounds came out, and the wind blades attacked, cutting Yang Kai's body, arms, and thighs, leaving wounds. Blood flowed out, and it was a shocking sight. However, Miao Huacheng was taken aback. Although his attack had injured his opponent, it hadn't taken his life. It could even be said that those injuries were only minor injuries, flesh wounds. Even his bones and tendons hadn't been injured. How strong and pure was his yuan qi to be able to resist his separation and reunion peak martial skill? Seeing that Yang Kai was at a disadvantage, the old demon was furious. He laughed strangely and was about to rush over to help, but Yang Kai called him in his mind. He wanted to deal with this battle by himself. Not only did he want to test how much his strength had grown, but he also wanted to use this battle to break through his shackles. With the help of the old demon, it would not be difficult to take Miao Huacheng's life, but it was not in line with his plan. Perceiving Yang Kai's determination, the old demon secretly warned him to be careful, and did not act presumptuously again. He just covered himself with the soul breaker all and hid on the side. It was not until now that Miao Huacheng finally saw Yang Kai's face. It was the face of a boy about 15 or 16 years old, determined, cold, crazy, bloodthirsty, and calm. All kinds of emotions gathered in his expression, perfectly blended together, but also conflicting and contradictory, giving people a very strange feeling. Miao Huacheng frowned and said, "Boy, have we met somewhere before?" He always felt that this face was vaguely familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen it. A few months ago, when Yang Kai saw him, he was still a little beggar with a dirty face. How could Miao Huacheng connect the evil and awe-inspiring Yang Kai with the little beggar of that day? He did not hear an answer, as if the other side was mute. "Arrogant boy, you dare to come to my Miao family and act presumptuously, you are courting death." Miao Huacheng no longer talked, and rushed in front of Yang Kai, striking out with his palm. Yang Kai also used his footwork to contend with him, his two hands sometimes forming palms, sometimes forming fists, fighting endlessly with Miao Huacheng. After all, the difference in strength was too great, and Yang Kai soon fell into a disadvantage, only able to passively defend. On the contrary, Miao Huacheng became braver and braver, taking the limelight, and his mouth was full of sarcasm. But Yang Kai was not in a hurry. Although fighting with a separation and reunion boundary peak master was very dangerous, and the slightest carelessness could lead to serious injuries or even death, but Yang Kai still insisted on not using the unyielding will. He needed this moment of life and death to comprehend his own martial arts, so as to break through the shackles of his body. This was not a friendly exchange of pointers, but a real fight to the death. Yang Kai's actions could be described as walking on a tightrope. The old demon was scared witless, and his soul was about to leave his body. More and more injuries appeared on his body, and the yuan qi in his body became more and more violent. The warmth in his bones also became stronger and stronger, as if the energy in the unyielding golden skeleton could no longer be suppressed, and was about to burst out. Yang Kai suppressed it, and only fought with Miao Huacheng with the strength of the qi transformation boundary. Miao Huacheng was not young, and had practiced many martial arts in his life. He repeatedly changed his attacks, but was still unable to kill Yang Kai. Although he was beaten until he was full of scars, his opponent seemed like he could not be killed, and did not even leave a decent injury. As time passed, Miao Huacheng faintly felt that something was not right. This mad demon youth's violent yuan qi actually showed signs of being restrained, and his moves were no longer as methodical as before, but they were more difficult to deal with. His moves were straightforward, and there was no pattern to them. Yang Kai's mouth slowly curved into a smile. He faintly felt that he had touched the layer of shackles that had been placed on his body. He immediately paid more attention to it, and experienced it in this life and death battle. His moves gradually became wild and free, as if he would no longer be restrained by anything. Even his self-created footwork was now much smoother than before. Combined with his straightforward moves, Yang Kai gradually turned from defense to offense. After fighting for a while, Yang Kai's comprehension deepened. He felt the yuan qi surge in his body, and the power that poured into his fists and feet. He felt the traces of his moves and the opponent's response. Yang Kai was deep in thought. Mirror Moon Kill. Miao Huacheng suddenly roared, and finally used his strongest move. When the yuan qi exploded, dozens of Miao Huacheng's figures appeared in all directions, as if they were clones. These Miao Huachengs all raised their fists, smashing towards Yang Kai with a sinister smile. This was his trump card. Once the dozens of mirror moon phantoms appeared, there were illusions in the real, and there were truths in the fake. Even a cultivator of the same level would find it difficult to distinguish. Today, in order to deal with a youth at the peak of the qi transformation stage, Miao Huacheng's helplessness and anger could be seen. But, it should be over. Once the mirror moon kill is used, this kid will definitely die. Miao Huacheng was very confident in himself. Yang Kai's expression was as calm as an ancient well. He quietly looked at the enemy figures around him, and his somewhat confused eyes suddenly became clear. Stay true to your heart, the Tao separates and reunites. So what if it's righteous, so what if it's evil? Stay true to your heart and act according to your nature. That's your martial path. The berserk yuan qi, which was originally about to be restrained, suddenly burst forth with ferocious and surging waves. This time, it was several times more violent than before. It was like the might of an avalanche, the might of a mountain collapsing. Even someone as strong as Miao Huacheng's expression abruptly changed when he felt this demonic qi. This kid. Did he really become the demon race? Moreover, he had broken through to the separation and reunion boundary right in front of him. Yang Kai activated Unyielding Will the moment he broke through. His strength, which had just broken through to the separation and reunion boundary, rapidly rose to the peak of the separation and reunion boundary. He was at the same level as Miao Huacheng. He calmly punched out, his true Yang Yuan Qi ferociously bursting forth. The silhouettes of the dozen or so seedlings around him shattered like broken mirrors. With a muffled groan, Miao Huacheng spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. In a confrontation of the same level, Miao Huacheng was not a match for Yang Kai's punch. Struggling to get up, Miao Huacheng looked at Yang Kai in horror. He saw this crazy youth's indifferent and calm face, but his eyes were brimming with a crazy bloodthirsty and cruel light. In a flash, he appeared in front of him. Who are you? I, Miao Huacheng, what enmity do you have with me? Miao Huacheng was scared. He knew that he could not beat this youth, and now he only wanted to know why he was looking for him. But, he did not get an answer. Miao Huacheng was extremely sullen. He shouted, "Don't kill me, my son Miao Lin is a disciple of the Red Cloud sect. The elders of the Red Cloud sect value him very much. If you kill me, you will also be in trouble." Chapter 202. Miao Huacheng had no choice but to bring up the Red Cloud sect. He hoped that Yang Kai would be wary of him and stop, so that he could keep his life. However, the other party obviously didn't put the Red Cloud sect in his eyes. In an instant, he arrived in front of him. He seemed to be very calm as he patted his chest. Then, he lightly retreated. His eyes were cold and ruthless. Miao Huacheng's heart seemed to be gripped by a hot hand. It violently contracted and then fiercely expanded. With a cry, Miao Huacheng vomited blood. His skin turned red as if he had been scalded by boiling water. Although he did not die, he was seriously injured. The old demon took advantage of Miao Huacheng's unpreparedness to kill him. The soul breaker all rushed into Miao Huacheng's body and gave him a fatal blow. Who was this person? Why did he come to the Miao family and start a massacre? Before Miao Huacheng died, he was still thinking about how he had provoked this young man, but he still could not figure it out. It had to be said that being killed in such a confused manner, Miao Huacheng could not die in peace. In the sky above Sea City, a huge amount of heaven and earth energy crazily gathered around Yang Kai. After breaking through a large realm, he could once again receive heaven and earth energy. Yang Kai used his movement skill and quickly left the Miao family. Soon, he appeared on the shore of the sea. That night, the wind whistled and the waves surged. Countless cultivators in Sea City looked at the shore in horror. They knew that it was a person who had just broken through and caused a heaven and earth vision. However, such a terrifying heaven and earth vision made them not dare to approach. They could only look from afar with admiration and envy. This person was definitely an expert. It was very likely that he had broken through to the Immortal Ascension boundary from the Yuan Qi boundary. Otherwise, how could there be such a big movement? The overall strength of the cultivator in Sea City was not high. Naturally, they did not dare to touch the whiskers of an Immortal Ascension boundary expert. However, no one would have thought that such a heaven and earth vision was just a 15-year-old boy breaking through to the separation and reunion boundary. If they were to know that, they would be so shocked that their jaws would drop. The crazy movement lasted for most of the night before it gradually stopped. After the storm passed, some people vaguely saw a ball of fire fly out from the shore and into the depths of the sea. Through the fire, a pair of wing-like things could be faintly seen. However, even if someone saw it, they wouldn't dare to believe their eyes. They just thought that they were hallucinating. Dawn, Cloud's Island. Yang Kai came to the right peninsula and stood on the mountain peak where he had parted with Madame Jiang, looking up. The whole of Yunxia is now in a gloomy state. Even on the right peninsula, one could almost smell the smell of blood flowing in the air. As far as the eye could see, the ground was littered with corpses. There were traces of a great battle and pools of dark red blood that had not yet dried up. Houses had collapsed, and walls were in ruins. Birds flew across the sky, and the earth groaned. The entire Red Cloud sect had been slaughtered. There was a skeleton in front of Yang Kai. The skeleton was wearing a tattered green and white dress. It was the one that Madame Jiang wore that day. Withered bones sat quietly on the mountain peak like an immortal reef. Yang Kai could almost clearly see that after he parted with Madame Jiang that day, she had been sitting there without moving. She just looked in the direction of High City's Miao family. A breeze blew, blowing Madame Jiang's hair. Her eyes were gloomy, like the sky covered by dark clouds. There was no light, no hope. She just looked at it, and didn't close her eyes until the end of her life. Until last night, she saw the destruction of the Miao family, saw Miao Huaqing die at the hands of Yang Kai. Heaven's law was good, but who did the heavens spare? Resentment was over. Evil people will eventually be punished. Yang Kai took out a pot of wine and worshipped in front of Madame Jiang. He reached out his hand, wanting to bury her skeleton. However, when his hand touched the skeleton, she suddenly collapsed and fell to the ground, turning into a pile of powder. A gust of wind blew on the ground. The wind blew the powder over the right peninsula of Xianxia and scattered on the sea, disappearing without a trace. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. There was some sadness and desolation on his face. That day, he really wanted to take Madame Jiang away. However, he didn't want to. Her heart was already dead. She would only be tortured and miserable for the rest of her life. Following her late husband and her late daughter was the best place for her to return to. Yang Kai followed her wishes. Now that he thought about it, he didn't know if what he did was right. Feeling the desolation in Yang Kai's heart, the old demon held back for a long time before comforting him. "Young master, you are not Madame Jiang. How do you know that death is not a relief for her?" Yang Kai didn't make a sound. After a long time, he turned around, spread the wings of Yang Inflammation, and flew towards the sea. Perhaps it was a relief for her, but for him, there was a trace of regret. In the next 2 days, Yang Kai took out a lot of strange flowers and herbs collected from the hidden island. He exchanged them with people in High City for Yang attribute things, refining them into Yang liquid and storing them in Dantian. 2 days later, at night, Yang Kai carried 2 big bags and flew north. Shortly after Yang Kai left High City, all the major islands and great forces in the Endless Sea Islands received a piece of shocking and exciting news. Supreme Solitary Sect, what? Ancient Cloud Island found the Broken Moon transformation art? Is this news true? Azura Sect, what? Ancient Cloud Island found the Broken Moon transformation art? Is there any news about my sect hallowed treasure, the Azura Sword? Falling Flowers Sect, the Broken Moon transformation art has been found? What about the 1,000 blossoming blood begonia? This is the foundation of my sect. It was lost along with the Broken Moon transformation art. Scarlet Lotus Sect, go to Ancient Cloud Island and inquire about the whereabouts of our sect master's token. Cloud Dragon Island, after more than a dozen great forces heard that Ancient Cloud Island's supreme secret art had been found, they couldn't remain calm. Everyone's things were lost at the same time. There was no reason that Ancient Cloud Island could find it, but there was no news about them. In an instant, all the masters of the major islands began to move. In just one day, Ancient Cloud Island was overcrowded with masters from the Endless Sea Islands. Gu Feng and the elders of Ancient Cloud Island were all exhausted from entertaining them. After explaining in detail about the Broken Moon transformation art, these dozen great forces hurriedly rushed to Red Cloud Sect. The pitiful Red Cloud Island was only a third-rate force. Just because of a manual of the Broken Moon transformation art, their entire sect was exterminated. But after that, more than a dozen forces plowed through Red Cloud Island again and again, trying to find what their sect had lost 300 years ago. But those things had already been taken away by Yang Kai, so how could they find them? If they couldn't find them, they would naturally become angry. If they were angry, they would attack people. If there was no one to attack, they would attack the island. In less than 3 days, the entire Red Cloud Island disappeared from the world's view, completely destroyed. Yang Kai naturally didn't know that Red Cloud's sect would suffer such misfortune after he left. At this moment, he was very close to High Heaven Pavilion. He had accumulated a lot of Yang liquid in Sea City, allowing him to quickly fly back to the sect. Deliberately choosing a night, when he was only 50 kilometers away from High Heaven Pavilion, Yang Kai landed and used his movement skill to continue forward. An hour later, looking at the High Heaven Pavilion that he had been away from for nearly half a year, Yang Kai smiled. His somewhat depressed mood because of the matter with the Jiang family's widow had finally improved. He didn't have a sense of belonging to the sect, but he knew that here, there was a woman who could accompany him for the rest of his life waiting for him. Carrying 2 big bags, Yang Kai sneaked into the sect, but just as he set foot inside, he frowned. "Young master." The old demon quietly called out. "I don't care." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. He clearly felt that several divine senses had swept over him. If it was before, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to feel this. After all, those who could use their divine sense to investigate him were at least at the immortal ascension boundary, several realms higher than him. But since he had obtained the 5-colored soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai's perception had become extremely sharp, so when these divine senses swept over him, he was already aware of them. These divine senses were very unfamiliar, definitely not from the elders of High Heaven Pavilion. Fortunately, these divine senses were only probing and didn't have any malicious intent. After sweeping over, they no longer paid attention to Yang Kai. But this discovery made his heart skip a beat. Why did High Heaven Pavilion suddenly have so many masters? Faintly guessing in his heart, Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. It seems that the sect is not peaceful right now. Almost at the same moment Yang Kai returned to High Heaven Pavilion. In a small pavilion, Su Yan, who was in seclusion, suddenly opened her eyes. "He's back?" Su Yan whispered softly, gently pursing her red lips, her face involuntarily blushing. It was as if there was a voice calling out to her, urging her to approach the direction of that person. This kind of calling out to her made Su Yan somewhat flustered, making it impossible for her to continue meditating. It's really Nemesis. During the time he wasn't here, although there were times when it was difficult for her to endure, using her Ice Heart's secret art to help her calm down, and with this kind of test and resistance, her state of mind had also rapidly improved. But when she heard that he had returned, her Ice Heart's secret art seemed to have completely lost its effect, and she couldn't even calm down. After thinking about it for a moment, Su Yan didn't insist, instead standing up and opening the door, wrapping herself in a cold and otherworldly aura, her body transformed into a white and flawless blur as she quickly approached the coiling dragon stream. Beside the coiling dragon stream, Yang Kai glanced back, a faint smile appearing on his face. "Old demon, go play by yourself." Yang Kai casually tossed the old demon and the soul breaker all away. "Ah, cough cough." The old demon was speechless for a while, thinking to himself, "This old master isn't a 3-year-old child, how could young master dismiss me like this?" However, the demonic chi of the coiling dragon stream was very attractive to the old demon, so he didn't hesitate and directly rushed down. Standing at the edge of the coiling dragon stream, Yang Kai waited for a moment before a white figure quickly approached and stopped about 10 meters away from him. Their 4 eyes met, both filled with tenderness. Yang Kai's eyes were filled with longing, while Su Yan's eyes were filled with gentleness. Quietly looking at each other, they observed the changes in each other over the past few months. He had become a lot stronger and more robust, but there was a trace of unconcealable vicissitudes and sadness in his eyes. This kind of weather-beaten vicissitudes shouldn't appear in a person of his age, but it gave him a sense of maturity. Looking at this faint trace of vicissitudes, Su Yan's heart faintly ached. She knew that in these past few months, Yang Kai must have encountered a lot of things. Chapter 203. She was like a celestial pearl, her temperament becoming more and more otherworldly, pure and flawless. Anyone who stood in front of her could not help but feel humble and ashamed of their inferiority. Pure as ice and pure as jade, her face was peerless, her skin as white as snow, so delicate that it could be broken by the slightest touch. Like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world, she exuded a sense of holiness and inviolable nobility. Although he had once possessed her and even acted presumptuously on her body, meeting her this time, Yang Kai still felt a sense of unreality. Su Yan's nobility and purity obviously did not have the slightest effect on Yang Kai. Suppressing and resisting for so long in his heart, Yang Kai took 2 steps forward and unceremoniously wrapped his arms around Su Yan's waist, lowering his head to kiss her. Su Yan hurriedly raised her hand to block him, her voice as soft as a mosquito's, "Go down." As soon as her voice fell, Yang Kai leapt down towards the coiling dragon stream decisively. After falling 1,000 meters, Yang Kai's wings unfurled and he flew into the cave mansion he had created. Su Yan's beautiful eyes flashed brilliantly as she stared at the wings on Yang Kai's back with some surprise. Entering the secluded cave, Yang Kai folded his wings and threw the 2 large bags he was carrying onto the ground. Then, he picked up Su Yan and carried her up, a meaningful smile on his face as he walked step by step towards the stone bed. Su Yan's heart felt like it was stuffed with a deer, her heart thumping wildly. Although she had experienced this kind of thing twice, thinking about it now still made her feel a little shy, and she couldn't help burying her head in Yang Kai's arms. Arriving at the stone bed, he slowly put her down. Su Yan boldly raised her head and looked towards Yang Kai. Her cheeks were flushed red. Between kisses, their breathing gradually became heavy, one body burning hot like fire, the other piercing cold like ice, both of them endlessly longing for the other. With a soft sound, Yang Kai suppressed his crazy desires and gently unbuttoned Su Yan's clothes, slowly revealing her porcelain-like delicate breasts. Her clothes fluttering in the wind, her hair disheveled, Yang Kai flipped over and pressed her down. Rain and clouds overturned. Su Yan was gasping for breath, and her whole body was as weak as mud. On the contrary, Yang Kai was becoming more and more courageous as the battle progressed. He was like a knight charging forward with his spear. With endless stamina and full of spirit, they madly collided with each other without rest. Even though Su Yan was circulating her ice heart's secret art, she couldn't suppress the shyness in her heart. Her whole body was covered in a layer of red light, and her hair was disheveled and dripping with sweat. Is this okay? Su Yan gritted her teeth and endured the shyness in her heart. She complied with Yang Kai's wishes and was placed in a position that made her feel somewhat ashamed. Very good. Yang Kai nodded fiercely, his appetite piqued. The night he returned to High Heaven Pavilion. Yang Kai and Su Yan fooled around all night. Recalling the carvings and murals he saw in Sea City's 1,000 gold wine pavilion, Yang Kai put them into action. He put them into practice and explored them. He enjoyed it so much that he forgot to return. His mood was getting higher and higher. Su Yan simply didn't know that the matters between men and women could have so many variations, so many variations. It was like a mysterious martial skill, with infinite variations, each variation giving people a different kind of feeling and pleasure. It was just that these variations were too embarrassing. Su Yan faintly couldn't bear it. After countless variations, Yang Kai found that his favorite position was one that he had accidentally explored in Heaven's Cave Inheritance. He turned Su Yan's back to him. Because in the middle of it, the lifelike ice phoenix pattern on Su Yan's back was constantly flowing, flying on her delicate white skin. Looking at this ice phoenix pattern, looking at her smooth back and slender waist that was as smooth as silk, Yang Kai always felt an inexplicable excitement and impulse. He knew that since Su Yan had this ice phoenix pattern, then he must also have a fire dragon pattern on his back. This was the source of the inheritance from Heaven's Cave inheritance. After that, the two began dual cultivation. Their bodies were tightly connected, and they operated the art of joyous unification. After a full day, both Yang Kai and Su Yan felt that their strength had improved. The improvement wasn't much, but the biggest benefit was that the yuan qi in their bodies had become purer. The art of joyous unification allowed their yuan qi to melt and temper. As the number of dual cultivation increased, the yuan qi in their bodies would only become more and more condensed. After dual cultivation, Yang Kai couldn't resist the temptation and ravaged Su Yan again, gently putting on Kai Yang's clothes. Su Yan's beautiful eyes were filled with a hint of lust and satisfaction. She was really afraid. Kai Yang was now like a tireless fighting machine. His ferocious thrusts, again and again, made her feel weak and powerless. She was afraid that if she didn't put on Yang Kai's clothes, she wouldn't be able to escape his clutches. After putting on the clothes, the two hugged each other and lay down on the stone bed. There was no need to talk about their feelings, each could feel the other's thoughts. Right, your speculation came true. Su Yan laid in Yang Kai's arms and suddenly said. What speculation? Yang Kai played with a strand of her hair, enjoying the peace after the storm. A few months ago, didn't you say that the appearance of Heaven's Cave inheritance might involve a lot of people? Outsiders came. Yang Kai's expression became serious. And, the central capital's 8 great families didn't send anyone, but after the various families and sects heard that the Heaven's Cave inheritance appeared here, many masters came. Now, they are trying to win over the disciples who have entered the Heaven's Cave inheritance. Whether it is High Heaven Pavilion, Blood Battle Gang, or Storm Hall, many disciples have been recruited. What kind of people came from High Heaven Pavilion? Yang Kai asked, a trace of relief in his heart. No wonder when he returned to the sect that night, he felt a lot of divine senses sweep past him. It turned out that they were the masters of the various families and great forces. Xian Province's Dong family, Yun Province's Bai family, Chuanzhou's Purple Fern Valley, these 3 great forces, as well as many other great forces, are secretly lurking in Black Plum Town. Dong family? Yang Kai's heart moved. What kind of conditions did they offer you? Kai Yang asked. Su Yan was the number 1 disciple of the 3 sects, and she was also the most likely person to have obtained the inheritance of the Heaven's Cave inheritance. The 3 great forces would definitely want to recruit Su Yan, so the price they offered would naturally not be low. If they help me break through to the Immortal Ascension boundary within 2 years, they will give me all the pills and artifacts they have, and my status will be the same as that of an elder. What a big deal. Yang Kai smiled gently. What are your conditions? Marry them. Sure enough, I won't agree. Su Yan snuggled into Yang Kai's arms. Although they suspect that I have obtained the inheritance, they don't have any conclusive evidence. So they didn't go too far, but I've been living in High Heaven Pavilion for the past few days. The young lords of these 3 great forces are all here, right? Yang Kai sneered. If you want to chase a beauty, you naturally need the young lords to come forward and win her heart, but these people obviously miscalculated. Not to mention that Su Yan was already his woman, and had an inseparable relationship with him. Even without these connections, with Su Yan's personality, it was impossible for her to agree. The Ice Heart's secret art allowed her to not worry about anything, so how could these things be enough to move her? Su Yan nodded slightly, reaching out and stroking Yang Kai's cheek. You don't have to worry, I only belong to you. I'm not worried, Yang Kai grinned. If they can move you, they can use their means. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai frowned, but I'm still very unhappy. Damn, they dare to have ideas about this father's woman. Su Yan pursed her lips and smiled, feeling somewhat sweet in her heart. Even if she had no desires, when she saw Yang Kai jealous, she couldn't help but feel a burst of happiness. After dawn, Su Yan left. Yang Kai began to organize the things he had obtained during this time, glancing around his cave mansion and couldn't help being secretly surprised. he found that his cave mansion had greatly changed. When he left, this was just a cold and dark cave. But now, this cave was like a new home. Not only were there tables and chairs, but there were also many pots of flowers. There were also many calligraphy and paintings hanging on the walls. There were decorations everywhere. Even the stone bed had a warm and comfortable bedding, which he hadn't noticed when he was fooling around with Su Yan for so long. These should be the result of Xia Ning Chang and Su Yan's transformation. The transformation was quite good. Walking to the entrance of the cave, Yang Kai saw the yin-yang monster ginseng hanging its head dispiritedly, its facial features scrunched together as if it was angry. When Yang Kai returned that night, this sentient world spirit ginseng had greeted him, but received no response, so it couldn't help feeling depressed. The yin-yang monster ginseng was also well taken care of. The yang qi here was very rich, so Su Yan only needed to give it a little yuan qi every few days. Yang Kai chuckled, squatted down, and fed it 2 drops of yang liquid, which immediately made the yin-yang monster ginseng happy. Sitting down cross-legged beside the yin-yang monster ginseng, Yang Kai's thoughts flashed, and the wordless black book appeared in his hand. These days, every time he broke through, whether it was a minor realm or a great realm, Yang Kai would examine the wordless black book, hoping to pry into its mysteries. But every time he came in high spirits, only to return in disappointment. After a few times, Yang Kai was no longer as enthusiastic as before. The black book had already helped him a lot, so even if he couldn't get anything from it in the future, Yang Kai was confident he could grow stronger. Thinking so, he couldn't help feeling much better. It was better to rely on oneself than to rely on others. No matter how good the black book was, if he didn't work hard, it would be useless. This time, it was just a habitual examination. Yang Kai didn't expect to get anything from it, so he casually turned to the 5th page and poured yuan qi into the black book. Unlike before, when the stone sank into the sea, the black book actually reacted this time. Huh! Yang Kai couldn't help but feel excited, staring at the black book with wide eyes while continuing to pour yuan qi into it. Layers of ripples spread outwards, and soon after, rays of golden light appeared from the black book. However, unlike before, these rays of golden light did not emerge from the black book. Instead, they connected together, densely packed together, like a complex array. Not long after, a line of large words appeared. Medicine King's Valley, Myriad Drug Pond. A moment later, this line of large words disappeared, and the golden light on the black book also gradually disappeared. Yang Kai frowned. This time was very different from before. The black book didn't give him anything, but instead gave him the name of a place. Chapter 204. Medicine King's Valley. Yang Kai naturally knew about it. This was a very special force. The valley was filled with alchemists who were proficient in alchemy. The people in Medicine King's Valley were not necessarily strong, nor were their methods. Their overall combat strength could even be said to be inferior to a first-rate force, only slightly stronger than a second-rate force. However, it was this faction that had a much longer history than any of the other factions. It was said that the Flowing Time Great Emperor had been around for thousands of years. Over the years, even many super forces had been wiped out in the long river of history, but Medicine King's Valley was still immortal. Its status was transcendent. Even the central capital's 8 great families did not dare underestimate the existence of Medicine King's Valley. Because every year, many cultivator would bring materials to Medicine King's Valley to ask the alchemy masters for help in alchemy. Medicine King's Valley was inextricably linked to any force. In other words, whoever dared to harm Medicine King's Valley would be making an enemy of the entire world. There was a rumor that in the past, a sect master of one of the great sects had gone to Medicine King's Valley to ask the alchemy masters for help, but for some reason he was refused. The sect master flew into a rage out of humiliation and actually killed the alchemist who refused. This was a big mistake. With a single call from Medicine King's Valley, this great sect was annihilated in a single night. Rumors were not necessarily true, but there was no smoke without fire. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the influence of Medicine King's Valley was. And the Myriad Drug Pond was a forbidden area of Medicine King's Valley. It was rumored that miracles often occurred there. Many proficient alchemists had obtained the insights of the alchemy ancestors of Medicine King's Valley. The wordless black book displayed such a line of words. This made Yang Kai somewhat confused. Could it be that he had to go to Medicine King's Valley's Myriad Drug Pond to find something? Although he had such a guess, Yang Kai definitely would not go now. First of all, he knew nothing about alchemy. If he went there, he would only be driven out. Second of all, he needed to improve his strength first. Then he would think of a good way to safely infiltrate Medicine King's Valley and wait for an opportunity. Putting away the wordless black book, Yang Kai opened his hand and with a suction force, a package on the ground flew over. This bag of items was all lost by the overseas powers 300 years ago. Now that they had fallen into his hands, he should make use of them. When he was on Hidden Island, Yang Kai wanted to refine an artifact for his own use. But at that time, because he was still overseas, he was afraid of triggering the restrictions in these artifacts and being detected by the sect they belonged to. But now it was different, he had returned to High Heaven Pavilion. It was 108,000 miles away from the ocean. Even if the restriction was activated, it wouldn't be able to transmit such a far distance. If he used it carefully in the future, there was no need to worry about any problems. There were 3 artifacts. Apart from the Tai seal, which required a special heart mantra to activate, the remaining one was a sword and a blood begonia. The sword was 3 feet and 3 inches long, and its entire body was crimson red, as if there was blood flowing within it. After probing it slightly, Yang Kai was surprised to hear a miserable shriek coming from within the sword. The murderous aura was oppressive, disturbing one's mind. If a person with a weak mind heard this sound, he would most likely become the demon race on the spot and fall into the evil path forever. This ominous weapon was the Azura sect's most precious artifact, the Azura sword. Yang Kai was overjoyed because he felt quite close to this sword. The murderous aura it exuded was very similar to the aura it exuded when he displayed the unyielding will. It was precisely this kind of similarity. Because of this, there wasn't much of a barrier between him and the sword. This was good, at least a heaven-grade top-rank artifact. Moreover, it was a sword of slaughter. With this sword in hand, one's attack power would sharply increase. Putting down the Azura sword, Yang Kai then picked up the crimson blood begonia. It had the appearance of a begonia flower, but it looked incomparably enchanting. The petals were as sharp as knives, exuding a strange and dangerous aura. Even after being sealed for 300 years, it still couldn't erase the murderous aura of this begonia flower. Another killing artifact. In the past, the Falling Flowers cult must have relied on this artifact to kill countless enemies, dyeing it red like blood. Both artifacts were very good, as if they were tailor-made for him. Yang Kai looked at one and then at the other, somewhat hesitant to choose. After thinking for a moment, Yang Kai steeled his heart and decided to refine both of them. In any case, it would just consume a bit more yuan qi and time. After making up his mind, just as he was about to start, some stones rustled down from above. Yang Kai looked up, the corners of his mouth rising into a smile. Only 2 people knew the location of his cave mansion, one was Su Yan, the other was Xia Ning Chang. Su Yan had just left, so she definitely wouldn't have returned, so there was no need to guess who the other person was. Sure enough, a moment later, Xia Ning Chang flew in from above. Yang Kai was blocking the entrance, so the two almost collided. Yang Kai leaned to the side and pulled her back, allowing her to safely land beside him. Smiling at her, he said, "Little senior sister, I'm back." Xia Ning Chang's eyes were watery, unable to hide the joy and excitement of reuniting after such a long time. Her face was still covered with a veil, and her forehead was still dotted with the sapphire, so when she heard Yang Kai say so lightly, she blinked her eyes and almost cried. A few months ago, when he left, he didn't even say goodbye, only leaving behind a letter. Now that he was back, he didn't even tell her. He was really too cruel. Looking at her red eyes, Kai Yang didn't dare to speak any more nonsense, for fear that he would accidentally make her cry. How did you know I was back? Yang Kai tried to divert her attention. Su Yan told me. Xia Ningchang sniffled, resisting the bitterness in her heart. Wringing her clothes, she faintly said, if she didn't tell me, I wouldn't have known. I was just about to tell you. Yang Kai said with a guilty conscience. Really? Xia Ningchang looked up, her eyes filled with joy. Of course. Yang Kai nodded. The little senior sister was very easy to coax, so her disappointment and grievance were quickly dispersed, leaving only joy and happiness. At least you still have a little conscience. Xia Ningchang pouted. I also brought you a gift. Yang Kai lied through his teeth. No need. Although she said this, Xia Ningchang clearly smiled, her eyes curved into crescents, her heart filled with sweetness and satisfaction. What gift? She was curious again. Yang Kai faintly smiled, stood up, and walked in front of another large package. He reached out and opened it, pointing to a large package of rare treasures, some medicinal herbs. So many. Xia Ningchang was shocked. She walked forward, and with just a glance, she knew the names and grades of these herbs. Don't you need to take pills when you cultivate? See if there's anything you need and just take it. Yang Kai was very generous, but he also felt quite guilty. He went out and didn't think to bring back a gift for Su Yan and Xia Ningchang. He really shouldn't have. I don't need it. Xia Ningchang checked the herbs one by one, then raised her head and said, I'll help you refine them into pills. That's too troublesome. Who knew how many days it would take to refine this large package of herbs into pills? It's not troublesome. Xia Ningchang chuckled, when I refine pills, I'm also cultivating. Moreover, it's much faster than when I meditate. The higher the grade of the herbs I refine, the more benefits it will bring to me. Junior brother, bringing back so many materials for me to practice with is already the best gift. You're not lying to me? Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. I'm not lying, Xia Ningchang said angrily. Ahem, I'm not lying either, Yang Kai said awkwardly, since that's the case, then I'll have to trouble little senior sister. You can go do your own thing. I'll refine my own pills. Xia Ningchang was obviously very happy. Yang Kai looked at her for a while and found that she was very familiar with these herbs. She quickly sorted out the large package of herbs and organized them. Smiling, Yang Kai also walked to the entrance of the cave and began to busy himself. Inside the cave, Xia Ningchang lightly hummed as she used her amazing alchemy skills. She refined many herbs into medicinal liquids, then condensed them into pills. Yang Kai focused on using Yuan Qi to refine the Azura sword. Time passed little by little, and as Xia Ningchang refined more and more pills, the large package of materials gradually dwindled. When she grew tired of refining, she would stop to rest and look at the back of the figure sitting at the entrance of the cave. After a while, she would be satisfied and continue to refine pills. Every day, Xia Ningchang had to go out. After all, Meng Wuya treated her like a treasure. If one day she went missing, old man Meng would definitely search for her, causing unnecessary trouble. After 4 or 5 days, the Azura sword in Yang Kai's hand gradually connected with his mind. Yang Kai could increasingly feel the tyrannical power and evil qi of this killing artifact. Worthy of a heaven-grade top-rank artifact, just this one artifact alone was enough to raise Yang Kai's fighting strength to a whole new level. Guiding the Azura sword into his body, Yang Kai couldn't help gasping for breath. Spending so many days to refine it was not a small burden for Yang Kai. The small amount of yang liquid left in the dantian was once again consumed. I have to find a way to replenish my yang liquid. Looking up, Yang Kai used his movement skill and flew out. After a while, he returned with 2 spirit grasses in his hands. This was a heart that was planted a few months ago. It was bought from Lan Chudai at that time. The 2 spirit grasses had long since matured, so Yang Kai brought them to Xia Ningchang and had her refine them into pills. After swallowing them, he finally condensed some yang liquid. With enough yang liquid, Yang Kai continued to refine the 1,000-blossoming blood begonia. After a few days, the falling flowers artifact was finally absorbed into Yang Kai's body. After obtaining 2 heaven-grade artifacts in a row, Yang Kai's strength had greatly increased. Although he was unable to use the full power of these 2 artifacts right now, as long as he continued to nourish them with Yuan Qi, one day they would be able to shine. The herbs had long since been refined by Xia Ningchang into a variety of pills, filling more than a dozen bottles. The lowest grade pills refined were earth grade while some were even heaven grade, their value immeasurable. If he ate all of these pills, Yang Kai estimated that he could at least raise his cultivation by 1 or 2 small realms. However, there were too many of them, so if he ate them all in one go, it would definitely take him a long time to refine them. Therefore, Yang Kai did not intend to consume them right now. It had been half a month since he returned to the sect, so it was time to go out and see the situation. The 3 great forces were currently in High Heaven Pavilion, and all 3 of their young lords had designs on Su Yan. How could Yang Kai just sit back and watch? That was his woman. You're tuning in to the Unparalleled Sword Will YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.